As you navigate the domain of pirates, your behavior seems remarkably unusual, resulting in your perception as a rogue and ultimately leading to your exile. Consequently, you are perceived as a participant in the monumental endeavor of Punk Acid. In the upcoming 2.5 years, they infused a multitude of genetic elements into your being, making you the singular survivor of the metamorphosis. Now you. What swords possess the power to sever? What blades can penetrate? What flames are capable of singeing the petals? What firearms can deliver a fatal blow? What toxins can asphyxiate? None can triumph over you. Today commemorates the anniversary of the catastrophic Pankasa explosion. The explosion within the laboratory has kindled in you an insatiable yearning to acquire the artificially cultivated dragon fruit. A hand, clenched in a fist, fractured the glass enclosure, grasping the violet, orb-shaped apple with fervor. Artificial Azure Dragon. You are cognizant. The singular imperfection of this fruit resides in its coloration. Consequently, you no longer waver and boldly sink your teeth into the synthetic fruit that bears a striking resemblance to the Azure Dragon. With a thunderous roar, he elongated his neck with theatrical flair, and in a mere heartbeat, the formidable dragon's head materialized. His hands metamorphosed into fearsome claws, while his feet likewise transformed into those of a dragon. Ah! Indeed, it is the resplendent pink scales. You behold the vibrant pink dragon scales embellishing your form, and in that fleeting moment, a tempest of rage surges within you. This is profoundly at odds with the majestic and formidable essence of a celestial dragon. In the subsequent moment, your dragon's form and talons were embellished with the vibrant orange-red tones of Lunaria, as tendrils of purple, toxic patterns interlaced upon the rosy scales, elevating the magnificent dragon into a sight of grandeur. With the thunderous roar of the enraged dragon, this diminutive crimson creature unexpectedly swelled with great intensity, causing the entire laboratory to quake. Its horns sharpened to an extraordinary degree, piercing the very heavens, while its fangs elongated, transforming into a fearsome and formidable sight. Is this the consequence of the unsuccessful metamorphosis of the ancient colossal lineage, now reawakened? Does that suggest? The crimson dragon's shape perpetually expands, encapsulating the immense proportions characteristic of the ancient titans and the demonic clans, surging forth in an incessant torrent. Laughter reverberates. A delectable kanji. Malicious guffaws proliferate. As the scarlet hue of rice unfurls, the head elongated to a length exceeding 1 meter, erupting from the confines of the research facility and rising above the W Institute of Punk Acid. Amidst a symphony of jubilant laughter, the scarlet dragon soared into the firmament, traversing clouds of amethyst flames. Upon the tranquil expanse of the ocean, a multitude of distinguished scientists who had fled from Pankasa found refuge aboard the warship. There, they too were met with the chilling bellow of the dragon. Each, filled with astonishment, directed their gaze towards the island. Amidst the violet, toxic haze enveloping the island, scientists lifted their eyes to the heavens, where an immense dragon-like silhouette illuminated the sky, encircled by flickering bolts of lightning, evoking a deep sense of wonder and dread. Caesar! In an instant, a formidable voice of fury resounded across the expansive realm of Pank. Acid quickly reached these legions. At this moment, both Caesar and Vegapunk's countenances transformed profoundly, as though they had abruptly remembered some extraordinary revelation. The sound that resonated was that of experiment subject number 88. Number 88 is alive! Caesar exclaimed with exuberance. If this pivotal specimen has indeed persevered, then there may yet be a flicker of hope for his reinstatement within the scientific division. The circumstances have deteriorated significantly. Not only has subject 88 endured, but it seems he has also devoured that individual. The devil fruit has come into existence. Dr. Vegapunk knitted his brow, and his expansive intellect quickly discerned the link between the thunderous roar of the dragon and the experimental subject 88. What? Did you not assert that fruit is a manifestation of failure? Not only did Caesar's eyes widen in astonishment, but the other scientists and researchers in the classroom also expressed their surprise, uttering exclamations of disbelief. If that artificial Azure Dragon wields power comparable to that of Kaido, the Beast King, then. Thus, they have unwittingly brought forth a being of the caliber of the 4 emperors. The scientists were instantly engulfed in a wave of panic. It is crucial to emphasize that Subject 88 not only harbored the successfully altered bloodlines of the Ghost Clan and the Lunaria, but also exhibited the ancestral characteristics of the ancient giants, the Fur Tribe, and the Fishmen, whose modifications had ultimately proven to be futile. Subject 88 stands as the singular surviving exemplar of the remarkable adaptive entity known as the Yuanmei experimental subject. Furthermore, Caesar has undertaken a transformative experiment on subject number 88, incorporating highly toxic and transparent bloodline factors. The manifestation of this phenomenon stands as testament to the fact that Caesar's experiment has, indeed, not been in vain. Otherwise, Subject 88 shall be ensnared, unable to endure the noxious fumes suffusing the island, floundering helplessly. That scoundrel truly pretended to be lifeless, Caesar uttered through clenched teeth. He was acutely cognizant that this idyllic realm would not succumb so readily. That rogue had indeed perpetrated a deception. The pretense of number 88's demise inadvertently compelled him to unintentionally activate the gas bomb, culminating in an irrevocable and calamitous event. Alas! Truly, the blame lies entirely with number 88. That rogue has misled him. In that instant, amidst the unbecoming countenances of the scientists, a monumental surge of flame erupted, slicing through the sprawling cloud of purple noxious vapors and directly assailing the warship upon which these scholars were positioned. Caution! Tread softly upon the journey of solitude. Ranch! A solitary blade glides the ascendant slash. Jean Tamaru, along with several Navy rear admirals and brigadiers, found themselves taken aback, each unleashing their most formidable long-range assaults in a desperate endeavor to counter the astonishing breath of the dragon. These distinguished scientists must unequivocally avoid any misfortune. It is truly remarkable that you have so adeptly and swiftly acquired such a formidable skill, the art of affection. Vegapunk beheld the magnificent silhouette of the colossal dragon entwined within the tempestuous lightning, swiftly recalling the information regarding the metamorphosis of number 88 into an artificial Azure Dragon. Amidst an atmosphere heavy with trepidation, the assembly traversed the searing exhalation that parted the noxious haze, revealing the visage of an enormous crimson dragon embellished with sinister violet stripes. That colossal entity! That resplendent blaze! Those torrential bursts of lightning! Those haunting formations! Those jagged fangs and menacing horns! All evoked within them an insurmountable dread. This is an authentic abomination. A wrathful dragon, imbued with deep-seated animosity. As the flames of the dragon's breath surged with fervor, the formidable presence of Battle Peach Maru and the elevated silhouettes of numerous naval commanders could not completely extinguish this onslaught. As the remnants of the blazing breath hover menacingly, they stand ready to assail the fleeing warship. Kindly lend me your assistance in unlocking the sea tower stone. Caesar cried out in horror, observing the brilliant flames. In that instant, he longed only to escape this dreadful onslaught by harnessing the ethereal essence of gas. The dragon scales are unexpectedly pink, indicating that the artificial Azure Dragon form has indeed fallen short. That immense horn, that unusual form, is rather extraordinary. Might it be that the ancient giant's lineage has been unwittingly revived? As for those purple streaks, they are likely the blood of the highly toxic powder, resulting from the influence of the dominant factor. In their relentless quest for the zenith of excellence in research, the mysterious Vegapunk remains unflinching, undeterred by the daunting realities that surround them. Fear fails to dissuade their resolve, rather, they meticulously record each intricate detail of this synthetic Azure Dragon. Oh, how fearsome! What kind of being have you, revered doctor, brought forth into existence? The 8-span jade hook. At the precise moment when the colossal flame was poised to fiercely descend upon this gathering, comprising numerous esteemed scientists, a resplendent golden light illuminated the heavens. A languorous voice echoed gently, as a figure clad in yellow materialized from the golden radiance. Thereafter, countless concentrated beams of laser swiftly quelled the fiery breath of the dragon. Marvelous! Finally rescued! The scientists aboard the battleship have been so overwhelmed with fear that they have rendered themselves utterly incapacitated. Upon glimpsing a familiar silhouette, they emitted cries of relief, as though they had narrowly averted calamity. Admiral Kizaru, swiftly proceed to recover Subject 88. For this represents the paramount experiment of the world government. Upon ascertaining that there was no immediate peril to life, a group of passionate scientists burst forth with elation. The experimental subject number 88 holds immense significance for them. The myriad transformations that have occurred are nothing less than miraculous.
This stands as the most exquisite specimen in the annals of history.
Moreover, the individual designated as number 88 now possesses an artificial form reminiscent of the Azure Dragon, which, to them, adds an even greater allure, captivating their attention. In their perception, the Admiral of the Navy stands as an indomitable figure, effortlessly adept at ensnaring a specimen. Ah, my sincerest apologies to all. In this noxious environment, it appears that my endurance wanes.
With a dramatic flourish, the yellow ape elevated his hands in an act of capitulation.
Before fully comprehending the perilous conditions on the island, he hesitated to venture forth. After all, his corporeal form is merely flesh and blood, vulnerable to the toxic vapors. Even the armament hockey cannot perpetually shield against the noxious fumes emitted by non-devil fruit powers. He, too, needs air to sustain his breath.
In the ensuing moment, the yellow ape deftly unleashed a formidable beam aimed at the cage upon the island.
There is no necessity to set foot on the island. He is capable of wreaking considerable havoc upon his adversary. This radiant beam of light surged forth with remarkable swiftness, unerringly directed towards the immense dragon. Whoosh! Amidst the violet, toxic haze, a laser beam materialized, hurtling towards the luminous column of the yellow ape.
However, upon their collision, the laser emitted by the formidable dragon was swiftly subdued and dispersed. A thunderous roar of a dragon reverberated through the atmosphere. The scarlet behemoth upon the isle was pierced by a resplendent arrow, its blood splattering against the cerulean sky. Subsequently, the dragon dissipated into nothingness. Yet, prior to its vanishing, that blood-red eye fixated intently upon the warship. Through the noxious haze, as though determined to sear them all. The immense sea of violet toxic gas rapidly enveloped the dragon's blazing breath, annihilating the path forged. Nevertheless, the ultimate blood-red stare evoked a deep-seated terror within the hearts of these scientists. This is the moment when the colossal form of number 88 shed its mighty semblance, revealing an unsettling gaze that exudes an aura of dread. Caesar and a number of scientists found themselves increasingly perturbed, for the last look of animosity from Subject 88 was profoundly fearsome. This magnificent dragon not only possesses my laser-like abilities but also commands the formidable power of invisibility. The brows of the yellow ape furrowed ever so slightly as the orange sunglasses shimmered with a treacherous glint, and his demeanor transformed into one of grave seriousness. It remains ambiguous whether this transparent capacity, rooted in scientific understanding, can elude the examination of perceptual hues and the preeminence of the heart's desires. If feasible, the task becomes rather daunting. I suggest we swiftly utilize the demon-slaying technique to completely obliterate this immense dragon creature and eliminate this island of noxious fumes. The yellow ape caressed his chin, contemplated for a moment, and then leisurely articulated words that sent tremors of apprehension through the spines of scientists. Do not overlook the fact that it is also endowed with the ability to soar. Vegapunk, his visage heavy with apprehension, articulated that your gaze imbued him with a profound disquiet, sending shivers along his scalp and stirring a sense of culpability within him. In reality, he possesses no affection for orchestrating human experiments. Nevertheless, under the authority of the world government, Vegapunk feels compelled to comply. He can only transform you step by step according to the various demands of the world government, and he does so in secrecy. He has fostered a respectable rapport with you, the focal point of experiment number 88, in private, and they have previously partaken in significant discussions. Number 88 persistently beseeched him to grant permission to partake in the consumption of the artificially cultivated Azure Dragon fruit. Nonetheless, for a multitude of reasons, Vegapunk abstained from acquiescing to the request. He was beset by apprehensions regarding the ramifications of the experiment, fearing that the world government would coerce him into producing more artificial demons. Vegapunk longed to engage in innovations that would serve the betterment of humanity, rather than concocting additional instruments of violence for the world government. Is it genuinely permissible to forfeit the vast reservoir of invaluable knowledge and resources that exist beyond the punk acid? There remain scientists who express their grief. As the noxious gas swiftly disperses, they find themselves consumed by their desperate flight, unable to transport more than their burdens allow. Should the edict for the obliteration of demons be instituted, the formidable Pankasad shall cease to exist. Consequently, their research materials shall be utterly eradicated. Thus, how would you like to advance? The yellow monkey casually lifted its hands, directing its gaze towards Vegapunk. Should this creature be set free, it would undoubtedly precipitate a monumental catastrophe. It may potentially emerge as the second Kaido of the 100 Beasts.
Nevertheless, it appears that these researchers are hesitant to abandon their quest for the ideal experimental subjects. Moreover, the importance of those residing on the island greatly complicates the situation.
Then let it be entrusted to the world government, Vegapunk lamented, reflecting upon the circumstances.
Truthfully, he held no inclination to extinguish a life. However, he was plagued by uncertainty regarding whether 88 might initiate a retaliatory assault, thus evolving into a considerable menace to the world. He promptly dialed the number of the tortoise talker from the 5 elders, initiating a report and providing an update on the current circumstances. Ultimately, the celestial guardian of scientific protection, Satan, determined to formulate a strategy for the yellow ape to seize this remarkable being. Such invaluable experimental subjects are not something they desire to forfeit. Moreover, the 5 elders did not foresee that this individual, Vegapunk, would remain so unrestrained. It is astonishing to consider that the artificial manifestation of the Azure Dragon, along with its fruit, was regarded as a failure and thoughtlessly abandoned on the island. It appears that a touch more persuasion is necessary. The birthplace of the punk genre, Baltimore. The birthplace of Vegapunk, Selkamoa, must steadfastly continue its endeavors to curtail and enforce limitations. The 5 elder stars cannot permit the world's governments to squander the invaluable experimental findings that Zhao has devoted substantial resources to investigating. Upon receiving this verdict, Kizaru could merely shrug his shoulders and acquiesce to his destiny with a pained expression. He initiated a solicitation for the mobilization of forces to the naval headquarters, poised to exert every endeavor to encircle and seize this pivotal experimental subject. Under the aegis of the Navy, scientists like Vegapunk embarked on an expedition to unearth novel experimental islands. Regarding this transgressor, Caesar, he shall be swiftly consigned to the maritime penitentiary, where he will face the verdict of the world government. His final destiny will be enveloped in obscurity, condemned to the abyss of impel down. Punkasa Island, enveloped in a veil of noxious fog. It ultimately reveals itself to be the yellow ape. Your visage is remarkably pallid. The yawning wounds adorning your form are fearsome. And beneath the fiery glow of Lunaria, quickly restore. As you ponder the formidable might and astonishing swiftness of the yellow ape, the murderous intent and rage mirrored in your gaze swiftly evaporate. There exists a naval admiral by the name of Kizaru. Consequently, the retribution pursued today remains entirely beyond reach. Given his present capabilities, how could he possibly stand a chance against the Navy? Furthermore, he has yet to fully command the essence of authority. How could he possibly rival Kizaru, the adept wielder of the glint fruit? You paused for but a fleeting moment in contemplation, then averted your gaze with disdain, longing to escape the tumult of the tableau before you. Should this island find itself encircled, it is plausible that he would be rendered incapable of evading the encirclement and interception by the yellow ape. A true gentleman expresses gratitude. A decade is not too long to wait. I shall cherish this grievance in my memory. The scarlet dragon, displaying no reluctance, glided swiftly to the far side of the isle, traversing the expanse with extraordinary swiftness. Swiftly adapting to and mastering this revived ancient lineage of titans, one strives to restore their immense dragon deity to the stature of a traditional divine dragon. I never foresaw that I would be compelled to disclose the prowess of the transparent bloodline factor by the formidable laser cannon wielded by Kizaru. In this way, within the boundless expanse of the future world, where shall I find myself unable to traverse? You are enchantingly familiar with your newly acquired skills, gracefully gliding to the far side of the island to orchestrate a tactical withdrawal. At this moment, he cannot confront the yellow monkey with unwarranted audacity. He necessitates further time to cultivate and fortify his abilities. As long as the verdant mountains stand resilient, there is no cause for concern regarding firewood. Yet, this grievance he shall indubitably seek to redress. The existence of Caesar's canine companion, fated to be removed in due course. The golden primate remains unimpeded, whilst the embodiment of malevolence dwells within your profound retribution. The Isle of Punk Hazard, enshrouded in a stifling violet mist, renders even the mighty Admiral Kizaru unable to encompass the entirety of the land with his observation hockey. Thus, on the opposing side of the island, you reside in a realm of clarity, triumphantly escaping from this torment, which has burdened him with innumerable shadows of the past. Caesar, you shall await my presence. You navigated the expanse of Punk Hazard, and upon surfacing from the depths of the ocean, you glanced back to emit a low growl directed at the island. In the next moment, he beheld a dazzling array of yellow figures materializing above the island, causing his pupils to constrict sharply in astonishment. It is the radiant counterpart of the yellow ape. Upon glimpsing those yellow figures, my muscles instinctively tightened, and a chill of perspiration emerged. Fortuitously, I departed without a moment's hesitation, otherwise, I could have found myself ensnared by Kizaru, had I not been endowed with the elusive attribute of transparency. You hasten your pace, fervently striving to distance yourself from this seemingly languid yet profoundly formidable naval admiral. At that instant, the yellow ape appeared to perceive a presence and fixed its gaze upon the direction from which you had disappeared.
Did that formidable beast evade Punk Hazard with such alacrity?
The yellow simian furrowed his brow in contemplation.
Nevertheless, let us initiate a barrage of laser fire first.
Upon observing the luminous projectiles unleashed by the yellow ape,
you expedite your flight, desperately ascending amidst the clouds,
eluding the radiant beams in every conceivable direction. Nevertheless, confronted with such fervor, he remained profoundly affected. Nevertheless, despite being weighed down by a multitude of tribulations, you endeavor with unwavering determination to preserve your clarity, resolutely resisting the urge to unveil your true essence. Nevertheless, the spattered blood remained perceptible to the yellow ape's observation haki, emanating an overpowering presence. Indeed, it has truly escaped. With a quirked brow, yellow ape conjured a multitude of radiant clones in an instant, which subsequently morphed into ethereal light elements, catapulting him forward with breathtaking velocity.
You rogue, yellow ape! What is it that you pursue?
Upon observing the yellow ape in relentless chase,
a shiver traverses your spine, and within, a cascade of invectives surges forth.
He swiftly descends, gliding just above the ocean's surface.
He recognizes that, devoid of a destination, the powers of the yellow ape's light-like fruit ought not to permit infinite flight across the boundless sea.
Therefore, you must seek refuge in a location far removed, until you can elude the unyielding chase of the yellow ape.
Ah! Remarkable clarity.
However, to maintain the serenity of the sea, you must not take your leave. The yellow ape scrutinized the spattered blood, estimating the likely position of the ethereal giant dragon, before proceeding to unleash a relentless onslaught of his laser projectiles. Amidst the barrage of laser projectiles, blood once again surged forth as the yellow ape swiftly and precisely discerned the location of the colossal dragon.
Number 88.
Yield without opposition. The golden primate bellowed, his demeanor astonishingly composed. He metamorphosed from an unremarkable being into the most formidable specimen of genetic enhancement. However, he remains insignificant when juxtaposed with the legendary buccaneers of the New World. Were it not for the directives issued by the 5 Elder Stars to apprehend number 88 unharmed, he could have already eradicated this menace.
Yellow ape. Is it not permissible to savor life at a leisurely pace?
In a year, I shall bestow upon you 10 billion.
A full belly permits an early retirement.
Amidst the relentless barrage of laser projectiles, your ability to remain transparent has faltered,
unveiling the formidable outline of an immense dragon.
With a touch of urgency, he called out to the yellow ape.
Oh, is this an endeavor to coerce me? Such an act is utterly intolerable. After all, apprehending you is a directive from the paramount authority on the globe.
The golden simian observed your arrival, his countenance shifting to one of profound gravity. The celestial dragon, ignited by an extraordinary flame, conjured recollections of the Yonko, Kaido of the 100 Beasts.
The resplendent golden lightsaber glimmered,
casting its radiant glow upon his hand, swiftly delivering strikes with deadly accuracy.
Have you allied yourself with the noble cause of justice? Solely to assist the ethereal beings in subjugating the ordinary populace?
You unleashed a deluge of vitriol.
The flames that engulfed you surged with wild abandon. In a fervent frenzy, the dragon's talons struck at the yellow ape, while beams of light and the searing breath of the dragon raged in a chaotic onslaught against him. Poopy. Everyone.
Excessively sluggish.
The yellow ape dismisses your utterances, instantaneously metamorphosing beneath the dragon's talons into radiant luminescence, seamlessly eluding the onslaught. As beams of light scintillate, crimson droplets cascade, he delivers a singular sword stroke upon your dragon.
Subsequently, amid the rapid dance of light and shadow, the immense form of the dragon was perpetually drenched in crimson, as countless gaping wounds emerged upon its regal physique.
Oh, what an impressive display of defensive prowess! Truly, it is a remarkable behemoth. The golden primate beheld the immense enclosure, eternally marred yet ceaselessly rejuvenating, a glimmer of wonder illuminating his gaze.
This experimental being has undoubtedly granted him an array of astonishing revelations. To my utter astonishment, despite his formidable onslaught, he could merely breach the defenses, failing to fully penetrate the vast corporeal form of the colossal dragon.
Yellow ape. Within your gaze, overflowing with wrath, resides an unwavering animosity.
Beneath the rapid onslaught of the yellow ape, he perceived himself as nothing more than a laboratory mouse, trapped within a domain of utter futility. A profound sense of despair that yearns for insurrection while simultaneously feeling utterly powerless to resist. As the unyielding onslaught of the yellow monkey endures, your dragon's form endures incessant wounds and undergoes continual healing, resulting in a rapid exhaustion of his vigor and a steadily waning complexion. At this moment, your heart has utterly plummeted.
Apologies, number 88.
The yellow ape relentlessly and swiftly annihilates his adversaries, inflicting persistent injuries upon you, rapidly depleting your stamina, all in anticipation of capturing you alive.
Ah!
The dragon you have metamorphosed into is incapable of striking the swiftly darting yellow ape. Whether it be the blazing exhalation of a dragon or a flash of lightning, both are seamlessly transformed into mere beams of light. Ultimately, he could do little more than withstand the unyielding onslaughts of the yellow ape while perpetually evading capture. He ventured near the ocean's surface, skillfully harnessing the tempestuous winds to agitate the waters in a desperate attempt to elude the yellow ape. Alas, his endeavors were in vain. His heart became increasingly agitated.
He cannot be reclaimed. He cannot revert to that inferno.
As a mere subject of experimentation.
Embrace the essence of reality.
The abrupt emergence of the golden primate inflicted a deep and gaping wound upon the dragon's flesh, exposing its innermost organs and delivering an immediate and catastrophic impact upon you.
You bellow in defiance. How could he yield in this place? He would choose to perish rather than be recaptured as a specimen for experimentation. Reflecting upon those distressing moments of metamorphosis, amidst agonizing turmoil and bitterness,
a chilling aura erupts from deep within your being.
A multitude of ebony and scarlet lightning bolts descend with unbridled ferocity. The yellow monkey, ensnared by the harrowing ambience, found itself momentarily enveloped in astonishment.
In a tempest of fury, you unleashed a deluge of lethal dragon fire and searing laser beams, annihilating the yellow monkey in a resplendent eruption of radiant elemental energy. Ere the golden simian could regain its form from the metamorphosis into luminescence, you, with an ashen visage, once more succumbed to a state of translucence, fleeing in a state of frenzied haste. Amidst the enduring dance of ebony and scarlet, the golden simian slowly commenced its recuperation, albeit at a languorous tempo, and its visage assumed an increasingly somber expression.
What is this?
This is the haki of the conqueror. Nevertheless, one can still curtail the remarkable supremacy of nature's essence. Beholding the barren stretch of the ocean, lacking any terrestrial refuge, the yellow ape deftly navigated the celestial route, surveying the surroundings with acute awareness. With a troubled expression, he swiftly morphed into a luminous streak, racing back to Punk Hazard at an exhilarating pace. Upon returning to the warship, the yellow ape, bearing a serious countenance, promptly commanded all naval personnel to initiate a search for the critically injured experiment number 88. Should Subject 88 elude capture or endure grievous injuries, ultimately plunging into the abyss of the sea, it would herald significant complications for Kizaru. He genuinely did not foresee that this experimental subject, the youthful demon, could also manifest the conqueror's haki, and furthermore, in an unparalleled manner. This revelation inadvertently compelled him to make a considerable error. He conveyed the most recent intelligence and critical threats pertaining to experiment number 88 to the naval headquarters and the world government through a clandestine telephone interception. Before long, Admiral Kizaru commanded a fleet of warships to venture into this maritime expanse, diligently seeking the remnants of experiment 88. Some naval personnel even descended into the abyssal depths of the sea to pursue their investigation. Nevertheless, despite the reinforcements dispatched from the naval headquarters to launch an extensive search, the enigmatic experiment 88 continued to evade capture. This infused the lascivious countenance of Kizaru with profound sorrow and despair. Indeed, the ineffectual Kizaru was soon subjected to severe reprimands by the elders. Satan instructed Kizaru to persist in the quest and to broaden the search to encompass the adjacent islands. In conclusion, one inevitably engages with others throughout life, and in death, one must find repose before a threshold. Conversely, Vegapunk and a multitude of scientists conjecture that, given the immense dimensions of the artificial Azure Dragon, the ancient giant lineage within number 88, which had once experienced a thwarted transformation, has seemingly been reawakened. They must acknowledge that experiment subject 88 is undeniably extraordinary, not only demonstrating unparalleled compatibility but also teeming with marvels. Consequently, subject number 88, possessing the unsuccessful fishman transformation, may likewise have its blood revitalized. This suggests that even should number 88 plunge into the depths of the sea, it shall not readily surrender to its fate. Furthermore, the heritage of the Lunaria tribe, its Piscine ancestry, and even the man-made fish fruit in its Azure Dragon manifestation, coupled with the Azure companion form, endow number 88 with extraordinary capabilities essential for thriving in the depths of the ocean. Therefore, the Navy must formulate a strategy to recover him. This intelligence has prompted both the war nation of Buddha and the illustrious strategist Crane to express their concern. What manner of monstrosity have these scientists ultimately created? Intelligence reports suggest that this individual harbors significant toxicity, and the transparent lineage factors can. The report from the Yellow Monkey concerning the remarkable conqueror's haki has been duly submitted. The very contemplation of it evokes a profound sense of dread. Should Subject 88 indeed endure and elude capture, what manner of fearsome entity shall it evolve into as it reaches maturity?
The most unsettling aspect is that Subject 88 harbors an extreme resentment towards the world government and the scientists involved. Contemplating this, the warring states immediately elevated the mission to capture Subject 88 to the highest priority. They must apprehend or eliminate him before he has the chance to mature into a formidable threat. In fact, they secretly hoped that Subject 88 had already sustained severe injuries and sunk into the sea, devoured by marine beasts, thus sparing them from an overwhelming predicament. On the boundless ocean, he finally escaped. Donya Huanglong gasped for breath, his wounds writhing and healing. Yet the significant depletion of his stamina rendered his complexion exceedingly pale. He could not afford to sleep, not even for a moment. The dragon form he assumed remained in a translucent state, swaying precariously above the waters. Overwhelmed by fatigue, his sole desire was to locate an island for refuge. Should he plunge into the sea now, all his struggles and efforts would be in vain. After such a grueling escape from the yellow ape, how could he succumb on the very path of his flight? After half a day of relentless flight, darkness enveloped the sky. Donya Huanglong, with a weary and battered body, experienced excruciating muscle pain and nearly plunged into the ocean multiple times as his invisibility faltered. However, the agonizing experiences of the past 2 years compelled him to grit his teeth and persevere. Just as he felt on the verge of collapse, he finally glimpsed the silhouette of an island. Summoning his last ounce of strength, he dove into a primeval forest, feeling an immense sense of relief as he landed. His fall created a massive crater in the ground, and the invisible dragon form quickly faded, reverting to his human shape. Utterly exhausted, Donya Huanglong had neither the strength to survey his surroundings nor the will to remain conscious, and he succumbed to a deep slumber. Minutes later, small figures began to emerge among the nearby trees and bushes, cautiously observing and probing this unexpected adult. Is he dead? Is he a pirate? He appears to be injured. He has bled profusely, his clothes stained with blood. Should we call for the princess to assist him? A cacophony of voices exchanged rapid thoughts, each uncertain of what to do until a small figure, adorned with golden hair, made an appearance. The following day, the Navy headquarters commenced a large-scale search operation in the Punk Hazard Sea area, deploying nearly 100 warships, which drew the attention of numerous factions. The renowned Morgans rushed to investigate and uncover the truth behind this event, hoping to obtain insider information for a sensational expose. Meanwhile, in Dressrosa, Doflamingo chuckled to himself as he gazed towards Punk Hazard. Through secret intelligence from Virgo, he learned that Caesar, the second scientist, had been imprisoned, presenting him with a potential opportunity. As for the escaped Subject 88, Virgo had limited information. Nonetheless, the world government's significant concern regarding the matter piqued Doflamingo's immense interest. If given the opportunity, he too would seek out experiment number 88. Even if he could not subdue it, selling it to the world government would yield immense profit. Other dark forces and notorious pirates were probing for information about the Navy, eager to uncover intelligence regarding the Punk Hazard waters. Days later, on the island of Baldigo in the Grand Line, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dracul, learned through clandestine means that Vegapunk had relocated to a new laboratory. He promptly contacted Bartholomew Kuma, who had previously withdrawn from the Revolutionary Army. The two reunited aboard Dracul's ship, the Gramma. Dracul relayed to Kuma the news of Ivankov and Lightning's imprisonment, as well as updates regarding Vegapunk. He advised Kuma to seize the moment while Vegapunk's new laboratory defenses were weak and the Yellow Monkey was not present to protect him. Thus, Kuma was urged to swiftly escort the 8-year-old Bonnie to Egghead Island in the New World to seek Vegapunk's assistance. During their conversation, Bello Betty, a cadre of the Revolutionary Army, also gained Kuma's approval and officially inherited the position of Eastern Army Commander from Ginny. Subsequently, the tyrant Kuma, bearing news of Vegapunk and Egghead Island, hastily returned to the Kingdom of Sorbet in the South Blue, placing the ailing Bonnie, afflicted with the rare Jade Scale Syndrome, into an opaque box, embarking on the journey to the New World. Since the pawpaw fruit could not directly transport him to unfamiliar distant locations, Kuma could only carry Bonnie to islands in the New World that he had previously visited before devising a means to procure a small sailboat to journey to the enigmatic Egghead Island. To cure Bonnie's terminal illness, Kuma was willing to pay any price, even his own life. This was his enduring remorse towards Ginny. Once, Ginny had proposed to Kuma, but he cowardly chose to evade her due to his Bakunyu heritage, rejecting her. Nevertheless, Ginny remained steadfast, joining him in the Revolutionary Army, only to later be captured by the Celestial Dragons, enduring inhumane suffering and giving birth to Bonnie. Failing to protect Ginny left Kuma with a guilt that he could never absolve. Thus, Bonnie, now stricken with a terminal illness, had become the entirety of his life's significance, eclipsing even the cause of the Revolutionary Army. Chapter 6, Greenbit and the Little People on the island of Greenbit, adjacent to Dressrosa. A tremendous sound echoed as several colossal trees fell beneath the might of a shadowy figure, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air. This formidable physique would be wasted without the mastery of Haki. The black-haired Donya Huanglong, having adapted over the past few days, had begun to harness the myriad abilities within him, endowing him with remarkable self-preservation skills. At this moment, enveloped in crackling electricity, he surveyed his bulging muscles and allowed a satisfied smile to grace his face. The grievous wound inflicted by Kizuru had vanished, even the ominous purple venomous markings now concealed. His sheer physical strength granted him a defensive capability rivaling that of armament Haki, a testament to the racial power of the Oni and the ancient giants. Not only was his defense astonishing, but his strength was immense, and his recovery rate paralleled that of Zoan-type users. Coupled with the artificial Azure Dragon ability, Donya Huanglong now surpassed even the youthful Kaido of the beasts. This exaggerated resilience, though perhaps not on par with Big Mom's Iron Balloon, could certainly rival the innate hardness of Bobby Vancrew's skin, capable of shattering ordinary armament Haki-imbued weapons, perhaps activated by the failed lineage of the Lion Mane tribe. Donya Huanglong's black hair had grown extraordinarily long, rivaling the golden locks of Shiki the Golden Lion, shimmering with static electricity akin to a scion. Flames of the Lunaria tribe danced upon him, and upon entering his half-dragon form, he sprouted colossal horns reminiscent of the ancient giants. The extent to which these failed genetic modifications could be fully activated remained uncertain. Clenching his fist, filled with ambition, he marveled at the unexpected compatibility of this body, which had successfully integrated numerous bloodlines through excruciating trials. The lineage of the fur tribe seemed only partially activated, as he had not sprouted fur all over his body. Otherwise, it would have been quite uncomfortable. The fur tribe and the artificial Azure Dragon form both wielded control over electricity and combined with the flames of the Lunaria tribe. His mastery over thunder and fire elements was extraordinary. This remarkably altered body surpassed even the capabilities of a Paramecia user, wielding an array of powers: lightning, flames, wind blades, laser beams, toxins, invisibility, gigantism, flight, immense strength, a repertoire even more extensive than that of Queen the Plague. This was indeed the pinnacle of creations from Vegapunk and the entire scientific team. This body of his, a fusion of the most potent traits, had only awakened the fire of adaptation from the Lunaria tribe, with neither the brown skin, nor white hair, nor wings activated. The fur tribe had unlocked its static electricity capabilities, and it remained to be seen whether the moon lion state had also awakened. In any case, his body had not sprouted the fur tribe's fluff. Donya Huanglong was also left wondering what abilities might emerge from the failed fishman lineage, perhaps swimming prowess or tenfold strength in his arms. Yet, even if he awakened tenfold strength, it would be overshadowed by the might of the Oni and ancient giants. As for the ability to breathe underwater, only a plunge into the sea would reveal the truth. However, after consuming the artificial bloodline fruit of the Azure Dragon, his fishman lineage had already become obsolete, rendering it dormant. He would never allow himself to be cast into the depths by another. Donya Huanglong tended to a few massive trees, effortlessly lifting them and returning to the side of his humble abode, preparing for an expansion. Donya Lando, do not recklessly damage the forest. A petite golden figure swiftly leaped onto Donya Huanglong's shoulder, softly admonishing him. Understood, Donya Huanglong replied, reigning in the tempestuous aura of thunder and fury that surrounded him, turning to smile at the little princess of the diminutive folk. It was one of the rare smiles he had displayed since his arrival in this world. Just a few days prior, after recovering a modicum of consciousness from grievous injuries, he had gained the trust and friendship of the little folk through a mere white lie. By masquerading as a descendant of Nolan, he successfully persuaded Princess Manxueli to utilize her healing fruit powers to tend to his wounds. The little folk spared no effort in providing Donya Huanglong with sustenance and various medicinal herbs, aiding him in his swift recovery. Even the trousers he wore were borrowed from the diminutive folk in Dressrosa. The blood-soaked white coat had long since been discarded. Witnessing these little beings pilfering to support him filled Donya Huanglong, who had endured darkness and tribulation, with a profound sense of the world's inherent goodness and beauty for the first time. The kindness of these little folk brought warmth to his heart. Donya Lando can enlist Leo and the others to assist in building a house. They work swiftly, Princess Manxueli cheerfully remarked. After Donya Huanglong had stealthily taken her to explore the bustling streets of Dressrosa the previous day, she was eager to venture there once more. Since Don Quixote da Flamingo had ascended as the new king of Dressrosa, the residents had grown less amicable towards their kind, the fairies, even resorting to capturing them for auction. They had overheard in conversations among the officers of the Don Quixote family that a group of little warriors had been seized and sold to a certain notorious pirate known as Big Mom for breeding and collection. This news instilled a deep sense of dread among them. The thought of their kin being ravaged by the towering giants only amplified their fears. Consequently, the little folk drastically curtailed their excursions to Dressrosa for play and borrowing. The elderly and frail of their community were forbidden from crossing the Great Bridge, allowing only a select few elite warriors to venture forth. Thus, Donya Huanglong's ability to take Princess Manxueli to enjoy a day in Dressrosa filled her with immense joy. There is no need to trouble Leo and the others. A little effort will suffice. Donya Huanglong gently patted Manxueli's small head, stating that this wooden cabin was merely a temporary refuge. He could not remain on the tiny island of Greenbit indefinitely. He sought strength, desired to forge a faction, and yearned for vengeance. It is no trouble at all. We are genuinely delighted to serve the illustrious Donya Randall. You are a great adventurer and hero, akin to the esteemed Nolan. Princess Manxueli spoke earnestly, having witnessed the formidable prowess of Donya Huanglong over the past few days. A myriad of abilities unfolding before their eyes, deepening their admiration for him. For centuries prior, Nolan rescued the diminutive folk, becoming their hero and benefactor. Now, they firmly believe that Donya Huanglong will emerge as their new champion. After witnessing Donya Huanglong's strength, the leader of the diminutive folk, Ganxiao, earnestly beseeched him to assist the royal family of Li Ku in overthrowing the tyrannical rule of Doflamingo, so that they might restore their once peaceful existence. In recent years, the Don Quixote family has captured dozens of the diminutive folk for auction, instilling fear in them and making them hesitant to traverse the Great Bridge to Dressrosa to borrow supplies. Gan Xiao even yearned to implore Donya Huanglong to rescue their kin who had been sold away. Donya Huanglong, after a moment's contemplation, agreed to do his utmost to assist them, although he acknowledged the necessity of further time to strengthen and develop. The earnest, diminutive folk promptly declared their willingness to follow Donya Huanglong, pledging to face adversities together. In life and death, their spontaneous allegiance provided Donya Huanglong, who is currently destitute and without foundation, with a blueprint to establish his own power from the ground up, using the diminutive folk as his cornerstone. This fortuitous alliance with the diminutive folk, an easily manageable race, was an opportunity not to be missed. Moreover, within their ranks, there exist 4 wielders of devil fruits: the superhuman healing fruit, the stitch fruit, and the animal-type bug fruit in both wasp and stag beetle forms. Among these, Manchu Li's healing fruit ability is particularly esteemed by Donya Huanglong. The diminutive folk are all endowed with remarkable strength and speed, possessing admirable combat capabilities, albeit with a tendency towards timidity and a lack of deceit, rendering them susceptible to deception. Additionally, they are natural green-thumbed cultivators, excelling in agriculture, which may prove beneficial in the future. Presently, Caesar has yet to escape from prison and join Doflamingo, and the cultivation of artificial devil fruits has not commenced. Therefore, the Don Quixote family has not engaged in large-scale capture of the diminutive folk for assistance in tree planting, alleviating some burdens for Donya Huanglong. Most importantly, the diminutive folk harbor immense trust in Donya Huanglong and are exceptionally obedient, making it inconceivable for him to forsake this fortuitous alliance with a race that has presented itself as both a boon and a savior. Chapter 7. Familiar faces in Dressrosa in the New World. Amidst the bustling streets of Dressrosa, a remote alley bore witness to the ruthless actions of Donya Huanglong, who discarded a pirate's lifeless body after robbing him of all his berries. For such despicable scum, the act of killing posed no challenge for him. With the meager fortune he acquired, he adorned himself with a new outfit and indulged in the exquisite cuisine of this world, even purchasing pastries for the likes of Mancheri and her companions. Today, he had to appease Mancheri for quite some time before he could set foot alone in Dressrosa, as the notion of committing murder and theft with an innocent girl like her in tow was far too troublesome. Just a couple of days prior, he had strolled through the streets of Dressrosa with her, but due to a lack of funds, they had returned empty-handed, prompted by her insistence. Today, however, he was determined to engage in a bit of black market thievery. Caesar, that scoundrel, has yet to escape from prison. Thus, I find no immediate opportunity for revenge. As for the Gorosei Satan, that target is rather distant. It is best to first acquire hockey before pursuing such ambitions, he mused, savoring a piece of roasted meat while traversing the vibrant thoroughfare, his cold gaze scanning for the next pirate scum to fill his coffers. Simultaneously, he sought avenues to obtain hockey in Dressrosa, pondering the existence of any black markets. If Blackbeard could bide his time for 2 or 3 decades, awaiting the emergence of the darkness fruit, then surely Donya Huanglong could endure a year or so to master hockey. Should he desire, he might even consider infiltrating the Whitebeard pirates, lying low for a year or 2, then seizing the darkness fruit from Blackbeard himself. However, unlike Blackbeard, he was not a peculiar being capable of consuming a second devil fruit. Yet, given the chance, he would devise a means to acquire the darkness fruit, preventing Blackbeard from rising to power. At that moment, the lively street erupted with a cacophony of voices. "Baby 5, please marry me. I need your companionship for a lifetime." A rather unsavory-looking young man, clutching a handful of wildflowers, proposed to a stunning beauty clad in a maid's outfit with long, elegant legs. His lewd expression was unmistakable, easily revealing his ulterior motives. Nevertheless, the maid, blushing and bashful, did not refuse his proposal, seemingly oblivious to the young man's inappropriate intentions. Her cheeks tinged with a delightful hue that stirred desire in onlookers. "Is it a maid being offered for free, Baby 5? Donya Huanglong recognized the enchanting maid, who was indeed a Paramecia-type devil fruit user with commendable combat abilities. Regrettably, her potential was squandered due to her inadequate mastery of her powers. Just as the lewd young man believed he was on the verge of winning the heart of the beauty, The gathered residents of Dressrosa looked on, mocking the outsider. Suddenly, Donya Huanglong's gaze shifted toward a particular point in the air, his expression turning solemn. It was the ability of the flamingo's line fruit. Indeed, just as Baby 5 was about to consent to the proposal of the lecherous young man, a silent, swift thread pierced the young man's heart in an instant. A copious amount of crimson blood rapidly soaked through his white attire. The lecherous young man gazed in horror at his chest, feeling an excruciating pain radiating from his heart. What is happening? Truly a foolhardy outsider, daring to flirt with a member of the Don Quixote family. He deserves to die. A resident of Dressrosa laughed heartily, for each week he witnessed the demise of ignorant souls at the hands of King Don Quixote da Flamingo. This was akin to the thrill of gladiatorial combat, filled with excitement. The root of all this chaos lay in Baby 5, the beautiful officer who could not refuse anyone. While it was acceptable for her to lend a hand, anyone bold enough to propose to her or attempt to swindle her would face Da Flamingo's ruthless purge. That detestable young master. I shall kill you. Upon witnessing the man collapse before her, Baby 5 furiously charged towards the king's plateau, intent on confronting Da Flamingo. She despised how the young master repeatedly eliminated those who needed her. She yearned for others to depend on her. Why must he take away her fiancé's time and again? As the crowd dispersed in a frenzy, the minions of the Don Quixote family swiftly emerged to clean up, expertly dragging away the corpse with practiced efficiency. Donya Erishur, having finished his barbecue, watched the scene with an impassive expression. This was the pirate world where human life was as expendable as grass. The weak were incapable even of choosing the manner of their demise. Without mastering hockey, it is best to refrain from engaging with someone like Da Flamingo. Donya Erishur discarded the bone, momentarily halting his thoughts of exchanging Virgo's secrets for hockey training methods. He also set aside any notions of deceiving Baby 5. That fellow, Tenyasha, was notorious for his ruthlessness and vengefulness. He recalled how Da Flamingo relentlessly pursued Tezelo after discovering his theft of the Gomu fruit for over a year. It was only when Tezelo's strength could fully contend with Da Flamingo's that they laid down their enmity and gradually became business partners. One could not deny Tezelo's remarkable audacity. His abilities were well suited to the Gomu fruit. In a mere 3 to 4 years, he awakened its powers, showcasing extraordinary talent. Reflecting on Tezelo's past as a celestial dragon slave sparked an idea in Donya Arashi's mind. Moreover, with Tezelo's girlfriend, Stella, having perished at the hands of the celestial dragons, there might be an opportunity to draw him into his own faction. Should he succeed, Donya Erishur would no longer lack for funds and could gain a formidable ally. Of course, the prerequisite remained his own strength, ensuring he was worthy of collaborating with such a fierce individual. Otherwise, relying solely on threats would lead this tyrant to devise ways to eliminate him. As Donya Huanglong beheld the receding silhouette of Baby 5, his eyes narrowed slightly. The mere thought of Don Quixote da Flamingo's celestial dragon lineage conjured memories of Satan, the celestial dragon who had deprived him of one eye. Though Da Flamingo harbored resentment towards the celestial dragons, he simultaneously yearned to reclaim that exalted status, albeit the celestial dragons were reluctant to embrace him once more. Having accepted the diminutive race, it was evident that Dressrosa and the Don Quixote family had become one of his aspirations. With sufficient strength, Donya Huanglong would not hesitate to seize everything that belonged to Da Flamingo. During the 2.5 years spent as a test subject in Punk Hazard, he had come to fully comprehend the rules of this world, the survival of the fittest, where the victor reigns supreme. As Donya Huanglong turned to seek out the next unfortunate pirate in the black market, a colossal figure emerged within his line of sight. Beneath the immense hooded cloak, he recognized a familiar visage. Moreover, the wooden crate cradled in the giant's arms sparked a revelation within him. It was he. This individual had yet to pursue that brainy Vegapunk. As thoughts of his old friend Vegapunk whirled in his mind, a smile unexpectedly broke upon his lips. Without a moment's hesitation, he decided to follow. Accompanying this figure seemed to promise the acquisition of a powerful hockey training method, and perhaps he could persuade him to join his ranks, while simultaneously uncovering Vegapunk's new lair. These thoughts sent tremors of excitement coursing through Donya Huanglong. Chapter 8. Bartholomew Kuma in a secluded alley. A colossal figure came to a halt. "Why are you following me?" Bartholomew Kuma gazed impassively at the unfamiliar man who had trailed him, his body instinctively entering a state of vigilance, emanating an aura of profound danger. He sensed the formidable presence of Donya Huanglong, suspecting he was yet another bothersome pirate or bounty hunter. Ever since the Navy had placed a bounty on him, he had encountered many such individuals. However, he had not anticipated being followed so soon after arriving in Dressrosa, having recently utilized his pawpaw fruit abilities. This stranger seemed to possess considerable skill. Yet, Kuma had little time to engage with Donya Huanglong. He was in urgent pursuit of a small sailboat to head to Egghead Island, accompanied by Bonnie, which made it imprudent to confront other powerful foes. Just as he prepared to use his pawpaw fruit abilities to depart, the stranger spoke. "Jade scales can heal," Donya Huanglong remarked, observing the dangerous aura radiating from the tyrant Kuma. At that moment, he had already devised a plan to recruit Kuma into his ranks. This gentleman, willing to forsake everything for Bonnie, was far easier to handle than the likes of the Golden Emperor, Taizolo. Most importantly, his strength was on par with Taizolo's. "What?" Bartholomew Kuma, whose expression had been icy, suddenly widened his eyes in disbelief, his composure fracturing as his hands trembled. His journey to Egghead Island was merely an attempt to seek Vegapunk. In truth, he harbored doubts about whether Vegapunk could truly cure Bonnie. Over the years, he had traversed the seas, visiting renowned doctors, only to face disappointment time and again. Now, hearing Donya Huanglong's assured tone caused tears to well up in the corners of his eyes. It was splendid news. Bonnie could live past 10 years old. Inside the wooden crate, Bonnie also felt a surge of excitement, her eyes brimming with hope. Once her illness was cured, she yearned to travel the world with her father. "Let us discuss on that island over there. I wish to see the extent of your pawpaw fruit abilities." Donya Huanglong gestured toward Greenbit Island, situated to the north of Dressrosa, then approached Kuma directly. In Dressrosa, there is a risk of being discovered by Doflamingo's men, particularly Violet, the wielder of the stare fruit, who was still in Doflamingo's service and could not be underestimated. Kuma was taken aback by how well Donya Huanglong understood him, aware not only of Bonnie's Jade Scale affliction, but also of his identity and the nature of his abilities. This revelation heightened his sense of caution. Nevertheless, for Bonnie's sake, he was willing to embrace any peril. He glanced at Greenbit Island, estimated the distance, removed his gloves, and with a single palm strike, sent Donya Huanglong hurtling through the air, following suit in the next moment. In an instant, the two vanished from sight, soaring toward the distant island. Bang! In the primordial forest of Greenbit Island, two colossal bear paws struck the ground, creating two immense craters in succession. "What remarkable power you possess, Bartholomew Kuma!" exclaimed Donya Huanglong with excitement. Kuma currently held the coordinates of Nine Snake Island, Visalia, and the Boyne Archipelago, which would greatly facilitate Donya Huanglong's endeavors. Plans began to take shape in his mind. The imposing figure of Kuma, towering nearly 7 meters, evoked a sense of oppression in Donya Huanglong. Kuma's height of 689 centimeters surpassed Whitebeard's 666 centimeters, embodying the stature of a true giant. In contrast, after numerous physical transformations and enhancements, Donya Huanglong's height remained a mere 266 centimeters, comparable to Yamato, the daughter of Kaido. Yet before Kuma, he felt like a mere child. His ancient giant lineage could only manifest perfectly in his dragon form. In his normal state, transforming into a titan was exceedingly unstable. His precarious titan form, at its peak, reached approximately 66 meters, rivaling the height of 3 giants combined. "Who are you? Do you truly possess a method to heal the Azure Dragon scale?" Bartholomew Kuma removed his hood, revealing a slightly anxious expression, his large frame softened by the presence of his rimless glasses, lending him an air of scholarly gentleness. "I am aware of the abilities of the healing fruit and the surgery fruit users, and I know their whereabouts. I also understand a medical technique called stem cell transplantation, which can completely heal the Azure Dragon scale. Donya Huanglong replied calmly, his steady demeanor igniting excitement in both Kuma and Bonnie, further solidifying their trust in him. As for me, you may call me Donya Huanglong, an escaped experiment from the world government's laboratory, a man with the goal of annihilating the world government and eliminating the five elders. His laser-modified eyes shimmered, affirming the truth of his words. I am now preparing to build my own force, and I hope you will join me. Donya Huanglong's gaze was intense as he looked at Kuma, contemplating the potential of persuading this formidable user of the pawpaw fruit to join his ranks, which would allow his new faction to ascend rapidly. You seek to confront the world government? To challenge the five elders? I could actually introduce you to the Revolutionary Army. They too exist to overthrow the world government. Kuma said in shock, his eyes lighting up at the prospect. Donya Huanglong's objectives aligned closely with those of the Revolutionary Army, and Kuma was eager to bring this man. Donya Huanglong, under Dragon-S command. Do you believe I would submit to another? Donya Huanglong coldly regarded Kuma, his aura erupting with undeniable force. He would never be subservient to anyone. This revelation caused Kuma to widen his eyes once more in astonishment. He had not anticipated that this individual possessed the rare qualities of a true king. Do you wish to avenge Ginny? Do you desire to heal Bonnie? Dragon could not save Ginny and Bonnie, and even Ivankov was imprisoned and impelled down. They were all your family, sharing both joy and hardship, yet you could do nothing for them. Donya Huanglong observed the hesitant bear and continued, his words striking with relentless force upon Bear's heart like a barrage of cannon fire. This caused Bear to involuntarily take a step back. Indeed, he had failed to protect Ginny and could not shield Ivankov and Bonnie either. In that moment, overwhelmed by guilt, Bear suddenly knelt down, tears streaming down his face. His life had been one of tragic solitude. His mother perished at the hands of the celestial dragons, and his father met the same fate before his eyes. The beloved Ginny was tormented by the celestial dragons and ultimately died in his embrace, with three of his dearest loved ones falling victim to their cruelty. His elder brother Ivankov was captured, and he could not save him. Bonnie was afflicted with a terminal illness, and he was powerless to heal her. This cowardly member of the Barakian tribe could not bring smiles to the world as Nika once did. Perhaps sensing Bear's anguish, little Bonnie inside the box desperately pounded against the wooden planks, shouting to be released. She wished to scold the despicable Donya Huanglong for his reckless words and to comfort her gentle, weeping father. Join my forces, and I will find a way to cure Bonnie. I will avenge Ginny by annihilating the celestial dragons, and even launch an attack on Impel Down to rescue Ivankov. Donya Huanglong continued, observing the increasingly distressed Bear. In his view, Bear possessed formidable strength yet exhibited an overly gentle and kind disposition, which had led to such tragedies. The mismatch between his power and character was perhaps a flaw. He ought to become a true tyrant. As long as I can save Bonnie, I will accept any condition you propose. Bear clutched the wooden box tightly, soothing Bonnie before looking at Donya Huanglong, taking a deep breath as he spoke. Although Bear had previously contemplated rejoining the Revolutionary Army alongside Dragon once Bonnie recovered, now, for Bonnie and for revenge, he was willing to accept any terms proposed by Donya Huanglong, including joining his forces. Chapter 9. The force known as the Azure Dragon Corps, a decisive choice. On the indifferent countenance of Donya Azure Dragon, a faint smile finally emerged. He had never anticipated that his first member would be the tyrant, Big Bear. Then, what shall we name our organization? Big Bear inquired gently, regaining his composure. Let be called the Azure Dragon Corps, Donya Azure Dragon proclaimed, an overwhelming aura emanating from him as small black-red lightning bolts danced around. Inside the wooden crate, Bonnie suddenly felt a wave of suffocation, her eyes beginning to roll back. Stay calm, Captain Azure Dragon. Bonnie cannot withstand this conqueror's hockey. Big Bear swiftly intervened, halting the new boss from recklessly unleashing his conqueror's hockey. My apologies. I have yet to master it, Donya Azure Dragon replied, taking a moment to steady his emotions. This formidable hockey was something he had not yet learned to control, remaining unfamiliar to him. He had unintentionally awakened it under the pressure from the yellow ape, a completely unexpected occurrence. However, he possessed not only the bloodline of the Oni clan belonging to Kaido of the 100 Beasts, but also consumed a man-made fruit derived from Kaido's genetic factors, transforming him into a dragon-like form. Coupled with his simmering anger and resentment, the awakening of Conqueror's Haki was not entirely implausible. By the way, Captain, when shall we visit the healing fruit user and the surgeon fruit user, as well as that doctor skilled in stem cell transplants? Big Bear asked, his face aglow with hope. He would willingly sacrifice himself to heal Bonnie without a second thought. Rest assured, those individuals are also among my targets. And the healing fruit user resides on this very island. Moreover, during your search for Vegapunk, you should have the permanent pointer to Egghead Island, correct? I am quite familiar with Vegapunk. He is the one who modified my eye. Additionally, the one who blinded me is someone you know as well. The old wretch, Saint Saturn. Azure Dragon chuckled, recalling the experiments Vegapunk had conducted on him and the grudge he held against Saturn, causing a dull ache in his eye. Yet, he bore no deep-seated animosity towards Vegapunk, for the man still adhered to a certain scientific ethicality. Nonetheless, Azure Dragon intended for Vegapunk to work for him for life as recompense for his pain. The healing fruit user is on this island? Big Bear exclaimed with delight, astonished that this ability user was so near. If Bonnie could be healed now, the heavy burden he had carried for years would finally be lifted. He even momentarily disregarded the threat posed by Saturn, the saint who had nearly defeated him in the Valley of Gods. Do not rejoice too swiftly. The healing fruit primarily addresses external injuries. It may prove ineffective against the incurable disease, blue scale, much like your pawpaw fruit ability, Azure Dragon cautioned, dousing Big Bear's excitement with a dose of reality, as he too was uncertain of the healing fruit's efficacy. Nevertheless, Big Bear remained elated. At the very least, there was now a glimmer of hope for healing. Also, I would appreciate it if you could teach me the techniques of armament haki and observation haki. In recent days, we have been on this island, allowing the healer with the power of the healing fruit to treat Bonnie. If we cannot completely cure Bonnie, we shall promptly depart for Egghead Island to seek Vegapunk. Otherwise, once the yellow monkey finds the time to visit Egghead Island, our chance to meet Vegapunk will be exceedingly slim. Donya Huanglong contemplated and declared his intention to seize Vegapunk, thereby formally demanding the first installment of interest from the world government. Of paramount importance is the fact that the pacifists, Vegapunk's duplicates, and the Seraphim have yet to be created. He aims to capture all of this as retribution against the world government, while simultaneously establishing his own foundation. As for the substantial funding required for his experiments, in addition to the gold from Skypiea, the Golden Emperor, Tezelo, will also become a target for Donya Huanglong. He is determined to upheave this world to avenge his profound grievances. Upon hearing Donya Huanglong's plans, Bartholomew Kuma immediately lifted the wooden crate containing Bonnie and followed him. Along the way, Kuma diligently began to teach Donya Huanglong the theories of observation haki and armament haki, bit by bit. Soon, Donya Huanglong brought Kuma and his daughter back to his humble wooden abode. Is there really a legendary race of little people? Bonnie, hidden within the crate, exclaimed with excitement. For years, she had been confined within the Church of the Sorbet Kingdom, unable to step outside. She had read extensively, and her dream was to travel and embark on adventures to every island with Kuma. Bonnie, you must be more polite. You should refer to Captain Huanglong as brother. Kuma gently chided, casting a shy glance at Donya Huanglong, who received Bonnie's somewhat rude demeanor with boundless affection. You will soon meet them. The princess of the little people is indeed a user of the healing fruit. They are all my friends, Donya Huanglong replied calmly, then began training to awaken his observation haki under Kuma's guidance. The swift and diminutive little people were perfect for Donya Huanglong to practice his observation haki. As for armament haki, Kuma candidly remarked that Donya Huanglong was the most talented individual he had ever encountered. With just a modicum of training, he could easily awaken armament haki due to his formidable physique. After 1 or 2 hours of Kuma's instruction, Donya Huanglong began to show signs of awakening his armament haki, astonishing Kuma in the process. Meanwhile, Man Shirley and Leo, at Donya Huanglong's call, cautiously observed the colossal figure of Kuma. Donya Randu, is he truly your friend? Man Shirley asked, jumping onto Donya Huanglong's shoulder, gazing apprehensively at Kuma, whose massive stature appeared fearsome. Greetings, princess of the little people, Kuma responded with a gentle smile, his eyes shimmering with desire upon learning that this little princess was a user of the healing fruit. Father, is it really the little people? May I come out now? I want to see the little people. Bonnie eagerly inquired from within the crate, her excitement palpable as she yearned to witness this magnificent world. Upon hearing Bonnie's words, the great bear gazed at the humble wooden cabin of Donya Huanglong, then cast a glance at the ominous clouds overhead. At this hour, one could surmise that the sunlight filtering through the natural light was scant. Perhaps it was time to allow Bonnie a brief venture outside. Nevertheless, he retrieved a piece of canvas to shield her before he unlatched the sealed door of the wooden chest. Do not emerge just yet, the great bear gently instructed, while Donya Huanglong, accompanied by Manchu Ali and Leo, approached the colossal wooden box, allowing Bonnie to behold the diminutive folk. How tiny! Bonnie exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she fixated on Manchu Ali perched upon Donya Huanglong's shoulder, longing to scoop her up immediately. Yet, the little folk remained warily observant of the great bear and Bonnie. Why not don this chestnut-headed cap and call me brother? Perhaps the little folk will warm up to you. Donya Huanglong chuckled as he handed Bonnie a carved wooden hat, an artifact that had previously endeared him to the little folk. Really? Bonnie eagerly accepted the chestnut cap, her expression brimming with excitement as she gazed at the adorable little beings. Donya Landuo, is she also one of your kin? Upon seeing Bonnie's chestnut headgear, the little folk instinctively perceived her as a descendant of Nolan Duo, their tone infused with delight. Chapter 10. Healing Bonnie and the journey to Egghead Island. Under the introduction of Donya Huanglong, Bonnie successfully transformed into Bonalandu, earning her the respect and affection of the small folk. If you wish for the small folk to let down their guard, you should craft one for yourself, Donya Huanglong softly suggested to the great bear. These small folk not only speak no falsehoods, but are also blind to the likeness of the chestnut-headed. It seems their perception of Norlandu, who saved their kin 4 centuries ago, remains profoundly etched in their memories. Is there such a custom? The great bear promptly felled a large tree and swiftly carved a massive wooden chestnut hat, replacing his bear cap. Indeed, as the great bear donned the chestnut hat, the small folk eagerly turned their gaze toward him, their eyes filled with newfound friendliness. Should I now refer to myself as Bearlindu? The great bear mused aloud, drawing a parallel and deciding that a little white lie for Bonnie's sake was not unbecoming. Quite right, Donya Huanglong remarked, observing the simple-hearted great bear with a hint of approval. It appeared that the Bacania tribe was not devoid of wisdom. With mutual introductions facilitated by Donya Huanglong, the great bear and Bonnie were formally welcomed by the small folk. Meanwhile, Manciali commenced Bonnie's first treatment. Her healing dandelions and blood crystal dandelions managed only to reduce the gemstone on Bonnie's cheek, curbing its expansion but failing to eradicate the jade scale affliction. Should Bonnie be exposed to sunlight again, the jade scales would continue to manifest. It appeared that the only solution lay in seeking the enigmatic Vegapunk, for that esteemed doctor could entirely cure this dire illness. Donya Huanglong observed the nearly vanished gemstone scale on Bonnie's face with a calm demeanor, his emotions unwavering, as though he had anticipated this outcome. A slight improvement is still welcome. When shall we set forth? The great bear felt a tinge of disappointment, but remained elated by the results on Bonnie's face, and Donya Huanglong's firm conviction in Vegapunk's ability to heal her provided him with great solace. Furthermore, he glanced at Manciali, hoping that this small faux princess would accompany them on their journey, for her presence could safeguard Bonnie in case of any unforeseen events. The sooner, the better. Rest assured, I shall bring Manciali along, Donya Huanglong assured the great bear with a reassuring glance. With Manciali's healing prowess, perhaps Vegapunk's stem cell transplant procedure could be expedited. Thank you, Captain. The great bear expressed his gratitude towards Donya Huanglong, declaring his willingness to serve him once Bonnie was healed. I merely wish for you to fight with greater assurance. Dongya Huanglong waved his hand dismissively and then requested some small folk warriors from Chief Ganxiao, preparing to set sail. Let us seize a pirate ship and head straight for Egghead Island. Dongya Huanglong wasted no time. With each passing night, the defenses of Egghead Island would only strengthen. As long as the Yellow Ape had yet to arrive, with the combined might of Dongya Huanglong and the Great Bear, abducting Vegapunk would be a trivial endeavor. Moreover, Dongya Huanglong possessed ample means to coax Vegapunk into willingly departing with him. Having studied the historical records, Vegapunk was fated never to align with the world government. Currently, Vegapunk remains under the aegis of the World Government Science Division, constrained by their dominion and reliant on their funding and resources for research. As long as Don Quixote Doflamingo can assure Vegapunk's safety while providing ample financial and resource support, he would not choose to serve the world government. Upon receiving Doflamingo's command, Bartholomew Kuma instantaneously teleported away from Greenbit to the waters near Dressrosa, seizing a pirate ship poised for landfall at Dressrosa, casting its crew into the sea. Despite Doflamingo's instruction to leave minimal traces, this benevolent soul refrained from taking the pirates' lives. It is likely that news of Kuma's appearance in the Dressrosa waters will soon spread. Yet the impact remains negligible as long as Doflamingo's identity remains concealed. Should his whereabouts become known in Dressrosa, the world government and the Navy would undoubtedly mobilize a formidable fleet to capture him. Days later, a sailboat without a pirate flag sailed towards the latter part of the New World. On board, a dozen diminutive warriors wielded weapons, swiftly attacking the blindfolded Doflamingo, with Kuma occasionally joining in the fray. Doflamingo's skin proved too resilient to pierce. Leo, a warrior of the little people, wielded a long needle. But despite his considerable strength and the abilities granted by the Stitch fruit, he was unable to breach Doflamingo's formidable hide. Leo, you too must learn the art of Busashoku Haki. Doflamingo, still blindfolded, continued to hone his Kinbunshika Haki, harboring hopes for the little warrior. With his sheer strength and the powers of the Stitch fruit, Leo had already proven capable of contending with several officers of the Don Quixote family. If he were to master Busashoku Haki, he would likely be able to confront the upper echelons of the Don Quixote family. Indeed, Doflamingo, Leo responded like a valiant soldier, exhilarated by the opportunity to venture forth on this expedition. It marked the first time in 2 to 3 centuries that their kin had organized such a voyage, with over 200 little people warriors eagerly volunteering. Ultimately, however, Doflamingo selected fewer than 50 to accompany him, each feeling extraordinarily fortunate. This adventure would be a tale for them to boast about for a lifetime. Princess Mancheri, the diminutive royal, was particularly thrilled, almost monopolizing the bow of the ship, her heart brimming with anticipation for the adventures to come as they sailed through the waves. She listened intently to Bonnie's fanciful tales, treating the knowledge of islands gleaned from books as if it were her own experience, believing every word Bonnie spoke. Bonnie, in turn, reveled in the adoration emanating from Princess Mancheri's wide-eyed admiration. Captain Doflamingo, your Kinbunshika Haki is already showing promising results, and your Busashoku Haki has advanced remarkably. If the opportunity arises, I would love to introduce you to Dragon, so you can learn about Haushika Haki from him. Kuma observed Doflamingo's progress, noting that his talent exceeded that of Sabo by 10-fold, and astonishingly, Doflamingo's physical prowess surpassed even that of Kuma himself. This revelation instilled in the Great Bear a sense of boundless potential regarding Dongya Huanglong. Perhaps Dongya Huanglong could transcend Dorag, emerging as an unparalleled powerhouse, even surpassing Dorag himself. There lies an opportunity. Dongya Huanglong paused momentarily and remarked that in order to master the Supreme Conqueror's Haki, or the Conqueror's Haki infusion, aside from illustrious figures such as the Dark King Rayleigh, red-haired Shanks, and Kaido of the Beasts, it appeared that only Dorag remained as a viable path. It seems that establishing a connection with Dorag through the Great Bear is imperative. His future adversaries include the Admiral Kizaru, the celestial dragon Saturn, and even the enigmatic ruler of the world, Im. Without mastering the Conqueror's Haki infusion, he would be ill-equipped to contend with such formidable foes. We are now but a short distance from Egghead Island. Must we truly compel Dr. Vegapunk to accompany us? The Great Bear gazed into the distance, questioning Dongya Huanglong with a hint of hesitation, concerned that forcing Vegapunk might lead him to refuse treatment for Bonnie. Such a scenario would complicate matters significantly. Rest assured, I possess leverage over that bulbous-headed doctor. He has delved into the mysteries of the Void Century, and there is no escape for him. Dongya Huanglong grinned, confident that beyond the secrets of the Void Century, Vegapunk had deceived the world government into believing that the artificial dragon fruit was a failure. He must be feeling a bit anxious now. Chapter 11. Assault on Egghead Island in the New World. On Egghead Island, Dr. Vegapunk observed with fascination as a pristine laboratory gradually took shape. The ancient technological relics on this island piqued his interest immensely. He had never anticipated that the world government had concealed such an island, far surpassing contemporary technological advancements. Recalling the texts he had encountered in Elbaf, he surmised that the island's advanced technology must have originated from the fabled Great Kingdom. Upon witnessing the colossal robot on the island, Vegapunk immediately commenced his research into the energy source that powered such a gigantic machine. For years, he had been in pursuit of this energy, aspiring to benefit humanity while also aiming to transform his homeland of Balkanoa from a frigid winter isle into a warm spring haven, thereby vastly improving the living conditions of its inhabitants. Dr. Vegapunk, this is the latest directive from the Gora CEI. You are required to produce no fewer than 5 artificial devil fruits each month. A CP0 agent of the world government, holding a command, coldly declared to Vegapunk. That's impossible. I require more time to research new energy sources. At most, I can manage 2 in a month, and currently, I can only create zone-type artificial devil fruits. Vegapunk retorted, frustration evident in his tone, as his mind was consumed with ideas for robot energy research, leaving him no bandwidth to focus on artificial devil fruits. This is an order. Doctor, the Gora CI is exceedingly displeased with you, particularly due to your failure regarding the artificial sea dragon fruit. Should you dare to deceive us further, the world government will impose a blockade and sanctions on Balkanoa. The CP0 agent, clad in a white suit and wearing a mask, continued with an icy demeanor. You wretches, I shall comply. But remember, I will only extract bloodline factors from condemned criminals. Vegapunk seethed, glaring at the CP0 agent, wishing to expel these vexing operatives. The island was teeming with spies from CP1 to CP9, and numerous buildings were outfitted with surveillance transponder snails. Additionally, Lord Saturn inquires whether you possess the genetic samples of Subject 88, and if it is possible to clone them. The CP0 agent pressed, disregarding Vegapunk's evident displeasure. We'll discuss that once the laboratories are fully operational. Now, be gone and do not hinder my research. You should go to Impel Down and bring the Zoan-type users here. Vegapunk retorted brusquely, bypassing the CP agent as he returned to his study of the colossal robot. His mood soured further after Subject 88 ingested the artificial sea dragon fruit. The world government, indeed, demanded an incessant production of artificial devil fruits. This would squander his precious time, leaving him no opportunity for other research. Moreover, he pondered the implications of these artificial devil fruits. Their powers could easily become instruments of slaughter for the world government. He found himself envious of the freedom enjoyed by Kizaru and Queen, while he remained wholly ensnared by the world government, compelled to study matters that held no intrigue for him. Upon acquiring knowledge of ancient history, his internal resistance against the world government intensified. The enigmatic blank century, the sun god Nika, and the ancient technologies of the colossal kingdom ignited within him an insatiable curiosity. Overwhelmed with tasks, he yearned to create several avatars to assist him. Vegapunk was engrossed in research on giant robots, while other scientists and researchers incessantly approached him for guidance on various constructions and studies. Egghead Island, this new scientific bastion, was bustling with the simultaneous construction of laboratories and defensive structures alongside groundbreaking research, resulting in a frenetic atmosphere each day. Out at sea near Egghead Island, Don Quixote da Flamingo gazed upon the island that had come into view, his eyes alight with fervor and madness. Bears, the time for battle is upon us. I hope you show no mercy. Da Flamingo coldly addressed Bartholomew Kuma, fully aware that the island was teeming with surveillance insects from the world government, along with a multitude of agents. This confrontation would inevitably reveal their identities and locations, leading to a frenzied manhunt by the world government. For Bonnie, I shall transform into a true tyrant. Kuma's expression turned grave. Although the act of slaughter contradicted the ideals of the sun god Nika, he had no alternative, as everything was for the sake of healing Bonnie. Let's proceed. Doflamingo grinned, transforming before Kuma and the diminutive tribesman into a colossal crimson dragon, alighting upon violet flames as he soared toward Egghead Island. Today, as he seized Vegapunk, he would undoubtedly reveal himself, and he aimed to announce his arrival to the world government in the most formidable manner. Don Quixote Lando grew immensely powerful and majestic. Princess Mancheri's eyes sparkled as she beheld the retreating dragon, exclaiming in awe, "Is it true? Is it really happening? I want to see too." Inside a wooden crate, little Bonnie anxiously cried out, resembling a small monkey as she scrambled within, seeking a gap to catch a glimpse. "Bonnie, your father will return shortly," Captain Leo assured Bonnie and Mancheri gently, before removing his glasses and gloves, vanishing in an instant from the sailboat as he flew toward Egghead Island. "Hurry and defeat the villains, then come back for us," Bonnie shouted from within the crate, her tone brimming with excitement, eager to join Kuma in battle. "I will protect Princess Mancheri and Princess Bonnie," Leo declared earnestly, brandishing a long needle as he climbed the mast, keeping a vigilant watch for other vessels. In the sky, Doflamingo surged toward Egghead Island with a ferocious demeanor. Upon the emergence of his massive form, the island's vigilant agents erupted in terrified cries. A dragon! A dragon is attacking!" The island quickly fell into alarm, with numerous CP agents anxiously observing the formidable dragon, while some scientists and researchers had already identified it. "It's number 88. This is bad. He's come for revenge. How did he know we were here? Why was he able to find us so swiftly? Hasten the arrival of the world government and the Navy. We require the protection of an admiral." The scientists were thrown into disarray, particularly those who had previously tormented the Eastern Wild Dragon, their eyes brimming with terror. The vengeful dragon had indeed come to their doorstep. "I warned you that you would come to regret this." A swift laser beam shot forth, piercing the right eye of the dragon, instantly obliterating a CP agent who was on the phone, resulting in a tremendous explosion, as a massive paw-shaped bubble crashed onto the ground. The Great Bear appeared on Egghead Island. He swung his arms vigorously, unleashing a barrage of paw-shaped air cannons directed at the CP agents clad in black and white suits. Those struck were instantaneously sent sprawling, as if they had been hit by a train, bleeding profusely and lying unconscious with their eyes rolled back. "This is dire, Doctor. Number 88 is approaching." Witnessing the Eastern Wild Dragon and the Tyrant Bear assaulting the island, Warpeach hurriedly sought out Vegapunk, urging him to flee immediately. "What? How did he find us?" Panic washed over Vegapunk's face. The Eastern Wild Dragon was far less amicable than Stussy. If the dragon succumbed to madness, he feared for his own survival. Chapter 12. Coercion and Temptation. The Crimson Dragon, transformed from Dongya Huanglong, descended upon Egghead Island with an overwhelming aura of terror. The uncontrollable conqueror's haki erupted once more, causing most scientists and researchers to fall into a state of shock, their eyes rolling back. "Vegapunk, I have come to take you away. The news of your research on the poneglyphs has been exposed." Dongya Huanglong roared to the heavens, his voice echoing across the small island of Egghead. This scene was captured by numerous surveillance snail creatures on the island, relaying the information to the Holy Land, Mariehua. Saint Saturn, who was closely monitoring Egghead Island, darkened in countenance. How could experiment number 88 locate Egghead Island so swiftly? Were Vegapunk and number 88 colluding? There was a conspiracy afoot. Moreover, Vegapunk had actually conducted research on the poneglyphs. This was something the world government would never tolerate. It seemed that Vegapunk had committed yet another grave offense. Were it not for his intellect and research capabilities still being of use, he would have been eliminated without hesitation. "Poliusolino, immediately head to Egghead Island and bring Vegapunk back. Number 88 has already arrived," Saturn commanded, his expression dark as he dialed the phone snail for Admiral Kazuru. instructing him to depart at once and provide swift support to Egghead Island. This time, Saturn had miscalculated. He had not anticipated that the highly secretive Egghead Island would be found so quickly by number 88. What on earth was happening? However, when he learned that the tyrant Bartholomew Kuma had also appeared on Egghead Island, his expression soured further. The Revolutionary Army was involved. Could it be that no? 88 had joined forces with the Revolutionary Army? This thought incited Saturn's anger. How could such a perfect specimen be made a pawn for the revolutionaries? On an island near the Punk Hazard Sea, Kizaru's face twisted into a grimace upon receiving a call from the Five Elders. Heavens, how did the severely injured know? 88 managed to fly from the New World S front to Egghead Island in the New World S rear. Kizaru's scalp tingled with unease. He promptly ordered a rapid deployment to Egghead Island. The distance from Punk Hazard Sea to Egghead Island was too great for him to fly directly, so he could only proceed via warship. On Egghead Island, Donya Huanglong was engaged in a brutal melee with a CP-0 agent. 6 Dials Shave, the agent, clad in a white suit, utilized the shave technique to swiftly close the distance, his finger imbued with armament hockey aimed directly at Huanglong's heart. This feeble attack can no longer harm me. The half-dragon Donya Huanglong sneered, disregarding the CP-0 agent's assault as his powerful dragon claw lunged for the agent's neck. Crack! The CP-0 agent's armament hockey finger jab shattered, failing to penetrate Donya Huanglong's chest. The agent cried out in agony, only to have his neck snapped by Donya Huanglong, with a torrent of hot blood splattering across the dragoness scales. The vibrant pink scales appeared to absorb the blood, transforming into a deep crimson hue. Did you employ Iron Body? Donya Arlong cast aside the CP-0 agent clad in red and black, a sardonic smile gracing his features as he proclaimed, Satan, I am aware that you are observing these images and listening to these sounds. Remember, this is my first act of vengeance. This I shall forever bear witness to you. Arlong directed his gaze toward the surveillance snail affixed to the wall, a cruel grin spreading across his face. Without hesitation, his right eye unleashed a laser beam that obliterated the creature. In the sacred land of Mariehua, Satan clenched the staff in his hand, the glint of murderous intent evident in his eyes. How could he be threatened by such a lowly insect? At that moment, Vegapunk emerged, his expression grim, disregarding the frenzied pulling of Weraramaru. Arlong, what are you talking about? What historical text? I have no idea what nonsense you are spouting. Moreover, I cannot leave with you now. Vegapunk shouted at Arlong, his face twisted in conflict. He was not yet in a position to abandon the world government. Despite his yearning for freedom, the vast resources and ample funding of the world government were too enticing to forsake. Thus, he had to suppress any inquiries into the historical text to avoid being targeted by the world government. Furthermore, leaving with Arlong would not only deprive him of the means to continue his research, but would also place him on the run from the world government, jeopardizing his pursuit of knowledge. It was worth noting that during his time at the O'Hara ruins, he had the opportunity to join Dracul Mihawk. Yet the Revolutionary Army was too impoverished to support his research. Now, with Arlong even poorer, described aptly as destitute, he was even less inclined to leave with him. Arlong's terms were far less favorable than those offered by Mihawk. Doctor, cease your pretense. You are researching the blank century of history. By the way, I'm aware of the whereabouts of the sun god Nika. Arlong grinned at Vegapunk, simultaneously addressing Satan. Upon hearing the name sun god Nika, the bear's eyes widened with intrigue. Could the drum of liberation, Nika, be on the verge of reemergence? Furthermore, after you have modified my body countless times, it is high time for you to repay your debt. Arlong advanced towards Vegapunk, disregarding Weraramaru who stood in his way. Number 88, Admiral Kizaru, is on his way. I advise you to depart swiftly and refrain from harming the doctor. Weraramaru brandished his axe, sensing the overwhelming pressure emanating from Arlong. The unrestrained brutality radiating from him was more oppressive than that of Kizaru himself. Arlong, I acknowledge that modifying your body was my fault, but it was done out of necessity. Vegapunk stammered, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. He truly did not wish to leave with this destitute individual. Doctor, I am not in need of money. I can provide you with as much as you require, along with the freedom to pursue your research. Is that not acceptable? Arlong's gaze was perilous as he scrutinized Vegapunk, while the bear had already incapacitated numerous CP agents, ensuring that no one dared to attack Arlong. You have money? Vegapunk questioned, eyeing Arlong with skepticism. He found it hard to believe, yet if money were not an issue, he might reconsider his stance. More than 20 years ago, prior to his capture by the world government, the underground Dark Emperor and King of Usury, Duke Feld, provided funding for their research. Had Dongya Huanglong not been in want of financial resources, he could have gradually established his own laboratory. In this world, as long as one possesses wealth, there will undoubtedly be an underground Dark Emperor to procure any desired resources. Dongya Huanglong navigated past Peach Maru and approached Vegapunk, leaning in to whisper in his ear. I have discovered the golden city of Condora and hold the secrets of the golden Emperor Tezelo. I am not in need of money. Furthermore, I am aware of your studies on the historical texts following your reading of O'Hara's works in Elbaf. I also know about Stussy, the clone. The world government will not spare you. Dongya Huanglong softly spoke into Vegapunk's ear, intending to coerce him with various pieces of information and secrets. Ultimately, today, Vegapunk had no choice but to leave with Dongya Huanglong. Chapter 13. Persuading Vegapunk to leave. Upon hearing the words of Don Quixote da Flamingo, Vegapunk found himself surprisingly stirred. He had not anticipated that Da Flamingo possessed such secrets and connections, capable of locating the fabled city of gold, El Dorado, and even establishing a rapport with the Golden Emperor. Tezelo, are you certain you're not deceiving me? Vegapunk pondered, aware that this presented a rare opportunity to escape the clutches of the world government. Yet, a lingering concern remained. Could Doflamingo genuinely safeguard him? I am not lying. I have also discovered a sky island. Doflamingo continued to converse with Vegapunk in hushed tones, ensuring that even his bodyguard, Bartolomeo, remained oblivious to their dialogue. This clandestine exchange only deepened the grimace on the face of Sabaody, who was still monitoring for Mary Geos. Is that true? This inquiry reignited a spark in Vegapunk's eyes, as the enticing conditions began to resonate within him. Moreover, Doflamingo's dragon form could facilitate their retreat, allowing them to evade the relentless pursuit of the world government. These tangible advantages stirred a yearning within Vegapunk. Currently, he was concealing his research on artificial devil fruits from the world government while clandestinely studying the texts and historical records of O'Hara. Such undertakings had begun to weigh heavily on his conscience. He feared the world government might suddenly turn against him, erasing his existence. Do not hesitate. Sabaody is watching our conspiracy unfold. Regardless of the circumstances, your safety is compromised. Doflamingo regarded Vegapunk with a cunning grin, resolute that today would not see Vegapunk remain behind. Very well, I shall accompany you, but you must assist me in relocating some vital experimental apparatus and that colossal robot. Vegapunk's mind raced as he ultimately wagered his life and freedom on Doflamingo. Absolutely, Doflamingo exclaimed, exhilarated at having convinced the world's foremost scientists to join him. This marked the beginning of his ascent to power. By the way, does the world government possess your life paper? If so, we must devise a means of interference, akin to a phone bug, to disrupt the signal. I have no desire to be pursued by agents of the world government, Doflamingo cautioned Vegapunk, acknowledging the inherent peril posed by such a document. Rest assured, I have already contemplated this issue and can resolve it, Vegapunk replied with a smile, having meticulously prepared for his escape from the world government's grip. Indeed, he had been compelled to create a life paper under their surveillance. That is splendid, Doflamingo remarked, pleased by the ease of conversing with an astute individual. Hey, Bartolomeo, Dr. Vegapunk is leaving with me. Will you continue to protect him? Or will you remain with the Navy to follow that old man Kizaru? Doflamingo addressed Bartolomeo, noting that this honest yet simple-minded individual shared a significant flaw in character, akin to Baby 5, rendering him unlikely to become a formidable force. Doctor, do you truly intend to abandon the world government? What will happen to Uncle Kizaru? Jean Tamaru found himself in a profound dilemma. As an orphan raised by Dr. Vegapunk and Kizaru, he was reluctant to part with either of them. The thought of them dividing their belongings left him at a loss. Jean Tamaru, I can no longer remain within the world government. You must choose your own path for the future, Vegapunk stated without pressuring his adopted guardian, as he preferred not to dictate the fates of others, much like his treatment of the clone Stussy. After a moment's hesitation, recalling his childhood experiences, Jean Tamaru resolutely declared that he would not abandon his benefactor, Vegapunk. Then gather your belongings and prepare to depart, Donya Huanglong exclaimed with a broad smile, urging Vegapunk to promptly organize the essential documents and experimental equipment for their evacuation. By the way, Vegapunk, which medical device is intended for stem cell transplant surgeries? I have a girl here suffering from the Jade Scale Syndrome. Donya Huanglong recalled Bonnie's condition and, noting Bartholomew Kuma's anxious expression, inquired of Vegapunk, how do you know about stem cell transplant procedures? I thought this treatment method had yet to surface in the seas. Vegapunk was momentarily taken aback, as this technology had only recently been developed by him and had not yet been publicly disclosed. Logically, no one should be aware of it. I don't have time to explain. Just consider that I know someone with the ability to foresee the future, Donya Huanglong replied nonchalantly, as he searched among the unconscious scientists for those who had tormented him the most. Now it was the time for retribution. Huanglong, I hope you refrain from indiscriminate killing. They are merely following the orders of the world government, Vegapunk admonished, blocking Huanglong's path. His expression grave as he wished to prevent Huanglong from becoming a scoundrel like Caesar. I can spare the others, but that vile Theo Bunsen must die, Huanglong declared, unleashing a laser beam that obliterated the mouse-headed man with a small mustache. Upon witnessing the demise of the cruel and despicable little scientist, Vegapunk chose to remain silent, harboring his own disdain for the individual who had caused the deaths of numerous test subjects. Had that man not been a scientist forcibly placed by the Gorosei, Vegapunk would have expelled him from the scientific community long ago. Compile a list categorizing which scientists are loyal to the world government, which can be taken, and which have been marked for termination. Huanglong instructed Vegapunk, already activating the flame cloud to transport an entire laboratory, equipment and all. While he lacked the capacity to lift an island as colossal as Onigashima, like Kaido, moving 1 or 2 research facilities was well within his grasp, where he could transform into a dragon and carry them directly. Huanglong, your abilities have been remarkably developed. Beckman gazed with increasing astonishment at the techniques developed by Don Quixote, as the capabilities of this artificial Azure Dragon fruit appeared to transcend his expectations, exhibiting remarkable efficacy. Had you presented me with this fruit sooner, I might have grown stronger and possibly escaped Punk Hazard a year or so earlier. Don Quixote turned to Beckman and remarked nonchalantly, which caused Beckman to awkwardly glance at him. Under the formidable suppression of Don Quixote and Bartholomew, the majority of the CP agents on the island were eliminated. Numerous scientists were herded to an open area for selection. Those to be taken away were removed, while those to be exiled were cast out. The aim was to ensure the world government would not benefit from this. Satan, how do you suggest I handle these scientists? Are you willing to pay to redeem them? Don Quixote then discovered several concealed monitoring snail devices, playfully addressing them as if he could envision the 5 elders of Mariewa. Chapter 14. The Wrathful Satan. However, it appears that Satan paid little heed to the contemptible experimental subject, the Arlong, nor did he make any attempt to establish contact with Arlong and Vegapunk through the phone bug of the CP0 agent. He silently observed as Arlong seized Vegapunk. Satan, surely you recall Barcania's bear? His Machi fruit ability allows him to effortlessly toss these individuals across the globe. I hope you can retrieve each scientist whose family you have taken hostage. Arlong directed the surveillance phone bug towards Bear, urging Satan to witness the descendant of Barcania once more. In the fabled Valley of God, a 9-year-old bear had just consumed the Machi fruit. Under the interference of Charlotte Linlin, he narrowly escaped from Satan's grasp, successfully rescuing over 500 slaves and residents of the Valley of God. His terrifying physical strength resembled an inexhaustible perpetual motion machine, continuously employing the Machi fruit's powers to send others flying. This exemplifies the formidable nature of the Barcania tribe. possessing not only unparalleled stamina and defense, but also a strength that rivals that of giants. Bear deposit those scientists onto a remote island in the ocean. Arlong stated with a somewhat frosty demeanor. Were it not for Vegapunk's vehement opposition to Arlong eliminating those scientists unwilling to follow him, he would not resort to such measures to irritate the world government. Furthermore, Satan did not even wish to acknowledge Arlong, let alone consider using a ransom to rescue these scientists. At this juncture, it is likely that Satan longs to eradicate Arlong completely, for decades. No one has dared to speak to him in such a manner. Understood, Bear replied promptly, as long as it did not involve direct killing. He swiftly dispatched some of the non-compliant scientists, those whose families were held hostage by the world government, setting them adrift to fend for themselves. Under Arlong's intimidating presence, a portion of scientists and researchers willingly chose to accompany him. Vegapunk and Arlong meticulously selected individuals, excluding those with ulterior motives and those who had been coerced into creating life papers by the world government. Arlong successfully acquired 1/3 of this technological team. These scientists were top-tier talents who had been coerced and enticed by the world government through various means, now rendered as spoils of Arlong. As a laboratory ascended amidst the floating flames, these scientists transported their research findings and experimental apparatus aboard. Furthermore, the stem cell transplantation medical equipment, which Arlong and Bear held in high regard, was also moved to the airborne laboratory. Can your strength truly sustain the laboratory as it traverses the ocean? Vegapunk inquired with a hint of concern, having staked his life and fortune on Arlong's capabilities. Do not worry, just follow my lead. Arlong reassured him. He recalled that in the latter part of the New World, there existed a sky island where the Supernova Kid and Hawkins, along with Apu, allied, and where Kaido of the Beasts had leaped from the sky island. Another supernova, Urage, also recuperated on that very sky island. Arlong now sought to temporarily retreat to that sky island to evade the encirclement of Kizaru and Satan. Moreover, Bonnie required time for her recovery. As for whether it is mere chance that Kaido of the Beasts would cross paths with them, that remains a matter of fortune. With the laboratory soaring into the skies, East Wild Dragon transformed into a magnificent crimson dragon, carrying the facility away from Egghead Island. Upon departure, the dragon did not forget to unleash a fiery breath upon Egghead Island, completely obliterating several research rooms and eradicating all surveillance insects and CP agents affiliated with Satan. Meanwhile, Bartholomew Kuma instantaneously reappeared aboard the sailboat, accompanied by Bonnie and all the little people, relocating to the floating laboratory. This sailboat, much like the warship stationed at the Egghead Island harbor, was also susceptible to destruction at the hands of East Wild Dragon, leaving no trace behind. Excitedly, East Wild Dragon departed with the floating laboratory, which contained the entirety of his assets in this world. Inside the laboratory, Vegapunk had already commenced Bonnie's medical examination. As the foremost scientist in the world, Vegapunk was a polymath, possessing formidable medical prowess. His affirmation brought tears of joy to Kuma, who embraced Bonnie, overwhelmed with emotion. Even Jinbe and several scientists were moved by Kuma's heartfelt display, tears welling in their eyes. The little princess of the people possessed the ability of the healing fruit. That was splendid news. It could potentially shorten Bonnie's recovery time. Vegapunk gazed at Princess Mancherry with keen interest, particularly intrigued by the principles underlying the healing fruit. After successfully creating an artificial Zoan-type Azure Dragon fruit, Vegapunk had already initiated research on Paramecia-type devil fruits, a cutting-edge technology he was preparing for the Seraphim project. He hoped that East Wild Dragon would have sufficient funds in the future to support his research. Fortunately, East Wild Dragon's innate lightning abilities allowed Vegapunk to store this energy, ensuring the laboratory's operations. Now, Vegapunk could devise a series of examinations and surgical plans for Bonnie. Meanwhile, Kuma assisted East Wild Dragon in the skies, searching for traces of the Sky Island in the New World. Kuma even sought assistance from Dracul Mihawk, discovering the Island of Chaos, which was steeped in legends of the Sky Islands. Above this Island of Chaos lay the Sky Island of Balon. As East Wild Dragon sought to rest at Balon Island with the laboratory, Satan Saint was in a furious uproar in Mariewa, having yet to hear back from Kizaru, who had already been reprimanded. Satan once again commanded Kizaru to conduct a wide-scale manhunt for East Wild Dragon and Vegapunk, determined to capture the most formidable experimental subject and the most brilliant scientist. Ideally, he also wanted to apprehend Kuma, the last descendant of the Bacania tribe. Upon receiving this order, Kizaru's once lecherous visage transformed into one of despair. Egghead Island was situated in the latter section of the New World, perilously close to the territory of the Yonko, Kaido of the beasts. As a marine admiral, how could he dare act recklessly in such a perilous area? Even with the presence of a Kainu, they would not dare to operate on a large scale. Should they be besieged by 2 or 3 Yonko pirate crews? Even with their 3 admirals present, they would surely find themselves overwhelmed. Kizaru could only acquiesce to Satan's commands while skillfully feigning a search for East Wild Dragon and Vegapunk, anxious to avoid provoking the Beast Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates. On the other side, the naval headquarters also received a decree from Satan's Saint, officially placing a bounty on the head of Eastfield Wild Dragon. Given that even the tyrannical Bear King, with a bounty of 296 million, seems to heed Eastfield Wild Dragon's commands, and considering Satan's Saint's profound disdain for this despicable experimental subject, he set the initial bounty on Eastfield Wild Dragon at 300 million berries. Furthermore, he conferred upon Eastfield Wild Dragon the permanent designation of Experiment Number 88. He ordered Sengoku to refrain from assigning any alternate titles to Eastfield Wild Dragon, and even informed the renowned Morgans to ensure that no other monikers would be bestowed upon him. Satan's Saint intended for Eastfield Wild Dragon, this insignificant creature, to bear the burden of this shameful experimental designation for all eternity. A wretched experimental subject daring to threaten him. The supreme authority of the world, Experiment Number 88, Eastfield Wild Dragon, must perish. Chapter 15. A bounty of 300 million days later. A fresh bounty notice swiftly spread across the seas and the Grand Line like wildfire. Those who received the news and the bounty were filled with curiosity about this suddenly emerging newcomer. Is this the individual who escaped from Punk Hazard? A bounty of 300 million berries for a first-time offender suggests that the world government holds him in high regard. On the lofty heights of Dressrosa, Don Quixote Doflamingo held the bounty notice for the East Wild Dragon, laughing maniacally. His gaze, obscured by sunglasses, exuded a wicked charm, as if he were contemplating how to extract profit from this newcomer. He sensed that this individual harbored many secrets. According to Virgo's confidential intelligence, after the Yellow Monkey had dispatched a significant portion of the G5 Fortress's forces into the latter part of the New World, it seemed that something monumental had occurred. Doflamingo promptly activated his underground network of information to uncover what had transpired within the world government. They had bestowed such a high bounty upon an escaped experimental subject. The secrets contained within might be worth more than the value of rescuing Caesar. At the Revolutionary Army's headquarters on Baldigo Island, Dracule Mihawk scrutinized the photograph of the East Wild Dragon, his brow furrowing in distress. He felt a twinge of bitterness, realizing he had inadvertently gifted Bartholomew Kuma and Vegapunk to this experimental subject. He had not anticipated that Vegapunk would willingly depart with East Wild Dragon. After all, he had once extended an invitation to Vegapunk, only to be met with outright rejection. In those days, he had been destitute and unable to support Vegapunk's research, which was indisputable. Yet, now East Wild Dragon was also lacking in resources, falling short compared to the Revolutionary Army's modest wealth. What could this mean? Was it a sign of disdain for the Revolutionary Army's financial capabilities? He pondered whether it would be possible to recruit this individual into their ranks. Mihawk murmured softly, reflecting on Kuma's intelligence that indicated East Wild Dragon harbored a profound hatred for Satan and sought to overthrow the world government, aligning with the Revolutionary Army's objectives. However, East Wild Dragon possessed Conqueror's haki and was unwilling to submit beneath Mihawk's leadership, presenting a formidable challenge. Yet, recalling that the Pirate King Roger's first mate, the Dark King Rayleigh, also wielded Conqueror's haki, Mihawk considered the possibility of bringing East Wild Dragon into the Revolutionary Army and nurturing him as the next leader. It remained uncertain whether East Wild Dragon would be amenable to such a proposition. Presently, Mihawk was intentionally cultivating Sabo, an exceptionally talented young man, but Sabo lacked Conqueror's Haki. A significant flaw. To ascend to the pinnacle of power, wielding Conqueror's Haki was crucial. Perhaps he would have Kuma-test the waters regarding East Wild Dragon's intentions. Mihawk's eyes gleamed with sharpness. He was exceedingly envious of Vegapunk's research capabilities, and securing East Wild Dragon would yield the combined strength of both East Wild Dragon and Kuma. Kuma had boasted to Mihawk on multiple occasions about East Wild Dragon's terrifying potential, believing he could evolve into a monster akin to Kaido of the Beasts. This notion further piqued Mihawk's interest in East Wild Dragon. On Onigashima in Wano country, the experimental subject number 88, could it be yet another escapee from the laboratory? Kaido, the beast, mused with a hint of intrigue as he perused the latest bounty notice, recalling his own past as an escaped subject. Brother Kaido, should we consider recruiting him into our beast pirates? Yamato, captivated by the familiar flames emanating from the photograph of Donya Huanglong, felt a surge of excitement within his otherwise dormant heart. Could this experiment number 88 be of his kind? Yet, why did he lack the brown skin and white hair, and the black wings characteristic of the Lunaria tribe? Contemplating Donya Huanglong's identity as an experiment left Yamato feeling somewhat perturbed. It seemed he was not of his kin, but rather a modified creation. Let us bring him aboard, Kaido proclaimed, taking a hearty swig of his drink, his laughter echoing as he expressed a desire to gauge whether this experimental subject possessed strength akin to that of himself and Yamato. It was worth noting that their initial bounty had never reached such heights as 300 million. He pondered whether Donya Huanglong truly warranted such a price tag. It would be even more fortuitous if he were a Zoan-type devil fruit user, perfectly suited for inclusion among their flying six. Currently, Rundy and Pegli are still too young, their bounties falling short of Donya Huanglong's. On the Moby Dick in the New World, Ace, freshly inducted into the Whitebeard Pirates, was raising a toast with Jinbe and Teach. Hey, another monstrous newcomer has emerged, but judging by the title of experiment number 88, he seems to be a pitiful soul. I'll refrain from targeting him. In due time, I shall vanquish one of the warlords of the sea. Ace laughed heartily, having recently battled Jinbe, a warlord, for 5 days and nights without a victor. He resolved to seek out other warlords for combat, now that he had ascended to the position of the 2nd Division commander. He felt a pressing need to defeat formidable pirates to elevate his reputation and bounty. Otherwise, he would feel unworthy of his title. Ace, do not act recklessly. Each warlord of the sea is formidable, Jinbe cautioned, recalling the immense power he had witnessed among the warlords, particularly Mihawk and the pirate empress, Hancock, as well as Doflamingo, all of whom instilled a profound sense of peril within him. Ace was still young, with ample time to mature. There was no need for him to hastily confront these established pirates. Relax. I'll pick the weakest one, Ace chuckled, having gained insight into his own strength after battling Jinbe, confident that he could defeat the weakest among the warlords. As for the experimental subject, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, glanced at the news regarding Donya Huanglong and, for reasons unbeknownst to him, was reminded of the woman, Bakken. He shook his head, casting aside thoughts of the avaricious and superficial woman. His sons brought him far greater joy. Given the opportunity, he would not hesitate to welcome a pitiful experimental subject like Donya Huanglong into his fold, allowing him to experience the warmth of a father-s embrace. In the rain-soaked lands of Alabasta, Nico Robin compiled information for Crocodile. However, this sand alligator was far too preoccupied with his ambitions to overthrow the nation and seek the whereabouts of the ancient weapon, Pluton. The Nefelitali royal family's lineage as former celestial dragons made Crocodile wary of the world government's scrutiny, compelling him to gradually construct his identity as a hero of his own kingdom while methodically dismantling Cobra's reign. Meanwhile, Nico Robin took a keen interest in the enigmatic figure, Don Quixote Doflamingo, sensing that he would undoubtedly orchestrate even grander events in the future. The pirate empress, Boa Hancock of the Amazon Lily, remained disdainfully indifferent to such news. The Big Mom pirates, the Red Hair pirates, and other warlords of the sea also showed little concern for this newcomer. Instead, their attention was captivated by the forthcoming World Government Conference held every 4 years. Chapter 16. Entering the West Sea on the New Sky Island of Balon. A technologically advanced laboratory stood majestically atop the white island clouds. Donya Huanglong and Bartholomew Kuma had assertively taken control of this small aerial isle, allowing everyone a brief respite. Utilizing the limited resources within the laboratory, Dr. Vegapunk commenced the initial treatment for Bonnie. Captain, this sky island is ill-suited as our base. It lies perilously close to the territories of the Four Emperors. The islanders have also mentioned sightings of a blue dragon passing through here. If Kaido of the Beast is aware of this location, the most formidable creature across land, sea, and sky may well come here seeking demise. We must depart post-haste. Bartholomew Kuma earnestly advised Donya Huanglong. Currently on Balon Island, they faced not only the threat of the Marine Admiral Kizuru, but also the looming danger of an encounter with Kaido. The situation was undeniably precarious. I understand. After a brief rest, we shall proceed directly to the West Sea, Donya Huanglong remarked, pondering over a rudimentary map. In truth, he harbored a desire to venture to the North Sea, where Trafalgar Law and the Vinsmoke family resided, entities he sought to conquer. Trafalgar Law's Ope Nomi was vital, and the technological prowess of the Vinsmoke family was equally significant. With their experimental apparatus, the Angel Project could advance at an expedited pace. However, given that Balon Island was near the windless zone of the West Sea, Donya Huanglong resolved to lead Vegapunk and the others westward. Moreover, in the West Sea, Donya Huanglong had set his sights on Capone Beach, who possessed the powers of the Sumo no Mi. With this individual, Donya Huanglong would not need to bear the burden of the laboratory. The scientists and experimental equipment would have a secure refuge, facilitating their strategic relocations. Very well. Kuma did not dissent. His trust in Donya Huanglong had deepened, particularly upon learning of his foresight abilities. Having once been enslaved in Mariehua alongside his father, Kuma felt a profound sense of kinship with Donya Huanglong, who also bore the mark of experimentation. The Lunaria bloodline and ancient giant heritage within Donya Huanglong resonated deeply with Kuma, a member of the Bacania tribe. Vegapunk, this time we shall seek a user of the Sumo no Mi in the West Sea. I suggest you first create an artificial human suitable to serve as a superhuman green-blooded vessel, Donya Huanglong instructed. To produce a more perfect clone, both he and Kuma were willing to offer their genetic material. Provided that funding and resources were adequately supplied, Vegapunk could swiftly mass-produce a legion of clone warriors. In due course, Donya Huanglong would acquire a formidable cohort of peace-loving supernovas. Alas, we currently lack the resources for the Angel Project, and your bloodline contains the traits of Kaido as well as various other races, making the cultivation of your clone exceedingly challenging. However, Kuma's Bacania bloodline should be replicable, and when combined with the Lunaria lineage, it is ideally suited for the first experimental subject of the Angel Project. Vegapunk lamented, expressing his frustration over the lack of funds, resources, and time, rendering him incapable of pursuing any other endeavors. The rare beings, Donya Huanglong and Big Bear, sparked a multitude of ideas within his mind, yet he found himself hindered by financial and temporal constraints. Forget it, Utenabani first. I will devise a solution for the rest, Donya Huanglong declared, contemplating the necessity of forcibly subduing the Mafia patriarch, Capone Begi. Once the Seraph technology was perfected, enabling the creation of a Seraph with the capabilities of the Fortress Fruit, he could easily abandon Capone Begi at will. After a day or two of recuperation on Balon Island, a rejuvenated Donya Huanglong prepared to depart the empty island, carrying the laboratory. He intended to traverse the doldrums and enter the West Sea. By the way, Big Bear, is it possible for your ability to propel both me and the laboratory to the West Sea? Donya Huanglong inquired, genuinely hesitant to fly such a distance, yet uncertain if Big Bear's powers could manage the considerable weight of the laboratory. I will give it a try, Big Bear replied, swallowing hard as he gazed upon the immense laboratory and dragon. As Donya Huanglong transformed into a dragon, He quickly embraced the laboratory to shield it from potential damage during their descent. With a serious expression, Big Bear encircled his arms, conjuring a colossal air paw. Captain Huanglong, I may not possess enough energy to deliver you to your destination, so be cautious in protecting the laboratory. With all his might, Big Bear unleashed the full extent of his rubber ball fruit ability, his arms bulging with strain as he propelled the vast laboratory and dragon into the air. What a miraculous technique, Big Bear. The rubber ball fruit truly is an overpowered ability. Donya Huanglong exclaimed excitedly within the gigantic bubble formed by Big Bear's paw. With Big Bear's extraordinary ability, combined with Donya Huanglong's mastery of plot and intelligence, he could swiftly establish his foundation, saving a significant amount of time. Captain, the power of this paw bubble might not suffice to escape the doldrums. You must remain vigilant, Big Bear panted as he teleported inside the laboratory, exhausted from the exertion. The safety of himself, Bonnie, and Vegapunk now rested in Donya Huanglong's hands. Rest assured, I will ensure your safety, Donya Huanglong assured him with a smile. Utilizing Big Bear's rubber ball fruit ability to hasten their journey across the doldrums had already conserved much of his strength and time. However, the enormous travel bubble created by Big Bear burst within less than a day's flight, forcing Donya Huanglong to rely on flame clouds to navigate the remaining stretch of the doldrums. After another lengthy flight, they finally entered the West Sea. On a secluded, deserted island, Donya Huanglong descended with the laboratory to recuperate and regain his strength. He was aware of the West Sea Mafia, particularly the notorious bandit Capone Begi, whose stronghold was situated on an island known as Nostra Island. Within the expansive mind of Vegapunk, one can effortlessly uncover information regarding Capone Begi, a scientist who keenly observes all news pertaining to the sea, seeking out matters of personal interest or intriguing devil fruit abilities. Taking a brief respite, he promptly sets out to find him. In Donya Huanglong's eyes sparkled a resolute determination. His chosen target would undoubtedly fall into his grasp. Given that the weather and magnetic fields across the seas remain stable, navigating the waters does not necessitate recording instruments. One can rely on nautical charts to locate the various islands of the West Sea. Furthermore, Vegapunk possesses detailed maps of the seas, specially provided by the world government, clearly marking every member and non-member nation. After a period of recuperation, Donya Huanglong and his companions resumed their pursuit of the objective. 2 days later, on Nostra Island, a colossal shadow loomed over this mafia stronghold as a gigantic crimson dragon soared through the sky, instilling terror among the mafia members with its formidable presence. Capone Begi, gazing at the dragon above, abruptly dropped his cigar. Chapter 17. The Menace of Capone Begi Boom. A colossal laboratory, entrusted by the fiery clouds, descended directly upon Nostra Island. The terrifying aura emanating from the crimson dragon erupted with unrestrained ferocity, rendering several members of the mafia unconscious. The sky above thickened with dark purple clouds, intermittently illuminated by flashes of lightning, while the island was soon beset by a raging wind. What manner of beast is this? Capone Begi exclaimed in shock. Is this the infamous Kaido of the beast from the New World? How could such a notorious pirate appear in the West Blue? Father, we must flee, exclaimed the assassin, dragging Capone Begi away in haste. The sheer terror of the dragon left no room for resistance in their minds. Rat-tat-tat, bang! A few reckless fools dared to fire their weapons at the dragon, but after a cloud of smoke cleared, it became evident that not even the dragon's scales could be pierced. Capone Begi, come here! The East Wild Dragon unleashed a laser beam, decimating a large group of gun-toting mafia members. The Crimson Dragon transformed into its humanoid form and landed upon the island. This form is that of the experimental subject No. 88, East Wild Dragon, with a bounty of 300 million berries. He is indeed the dragon. Upon witnessing the East Wild Dragon's appearance, cried out, "Is this not the newly emerged wanted criminal of recent days?" East Wild Dragon? Capone Begi gazed in astonishment at the young man, radiating an aura of brutality, utterly unfamiliar to him. When had he ever provoked such a figure? However, knowing that this dragon was not Kaido of the beasts alleviated some of Capone Begi's fear. Under his silent command, several gunners attempted a surprise attack on the humanoid East Wild Dragon. Yet, in an instant, the East Wild Dragon appeared before Capone Beach, delivering a single punch that sent him crashing into the ground. Boom! Capone Beach created a massive crater upon impact, transforming into his hardened castle form, yet still spewing blood. Even with the astonishing defense of his castle form, he could not withstand the sheer might of the East Wild Dragon. The imposing figure of Bartholomew Kuma also emerged before the Mafia members, unleashing a barrage of bear-paw pressure cannons that devastated the crowd, injuring numerous Mafia members. It was the tyrant Kuma, with a bounty of 296 million berries. Shouted once more, but the next moment, he and Assassin were sent crashing against the wall by a kick from the East Wild Dragon, collapsing limply to the ground. Serve me for 2 years, and I shall spare your life, while also granting you the strength to witness the most formidable figures of this world. The East Wild Dragon declared coldly, gripping Capone Beach by the neck, his chilling presence suffocating Beach, who found himself overwhelmed by an unfamiliar sense of despair and helplessness, something he had never encountered in his years of dominance over the West Blue. Why does such a terrifying creature exist in this world? Indeed, even as a ruler of the West Blue, he is still inconsequential. It seems that the notion of venturing into the Grand Line is indeed the correct choice. Do I still have any options left? Capon Beiji coughed up blood, his gaze locked fiercely on Donya Hualong, vowing that should his strength ever suffice, he would claim the man's head. Over the past 2 years, he had diligently sought to grow stronger, perhaps one day finding an opportunity to vanquish his adversary. Donya Hualong grinned, offering Capon Beiji a glimmer of ethereal hope. Yet, the confidence of Hualong was unshakable. No matter how long Beiji pursued him, he could never surpass Hualong's might. Hualong's vitality and defenses had reached a terrifying magnitude, and with his lineage infused with potent toxins, no poison could bring him down. Give me a day to arrange my subordinates, Capon Beiji gasped, clutching his grievously wounded chest. Half a day, Donya Hualong replied expressionlessly, then beckoned Mang Shuili to approach, presenting Capon Beiji with a healing dandelion. What is this ability? Capon Beiji marveled at the sight of his wounds healing, his eyes flickering with intrigue as he gazed at the diminutive figure before him. It seemed this new leader possessed considerable depth. The tyrant bear had already proven to be a formidable challenge, and now he discovered another capable of healing. Do not squander time. Clear out the useless trinkets from your castle and prepare to move the equipment into this laboratory. Donya Hualong coldly commanded Capon Beiji, declaring that this stronghold would serve as Beiji's temporary experimental site until a genuine base could be established. Very well. Capon Beiji ceased his inquiries, swiftly tending to the needs of the peculiar gunman Vite and the assassin Godi, even requesting Mang Shuili's assistance in their healing. He then promptly organized the affairs of the Mafia, for he was to accompany Donya Hualong for 2 years. Boss, we implore you to take us along. Vite and Godi, unwilling to part from their esteemed leader, felt even more reluctant at the thought of their boss becoming someone else's subordinate for 2 years. No, I require you to maintain control of the Mafia for me. In due time, I shall assess the situation and see if I can bring you along, Capon Beiji instructed, his eyes narrowed, uncertain of Donya Hualong's intentions. He could not entrust all his assets to Hualong. With the Mafia as his backing, he could rise again even if he were to part ways with Donya Hualong. We shall assist the boss in managing the Mafia. Seeing the resolute expression in Capon Beiji's command, Vite and Godi could only acquiesce to their leader's wishes. Once Beiji had organized the Mafia, he cleared out the members and most of the weaponry from his castle. Subsequently, under Donya Hualong's guidance, he moved the majority of the essential experimental equipment into the castle. When Capon Beiji laid eyes on the immense head of Vegapunk, he was utterly astounded. This was the legendary world's foremost scientist. His heart raced with exhilaration. No wonder Donya Hualong's initial bounty was 300 million berries. He had captured this unparalleled genius. The fruit of healing and the prowess of the world's foremost scientist have ignited an intense desire within Capone Beach. It appears that following the enigmatic Donya Erasure for 2 years has proven advantageous, affording him the opportunity to harness these rare talents. As the research facility hastily relocated, The Crimson Dragon descended upon Nostril Island, with both Donya Erishur and the Tyrant Bear making their presence known, causing intelligence regarding this mafia stronghold to swiftly circulate. In the holy land of Mariehua, Satan, filled with ire, slammed his hand upon the latest intelligence report. He was taken aback to discover that Donya Erishur and Bear had traversed the doldrums and appeared in the West Sea. The capabilities of the meatball fruit are exceedingly troublesome. Its wielder can escape at will, while the artificial Azure Dragon's abilities pose a significant challenge as well. Such astonishing speed of relocation renders the world government and the Navy nearly impotent in their efforts to apprehend them. It is as elusive as the abilities of the Golden Lion Shiki, making containment virtually impossible. Should this continue, it is only a matter of time before Donya Erishur grows in power. A strategy must be devised to lure him into a trap, enticing him to take the bait. Otherwise, the world government will be unable to keep pace with them. The sensational Morgans is also in a state of great excitement, as it turns out that this experiment number 88, Donya Erishur, is indeed a mythical beast resembling Kaido of the beasts. This news must be disseminated swiftly, especially considering that Donya Erishur and the Tyrant Bear have formed a new faction. This is undeniably significant news. Chapter 18. Declaring war on the celestial dragons on Nostra Island, Vegapunk, along with a group of scientists and several diminutive tribe folk, relocated into the fortress within the body of Capone Beach. Their curiosity regarding the abilities of this user of the stronghold fruit was insatiable, as they eagerly explored the confines of Beach's internal stronghold. Vegapunk decisively categorized the stronghold fruit as one of the potential abilities for the future Seraphim, recognizing its unparalleled convenience. In this mafia-controlled territory, Donya Arlong forcibly appropriated a considerable sum of wealth, for which Vegapunk selected numerous valuable materials and resources. "Boss, are we heading to the Grand Line next?" Capone Beach inquired with great respect, igniting a cigar as he addressed Donya Arlong. Over the next 2 years, he aimed to grow stronger under the tutelage of Arlong and Bartholomew Kuma, seeking an opportunity to turn the tables. Previously, before unifying the West Sea Mafia, he had assumed the role of an undercover agent to eliminate another mafia leader. Now, serving under Donya Arlong felt akin to embarking on another covert mission. Should he manage to gain the favor of Vegapunk, the world's foremost scientist, and control Mansheri, a user of the healing fruit, he might very well establish a formidable force rivaling the Four Emperors. Were the notable pirates or figures in the West Sea? Donya Arlong casually inquired while devouring roasted meat, his appetite rivaling that of giants, a testament to the strength of his current physique. The most famous assassin in the West Sea is named as Bonez, a user of the chop fruit. He has been silent for over a month. It's uncertain if he has ventured into the Grand Line. Another notorious figure is the brutal sheriff, Lafitte, known as the Devil Sheriff. He possesses the bird fruit abilities, granting him flight. He was recently expelled by the kingdom and is now unknown, presumably hunting pirates and Navy members, Capone Beach recounted, mentioning 2 well-known individuals in the West Sea, both of whom are devil fruit users with bounties exceeding 30 million berries, possessing the capability to navigate to the Grand Line. Originally, Beach planned to set sail in a year or 2 to witness the might of true power on the Grand Line. After all, the Four Seas were merely a paradise for the weak, insufficient to satiate his grand ambitions. Let us first find a Navy branch and make a name for ourselves. Donya Arlong grinned, revealing a dangerous smile. Striking against the Navy would undoubtedly catapult him to fame. Moreover, Donya Arlong had another grand scheme in mind, one that would showcase just how audacious he could be. "That's an excellent idea," Beach responded with a cruel smile. He had contemplated such actions before, but had been cautious, prioritizing the Mafia's foundation over impulsive endeavors. Now, with Donya Arlong drawing fire, he could indulge his desires for destruction and bloodshed without reservation. "Let us hope you won't hesitate." Donya Arlong chuckled lightly at Capone, who genuinely believed that Arlong's plan was merely to disrupt a Navy branch for fame. With the boss around, what is there to fear? Carpin Becky, with a hint of madness in his eyes, expressed his eagerness to witness the extent of chaos this experimental subject could unleash. After a hearty meal, he readily offered his flame tank battleship, the Castro, to accompany Donya Huanglong and the Tyrant Bear directly to the West CW 88 Naval Branch. Curiously, this naval branch bore the same number as the 88th experimental subject, Donya Huanglong himself. Bear, today I shall reveal to you how I differ from Dorak, proclaimed Huanglong aboard the Castro as he hoisted his own banner, the crimson blood flag of the Huanglong, officially announcing their arrival to the world. I will ensure that the blood of the celestial dragons stains this flag. His words dripped with malice, instilling trepidation in Becky, whose eyelids twitched at the sheer intensity of Huanglong's hatred for the celestial dragons, an ominous sign indeed. Did Donya Huanglong harbor intentions of confronting the world's elite? Once Bonnie is healed, I shall join you in confronting the celestial dragons, Bear declared, a flicker of emotion crossing his face as he thought of his parents and Ginny. I will avenge you. In that moment, his tenderness was reserved solely for Bonnie. Against foes, he transformed into the true tyrant. Prepare for a wild journey of vengeance. Huanglong laughed heartily, now ready to undertake the audacious acts that others dared not. He would show those who had suffered what it truly meant to possess the courage for revenge. A day later, the West CW 88 Naval Base was suddenly engulfed by a terrifying breath of flame as a colossal crimson dragon instilled despair in the hearts of the naval forces, stripping them of any will to resist. Descending from his dragon form, Donya Huanglong grasped a branch kernel in his left hand and a marine telephone snail in his right. Sengoku, inform Satan that this is merely the beginning. Here, I officially declare war on the celestial dragon Jagarshus Satan. From this day forth, whenever I encounter a celestial dragon, I shall slay one, he warned Sengoku through the telephone snail, instructing a marine operator to capture the moment as Huanglong ignited the flags of the world government and the celestial dragons. This scene was captured by several journalists, who were left astounded, eagerly transmitting the photographs back to their news agencies. To think that someone had declared war on the celestial dragons, burning their flags and openly threatening them. What madness was this? Meanwhile, Carp and Becky, the Mafia Don, looked on in horror at Donya Huanglong. He had anticipated that Huanglong would be reckless, yet he never imagined such a brazen assault on the very heart of the world government and the celestial dragons. Could he still distance himself from Huanglong now? Even his self-proclaimed formidable heart could hardly withstand this shocking revelation. Bartholomew Bear clenched his fists tightly, fixating on Huanglong and the blazing celestial dragon flag, an unimaginable scenario unfolding before his eyes. Even the Revolutionary Army, which claims to overthrow the rule of the celestial dragons, dares not engage in such reckless acts. Yet, Donya Huanglong has accomplished this audacious feat. He has declared war on the aristocratic celestial dragons. He is the first man to publicly challenge them. Does this man truly fear the celestial dragons? Donya Huanglong, you shall come to regret this. The authority of the world government and the celestial dragons is not to be tarnished. You will face the most terrifying pursuit. Our navy will undoubtedly not spare you. Across the transponder snail, Sengoku the Buddha bellowed at Donya Huanglong, enraged that an escaped experiment could be so brazen as to destroy a naval branch in order to declare war on the celestial dragons. This is utterly outrageous. Sengoku will not permit such a flagrant villain to continue his rampage upon the seas. Without needing instruction from the 5 elders, Sengoku summoned the 3 admirals back to Navy headquarters, preparing to apprehend the exceedingly notorious fugitive, Donya Huanglong. Chapter 19. Significant Consequences of the Declaration of War. A few days later, aboard the flame tank battleship Castro, Capone Beej gazed at the man voraciously consuming meat, his expression a mixture of complexity and disbelief. Was this fellow devoid of reason, or simply consumed by arrogance? How dare he declare war on the celestial dragons? Such an audacious act would surely offend the world government and the Navy headquarters. The CP agents and the Navy would not let them escape unscathed. Moreover, it had attracted the covetous eyes of all bounty hunters, and even pirates would seek to eliminate them to enhance their own notoriety. Boss, here is your latest bounty. Capone Beej trembled slightly as he handed the wanted poster to Don Quixote da Flamingo, struggling to come to terms with this world-class criminal's notoriety. 500 million berries? It seemed these individuals still underestimated him. Don Quixote da Flamingo disregarded the wanted poster, although the image of the burning flags of the world government and the celestial dragons was striking. Remarkably, the Navy had dared to release it. "Boss, you don't truly intend to eliminate the celestial dragons, do you?" Capone Beej inquired, his voice dry, realizing that his courage was less formidable than he had imagined. Doflamingo had thrust him into the high-stakes arena, opposing the entire world. "What? Are you afraid? You will witness the demise of the celestial dragons," Doflamingo replied with a bloodthirsty grin. In the past couple of days, they had dispatched several waves of pirates and seized numerous treasures, yet they had not encountered the likes of Bonnie and Lafitte, prominent figures of the West Sea, leaving Doflamingo feeling somewhat disappointed. After all, even if he could not recruit them, their abilities, the / fruit and the bird fruit, could serve as experimental materials for Vegapunk. The original character, Mihawk, the Hawkeye, wielded the power of the / fruit, a superhuman ability. "Indeed, I fear that if I follow you, I shan't survive 2 years," Capone Beej unabashedly confessed, genuinely alarmed about how they would evade the encirclement orchestrated by the world government and the Navy headquarters. "In 2 days, we shall head to the North Sea," Doflamingo announced, gazing at the ocean. The forces of the world government and the Navy headquarters were likely converging towards the West Sea. Thus, he would alter their position once more, testing the swiftness of their adversaries. With Capone Beej, a formidable user of the stronghold fruit, concealing Vegapunk and his associates, and utilizing Bartholomew Kuma as pawpaw fruit abilities, their speed would be greatly enhanced. At the tender age of 9, Kuma had demonstrated the capability to transport himself from the Divine Valley of the West Sea to the Salt Kingdom in the South Sea, traversing a red line in the process. Now, traveling from the West Sea to the North Sea, even with the New World and 2 windless zones in between, would merely be a minor inconvenience. The superhuman pawpaw fruit ability was indeed unreasonable and exceptional. Dr. Vegapunk expressed the necessity for a stable base to ensure Bonnie's optimal recovery. As his head continued to expand, soon, the castle would no longer accommodate his growing intellect. Kuma addressed Doflamingo, asserting that their current erratic movements were unsustainable. They must establish stability to cultivate their influence more effectively. "I am aware that once we recruit a significant individual in the North Sea, we shall proceed to seize some cloning equipment from Germa 66, and then establish our territory in the Grand Line," Donya Huanglong stated earnestly, recognizing that Trafalgar Law's surgical fruit ability would facilitate the separation of Vegapunk's mind, enabling the emergence of various alter egos. Thus, it is imperative to incorporate this surgical fruit user into our ranks. "Excellent," Bartholomew Kuma remarked with a smile, reassured by Donya Huanglong's strategic intentions. Indeed, Huanglong is as reliable a man as Dracula Mihawk. Unbeknownst to Donya Huanglong, following his audacious declaration of war against the celestial dragons, he garnered the admiration of many. Regardless of their status as commoners, scoundrels, or pirates, numerous individuals became his fervent admirers. On an island in the West Sea, the devilish Sheriff Lafitte gazed at the news and bounty poster of Donya Huanglong, a mad grin spreading across his face. This audacious fellow is sufficiently reckless and insane to qualify as his captain. With a laugh, he embarked on a quest to find Donya Huanglong. Meanwhile, Des Bones, having just entered the Grand Line, was unaware that upon seeing the news, he had already accepted an offer from Baroque Works, becoming Mr. One of this notorious organization, thus missing the chance to encounter that madman. Aboard the Golden Empire ship, the stoic Tesalo observed the news of Donya Huanglong's declaration against the celestial dragons. As he scrutinized Huanglong's wanted poster, he clenched his fists, feeling a familiar pain in his back. His courage paled in comparison to that of an escaped experiment from the world government. Now, he had even allied with the celestial dragons, rising to become the illustrious Golden Emperor of this world. "Youngster, I hope you do not meet your demise too quickly," Tesalo scoffed, yet deep within his gaze, a flicker of hope seemed to rest upon this unknown experiment. In the palace of the Amazon Lily, the pirate Empress Boa Hancock beheld the news report presented by Gloriosa in its entirety for the first time. "Donya Huanglong, I shall remember you," Boa Hancock contemplated the image of Donya Huanglong igniting the flags of the world government and the celestial dragons for a long moment before tossing the bounty notice onto the table, her eyes reflecting a complex array of thoughts. On Onigashima in the New World, the Beast Pirate's Queen, exclaimed dramatically to Kaido. He is also a mythical Zoan dragon like you, albeit of a different hue. Moreover, he dares to declare war on the celestial dragons. Meanwhile, the complex gaze of King, hidden beneath his mask, revealed astonishment. This experiment was bold enough to oppose the world government. It is worth noting that even he had to conceal his entire body to avoid exposing his brown skin and white hair, which would reveal his Lunarian heritage. Ho ho ho! Let us recruit him into our beast pirates. Kaido, the beast, momentarily paused upon witnessing the crimson dragon form of Donya Huanglong. Yet he soon erupted into hearty laughter. He relished having subordinates endowed with the powers of Zoan-type devil fruits, particularly those of the ancient and mythical varieties. If he enters the New World, I shall personally recruit him. At that moment, Enzai Jin spoke up, his curiosity piqued by this audacious experimental subject, suspected to possess the bloodline of the Lunarians. Donya Huanglong's audacity to threaten the celestial dragons only deepened Enzai Jin's admiration for the young rogue. The revelation of Donya Huanglong's dragon form and his declaration of war against the celestial dragons had captured the intense attention of the Empress Charlotte Linlin and other Yonko, as well as the warlords of the sea. This individual, Donya Huanglong, appeared to be far from ordinary. He might very well ascend to a position surpassing that of the warlords. In the royal palace of Dressrosa, Doflamingo cackled maniacally. The artificial Azure Dragon fruit ability is simply exquisite. Virgo, we must devise a means to rescue Caesar. We too must acquire the technology for artificial devil fruits. The existence of experimental subject number 88, Donya Huanglong, had validated the authenticity of artificial devil fruits for him. Caesar had indeed not deceived him. Thus, he resolved to employ every conceivable strategy to facilitate Caesar's escape from the Navy's prison. Chapter 20. The Devilish Sheriff, Lafayette on the island of Nostril. Donya Huanglong and Capone Biki were aboard the fiery battleship, Castro, returning to this mafia stronghold. This time, their journey began in the North Sea, requiring no such vessel, prompting Biki to return his flagship to their lair. Capone Biki was filled with curiosity about the impending cross-sea excursion. "Godfather, you have returned. The devilish sheriff is on the island," exclaimed the oddly gunned Vite and the assassin Godi, rushing to report the intelligence upon seeing Biki and Huanglong's arrival. The devilish sheriff, Lafayette? A hint of surprise flickered across Donya Huanglong's face. He had not anticipated encountering that individual here. Was it mere coincidence? The boss did wish to recruit him, and now an opportunity had presented itself. With a grin, Capone Biki, cigar clamped between his teeth, mused that as Donya Huanglong declared war on the celestial dragons, he certainly hoped for a formidable crew. Suddenly, a body crashed through the bar, a mafia member clad in black, suit collapsing to the ground, blood seeping from his nose and mouth. The sight sent shockwaves through Biki and Vite. How audacious for someone to lay hands on their men. It was tantamount to courting death. "Ah, Capone, how careless of you. An CP agent has infiltrated your ranks," echoed a flippant voice from within the bar. A slender man in a black top had emerged, twirling an aristocratic cane sword, his pale visage emanating a chilling indifference and mockery towards life. A CP agent? Capone Biki furrowed his brow, signaling to Vite and Godi, who rushed forth to examine their grievously injured mafia subordinate. "Greetings, formidable Mr. Huanglong. I'm Lafayette, at your service." Lafayette cast a glance at Capone Biki, swiftly doffing his hat and bowing in a respectful aristocratic manner towards Donya Huanglong, embodying the essence of a true nobleman. Yet, those from the West Sea were acutely aware of his nefarious and ruthless nature. During his tenure as the sheriff of the West Sea, he had mercilessly slaughtered countless pirates and criminals. Regardless of the severity of their crimes, none escaped his lethal grasp, due to his savage bloodlust. Several kings from allied nations had united to expel him. "Have you come specifically for me?" Donya Huanglong raised an eyebrow, realizing that his notorious reputation had indeed attracted some fanatics seeking him out. The audacity of Mr. Huanglong to declare war on the world's aristocracy was utterly insane and exhilarating. I wish to join you in your madness. Perhaps I might take down a few kings and naval commanders myself, Lafayette declared, a glint of cruelty igniting in his eyes as he recalled the kings who had banished him. If opportunity and strength permitted, he would surely seek revenge. Show me your capabilities. A fierce light radiated from Dongya Huanglong's eyes as crackling lightning erupted from his hands, an overwhelming aura expanding around him. Please, 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 Captain Arakuro. I am far more adept in the arts of hypnosis and diplomacy. I'm certainly no match for you, Lafitte exclaimed, retreating hastily as a pair of white wings sprouted from his back, lifting him off the ground. He was indeed somewhat intimidated by the prospect of Captain Arakuro engaging in hostilities without provocation. After all, this was a notorious criminal with a bounty of 500 million. I require obedient subordinates. Can you comply? Captain Arakuro inquired, a smile gracing his lips as his piercing gaze, akin to a laser beam, targeted the airborne Lafitte, ready to ensure he would not escape. Isn't that a given, Captain? Lafitte replied, a clever glint in his eye as he gracefully descended, retracting his wings and bowing respectfully to his new superior. Indeed, a wise individual you are. Now, come and showcase your abilities. Gather a few CP agents for a little amusement. Captain Arakuro encouraged, his imposing demeanor now softened as he addressed the eager newcomer. As you wish, my esteemed captain. Lafitte responded with a mischievous grin, turning to Capone Beach. Kindly have your subordinates cooperate. Capone, his expression darkened, summoned all his men, uncertain whether any CP agents had infiltrated his ranks. If there were, he would be in a precarious situation, for these insidious spies could strike at the most unexpected moments, delivering a lethal blow. As Lafitte surveyed the assembled members of the Mafia, his pupils transformed into hypnotic circular patterns reminiscent of the Rinnegan, his entrancing voice guiding the subordinates. Could this fellow's bird fruit ability be of the mythical variety? Captain Arakuro pondered with intrigue, recognizing that Lafitte's powers might transcend the ordinary. By the way, Bear, your ball fruit ability can expel your memories. Can it also extract those of others? Captain Arakuro suddenly addressed Bear, whose prowess not only alleviated ailments, but could also replicate memories. If this skill could be applied to others, it would spell doom for any spies, as it could procure any information or memories desired. I need to experiment with this, Bear replied nonchalantly, admitting he had yet to explore this facet of his abilities, which he had primarily developed to assist the elderly and ailing during his time in the Solb Kingdom. Then make the most of it. Your abilities are formidable and enigmatic, Captain Arakuro remarked, narrowing his eyes. If Bear's ball fruit could manipulate the memories of others, then Charlotte Bryn, the memory fruit user, would lose significance. Moreover, Vegapunk's scientific advancements could also erase memories to a certain extent. With these individuals at his disposal, Captain Arakuro could swiftly forge a powerful empire rivaling the four emperors, systematically challenging the world government. Under the hypnotic influence of Lafitte, the members of the Mafia fell victim one by one, their minds becoming dazed and susceptible to his control, leading them to murmur incoherently. This bizarre scene proved too overwhelming for some, prompting 7 or 8 Mafia members to suddenly rise in rebellion and flee in all directions. Eliminate them, commanded Capone Becci coldly, as the formidable duo of Gunner Vet and Assassin Godi immediately unleashed a barrage of gunfire, eliminating the fleeing traitors and turncoats. Meanwhile, Dongya Huanglong and Big Bear also sprang into action, utilizing their laser eyes and air cannons to take down several formidable adversaries. Lafitte, twirling his cane, soared with a smile, approached those who remained alive, commencing a hypnotic interrogation. We have pawns from the underworld as well as operatives from the world government, he discerned as he questioned them one by one, swiftly uncovering their identities. You possess considerable skill. Welcome to the Huanglong gang, Dongya Huanglong remarked with a gentle smile, formally accepting the sailor and diplomat into their ranks. Chapter 21, Trafalgar Law 1 week later. North Sea, Swallow Island, Joytown. I have already stated, I do not know them. An elderly man with a head full of white hair stubbornly exclaimed defiantly dismissing the inquiries of Don Quixote da Flamingo. Wolf, do you believe that law would come to your aid upon learning of your peril? Don Quixote da Flamingo ambled through Wolf's laboratory, his tone languid. Even Vegapunk had emerged from the castle of Capone Beach to study and draw inspiration from the numerous technologies of this inventor. The submarine technology of this inventor was commendable, worthy of Dr. Vegapunk's attention. Not long ago, Don Quixote da Flamingo and his companions had traversed to the North Sea using the abilities of the bear's devil fruit. However, upon failing to locate Trafalgar Law, they were compelled to seek refuge on Swallow Island. On this island resided Law's benefactor, the inventor Wolf. Even Law's submarine, the Polar Submarine, was crafted from the robust metals designed by Wolf. Upon their arrival at Swallow Island, Don Quixote da Flamingo and his group swiftly located the renowned good-natured Wolf in Joytown. This individual had once discovered the treasure of the Swallow Island Temple, which provided him with ample funding for his research and the construction of the Polar Submarine. He had also utilized his resources to reconstruct Joytown, which had been ravaged by pirates. After finding Wolf, Lafitte effortlessly hypnotized the obstinate inventor, leading them to his underground research facility. Within this subterranean lab lay a wealth of Wolf's inventions, as well as an underground port, the very place where the Polar Submarine was both crafted and docked. In Wolf's research facility, Don Quixote da Flamingo even stumbled upon a remarkably comprehensive encyclopedia of devil fruits. This knowledge had enabled Wolf to immediately discern that Trafalgar Law possessed the surgery fruit. "What do you seek Law for?" Wolf inquired warily, casting a vigilant glance at Don Quixote da Flamingo and his entourage. He was resolute in ensuring that Law would not be ensnared in danger. "You must be aware of my connections. I am at odds with the celestial dragons, and Law's devil fruit abilities have made him a target of the world government. Law and I are destined allies, and I possess a deeper understanding of his animosities than you do. If you could relay a message to him, I am willing to assist him in avenging himself against Da Flamingo, provided he joins my ranks." Don Quixote da Flamingo smiled at Wolf, while Lafitte, having hypnotized Wolf, successfully uncovered a telephone snail in Wolf's secret chamber. With a sly grin, he beckoned to Wolf. "Old man, it appears I have also discovered Trafalgar Law's telephone snail number. I suggest you heed our captain's words." A playful smile graced Lafitte's pale visage, for it seemed that the individual they sought this time was indeed someone extraordinary. Lafitte held an even greater admiration for Don Quixote da Flamingo's innate foresight. This leader had truly not made an erroneous choice. "You all." Wolf glared at Doña Huanglong and his companions, his gaze fixed on the doctor with a large head, who flipped through his books as if counting money, rapidly reviewing all his research achievements. "Ah, my apologies, I've connected," Lafitte suddenly remarked, having successfully linked up with Trafalgar Law as transponder snail. "Old man, what do you need?" Trafalgar Law's calm voice resonated from the other end. At the age of 22, Law had been leading the Heart Pirates for 6 years, traversing the North Sea, gathering like-minded allies. He planned to strengthen his crew for another year or two before venturing into the Grand Line to seek vengeance against Don Quixote da Flamingo. "Law, do not respond." "Hello, Trafalgar Law, I am Doña Huanglong, the man who declared war on the celestial dragons a few days ago. I can assist you in dealing with Da Flamingo, the former celestial dragon, if you would consider joining my ranks," Doña Huanglong interjected, seizing the transponder snail from Lafitte's hands and addressing Law. "What have you done to Wolf?" Law's icy tone conveyed his anger, as he would never allow anyone to harm his benefactor, Wolf. "He is unharmed and in good spirits," Doña Huanglong replied nonchalantly, while Vegapunk and several scientists were busy relocating some of Wolf's rare materials and research findings, which infuriated the old inventor to the point of fuming with frustration. However, once Wolf realized that this large-headed individual was the legendary Vegapunk, his demeanor shifted dramatically. Vegapunk, recognized as the world's foremost scientist, was now praising Wolf's submarine technology, which brought a sense of pride to the inventor. "Just wait for me, I'll return shortly." Law remained silent for a long moment, only speaking coldly after overhearing a brief exchange between Wolf and Vegapunk. "I shall await your return," Doña Huanglong responded evenly before the call was disconnected. In a certain region of the North Sea, Law, his expression grim, ordered the submarine to be activated, heading straight for Swallow Island. He was determined to ensure the safety of his benefactor, Wolf. As for collaborating with Donya Huanglong or joining the Huanglong crew, that required further contemplation. Nonetheless, this audacious individual who dared to declare war on the celestial dragons certainly had the audacity to confront Doflamingo, a warlord of the sea, making a partnership worthwhile. Moreover, Law had only just learned that Doflamingo was, in fact, a former celestial dragon. No wonder he managed to seize Dressrosa without retribution from the world government. This made confronting Doflamingo all the more challenging. He indeed needed formidable allies and companions. Meanwhile, Donya Huanglong smirked, anticipating Trafalgar Law as a rival. What would be ideal to win him over? Donya Huanglong was determined not to let this user of the Ope Nomi escape easily, even considering him a potential candidate for the Seraphim. After all, the surgical fruit ability belongs to the Paramecia type. Seizing the opportunity before Trafalgar Law returns, Donya Huanglong suddenly feels compelled to stir up some trouble by visiting the prison in the North Sea. In truth, Wolf has a brutal son, known as Buck, who possesses either the drunken fruit or the dissolution fruit abilities, seemingly of the Paramecia type. This power allows him to dissolve his own body, exhibiting certain characteristics akin to the Logia type, comparable to a unique Paramecia ability. He can swiftly dissolve the weapons of his adversaries and even intangible entities, such as hearts and minds, thus exerting control over others. This represents yet another formidable Paramecia ability. Law Wolf and Bepo exerted all their might and nearly perished in their arduous battle against this savage individual, who returned from his failures in the Grand Line. Following his capture by the Navy, he was not sent to impel down, but was instead detained in the North Sea prison, serving as a cautionary example for other pirates. Now, Donya Huanglong intends to venture to the North Sea prison to acquire this individual's genetic factors, while simultaneously enhancing his own reputation. Most importantly, he aims to outmaneuver the world government and the Navy. He has flown from the West Sea to the North Sea, determined to corner them. But the door remains firmly shut. Chapter 22. Assault on the North Sea Branch. North Sea N. 11 Naval Branch. As the most chaotic and powerful maritime domain, the Navy in the North Sea surpasses others in strength, with even the scale and quality of its prisons elevated to a higher echelon. Notable monstrous admirals, such as Akainu Sakazuki and Kizaru Borsellino, hail from this region. Akainu, in particular, began his violent pursuits at the tender age of 7 or 8, showcasing a terrifying physique akin to that of a monster from a young age. Furthermore, the nefarious Germa 66 has long established its presence in the North Sea, seeking to restore the ancient glory of the Germa kingdom and unify the region. Over 2 decades ago, Vinsmoke Judge rose to power, ruthlessly slaughtering 4 kings of the allied nations, instilling a profound sense of dread among the inhabitants of the North Sea. The Germa 66 faction became a nightmarish specter within this territory. Even in novels and comics, Germa 66 is often depicted as the quintessential villain. The infamous Don Quixote family also originated from the North Sea, wreaking havoc for years through plunder and pillage, committing every conceivable atrocity. Even the distinguished Vice Admiral Crane could not eradicate the Don Quixote family. Don Quixote, Doflamingo, eventually emerged from the North Sea, embarking on the Grand Line and New World, becoming a legally sanctioned pirate among the Shichibukai. Bloodshed is the norm in the North Sea, as depicted in the original narrative. When Trafalgar Law encounters other supernovas in the Sabaody Archipelago, his first question is, "How many did you kill today?" Trafalgar Law earned the moniker Surgeon of Death after taking many lives. Within the naval branch, a Navy brigadier general clad in a naval cloak was fervently training. Having defended the North Sea for 2 years and apprehended countless pirates, he was poised to advance to the Navy headquarters in Marineford and ascend to the rank of Rear Admiral, thereby laying a solid foundation for his career. Officers hailing from the North Sea are typically iron-fisted hawkish leaders, led by Admiral Akainu. They are decisive in their killings and exhibit no mercy towards pirates. Only such a navy can suppress the turmoil in the North Sea. Brigadier General Gino, the Navy headquarters, has issued a command. Next month, When you return to the Navy headquarters to report, you are to escort all pirates with bounties exceeding 15 million berries from the North Sea prison to Judicial Island for trial. A communications officer wearing a cap reported the latest orders from Marineford to his superior. 15 million for a pirate? What does the Navy headquarters mean by this? Do they believe the North Sea is as inept as the East Sea? Brigadier General Gino exclaimed, his fist crushing a sandbag in frustration. The North Sea prison holds numerous pirates with bounties of around 10 to 20 million. If we transport away all those with 15 million bounties, what will the new officers in the North Sea use for training and venting their frustrations? Is this order meant to accommodate the other 3 seas? The most notorious fugitive of the East Sea, with a bounty seemingly set at a mere 20 million berries, is of a caliber that, in the North Sea, would be regarded as merely mediocre among pirates. Additionally, there is a supplementary decree. Any individual possessing the powers of a devil fruit, regardless of their bounty, is to be apprehended and sent to impel down. The messenger continued to read, and upon finishing, saluted before departing from the training grounds of Commodore Gino. Ah, this hockey is finally beginning to respond. Commodore Gino exclaimed excitedly. Indeed, it is through the brutal encounters in the North Sea that one can awaken hockey more swiftly. In the peaceful realm of the East Sea, even 5 years stationed in Lowtown would yield little opportunity to awaken the armament hockey. This is a skill that can only be acquired by advancing to the ranks of the main body of officers. As Gino felt the swirling energy enveloping his hand, he recognized this as a training method earned through his relentless accumulation of military merit. However, recalling the formidable Germa 66 with their invulnerable prowess, a flicker of envy crossed Gino's face. The Vinsmoke siblings, each possessing extraordinary strength, not only wield high-tech battle suits, but also boast bodies that are incredibly enhanced, rivaling even the might of a Navy vice admiral. Gino's naval fleet had previously encountered Germa 66, and he had witnessed the formidable warriors of the Vinsmoke family. Even if he mastered the armament hockey, it might not suffice to harm the Vinsmoke siblings. With a sense of frustration, Commodore Gino remarked that some individuals are simply born superior. The armament hockey he painstakingly awakened might pale in comparison to the formidable exoskeleton of the Vinsmoke family. Just as he concluded his training and prepared to return to his office to address branch matters, a piercing alarm reverberated throughout the island. Gino's eyes widened as he gazed toward the sky. A colossal crimson dragon loomed amidst purple flames, its metallic scales exuding an aura of invincibility. Is this Kaido of the Beasts? No, it is the notorious experiment subject who declared war on the celestial dragons, the Eastern Wild Dragon. Gino clenched his fists, contemplating the odds of confronting the Eastern Wild Dragon. This individual carries a staggering bounty of 500 million berries. Although the Eastern Wild Dragon lacks impressive battle records, the sheer aura emanating from him filled Gino with trepidation. Suddenly, a tremendous blast of fiery dragon breath cascaded downward, aimed at the highest point of the naval flag at the base fortress, obliterating the defensive stronghold of the branch's navy. The massive explosion sent the Navy personnel on the island into a frenzied retreat. Damn it, how did this guy arrive in the North Sea so swiftly? Gino cursed vehemently. He was merely a month away from transferring to headquarters, and now this calamity jeopardized his advancement. Moreover, according to internal intelligence from the Navy headquarters, the Eastern Wild Dragon, known as Experiment Number 88, may surpass even the strongest of the Vinsmoke family's enhanced beings. How could a branch commodore, who has only recently begun to grasp the armament hockey, stand a chance against the Eastern Wild Dragon? This is dire. Commodore Gino, the half-dragon transformation has attacked the prison. Several branch colonels rushed to report to Gino, their hands trembling slightly as they clutched their swords. The recent assault on the naval branch by the colossal dragon has far exceeded their capacity for response. Even though the Northern Sea Navy is formidable, they would not recklessly charge into certain death. Quickly call for reinforcements from the naval headquarters. Brigadier General Kino commanded before dashing towards the Northern Sea prison. He was resolute in his determination to prevent Donya Huanglong from releasing these wanted criminals. Now, he finally comprehended a crucial aspect of the latest orders from the naval headquarters, if they could endure this crisis. He would ensure that all pirates with bounties exceeding 10 million would be transported to Impel Down, denying individuals like Donya Huanglong any opportunity for a jailbreak. Inside the Northern Sea prison, the imposing Donya Huanglong strolled through the facility with an air of invincibility, as if meandering through a marketplace. Does anyone know the whereabouts of that fellow, Buck? Are there any devil fruit users among you? With just a glance, Donya Huanglong sent the prison guards crumbling in fear, rendering even laser beams unnecessary. My lord, I know that Buck is in the last cell. Please, I beseech you, let me out, and I shall serve you as your most loyal subordinate. The battered and bruised wanted criminals within the prison exclaimed with delight, their faces alight with a fervent yearning for freedom and a deep-seated animosity towards the Navy. Chapter 23. The raid and defeat of Law Donya Huanglong disregarded the pleas of the pirate prisoners. These scoundrels did not even possess a single individual who claimed to have any abilities. He strode directly to the back of the prison, where he encountered the grotesquely tortured figure of the dissolver, Buck. This brutal wretch had once bellowed before Trafalgar Law, declaring, "My freedom is to kill at will, living solely by my desires." He had rampaged through the town of Joy on Swallow Island, slaughtering innocents and wreaking havoc. Yet now, he lay beaten like a dog, a model example of punishment within the North Sea prison. Are you here to recruit me? Buck's bloodshot eyes glimmered with a flicker of hope. After years of confinement, he finally saw a chance to escape this dreadful North Sea prison. Stand down, Donya Huanglong. I shall not allow you to release any pirates. Brigadier General Kino stormed into the North Sea prison, his presence casting a shadow over the terrifying half-dragon figure. Open fire. No mercy, even if it means exterminating these pirates. They shall not be set free. Kino's sudden command sent shockwaves through the ranks of the pirates, leaving even Donya Huanglong somewhat taken aback. Who would have thought to encounter a soldier with a ruthless iron will akin to Sakazuki S here? Better to kill the wrong than to let any escape. What are you waiting for? I shall bear the responsibility. Brigadier General Kino bellowed, charging at Donya Huanglong with a saber, buying time for his men to fire their weapons. At the sound of Kino's orders, the North Sea soldiers hesitated for only a brief moment before unleashing a barrage of gunfire. The echoes of gunshots and the wails of the wounded filled the North Sea prison. Clang! Kino's blade struck Donya Huanglong's arm and shattered upon impact, sending shockwaves through him. This was a full-force strike imbued with a hint of armament hockey, yet it failed to breach Donya Huanglong's defenses. Courageous indeed, but lacking in strength, Donya Huanglong admonished, sending the brigadier general crashing into the wall, shattering the prison's sturdy structure, leaving Kino buried beneath the rubble, unable to rise. A menacing aura surged forth, incapacitating the frenzied soldiers who had been firing their weapons. With a powerful charge, Donya Huanglong sent several colonels and lieutenant colonels who had not succumbed to his conqueror's hockey sprawling to the ground. Is there anyone left who can speak? He called out indifferently. Those who managed to evade the gunfire and withstand his overwhelming presence were indeed fortunate and possessed the potential to join his dragon gang. Such a pity, there are none. Donya Huanglong replied with a hint of disappointment, before forcefully kicking open the cell that housed Buck, seizing the dissolver, shackled with sea stone handcuffs. Thank you for saving me, my lord. I shall follow you faithfully. Buck exclaimed with excitement, his spirits soaring. Who said I would take you in? Donya Huanglong retorted, delivering a punch that rendered the self-important pirate unconscious. Buck was merely an experimental subject prepared by Vegapunk for the Dragon Gang. The dissolving ability of this Superman-like entity is quite impressive, qualifying it as a potential candidate for the Seraph's powers. Donya Huanglong, carrying Buck, transformed into a divine dragon and departed from the North Sea prison, leaving behind a scene of desolation and corpses. After a considerable time, amidst the ruins of the walls, Major General Gino crawled out, bloodied and filled with dread, toward Donya Huanglong. He was a true monster, far superior to the four siblings of the Vinsmoke family. The bounty of 500 million was no exaggeration. Struggling to his feet, he realized that this demon seemed to have held back. He hurried toward his subordinates, relieved to find that not many sailors had perished. Even several colonels and lieutenant colonels had only sustained severe injuries. His gaze shifted to the chaotic scene of the pirate prisoners. For a moment, he pondered whether Dongya Huanglong possessed a modicum of conscience, or if he, as a Navy Major General, was the more ruthless of the two. He swiftly reported the grim situation following the assault on the North Sea Inn, 11 Navy branch, and the prison back to headquarters. Gino did not withhold any details, directly admitting to issuing the order to execute the pirate prisoners, willing to accept any punishment from the Navy headquarters. However, not only did the headquarters refrain from punishing him, but they also shifted all blame onto Dongya Huanglong. They planned to propagate the infamy of Dongya Huanglong's massacre of the pirate prisoners, inciting disdain for this villain among other pirates. Meanwhile, Dongya Huanglong returned to Swallow Island, Joytown, casting the dissolving man, Buck, into Vegapunk's research. Wolf had long since lost any affection for his son. Perhaps it was more advantageous for the experimental subject to live as the world's foremost scientist than to exist in a prison. Captain, you didn't take me along for the assault on the Navy branch. I'm truly disappointed, Lafitte lamented to Dongya Huanglong, expressing his fondness for the slaughter of both Navy and pirates alike. Has Trafalgar Law called back? Dongya Huanglong disregarded Lafitte's words, diverting the topic, as he wished to avoid mobilizing the entire fleet for such trivial matters. The swift raid on the North Sea branch took Dongya Huanglong a day or two, and Law was expected to return to Swallow Island around the same time. He said he would arrive this afternoon, but I believe he might return early to rescue that old man Wolf, Lafitte remarked with a squint and a smile, occasionally glancing at the subterranean port of the underground research facility, seemingly anticipating Trafalgar Law's submarine to return early to prevent Wolf from being unexpectedly rescued. After all, Dongya Huanglong had warned that Trafalgar Law could utilize spatial abilities to suddenly transport individuals away. Even Bartholomew Kuma had entered a state of vigilance against a potential attack from Law, and after perusing the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia entrusted to him by Huanglong, he found himself intrigued by the operative of the Op Nomi. He pondered whether the legendary immortality surgery was indeed real. Furthermore, with the capabilities of this operative combined with Mancheri's healing fruit abilities, Bonnie's stem cell transplant procedure would expedite her recovery, allowing her to bask in the sunlight once more. Given his cunning and meticulous nature, it was indeed plausible that he would pursue such an outcome. Dongya Erenlong also concurred with Lafitte's perspective. Having a resourceful subordinate like Lafitte to identify and rectify shortcomings brought him immense satisfaction. Perhaps in the process of validating Lafitte's conjecture, within less than an hour, a transparent halo inexplicably expanded into the subterranean research facility. A young man, adorned with a speckled cap and clad in a yellow long-sleeve garment, suddenly appeared beside Wolf, intending to teleport him away. However, the formidable bear was equally swift. The moment Luo manifested, he had already teleported to join Luo and Wolf. A diminutive bear-paw air cannon sent Luo, still unremoved from the North Sea, crashing against the wall of the Research Institute. With a gasp, Luo expelled a mouthful of blood, unable to maintain even the room space of his surgical fruit. This starkly illustrated the gap in strength between the tyrant bear, a formidable warlord of the Seven Seas, and Luo, a prospective supernova. Despite possessing the teleportation ability of the surgical fruit, Luo, who had not mastered the two-color hockey, was utterly overpowered by Bear. There were no unexpected outcomes. Chapter 24. The joining of Law. Dongya Huanglong advanced step by step towards the gravely injured Trafalgar Law, unabashedly unleashing his conqueror's hockey. As dark crimson lightning spread in every direction. At your current level, seeking revenge against Don Quixote da Flamingo is virtually impossible, he remarked, observing Law's defiant expression as his colossal dragon tail swiftly ensnared Law's slender form. Room cut. Provoked by Huanglong's scornful gaze, Law forcibly activated his Op Nomi abilities, attempting to slice through the dragon's tail. However, a shocking scene unfolded before him. The omnipotent surgical fruit abilities were thwarted by the dragon's scales, sparks flying as the blade failed to penetrate. The surgical powers were not invincible. With sufficient defense or potent hockey, one could not cut through. A grin appeared on Dongya Huanglong's face as he unleashed a punch, his fist crackling with electricity, striking the impudent intruder. "Ah!" Trafalgar Law cried out in agony, his eyes rolling back as blood seeped from the corners of his mouth, feeling the immense injury to his body and the urgent need for treatment. "Please spare Law, I beg you." At that moment, Wolf rushed over in desperation, pleading with Huang Long as he attempted to pry Law from the grip of the thick dragon tail, only to be swiftly incapacitated by an electric shock. "I merely wanted this fellow to recognize the disparity in strength," Huang Long stated. His dragon claw gripped Law's shoulder, the purple patterns on the dragon's scales pulsating, causing Law's arm to turn violet as he was swiftly poisoned by Huang Long's potent venom. Even the no me would struggle to eliminate such toxins. Releasing his tail, Huang Long cast Law aside carelessly, speaking with a nonchalant tone. "The surgical fruit is more effective for external wounds, yet purging this potent toxin will take considerable time." Law immediately activated his abilities, severing his poisoned arm to prevent the venom from spreading throughout his body. "What do you think of our strength?" he asked. "By the way, Bartholomew Kuma's power is no less than Doflamingo's. Joining us is indeed the right choice." Huang Long casually conjured a flame cloud, settling upon it as he surveyed Law and Wolf from above. Trafalgar Law fixed his gaze upon Dongya Huang Long, his expression oscillating between uncertainty and contemplation. Now, he recognized the strength of Huang Long and his companions. They indeed possessed the capability to confront Doflamingo. Yet, he was unwilling to disband the Heart Pirates, nor did he wish to part ways with Beepo and Pekin. "Law, hurry and treat your arm," Wolf urged anxiously, glancing at Law's violet severed limb, increasingly concerned that if this continued, the arm would be rendered completely useless. "I must bring my crew to join you. You have a responsibility to help us grow stronger, and I intend to keep the Heart Pirates flag." Trafalgar Law cast his venomous arm towards east, his gaze resolute. The Heart Pirates were the culmination of his and his companions' efforts, and he would not allow them to vanish. Becky's Mafia still exists. Your pirate crew is of no lesser significance, East remarked nonchalantly, as the poisonous patterns on his palm writhed, drawing the toxins from the severed limb before returning it to Law. Law reattached the dismembered arm as though it were a mere toy, a spectacle that left Bartholomew, Becky, and Lafitte in awe, marveling at the peculiar capabilities of the surgery fruit. Vegapunk, with his oversized head, gazed wide-eyed, having long desired to detach his increasingly burdensome cranium, which had significantly hindered his research. With the abilities granted by the surgery fruit, combined with his medical expertise, it seemed feasible to actualize his cloning plan. "Since Law wishes to align with you, may I accompany as well? I aspire to serve as an assistant to Dr. Vegapunk." Wolf interjected upon witnessing Law's intent to join East. He was torn between his desire not to part ways with Law and the yearning to remain close to Dr. Vegapunk to explore and acquire further knowledge. "Welcome, welcome. Your mechanical and submarine technologies are impressive. I look forward to collaborating with you," Dr. Vegapunk exclaimed joyfully, shaking Wolf's hand. Having recently discovered designs for aircraft in Wolf's research materials that piqued his interest, the presence of a like-minded inventor promised to spark a plethora of innovative ideas in the future. "Then let us proceed together. Our next target is the Vinsmoke family of Germa 66, East declared, conveniently accepting this inventive elder, considering the potential of having him construct submarines. "You plan to confront Germa?" Law exclaimed, his shock evident. After all, Germa's nefarious army was a nightmare across the North Sea. Law coveted a battle suit capable of transformation, as countless North Sea inhabitants were captivated by the serialized adventures of the Germa warriors. He, alongside fellow supernovas like Hawkins and Drake, were avid fans of the transformative battle attire. There lies an available cloning machine and modification equipment. I believe you will find it appealing, Vegapunk, East said with a slight smirk, asserting that if seizing was possible, it was indeed the more convenient option. Concerning Judge's creations, however, his cloned army and modified warriors should not be underestimated. Preparations are essential. Vegapunk acknowledged Judge's use of bloodline factor technology to forge a malevolent army, which had wrought considerable chaos in the North Sea, a practice he found distasteful. The power of science ought to serve the protection of humanity and the advancement of productivity, rather than violence and slaughter. Let us gather our things and prepare to depart. Law, arrange your crew. We shall soon set sail for the Grand Line, East swiftly instructed. Also sending Bartholomew with Law to confer with Vegapunk about enhancing the surgical procedure to expedite Bonnie's recovery. Upon discovering that Princess Mancheri and the little people shared a mutual disdain for Don Quixote da Flamingo, they quickly became acquainted. Law found himself quite fond of Mancheri, who possessed the extraordinary ability of the healing fruit. He perceived a seamless synergy between his Nomi powers and her healing fruit abilities. Coupled with the medical knowledge and intellect of Vegapunk, they felt capable of curing any ailment. Bartholomew Kuma's smile grew increasingly radiant. The swifter Bonnie recovered, the happier he became. During this brief interlude before their departure, Don Quixote's dragon continually honed his haki, particularly his relatively weaker observation haki. Lafitte and Capone Beach trailed behind him, learning the dual-colored haki. To remain in the presence of this world-renowned fugitive, one must possess considerable strength. Otherwise, they would inevitably fall victim to CP agents and Navy admirals. Meanwhile, at the Marine headquarters in Marineford, the news of Don Quixote's dragon's assault on the North Blue prison infuriated Sengoku the Buddha. How had this Don Quixote's dragon traversed from the West Blue to the North Blue? The combination of Don Quixote's dragon's artificial Azure Dragon abilities and the Tyrant Kuma's pawpaw fruit powers allowed for an astonishing speed of relocation, rendering the world government and navy incapable of cornering them. These abilities posed a significant headache for Sengoku and his aide Tsuru, leaving them utterly perplexed on how to confront such adversaries, far more troublesome than the Golden Lion Shiki. Chapter 25. The Vinsmoke family, the news of Don Quixote da Flamingo's assault on the North Sea prison and the Navy branch. While not as monumental as his declaration of war against the celestial dragons, nonetheless stirred considerable attention among various factions. The speed at which da Flamingo traversed from the West Sea to the North Sea and his subsequent attack on the North Sea prison within just a week astonished even several of the Yonko pirate crews. This rapid movement suggested that the world might very well become da Flamingo's playground, allowing him the freedom to roam as he pleased. Furthermore, da Flamingo and the tyrant Bartholomew Kuma's organization seemed to rival the influence of the 7 warlords of the sea. This prompted numerous pirate crews to seek a glimpse of this experimental figure, eager to witness how he would retaliate against the world government and the celestial dragons, and to what extent he could achieve his ambitions. In response, the world government dispatched multiple CP0 teams and countless CP agents, issuing a mandatory order to the 7 warlords to hunt down da Flamingo. However, figures like Boa Hancock and Jinbei disregarded this directive entirely. Moonlight Moria and Crocodile scoffed at the notion. Only Dracula Mihawk and Don Quixote da Flamingo, motivated by their own interests, offered brief responses. In a certain maritime region of the North Sea, a yellow submarine glided across the surface. Da Flamingo and his crew stood on a small deck, gazing at the endless expanse of the ocean. Captain Da Flamingo remarked that just days prior, the Germa evil army, hired by the Buret Kingdom, had waged war on the North Aelan Kingdom, successfully breaching their capital. Now, as they pursued southward, they anticipated catching up with the Germa 60 SXS snail ship. Lafitte, flapping his white wings, circled above the submarine, serving as a lookout. The Germa forces held a dominant position in the North Sea, their strength sufficient to venture into the New World. Yet, in their quest to restore the glory of Germa's unification of the North Sea, they remained entrenched within its waters. Were it not for the world government's interventions and the united resistance of numerous allied nations, they might have conquered a significant portion of the North Sea territories. Capone Beach, the notorious mafia boss from the West Sea, closely monitored the situation in the north. He felt fortunate that the Germa forces were not located in the West Sea. Otherwise, his mafia might have had little chance of unifying the underground syndicates there. Following the successful escape of Judge and the Mad Team, and under the covert pressure from the world government, even though his power had grown significantly and the Vinsmoke family had been revitalized, the world government only permitted the Germa kingdom to exist as a stateless entity. They would not allow a formidable nation capable of unifying the North Sea to emerge. Thus, The stateless Germa army could only accrue development funds through their identity as mercenaries engaged in warfare. Vegapunk explained that the restoration of the ancestral glory sought by Vinsmoke Judge was essentially an impossible endeavor. The world government was an insurmountable obstacle in their path. Unless Judge could forge alliances with several Yonko to overthrow the world government, there remained a slim possibility of achieving unification in the North Sea. The Vinsmoke family's obsession with unifying the North Sea runs deep, and amidst various media portrayals, the Germa core has become synonymous with malevolence, leading the people of the North Sea to reject their dominion. Wolf, a native of the North Sea, remarked earnestly that should the Vinsmoke family abandon the North Sea for the Grand Line and the New World, they might thrive better than in their current endeavors. However, the ambition to unify the North Sea is indeed a grandiose aspiration. Not only are the kings of the North Sea unwilling, but even the world government harbors no desire for such unification. Stop. What concern is the Vinsmoke family's ambition to unify the North Sea to us? Right now, I intend to seize them. Donya Arlong interjected, dismissing the assessment of the Germa core as he held no interest in the history of the Vinsmokes. He required only what was beneficial to him. Tell me, Law, Becky Lafitte, do you possess the confidence to confront one of the strongest modified beings from the Vinsmoke lineage? Donya Arlong spoke nonchalantly, indicating that he and Kuma would take the brunt of the confrontation, though he hoped his subordinates could prove their worth. It was said that the offspring of the Vinsmoke family were invincible modified beings, clad in exoskeletal defenses impervious to blades and bullets, and possessing immense strength. Trafalgar Law's expression grew grave as he acknowledged his uncertainty in facing a shape-shifting modified warrior. Perhaps even the hockey that Donya Arlong spoke of would struggle to breach the formidable defenses of the Vinsmoke siblings. You three can handle one. The rest will be left to Kuma and me, Donya Arlong stated casually, brimming with confidence in his and Kuma's prowess. He yearned to unleash his abilities against the Germa. A 3-on-1 confrontation should pose no problem. Capone Becky, feeling somewhat underestimated, remarked gloomily that he lacked sufficient confidence to tackle the legendary modified warriors, having never faced one in battle before. They could join forces to gauge the strength of these modified beings before deciding on their subsequent strategy. Both the Mafia boss and Law were proud individuals, unwilling to concede inferiority to the modified beings. Perhaps I should first speak with Judge, Vegapunk suggested, noting his amicable rapport with the members of the MAD team, believing Judge would afford him some respect. Negotiation must be founded on strength. Let us engage in combat first. Donya Arlong did not perceive Vinsmoke Judge as amenable. This individual possessed a strong desire for control, and without subduing him, any possibility of communication would be futile. Then decide for yourself, Vegapunk shrugged, resuming his treatment of Bonnie, while Donya Arlong commanded a continued pursuit of the Germa core. He even took to the skies alongside Lafitte, searching for the whereabouts of the Germa core. At that moment, aboard a fleet of snail ships, Vinsmoke Judge had also seen the news of Donya Arlong's assault on the North Sea prison, sparking a flicker of interest in this formidable newcomer. Is this truly the pinnacle of creations from Vegapunk and the Science Division? I cannot help but wonder how it measures up against my own work. Judge possesses immense confidence in the prowess of Reiju and Ichiji, believing himself to be slightly superior to Vegapunk in the realm of cyborg technology. If given the chance, he would relish the opportunity for his 4 children to compete against the likes of Don Quixote. However, Judge's thoughts suddenly drifted to the insufferable Quinn, a frown settling on his face. That fellow, leveraging the formidable regenerative abilities of the ancient Zoan dragon fruit, has managed to merge the traits of spark red, invisible black, electric blue, and wrench green into his own being. What irks Judge the most is Quinn's incessant boasting, often threatening him with the authority of the Beast Pirate's plague. At present, Judge harbors a deep-seated animosity towards that rotund miscreant. Nevertheless, Plague, Quinn has inadvertently validated the feasibility of his research into the amalgamation of abilities. The current experiment number 88 stands as a testament to a cyborg even more refined than Quinn himself. Should he capture Don Quixote, It is conceivable that he could decipher Vegapunk's latest advancements along with the entire Science Division's innovations. With Don Quixote now appearing in the North Sea, this may indeed represent a fortuitous opportunity for him. Chapter 26. The Assault on the Germa Core within a chamber of the Snail Sea ship. A woman with short pink hair perused the news of the past few days. Experiment number 88. The mythical beast known as the Dragon had a bounty of 500 million berries. As she gazed upon the wanted poster of the East Wild Dragon, which ignited the flags of the world government and the celestial dragons, Vinsmoke Reiju felt a chilling sense of brutality emanating from this madman. Indeed, the modified beings were ruthless and merciless. A hint of self-mockery crossed her mind as she recalled her unfeeling father and her emotionless brothers, filling her heart with sorrow. She had always existed within this cold-blooded family, forced to feign the same heartlessness. Otherwise, the presence of her emotions could lead her father to subject her to further modifications. She loathed this family, but found herself powerless against her father's control. She pondered whether her foolish brother Sanji had managed to survive in the East Blue, and if he had encountered anyone who could offer him warmth. Just as Reiju reminisced about her mother Sora and her brother Sanji, the largest ship of Snail Island, the Saint Germain, blared a piercing alarm, with countless soldiers shouting to fire their weapons. An enemy attack, Reiju dashed out of her quarters, racing toward the deck. Upon her arrival on the ship's platform, her face reflected shock. A colossal crimson dragon soared low, emitting vast plumes of purplish flames that spread like a toxic mist, causing even the strongest clone soldiers of the Germa Core to collapse, frothing at the mouth. Reiju quickly absorbed that toxic mist. Vinsmoke Judge bellowed in fury. However, amidst the purplish flames, bolts of lightning erupted, striking both the Snail Sea ship and the clone soldiers, inflicting significant damage. Damn it! Electric Blue, transform! Electric Fist! Vinsmoke Niji instantly donned his advanced combat suit and moved to intercept the dense purple lightning. Spark Red, transform! Spark Spiral Strike! Vinsmoke Ichiji, witnessing the Crimson Dragon unleashing a terrifying breath of fire upon the Saint Germain, quickly transformed, his fists igniting in endless flames as he aimed to counter the dreadful dragon's breath. Winch Green, transform! Winch Heavy Strike! Vinsmoke Yanji swiftly transformed and soared into the sky using his winch jet, preparing to unleash his most powerful strike against the dragon. Yet at that moment, a diminutive paw of air surged toward Yanji, who hovered in the sky. Bear Paw Impact. A deep, magnetic voice resonated, and it seemed as if Yanji were bombarded by countless shockwaves, his body erupting in a violent display, blood gushing from his orifices. Subsequently, the green figure that struck terror into the hearts of the northern seas, populace tumbled into the ocean, rolling its eyes back. Yanji! Both Judge and Reiju cried out in shock, while Ichiji and Niji remained unfazed. Oh, how formidable! Truly worthy of the title tyrant. In the skies, the devilish sheriff, Lafitte, gaped in astonishment at the terrifying destructive power displayed before him, instilling a sense of trepidation within. He realized he would likely not withstand a single strike from the tyrant, Bartholomew Kuma. Astonishingly, with one blow, he had vanquished one of the strongest modified humans. The Vinsmokes, Trafalgar Law's pupils dilated, reflecting the gravity of the situation. Had Kuma utilized such an air cannon against him days prior, he would have fared far worse than the transformed Yanji. Truly, he was a formidable opponent. Capone Beej, biting down on his cigar, expressed his awe while unleashing a flurry of bullets from his submachine gun towards the clone soldiers, a glint of cruel excitement sparking in his eyes. Gaji, equipped with high-tech battle boots, surged towards Yanji, catching him just before he plunged into the sea. Yet in the next instant, a horrific laser beam hurtled toward them both. How could he possess such an array of powers? Garuda, electromagnetic ash, transformation, Gaji exclaimed, producing a gray canister emblazoned with a prominent letter J. In an instant, he transformed, wielding an electromagnetic spear that erupted with golden currents, forcefully thrusting it toward the menacing laser. Boom! Gaji, clutching Yanji, was hurled into the ocean by the laser's wrath, creating a towering wave that surged dozens of meters high. Was this the resolution? White feather stab. Lafitte's pallid visage twisted into a cruel smile as he wielded a slender, noble sword, wreaking havoc among the clone soldiers. It appeared simpler than he had anticipated. Room, slaughterhouse. Trafalgar Law's aura expanded rapidly, and with a single slash, numerous clone warriors were cleaved in two, suspended in a transparent space. He immediately teleported, striking the red-clad Iji with a powerful blow. Clang! Law's blade, the Enma, resonated as if striking steel, producing a thunderous sound against Iji. Dare to ambush me? Iji, unfazed by Gaji and Yunji's fall, grinned, his fist radiating blinding light as he retaliated with a punch. Room swap. Observing Iji's formidable strike, Law smirked, forcibly exchanging positions with the blue-clad Niji, who was left astonished as he absorbed Iji's fierce blow. What is happening? Iji! Niji shouted in fury as his jaw hung askew, quickly realigning it with a simple twist, revealing no injuries whatsoever. Such remarkable recovery capabilities. Gasps of astonishment escaped Law and Beej. This was indeed the pinnacle of Germa's modified warriors. Kuma's strength against Yunji was a testament to Kuma's might, not a reflection of the weaknesses of the modified beings. For Law, Beej, and Lafitte, these modified humans remained formidable adversaries. A thunderous roar, akin to that of a primal dragon, reverberated across the ocean as the colossal dragon descended, stirring tumultuous winds and crackling thunder, unleashing a torrent of black and red lightning. The terrifying aura caused a multitude of clone warriors to collapse, their eyes rolling back in their heads, creating a scene reminiscent of a demonic descent that sent cold sweat cascading down Legio's brow. She beheld the colossal dragon alighting upon the Saint Germain, transforming into a terrifying half-dragon figure shrouded in crackling lightning. This was the audacious man who dared to declare war against the celestial dragons. Experiment number 88, Donya Arlong. How magnificent! The Supreme Leader truly is formidable. On board the polar submarine, the bear-like Beppo leaned over the railing, his eyes gleaming as he watched Donya Arlong exert his overwhelming presence against the nefarious Germa army. Donya Lando is a great hero. Princess Manchery stood atop Beppo's head, fiercely tugging at his ear and shouting in sheer excitement. The diminutive warriors, Leo and the members of the Heart Pirates, Pikun and Shachi, eagerly observed this monumental clash. They had audaciously taken action against the most formidable force in the North Sea, the Germa army. Let them be vanquished. Donya Arlong's chilling voice resonated as the giant bear charged toward the red-clad, spark-red Iji, leaving the electric blue Lenny to be dealt with by Law and the others. Meanwhile, Donya Arlong advanced step by step toward the pink-clad poison-pink Legio. If Gaji were to perish, would the three brothers heed your commands? Chapter 27. The intimidation of Innsmoke, the words of Donya Huanglong caused Reiju's pupils to contract sharply. He actually intended to assassinate the supreme commander of the Germa army and the king of the allied nations. Gulp. No. Reiju swallowed hard, speaking with great difficulty, as the man's imposing presence and piercing gaze left her feeling utterly unsettled. The radiant, golden, laser-like eyes inflicted a stinging sensation upon her skin. What a pity. Do you think, if I were to persuade Judge to hand you over to me to save his own life, he would comply? Donya Huanglong approached Reiju, cupping her chin with a mocking smile. I do not know. I would comply with any of his commands. Reiju clenched her fists, turning her face away, her voice devoid of any emotional fluctuation. I know where Sanji is. Would you be interested in following me? I can help you escape from Judge's control. Donya Huanglong pinched Reiju's cheek with a smile, then turned to the ship at Snail Island, observing as Judge dragged Yanji ashore. Boom! A structure of the island ship crumbled under the immense shockwave of a bear paw, while sparks flew as the bear struck Ichiji to the ground. A colossal bear paw imprint appeared on the ground, pinning Ichiji beneath. At that moment, Ichiji was bloodied and battered, his glasses shattered, revealing a defiant glint in his eyes. However, facing the terrifying strength of the bear and the force of the rebound, his right hand was grotesquely twisted, his capacity for resistance severely diminished. Meanwhile, Capone Beach, the castle man, faced the electric attacks of Niji head-on, while Law and Lafitte continuously inflicted wounds upon Niji from the side, creating numerous gashes in the battle suit crafted from memory metal. I refuse to believe I cannot sever you. Room cut. Law wielded his cursed blade, gathering energy as he seized the opportunity when Niji kicked Beej away, striking at Niji's long leg. Clang! As the blade glinted, a calf soared through the astonished gazes of the onlookers, while Niji looked on in shock at his severed limb. How could this be? Impossible. Electric fist. Niji unleashed a surge of electricity, his fists propelled with fury, sending Trafalgar Law flying. Unaccustomed to the loss of a leg, Niji's severed limb was sent flying by Lafitte's wing. I will kill you. Electric flying kick. In a fit of rage, Niji charged at Law, the instigator of his plight. Beej and Lafitte exchanged wicked smiles. The opportunity had arrived. Law. Both rushed toward Niji's rear, preparing to ambush the formidable cyborg. I know. Room swap. Room cut. Realizing their intentions, Law instantaneously switched positions with Beej, allowing the castle man to absorb Niji's frontal assault while he struck again, severing Niji's right arm. Subsequently, Law exchanged places with Lafitte, continuing his assault by cleaving Niji's left arm. After Niz kicked Becky away, he had transformed into a helpless beast, reduced to a mere leg. Now, you shall become our plaything. Capone Becky wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and remarked, acknowledging Niz's formidable strength that nearly brought his castle to its knees. However, the three of them soon turned Niz into a punching bag for retaliation. Witnessing the inevitable outcome, Donya Huanglong and Xiong exchanged subtle nods. These three were indeed capable, not to the extent of failing against a mere cyborg. On the other hand, Gaji's expression darkened as he observed the numerous fallen clones. Conqueror's haki. He gritted his teeth, knowing that his soldiers could ordinarily withstand the usual Conqueror's haki. They had even endured Doflamingo's haki 7 to 8 years prior. Why then did so many fall under Donya Huanglong's overwhelming presence? Was his haki significantly more potent than Doflamingo's? If so, his numerical tactics will be rendered futile. Why are you attacking us? Gaji rose, brandishing his electromagnetic spear, casting aside the severely injured Yuji as he fixed his fierce gaze on Donya Huanglong. He refrained from invoking his status as a king of a member nation or threatening him with the world government and navy. For this man had dared to declare war on the celestial dragons. We require certain experimental equipment. Fear not, for we shall demonstrate our strength first, Donya Huanglong replied coolly. Meanwhile, Dr. Vegapunk, under the protection of Leo and Beepo, boarded the Saint Germain. You, Vegapunk, how did you escape the grasp of the world government? Gaji exclaimed upon seeing the familiar visage of Vegapunk, astonished that the figure behind Donya Huanglong was indeed him. He had speculated on the strange news from the world government lately, which seemed fixated on Donya Huanglong, only to discover that Vegapunk had made his escape. My old friend, I come to borrow some cloning equipment and materials. I hope you won't refuse, Vegapunk said, casting a glance at Donya Huanglong before addressing Gaji with a smile. In their past, the MAD team had even resorted to bank heists for research funding. It seemed Vegapunk had once been an outlaw himself. If you seek equipment, why attack us? Gaji seethed, his teeth clenched in anger as his three sons lay grievously wounded, a multitude of clone soldiers injured, and several of his snail ships destroyed, leading to a significant financial loss. It is merely a precaution against your reluctance. Vegapunk chuckled awkwardly, aware that he was now under the thumb of Donya Huanglong, with little authority to make decisions. You must exchange your technology in return. Gaji shot a glance at Donya Huanglong before turning back to Vegapunk. His envy for the experiment's capabilities evident. If only he had a few subjects as powerful as Donya Huanglong, his Germa army could rival the strength of the 4 emperors in an instant. Thus, the Vince-Mock family can exert formidable pressure over the North Sea, realizing their ambition of unifying the region. Do you now possess the leverage to negotiate? At this moment, Donya Huanglong stepped forth, seizing Gaji by the throat. Vegapunk, if you fancy anything here, simply take it, Donya Huanglong stated expressionlessly, casting Gaji aside. Moreover, if you are unafraid of the world government, I offer you an opportunity for collaboration. You shall covertly gather resources for us, and in return, I will provide you with ample funding and a portion of formidable technology, even assisting you in forging a more powerful Germa army. Donya Huanglong declared to the visibly distressed Gaji, even summoning Reiju to massage him. Observing her father and brother at the mercy of Donya Huanglong, Reiju reluctantly approached the ruthless man, dutifully attending to his shoulders and back. You possess the technology for artificial devil fruits and bloodline fusion? I demand these. Gaji's expression twisted in turmoil, as if caught between a decision involving the world government and Donya Huanglong. If he were merely to covertly collaborate with Donya Huanglong to procure resources for them, such an arrangement might still be feasible. At the very least, he could maintain the facade of his status as a member state, leveraging the black, white, and gray channels to amass various resources. Chapter 28. Arrival at the Sky Island. A day later, Donya Erishur and his companions departed contentedly aboard the Saint-Germain. Vegapunk had successfully acquired the experimental equipment he desired, and the interior of Capone Beach Fortress was nearly filled to capacity. Reiju had gained a new identity as a member of the Erishur Corps, becoming the intermediary between Donya Erishur and Katakuri, enjoying a status independent of Katakuri's control and thus acquiring greater freedom. Katakuri had also secured Donya Arashi's promise of an impending influx of gold amounting to hundreds of billions of berries as funding for their collaboration. Furthermore, within a year or two, he would receive a substantial supply of artificial devil fruits to bolster the strength of the Germa army. As Vegapunk's ambitions grew ever larger, Donya Erishur resolved not to linger in the North Sea any longer. They needed to promptly return to their territory and establish their stronghold. The polar dive sped straight towards Reverse Mountain, safely entering the Grand Line. Bepo, Penguin, Shachi, we shall depart first. Navigate carefully to Gaia Island using the Eternal Pointer. We shall reunite shortly. Trafalgar Law repeatedly advised his companions as he prepared to journey ahead with Donya Erishur to establish their base in the sky. Rest assured, Captain, we are quite content that you managed to persuade the Erishur captain to guide us through Reverse Mountain. We shall encounter no danger, reassured Penguin and the others, confident that as long as they avoided unnecessary landings, their voyage to Gaia Island would be devoid of significant peril. After bidding their farewells, they all entered Beej's fortress and, under the influence of Bartholomew Kuma's pawpaw fruit, soared directly towards the islands near Gaia Island. Previously, Kuma had traversed this route in search of a renowned doctor to treat Bonnie, visiting Magnet Mountain and encountering the weather island, Vinsmoke. He had marked many islands along this route, proving incredibly convenient for Donya Erishur. The pawpaw fruit, undoubtedly a top-tier fruit, stood alongside the dragon fruit as a premier prize in the Celestial Dragon's deadly contest within the Valley of the Gods. Upon their arrival at the islands near Gaia, Kuma and Capone Beej were transformed by Donya Erishur into a divine dragon, leading them to the Sky Islands soaring above 10,000 meters. Inside Beej's fortress, Bonnie exclaimed in exhilaration, "At last, we are about to behold the legendary Sky Island." Princess Mancheri shared her enthusiasm, recalling how Donya Erishur had mentioned relocating a portion of the little people to dwell in the sky, a prospect that filled her with joy. To their astonishment, there existed a Sky Island above Gaia Island. Kuma marveled, reflecting that although he had traversed this sea route before, he had never discovered this Sky Island, instead having encountered the moving Sky Island, Vinsmoke, the legendary Golden City, Shandora. I shall no longer worry about a lack of research funding, Vegapunk declared, dancing with glee. Free from the world government's control and relieved of financial constraints, his joy was palpable. With Donya Erishur and Kuma's protection, he felt an overwhelming sense of security, knowing they could flee at any moment if necessary. There was also a natural-type thunderfruit user on the Sky Island. Once we subdue him, Doctor, you shall not lack for energy, he assured. Donya Aolong remarked casually that even if it is challenging to subdue the thunder god Enel, he could still be utilized as a power source and a subject for Dr. Vegapunk's experiments. Perhaps, in due time, they might even overcome the technology behind artificial natural-type devil fruits. After all, Vegapunk had developed laser technology while researching the yellow monkey's light fruit abilities. When it comes to studying the Thunder Fruit, it is conceivable that he might discover methods for generating and controlling electricity. Meanwhile, Lafitte and Buggy, along with Trafalgar Law, grew increasingly impressed by Donya Aolong's prophetic abilities. Capone Beej, the mafia boss, found his own ambitions dwindling in comparison to the formidable Aolong. With so many of his secrets unveiled, he pondered whether he could truly escape the Aolong faction unscathed in 2 years. Dr. Vegapunk, are you truly willing to sever your own head on Skypiea? Trafalgar Law was equally astonished by Vegapunk's plans in recent days. Vegapunk had even encouraged Law to explore the capability of splitting consciousness. This would enable Vegapunk to create multiple avatars to assist in research and labor. Both Law and Wolf held the world's foremost scientist in high esteem. Lafitte excitedly suggested that the first task upon arriving at Skypiea would be to subdue the user of the Thunder Fruit. If Aolong could indeed recruit such a powerful natural-type user, the strength of their faction would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. They might even acquire an officer as formidable as Bartholomew Kuma. Indeed, that individual's speed rivals that of the Yellow Monkey, and his observation haki could encompass the entire island. However, this individual is exceedingly proud and has yet to encounter the might of the sea's warriors, having no knowledge of armament haki. Therefore, Kuma, we must ensure that we subdue him immediately upon meeting. As Donya Aolong transformed into a colossal dragon and soared towards Skypiea above Gaia Island, he assigned tasks to his companions. I understand, Kuma stated earnestly. This Skypiea will serve as a sanctuary for Bonnie's healing and recovery, so we cannot afford any mishaps. I must secure the Thunder Fruit user with all my strength. After half a day of flight, Donya Aolong beheld the white seas of Skypiea. He ascended above the clouds, entering Angel Island. Aolong, Kuma, and Buggy landed on this ethereal island while the others remained in Buggy's castle, gazing at the pristine expanse of Skypiea. The island's police force quickly detected these illegal intruders from the Blue Sea and promptly surrounded them. Countless Scipians gathered to witness the spectacle, engaging in fervent discussions about the outsiders. Their chatter soon reached Enel, residing on God's Island, Appiato. Intruders from the Blue Sea have arrived, and they appear to possess considerable strength. Enel mused with intrigue. His electromagnetic waves, combined with his mind network, allowed him to listen in on everything occurring in Skypiea. Anyone disrespectful to the divine would face his divine retribution. These 3 Blue Sea individuals would suffice for his amusement. He immediately dispatched the 4 gods to assess the strength of these intruders before the priest could set forth. The trio from Qinghai had already subdued the bear police force of the, inciting a flicker of ire within Ainalu. Very well, I shall witness this myself. With that, Ainalu transformed into a streak of lightning, vanishing from his golden throne and swiftly appearing at Angel Island. Meanwhile, upon Angel Island, is this truly sufficient to lure him in? Bear observed the fallen officers of the with a gentle demeanor, having exerted considerable restraint in dealing with these residents. He shall arrive shortly. Be wary of his thunderous pillars. Cautioned Donya Huanglong to Capone Beach. With the formidable defenses possessed by both himself and Bear, they maintained a robust resistance to electrical powers. Huanglong could even manipulate lightning to some degree. Beach, you are the most vulnerable here. Remember to safeguard me. I bear the weight of many lives upon my shoulders. Capone Beej remarked, a cigar clenched between his teeth, a playful smirk adorning his face, for within his castle was a multitude of individuals. Once they subdued this user of the Thunder Fruit and seized his castle would no longer be burdened with an excess of experimental apparatus and people. Chapter 29. The defeated Enel. As Enel materialized amidst his crackling lightning, Donya Huanglong and Bartholomew Kuma swiftly sensed his arrival with their observation haki. Let those uncultured people from the Blue Sea be obliterated. Enel's mocking voice echoed as he invoked the judgment of the gods. 3 dazzling bolts of lightning descended from the heavens, targeting the trio directly. With a huff, Donya Huanglong transformed into a colossal half-dragon, his fearsome ancient horns and robust arms allowing him to absorb the impact of all 3 lightning strikes single-handedly. Meanwhile, Kuma vanished in an instant. Knowing that when confronting a Logia-type user, one must engage closely with armed hockey to deliver devastating blows. However, possessing the powers of the rumble fruit, Enel was remarkably swift. As Kuma charged towards him, Enel reacted in time, transforming into lightning in an attempt to evade. Yet, in the next moment, an overwhelming, chilling presence emerged, and a multitude of black and red lightning splattered forth, causing Enel to revert to his human form. With a thunderous clap, the formidable Kuma, infused with armed hockey, delivered a resounding slap that sent Enel hurtling toward Donya Huanglong. Enel coughed blood mid-air, his eyes rolling back in agony. Surrounded by crackling electricity, Huanglong unleashed a powerful fist, striking the once mighty god of thunder and rendering him unconscious with bulging eyes. In the terrified gaze of the inhabitants of Skypiea, the once feared deity Enel was utterly decimated by these two blue sea warriors in a mere second, a spectacle far beyond their wildest imaginations. The fallen Bellamy police force gaped in disbelief, their jaws nearly grazing the ground. As Enel collapsed, Capone Beej exhaled a deep plume of smoke, releasing Vegapunk, Law, Lafitte, and a host of diminutive beings and scientists. So, this will be our territory from now on? Vegapunk mused contentedly, surveying the pristine Skypiea, eager to commence his research. He was keen to utilize Law's surgical fruit ability to create his own clone swiftly. The soft, billowy clouds of the island resembled cotton candy. Princess Mancheri frolicked across the cloud surface, with Leo ever vigilant in his protection of the capricious princess. Is there a land filled with gold here? Lafitte, soaring aloft with his wings spread wide, captured the attention of many Scypians, who marveled at the sight of blue sea folk capable of flight. The might of Huanglong and Kuma was truly overwhelming. A formidable Logia user could not withstand even a second against them. Trafalgar Law clenched his fists, enviously remarking that if he possessed such power, he would confront Don Quixote Doflamingo himself. Huanglong's conqueror's haki was indeed unique. Kuma reappeared, casting a significant glance at Donya Huanglong, who had reverted from his half-dragon form. Only now did he realize that Huanglong's conqueror's haki was imbued with other mysterious abilities. Perhaps this was the reason he had managed to escape from Admiral Kizaru in Punk Hazard. With the Sea Prism Stone bind him, Donya Huanglong entrusted the feeble Enel to Vegapunk and other scientists who possessed the Sea Prism Stone, even wielding bubble guns crafted from its powdered form, capable of capturing and restraining those endowed with devil fruit abilities. As Enel was shackled with the Sea Prism Stone, Donya Huanglong shifted his gaze. At that moment, the four gods of Enel hastily pursued him from the island of the gods, Appiado. Upon witnessing their deity's fall, they were utterly astounded. From now on, I shall be your new leader. Do you understand? Donya Huanglong transformed into his complete dragon form, with swirling flames and lightning, causing the four gods and a multitude of divine soldiers to kneel in terror, while the inhabitants of the Sky Island also bowed in submission beneath the imposing presence of this fearsome dragon. All right, Law, Lafitte, you are to take command of them. Vegapunk, Becky, proceed to select the location for the laboratory. Donya Huanglong reverted to his human form and, accompanied by the others, made his way towards the island of the gods. Apayado. Kuma and Princess Mancheri followed Donya Huanglong to the island adorned with lush greenery. Before long, they stumbled upon an immense treasure, gold, an abundance of gold. It truly was the golden city of Shandora. Capone Becky, the mafia boss, exclaimed in astonishment, rushing to embrace the gold that lay scattered like stones on the ground. His excitement palpable. No more financial constraints, no more frugality. Vegapunk and a group of scientists eagerly dashed forward to collect the gold, which would serve as their research funding. Henceforth, they would no longer need to scrimp and save. Donya Huanglong immediately inspected the partially constructed Arc Maxim. Vegapunk, this airship must be accelerated in its construction. Please refine the building plans and processes, aiming for mass production in the future. Donya Huanglong was keen to establish an aerial fleet, more advanced and powerful than the flying fleet of the Golden Lion Shiki. An airship? Vegapunk and Wolf's eyes lit up, swiftly delving into the blueprints and principles of the airship. It should be noted that Wolf had previously invented an aircraft, but had met with an accident that nearly cost him his life, only to be saved by Law's surgical fruit abilities, which was when he first realized Law possessed such powers. "Daddy, Daddy, I want to come out." Inside the wooden crate, Bonnie heard the commotion outside and was eager to emerge. But she had only undergone a few rounds of stem cell transplant procedures and was not yet ready to face natural light. "Bonnie, dear, soon enough. The doctor said that in just 3 months, you will complete the procedure, not 6 months." Kuma gently reassured Bonnie, a hint of happiness flickering in his eyes. They would soon heal her and allow her to become a healthy little girl. Within the Appiato temple, Dongya Huanglong unceremoniously took his seat upon the golden throne, while Law and Lafitte had already begun to reorganize the Sky Island's priests and divine soldiers, stabilizing the situation on the island. Upon hearing the news of Enel's defeat, the airborne knight Gonfall, wandering through the Sky Islands, swiftly sought out the likes of Don Quixote da Flamingo to discern their identities. The Sandia tribe of the Cloudy Village also caught wind of Enel's downfall and, without hesitation, launched an assault on Appiato, determined to reclaim their ancestral homeland, Skypiea. Don Quixote da Flamingo and Bartholomew Kuma led their comrades, along with the divine warriors, to quash the Sandia rebellion with overwhelming force, capturing the guerrilla leader Wiper and his band, commanding the chief of the Sandia to surrender at Appiato. "Should you refuse to cease your hostilities and seek vengeance, I shall have no choice but to eradicate you restless Sandians," declared Doflamingo. He proclaimed to the Sandians and the inhabitants of Angel Island the annulment of Enel's decree, stating that the divine island of Appiato would no longer be sealed, allowing both tribes to inhabit or cultivate the land. "We are willing to heed your command, yet we desire to ring a golden bell. We beseech your permission," the chief of Sandia implored. Witnessing Gonfall's acceptance of the new deity's rule and Doflamingo's allowance for their entry into Skypiea, the Sandians, weary of conflict with the angelic tribe, yearned for a tranquil existence. Chapter 30. Establishing the base for development with the permission of Dongya Huanglong, the golden bell on Skypiea was gently struck, producing a sound that, while not echoing down to the depths of Gaia Island, successfully ended a 4-century-long conflict between the Sandia and Angel tribes. Thus, the Skypiea officially entered the era of Dongya Huanglong's dominion. Vegapunk, having glimpsed the historical text beneath the golden bell, was well versed in ancient script. He discovered information about the birth of Poseidon on Fishman Island, and even a phrase left by Roger. This ignited Vegapunk's curiosity regarding the blank century of history, fueling his desire to uncover its mysteries. Under the orders of Dongya Huanglong, the people of Skypiea dedicated themselves to constructing a laboratory for Vegapunk, while simultaneously making progress on the Arc Maxim. Thanks to Bartholomew Kuma's assistance, the laboratory for treating Bonnie was swiftly established. All experimental equipment acquired from Egghead Island in Germa 66 was relocated to the castle within the body of Cap'n Beach. Vegapunk, alongside numerous scientists, quickly set up a comprehensive research facility. He immediately utilized the cloning devices to create several duplicates of himself. Once the initial stability was achieved, everyone began their training. Kuma even took the opportunity to visit the Germa army with Cap'n Beach, delivering a shipment of gold to Vinsmoke Judge and returning with essential new experimental equipment for Vegapunk. With newfound wealth, Judge also commenced his own development and assisted Vegapunk in resource collection. In a training arena, Dongya Huanglong engaged in an intense battle with Kuma, their terrifying destructive power leaving Luo and Beej in awe. "How about joining us?" Dongya Huanglong approached Enel, who was shackled with sea prism stone handcuffs, exuding an aura of dread from the aftermath of their fierce clash. "That power capable of injuring my divine form. Is that armament hockey?" Enel glared at Dongya Huanglong and Kuma, infuriated by their swift defeat of him. This man, who could transform into a colossal dragon, wielded not only lightning, but also fire and lasers. His abilities seemed more godlike than Enel's own. Indeed, on the Blue Sea, your kind is referred to as a Logia user. However, those wielding magma, ice, and lasers beneath the ocean are far superior to you, Dongya Huanglong remarked with a smile, secretly reluctant to regard Enel, the user of the rumble fruit, merely as a test subject. If given the chance, he would prefer to enlist this man who had mastered the rumble fruit. Oomph. Had you not ambushed me, I would never have been struck by you. Enel retorted defiantly, his confidence in his speed unwavering. His defeat at the hands of these two men was indeed due to his own carelessness. Indeed, the speed of the rumble fruit is formidable with a wide attack range. That is precisely why we defeated you so swiftly. Donya Arlong praised the capabilities of the thunder fruit. Had Enel been vigilant from the outset, it would have posed a significant challenge for Arlong and Bartholomew Kuma to subdue him. Watch closely as we grow stronger. Perhaps one day they too shall vanquish you. Arlong continued to train with Law, Lafitte, and Becky, honing their dual hockey. Enel remained obstinate, asserting that he would not bow before a mere inhabitant of the Blue Sea. Arlong, find a way to procure some resilient metal, preferably the rare memory metal. It was uncertain whether Kaji was unwilling to part with it or simply lacked it. At that moment, Dr. Vegapunk rushed to Arlong, carrying his oversized head. The quality of his clones must be exceptional, capable of both combat and endurance. Memory metal? Arlong pondered, suddenly recalling something he had overlooked. I know where to find a means to mass-produce memory metal, he remarked nonchalantly. After several days, it was time to make his presence felt upon the vast ocean. Really? That would be splendid. Be sure to retrieve it swiftly, Vegapunk exclaimed, knowing the immense value of memory metal. Kaji had utilized his stock to create advanced combat suits for maximum efficacy. I'll set off shortly, Arlong replied casually. We're Law and Beepo. Prepare to fetch them. He recalled the submarine and realized they needed to quietly establish control over Gaia Island, creating a force below to facilitate submarine development. We will soon be ready, and I will have Kuma drop me off at Gaia Island. Trafalgar Law was diligently training his armament hockey in preparation for avenging Don Quixote da Flamingo. You and Lafitte should descend to Gaia Island and secure it, Arlong instructed, uncertain if the bounty of 55 million berries on the hyena Bellamy still held sway over Magu Valley. However, Bellamy's strength would serve as a fitting opponent for Law and Lafitte. Understood, Law and Lafitte affirmed, prepared to venture to Gaia Island. Viewing it as a mere trial they were confident they could conquer. As for Becky, he had temporarily aligned himself with Kuma, serving as a cargo depot, transporting goods between the Sky Island and the North Sea Germa. Kuma, take me to Drum Island. After arranging matters, Arlong addressed Kuma directly, valuing even the slightest time savings. However, he intended to return alone. Very well, Kuma acquiesced without further inquiry, activating his pawpaw fruit ability to launch Arlong into the air. During his days in the North Sea, Arlong had safeguarded the Sky Island, and now, with his departure, it was imperative for someone to remain vigilant. Within a rapidly soaring bubble created by Kuma's paw, Arlong took the opportunity to admire the scenery beyond. At last, he has established his own territory, and the next step is to pursue continuous development. Higashia Erashur, with a rare moment of relaxation, prepared to take action against his targets. The Golden Emperor Tezelo and the Pirate Empress Boa Hancock are both potential candidates for his burgeoning influence. How could he possibly refrain from bringing them aboard, especially when they have been mere slaves to the celestial dragons? Meanwhile, at the Marine headquarters in Marineford, Fleet Admiral Sengoku was feeling increasingly agitated. The Gorosei and the celestial dragons were applying immense pressure, commanding him to swiftly apprehend Higashia Erashur. However, ever since Arashi's audacious assault on the North Sea prison, where he liberated a devil fruit user, he had vanished without a trace. Currently, no one knows their whereabouts. Moreover, with the abilities granted by the rumble fruit and the artificial Azure Dragon, capturing them proves to be an arduous task, leaving the Marines powerless. To complicate matters further, even the CP agents of the world government are unable to locate them, forcing them to deploy additional agents within the West Sea Mafia, hoping to find an opportunity to capture Higashia Erashur through Capone Beach. Chapter 31. The Devourer Fruit wobble on the Grand Line at Winter Island on Drum Island. A colossal bear paw crashed into a snowy expanse, and from the depths of the gigantic paw print emerged a man with raven black hair. Capturing a king of an allied nation should certainly qualify as newsworthy. Dongya Huanglong treaded through the snow, a wild grin spreading across his face. This is the essence of freedom. This is the audacity that comes with power. Dongya Huanglong transformed into a magnificent dragon, soaring towards the highest icy peaks of Drum Island. As this immense dragon carved through the sky, the inhabitants of Drum Island beheld its majestic presence. In a village to the north, an elderly woman widened her eyes in astonishment at the sight of the dragon. Doriel, look, is that a dragon? A small reindeer, adorned with a pink hat, gazed up at the vast crimson dragon with delight. Indeed, Chopper, that is a dragon. Dr. Kureha, peering from beneath her small sunglasses, felt a flicker of uncertainty. She pondered what calamity this dragon might bring to their land. However, under Wapple's tyrannical rule, the nation had already suffered greatly. All physicians had been expelled, leaving only Dr. Kureha, aside from the 20 doctors surrounding Wapple, to tend to the people's ailments. How magnificent! Chopper exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with envy. If only he could fly, he would traverse the seas freely and experience the adventurous life spoken of by Dr. Hiluluk. This dragon was a force more chaotic than any pirate. Dr. Kureha chuckled softly, recognizing the crimson dragon. It was not the Yonko Kaido, but rather Dongya Huanglong, the audacious man who dared to declare war on the celestial dragons. Could that dragon also be human? Chopper exclaimed, thrilled at the thought of partnering with such a formidable individual. Yes, he is a man who dares to challenge the world. Dr. Kureha smiled, acknowledging that this man was fiercer than most pirates. It had been years since she had encountered someone so wildly audacious. Incredible. Chopper's admiration for the dragon only grew, and he yearned to embody such bravery. Perhaps after today, we shall no longer need to hide, noticing a plume of black smoke rising from the snow-capped mountains. Dr. Kureha surmised that the tyrannical king was destined for ruin. A new hope was on the horizon for this nation. Within the palace of the Drum Kingdom, King Wapple fled frantically under the protection of his ministers, Jess and Kromali. The appearance of this terrifying man had instantly extinguished their will to resist. The transformation of this man into a dragon was utterly fearsome, as he brought forth thunder and lightning, slicing winds, and an unstoppable laser beam. Wapple's cannons and Jess's arrows proved utterly ineffective against this formidable figure. Hey, don't waste my time. Dongya Huanglong unleashed another laser blast, sending the three tumbling to the ground as he advanced towards the wielder of the Devour Fruit. This individual possessed the power to synthesize a shape memory alloy. After being defeated by the protagonist, Monkey D. Luffy, he managed to establish a kingdom once more in just over a year, rejoining the world government as a member state. This showcases the immense profitability of a shape memory alloy. Such a character's abilities can only be fully realized under the expertise of Vegapunk. Perhaps Vegapunk could even take inspiration from the high-tech battle suits of Vinsmoke, Judge, to innovate new combat attire. Do not approach. I am the king of a member state. If you dare to lay a hand on me, the world government and the navy shall not spare you. Wapple cried out in terror, realizing that even his prideful royal cannon was ineffective against this monster, causing him to tremble in fear. Please spare us. We are wealthy and willing to pay for our freedom. The two ministers, having recognized the notorious criminal East Wild Dragon, pleaded fervently, I will seize the money myself, and I shall take this fellow with me. East Wild Dragon swiftly kicked the two ministers, Jess and Kromali, aside and knocked Wapple, the cruel and incompetent king, unconscious with a single punch. He then proceeded to rummage through the treasures within the palace, intending to return directly to Sky Island. However, he soon discovered a world government order on the king's desk that filled him with excitement. Ah, this is a gift from you. He laughed maniacally. The document bore the reception order for the celestial dragon, Saint Charlemagne, who was passing by Drum Island on his way back to the Holy Land, Mariewa, with an imminent arrival. This individual seemed to be the celestial dragon who had injured Sabo. East Wild Dragon recalled the name and the related information and images collected by Wapple, a flicker of recognition sparking within him. Whoever he is, he shall be my first target among the celestial dragons. East Wild Dragon could hardly contain his eagerness to confront this celestial dragon, wishing to act without delay. He hoisted the unconscious Wapple and transformed into a dragon, soaring into the sky, having no time to seek out Chopper and the other characters. East Wild Dragon was solely focused on spilling the blood of a celestial dragon to provoke that old fellow, Satan, and to demonstrate to the world that East Wild Dragon, was a man of his word. He flew towards Reverse Mountain, aiming to intercept this celestial dragon. Meanwhile, Dr. Kureha on Drum Island observed the great dragon's hurried departure, a smile gracing her lips as she urged Chopper to race towards the palace atop the snow-capped peak. Shall we seize Wapple like pirates? Chopper, in his reindeer form, carried Dr. Kureha swiftly up the mountain, excitement glimmering in his eyes. Years ago, Dr. Hiralik had passed away in front of that palace, and Chopper still vividly remembered Wapple's detestable visage. Yes, today we shall embrace the life of a pirate and relish the thrill of plunder. Dr. Kureha laughed heartily, eager to ascertain whether the tyrannical king had met his demise. If circumstances permitted, she would seize control of the palace itself. Within those grand halls, the soldiers, now bereft of their king, released the imprisoned Captain Dalton, hoping he would lead them in restoring order to the realm. Meanwhile, Donya Huanglong raced across the tumultuous sea, his urgency reminiscent of his escape from Pankasad. In less than half an hour, a colossal golden, lion-headed warship emerged on the horizon. The blood within Donya Huanglong surged like a boiling tempest, and the desire for vengeance erupted forth, his left eye transforming into a vivid crimson. Donya Huanglong laughed maniacally. The ancient giant lineage within him ignited with fervor, and his scarlet dragon form swelled nearly tenfold, becoming a primordial dragon from the savage ancient world. The sky darkened ominously, as violet-hued clouds gathered above. When the celestial dragons and CP agents aboard the golden warship beheld this mighty dragon, they were instantly engulfed by terror. Chapter 32. Slaying the celestial dragon, Your Highness Charlemagne. Quickly, pressed the din mushy to summon the Navy Admiral. The terrified butler shouted to his master, realizing that the enemy they faced was no ordinary pirate, but rather the madman who dared to declare war on the celestial dragons. What nonsense! Does he dare to lay a hand on me? I'm a celestial dragon, a world noble. Charlemagne, donning a square glass mask, furiously bellowed as he grasped a cannon and aimed it at the colossal dragon soaring above. Today, I shall capture a dragon. Charlemagne cackled maniacally, firing a cannonball into the sky. The scene sent the butler into a cold sweat, as a multitude of CP agents clad in black suits anxiously shielded Charlemagne. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted as the cannon struck the dragon, yet the beast emerged unscathed. Instead, a massive flame breath, nearly 20 meters wide, descended upon the opulent golden warship. Protect His Highness Charlemagne. The butler screamed in terror, as several CP agents hurriedly lifted Charlemagne and fled in a frenzy. Rumble. The magnificent golden warship, on par with an admiral's flagship, was pierced by the giant flame breath, engulfed in thick smoke as it began to tilt. I cannot allow you to perish so easily. Donya Arlong transformed into a half-dragon, landing on the tilting ship, carelessly tossing the unconscious Wapple aside before charging towards the encircled celestial dragon. Kill him. Charlemagne, overwhelmed by fear and tears streaming down his face, cried out in panic, never having felt so helpless, so close to death. Your Highness, summon the Admiral. Summon the Admiral. The bloodied butler persisted in urging his foolish master to press the special din mushy for help. Yes. Once the Admiral arrives, we shall eliminate him. Charlemagne swiftly produced an ornate golden din mushy and pressed the button. With the signal sent, the Marine headquarters received the frantic call for Charlemagne, including Fleet Admiral Sengoku and the 3 admirals. The celestial dragon is under attack. Come save us, it's a dragon assaulting us. Hurry. Charlemagne shouted in a frenzied, high-pitched voice, his words tumbling over one another. We are Charlemagne's warship, located in the waters of Drum Island. We are under attack by Donya Arlong. Thankfully, the butler, amidst the chaos, managed to relay the crucial information. Donya Arlong? Drum Island waters? Sengoku's head throbbed. Drum Island was situated at the beginning of the Grand Line, far from the Marine headquarters, and the three admirals were absent. How could they possibly assist? Kizaru, make haste. Sengoku could only dispatch the fastest, Kizaru, but he knew it would be too late. Charlemagne was truly in grave danger. Kizaru felt a chill run down his spine as he accepted the impossible task, knowing he would likely face the wrath of the Gorosei once again. Yet he could not refuse the orders of the warring States Marshal. So he hurriedly made his way to the magnetic Drum Island waters. Upon the inclined warship, the figure of Donya Huanglong was surrounded by a tempest of black, red, and golden lightning, his body ablaze with the flames of Lunaria. Wherever he tread, CP agents and celestial dragon guards were torn asunder. A torrent of fresh blood splattered upon the crimson dragon scales, which absorbed it, transforming their hue from a deep crimson to a vibrant scarlet. Ha ha ha! Donya Huanglong emitted a frenzied, neurotic laughter that sent chills down the spines of the CP agents present. Under the command of Charlemagne and the immense pressure exerted by Donya Huanglong, they too, with reddened eyes, unleashed desperate roars as they charged toward the terrifying half-dragon. Toxic fire, Thunderclaw. This monstrous half-dragon dispatched CP agents with a single swipe, either electrocuted, incinerated, or swiftly poisoned. Some elite CP agents endured the initial onslaught of Donya Huanglong's conqueror's haki, but they could not withstand such a brutal demise. Fear spread like wildfire among these agents and guards. Even the once mighty Charlemagne felt a growing terror. Why? Why do you, a mere commoner, not fear me? Charlemagne's voice broke into a hysterical scream, for he had never before encountered anyone so audaciously approaching him. Fear? I shall slay you. The horns atop Donya Huanglong's head grew ever more menacing, and his body sprouted additional bone spurs. With an unstoppable force, he rampaged forward, leaving a trail of lifeless bodies in black suits. As the last CP agent and Celestial Dragon butler fell to Donya Huanglong's might, he finally stood before the Celestial Dragon, shattering his glass helmet with a single punch. With bloodied claws, Donya Huanglong seized Charlemagne by the throat. You are merely the first. You shall not be the last. He laughed maniacally, the terrifying sound waves generating massive waves around him, as the purplish-red clouds above darkened ominously, as if the very sky were collapsing. You, come here to take photographs, witness my annihilation of him, and send the images back to your news agency. At this moment, Donya Huanglong noticed a few journalists aboard the ship who were supposed to document the Celestial Dragon's diplomatic visits, now compelled to record the death of a Celestial Dragon. Under Donya Huanglong's overwhelming presence, these journalists trembled as they raised their cameras, focusing on him and the captured Charlemagne. Among them, a diminutive, elderly man wore a face of excitement, for he was a reporter for Morgan's. They harbored no fear of the world government and relished sensational news. As the clicks of the cameras echoed, Donya Huanglong's claw pierced through Charlemagne's chest, claiming the first Celestial Dragon's life. Ha ha ha! Make sure to send my photos back. Donya Huanglong roared with laughter as he saw the journalists, sending the images via their transmission devices. You best hurry and leave, little reporters. Donya Huanglong abandoned the corpse of Chalmaco's saint, scavenging for treasures aboard the opulent golden warship. With a hefty sack of riches in tow and Vabble in hand, he transformed once more into a colossal dragon and soared into the heavens. As Donya Huanglong vanished, the oppressive clouds in the sky began to dissipate slowly. The journalists, drenched and sweating profusely, were in such distress that some even lost control of their bladders. Let us depart swiftly, lest we become companions in demise to the Celestial Dragons, urged one reporter under Morgan's command. Efficiently, he gathered what valuables he could find and discovered a lifeboat behind the golden warship, hastily escaping. The other journalists, regaining their wits, frantically seized the lifeboat to distance themselves from this terrifying locale. They understood the frenzy that would ensue upon the emergence of a demon capable of slaying celestial dragons. In a state of exhilaration, Donya Huanglong felt his conqueror's haki intensifying, becoming more adept in its wielding. He carried his spoils high into the sky, journeying back to the Sky Island and in the waters near Gaia Island. He even entered a transparent state to elude detection by any keen-eyed adversaries who might uncover his lair. Chapter 33. The Boiling World in the Sky Islands. This individual possesses the unique ability of the Munch Munch fruit, enabling him to fuse shape memory metals. You may experiment with various alloy formulas. Any peculiar synthetic creations you desire can be attempted with him. Donya Haolong entrusted Wapple to Vegapunk. Confident that the astute Vegapunk would adeptly utilize the capabilities of this Munch Munch fruit user. He then handed over the treasures seized from the celestial dragons to Princess Mansheli and her diminutive kin for organization. "You exude a heavy aura of bloodlust," remarked Bartholomew Kuma, appearing beside Donya Haolong, his tone measured and devoid of emotional fluctuation. Yet, Donya Haolong was aware that this gentleman harbored an aversion to violence. Does slaying dozens of CP agents and a celestial dragon count as avenging Jinny? Donya Haolong chuckled nonchalantly, though the upward curl of his lips sent a chill down one's spine. "What? You killed a celestial dragon?" Kuma's eyes widened in shock as he staggered back several paces, while Capon Beiji, upon hearing this revelation, dropped his cigar to the ground. This boss truly eliminated a celestial dragon? I'll be sure to check the news in a couple of days. Were it not for my concern over any bizarre signal emitters on the celestial dragoness body, I would have considered bringing his corpse back for you to see, Donya Haolong stated earnestly before resuming his cultivation of hockey. He was determined to grow stronger and hunt down more celestial dragons, ensuring that Satan would recognize his frenzied retribution as experiment number 88. Kuma and Beiji were momentarily at a loss for words, yet they understood that they could never escape Donya Haolong. The world government could no longer tolerate members of their rogue faction. At the headquarters of the World Economic News Agency, the moment Morgans received photographs of Donya Haolong's triumph over the celestial dragons, he felt an exhilarating rush, albeit with a hint of hesitation. Ultimately, he succumbed to wild laughter, deciding to rush a report to disseminate this world-shattering news without delay. He was convinced that only their publication would dare to print such a momentous story, as others would cower in fear of the world government and the celestial dragons. Thus, they would become the most sought-after news outlet. Meanwhile, upon the arrival of Admiral Kazura's warship at the waters of Flevence, a rare gravity marked his expression. A calamity had indeed transpired. The celestial dragons had truly fallen. After surveying the grim scenes aboard the Golden Battleship, Kizaru struggled to contact Sengoku through the transponder snail, solemnly reporting the dire circumstances. The Navy personnel tasked with collecting the remains of the celestial dragons and CP agents trembled with fear. This was their first encounter with the terrifying reality of a celestial dragon's demise. Retrieve the body of Charlemagne. Sengoku commanded Kizaru in a graviton, shattering his desk with a single slap, at a loss for how to report this incident to the Gorosei. The following day, a monumental news flash ignited a frenzy across the globe. Extra! Extra! The noble celestial dragons have fallen. After Donya Haolong declared war on the celestial dragons, he truly succeeded in slaying one of them. This monumental news sent shockwaves across the globe, leaving pirates, the Navy, and the Revolutionary Army utterly astounded. "Quick! Have Morgans retract the news," roared Admiral Sengoku within the Navy headquarters, fully aware of the profound impact this news would have on the celestial dragon's reign of terror. Should public opinion continue to ferment, the aura surrounding the celestial dragons, those supposed descendants of the gods, would be irrevocably shattered. It was now evident that even the world-renowned aristocrats, the celestial dragons, were not invincible. It was too late. Vice Admiral Tsuru, clutching her head, was overwhelmed by the gravity of Donya Haolong's heinous crime. The most pressing concern was the difficulty in apprehending this notorious perpetrator. Meanwhile, the iron fist Garp covered his mouth, suppressing a laugh, for one of those despicable celestial dragons had finally met their demise. Moreover, he realized that the slain celestial dragon, Charmako Saint, was the very one responsible for the death of Sabo years ago, which only heightened his elation. On Amazon Lily, the pirate Empress Boa Hancock covered her mouth, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she absorbed this astonishing news. For the first time, she found herself captivated by a man. Donya Haolong had indeed killed a celestial dragon. This was an act she had never dared to envision. Yet this man had accomplished it. His audacity surpassed that of Fisher Tiger. Boa Hancock trembled as she whispered, acknowledging her inferiority to this formidable man. I long to touch that hand which has slain a celestial dragon. As she gazed upon the image of Dongya Huanglong's hand piercing through Charlemaco Saint, she trembled with exhilaration. Her cheeks flushed as waves of pleasure coursed through her. Aboard the Golden Empire's ship, Teselo gazed at the newspaper, his grip on the wine bottle causing it to shatter. He had truly done it. Ha ha ha! Teselo laughed heartily, only for tears to suddenly brim in his eyes. How he wished the man in that photograph was him. He yearned for vengeance for Stella. In a fit of rage, Teselo vented his frustration within his quarters. Bakara, find a way to obtain Dongya Huanglong's transponder snail number. Finally, with a hoarse voice, Teselo emerged from his room to issue a command to his confidant. Yes, boss, replied a woman with flowing wine-red hair, her voice soft as she swayed her alluring waist and departed. On the royal plateau of Dressrosa, Doflamingo cackled with delight, exclaiming, how amusing, how utterly delightful. He guzzled red wine, reveling in the extreme pleasure of the moment. There truly existed a reckless individual who had toppled the celestial dragons from their lofty perch. If he could establish contact with Dongya Huanglong, he would gladly offer him a bounty of 10 billion berries as encouragement. Let the chaos reign upon these seas. Doflamingo laughed maniacally, his conqueror's haki surging uncontrollably, fervently expressing his discontent towards the celestial dragons. On the island of Baltigo, he was excessively impulsive, which would inevitably plunge both Bartholomew Kuma and Vegapunk into peril. Drago furrowed his brow, lamenting that this East Sea Dragon acted without regard for the consequences, and that Kuma and Vegapunk, following him, were destined to suffer. It appeared he must devise a strategy to retrieve both Kuma and Vegapunk. In his perspective, during the nascent stages of development, one should maintain a low profile. Observe how he, the Eastern Army Commander Jinny, was captured by the celestial dragons. He refrained from acting rashly to rescue him. Even when Ivankov and Lightning were apprehended, he bore it patiently. Now, the Revolutionary Army has made considerable advancements. To overthrow the world government, they must develop quietly, diligently accumulating their strength until the day they astonish the world, storming the Holy Land, Mary Geos, to topple the regime of the world government. The four emperors and the warlords of the sea have finally acknowledged East Sea Dragon as a genuine force to be reckoned with. This individual has accomplished feats that even they dared not undertake, for they would never provoke such formidable adversaries as the celestial dragons. Undoubtedly, the East Sea Dragon is a truly ruthless character. Chapter 34. The clones of Vegapunk several days later, as the news of the celestial dragon's demise spread and intensified. East was met with an update to his bounty notice. The original bounty had doubled, soaring from 500 million to 1 billion berries. This terrifying rate of increase surpassed even that of the younger emperors of the sea. Nevertheless, many notorious pirates still believed that East's prowess did not warrant such a bounty. He had merely accomplished the monumental task of eliminating a celestial dragon. Consequently, an ever-growing number of bounty hunters sought to hunt down this individual whose strength seemed grossly disproportionate to his reward. Additionally, some formidable pirates aspired to eliminate East, aiming to cement their names across the globe. Simultaneously, a rising tide of audacious individuals yearned to join East's crew, eager to wreak havoc alongside him. They craved a life of exhilaration, desiring to confront the world government and the celestial dragons at his side. These adventurers had gained substantial insight into the devil fruit abilities possessed by East and the tyrant Bartholomew Kuma. The combination of the dragon fruit and the pawpaw fruit offered an exceptional blend of destruction and escape, reminiscent of the legendary flying pirate fleet of the Golden Lion Shiki. In a new laboratory on the sky island of Appiato, he surveyed the growth of several clone embryos of Vegapunk within the experimental chamber. Remarkably, 3 out of the 4 were female. You old fool, do you have some peculiar predilection? East remarked coolly, casting a glance at Vegapunk, who was accompanied by 2 robotic clones, Edison, representing thought, and Pythagoras, embodying wisdom. Both had once been prodigies devoted to the pursuit of science. I intend for them to live on in a different capacity, Vegapunk nostalgically replied, his gigantic head, now considerably enlarged, having been severed by law as surgical powers. Coupled with Vegapunk's extensive medical and scientific expertise, he had constructed a colossal punk record atop a massive vine. Presently, his head was linked to this structure via an apple-shaped antenna. The pacifist should be ready for combat in just over a year, East observed, contemplating the first batch of clone embryos modeled after the tyrant Kuma. Vegapunk's technology was evidently several tiers superior to that of Vinsmoke Judge. The clone soldiers of Germa 66 required 5 years per batch, whereas Vegapunk's pacifists needed merely a year and a half. The lineage of the Bacania tribe is remarkably potent, and in a year and a half, we shall acquire a formidable cadre of soldiers to uphold peace in this world, Vegapunk exclaimed with fervor. The name pacifist was inspired by Kuma's dream. The Angel Project should also be prioritized. I will swiftly seek out more genes from individuals possessing superhuman abilities for you. Dongye Huanglong gazed intently at the clones before him, his expression serious as his plans continued to expand within his mind. I am determined to design a specialized experimental chamber for cultivating the Seraphim as swiftly as possible. Furthermore, regarding your request for a flawed version of the artificial Zoan-type devil fruit, do you wish for US to construct a large-scale bloodline factor extraction device? Or should we retrieve the necessary experimental equipment from Punk Hazard to conserve both time and funds? Upon hearing Dongye Huanglong's thoughts, Vegapunk expressed a budding interest in the concept of cultivating artificial devil fruit. He had never considered the idea of employing the diminutive green managers to grow these synthetic devil fruit trees. In a few days, I shall personally journey to Punk Hazard to bring back what you desire. Dongye Huanglong reflected, acknowledging that utilizing existing experimental apparatus would indeed expedite the extraction of standard animal bloodline factors for the cultivation of artificial devil fruits. Additionally, he yearned to return to Punk Hazard to harness the island's toxic gases to enhance his venomous powder bloodline abilities. Most importantly, he had no intention of leaving any experimental equipment behind for Caesar and Doflamingo to exploit in the creation of artificial devil fruits. Someday, he would exact vengeance upon that scoundrel Caesar. That sounds splendid. Moreover, there exists a colossal serpent on Sabaody Island, which the inhabitants of Skypea refer to as the Lord of the Sky. If you and Bear have the time, I would like you to capture it, as I wish to study this sea beast weaponry to ascertain whether we can gain full control over such giants, Vegapunk continued, while Edison and Pythagoras, his robotic avatars, diligently recorded his myriad ideas and concepts. Certainly, Dongye Huanglong replied casually. The capture of a mere giant serpent poses no challenge. By the way, the user of the suck fruit possesses remarkable strength. He is truly capable of synthesizing shape memory alloys. We stand to profit immensely. Merely selling this memory alloy could elevate us to a status just below that of the Golden Emperor in wealth. Additionally, I aspire to develop a series of combat armor akin to the high-tech battlesuits of the Vinsmoke family. Vegapunk excitedly gestured, planning to produce another superhuman suck fruit user to augment the future Seraphim's memory alloy yield. In addition to memory alloys, you might consider producing other types of alloys with different functions, Dongye Huanglong remarked with a subtle smile. It appears that capturing that rascal Wapple was indeed a prudent decision. The value he creates will be exceedingly high, and the profits could rival those of the Golden Emperor's Grand Entertainment Island ship. After engaging in extensive discussions with Vegapunk regarding numerous concepts and ideas, Dongye Huanglong departed the Skypea laboratory, satisfied. After leaving Vegapunk's laboratory, he proceeded to the site of the Arc Maxim's construction, which is currently overseen by Dr. Wolf. This ingenious inventor possesses profound knowledge not only of submarine technology, but also of aerial vehicles. At the suggestion of the esteemed Dongye Huanglong, Dr. Wolf not only enhanced the Arc proverb with advanced machinery, but also incorporated numerous wind turbines to create an emergency acceleration device, along with a compressed air propulsion system reminiscent of a wind cannon. Captain Huanglong, grant me one more month with this golden airship, and I assure you, I shall complete it, Dr. Wolf declared with great enthusiasm, having thoroughly studied the blueprints for the Ark Proverb. However, this magnificent vessel appeared to exist solely to harness the powers of the Thunderfruit, necessitating substantial electrical energy for its operation. Naturally, aside from the Thunderfruit wielder, the dragon, a mythical beast of the Huanglong lineage, could also provide the requisite lightning to power the golden airship. Furthermore, once he and Vegapunk devise an alternative energy source to replace the Thunderfruit's capabilities, they could mass-produce this aerial warship. Indeed, I desire a flawless golden airship, Donya Huanglong remarked with a smile, appreciating the comfort of having a diverse array of talents at his disposal, allowing him to act as a hands-off overseer. Those so-called elite pirate crews could hardly rival the breadth of talent found within a significant faction. Donya Huanglong held a skeptical view of the elite pirate crew model, believing that their potential was inherently limited, incapable of generating further value or shaking the foundations of the world government. Nonetheless, these pirate crews pursued their own dreams, seeking absolute freedom rather than the advancement of the world. Their aspirations diverged, and they lacked the notion of benefiting the world upon achieving success. They simply sought to live freely or to plunder without restraint. Chapter 35. The Dispute Among Admirals Within the Training Grounds of the Sky Island. Bartholomew Kuma was imparting his knowledge of the dual hockey to a group that included Trafalgar Law, Beepo, Capone Beach, Lafitte, Leo, Bartolomeo, and Wiper. This formidable instructor demonstrated commendable teaching prowess, having previously guided the likes of Sabo from the Revolutionary Army. To the side, Donya Arlong observed a young girl diligently honing her skills. This girl, a 9-year-old warrior from Skypea named Aisha, possessed the rare gift of observation hockey from the moment of her birth, a remarkable feat that marked her as a prodigy. Now, she had become close friends with the 8-year-old Bonnie, spending her days in playful company with Princess Mancheri. However, today, in the training grounds, it became evident that this self-proclaimed warrior was unable to withstand even a few exchanges with Bonnie. Thus, Aisha, who was older than Bonnie by a year, was fervently eager to grow stronger, determined not to appear inferior to the ailing Bonnie. After all, she could not bear to call herself a warrior of Skypea if she did. Kuma took a keen interest in nurturing this naturally gifted girl, aspiring to cultivate a friendship between her and Bonnie that would empower them both. How goes the situation with Law and Lafitte on Gaia Island? Donya Arlong inquired as he entered the training area, lifting several tons of super dumbbells with ease. We have subdued the majority of the pirate crews. Those who resisted have either been eliminated or driven away. However, new pirate crews frequently pass through this island, resulting in considerable personnel turnover, Lafitte replied, momentarily escaping Kuma's intense training, which he found unbearable. He preferred to engage his mind and develop his devil fruit abilities. Pekan and Shachi are stationed in Magic Valley with the Heart Pirates, and there should be no immediate issues. Furthermore, we have dealt with Doflamingo subordinates. The Spring Fruit user has been handed over to Dr. Vegapunk for research. Trafalgar Law, panting from the rigorous training, paused to respond. The recollection of having defeated the bounty of 55 million berries on Bellamy, the hyena, brought him immense satisfaction. It was his first confrontation with a subordinate of the Don Quixote family. With Donya Arlong and the tyrant Kuma backing him, he felt emboldened. We dealt with them. After all, it is only a matter of time before we confront Doflamingo. If he dares to cause trouble, I will destroy his lair in Dressrosa, Arlong remarked nonchalantly, planning to retrieve experimental equipment from Punk Hazard in a few days and also contemplating bringing back some small folk from Greenbit. If the leader of the Tontata tribe, Gancho, was amenable, Arlong wished to bring them all to the Sky Island. If the opportunity arose, he even intended to coax Baby 5, the maid, back with him. Thank you, Arlong. Law smiled, then resumed his intense training. Even with the support of Donya Arlong, he yearned to possess the strength to confront Doflamingo and seek vengeance for Corazon. On the vast ocean, the world government and the Navy headquarters found themselves enveloped in a suffocating atmosphere, unable to discern the whereabouts of the elusive Donya Huanglong. Even the indomitable marine hero, Monkey D. Garp, rarely laughed heartily within the confines of Marineford. Fearing he might succumb to mirth, he chose to retreat back to the East Blue for a respite. following the demise of Sabo at the hands of the celestial dragon Charlemagne. He yearned to return to Windmill Village to joyfully engage in a few rounds of sparring with his grandson, sharing the delight of their time together. In the office of the Fleet Admiral, a cadre of high-ranking naval officials convened. The pressing question arose: how to apprehend this Donya Huanglong? Fleet Admiral Sengoku, visibly fatigued, lamented the immense pressure exerted upon him by the world government and the celestial dragons, which nearly cost him his position. Silence permeated the room, heavy and tense. Not a soul dared to speak. They were not even privy to Donya Huanglong's location, let alone how to capture him. Currently, it was known that Donya Huanglong's subordinates included the tyrant Bartholomew Kuma and the mafia Don Capone Beach. Recently, all CP agents embedded within the mafia had perished. I propose we eradicate the West Blue Mafia entirely to demonstrate the dire consequences of associating with Donya Huanglong, if the world government permits. I wish to invoke the demon-slaying order against the Kingdom of Sorbet, compelling the tyrant Bartholomew Kuma to withdraw from Donya Huanglong's ranks. Akainu Sakazuki stated coldly, convinced that Donya Huanglong, the experimental subject 88, had no family or friends. Thus, he could only act against his subordinates, creating a rift between Kuma and Beej and Donya Huanglong. Once Kuma distanced himself from Donya Huanglong, the absence of his pawpaw fruit abilities would inevitably hinder Donya Huanglong's mobility. The naval hierarchy understood that although the bounty poster labeled Bartholomew Kuma as a tyrant, the man had dedicated himself tirelessly to the Kingdom of Sorbet, aiding the weak and infirm. This benevolent Kuma would undoubtedly choose to sever ties with Donya Huanglong for the sake of the kingdom's vulnerable civilians. What are you suggesting? Are you proposing a massacre of innocents? Moreover, the Kingdom of Sorbet is a member state. Akiji Kazan's voice cut through the tension. His gaze icy as a frigid aura descended upon the Fleet Admiral's office, dropping the temperature significantly. Memories of the indiscriminate attack on escape vessels during the O'Hara incident 20 years prior resurfaced, reigniting his internal conflict regarding justice. It was from that moment he had gradually transformed from a proponent of absolute justice to one of lazy justice. Ah, how terrifying! Kizaru reclined in his chair, distancing himself from the clash of these two polar opposites. As an advocate of ambiguous justice, he preferred to remain unentangled in the Navy's hawkish and dovish disputes. Yet, a flicker of irritation stirred within him, for it was the world government that had birthed the monstrosity of Donya Huanglong through their scientific endeavors, culminating in such chaos while repeatedly placing the blame upon the Navy. Especially he, who had been the target of countless rebukes lately, unable to capture the elusive Don Quixote Doflamingo, reclaim the esteemed Dr. Vegapunk, or rescue the celestial dragon Charmako Saint. Time and again, it is he, the swiftest marine admiral, who bears the brunt of the blame. Truly, he is a profound victim of circumstance. In confronting the nefarious criminal Doflamingo, who has taken the lives of celestial dragons, some sacrifice is indeed unavoidable. As Akainu confronted Akiji, smoke billowed from his form, embodying his unwavering belief in absolute justice. He could not abide the indolence of Akiji and the lethargy of Kizaru. Not only did these two refrain from offering suggestions or exerting effort, but when Akainu finally presented his plan, Akiji, that slothful turtle, dared to oppose his ideas. Was this a mere sacrifice? Akiji rose, his tone frigid as he gazed at Akainu, nearly unleashing a torrent of indignation. Those were innocent civilians from a nation, and yet they were to be wielded as pawns to threaten Bartholomew Kuma. Should they commit such a cruel act? What would the Marines stand for in the name of justice? Chapter 36. The Transformation of Enel Enough. Sengoku, the Buddha, slammed his hand on the table, his voice a booming reprimand that silenced the bickering admirals. Let us cease any further discussion regarding the Sorbet Kingdom. Our immediate focus must be on dismantling the Mafia. With Capone Beej now allied with the Eastern Wild Dragon, we must sever their connection within the Mafia entirely. Sengoku's expression darkened as he concluded the tense meeting. He was acutely aware that Akainu's plan to utilize the demon-slaying order against the Sorbet Kingdom would undoubtedly stir discontent among many just-minded naval officers. Some among them hailed from humble beginnings. If the Navy resorted to violence against civilians, how would they differ from the brutal pirates they so despised? They had joined the Navy to safeguard the weak, to protect the innocent. As the multitude of officers departed, Sengoku leaned back in his chair, a throbbing headache enveloping him. In reality, striking against the Mafia would not compel the Eastern Wild Dragon to emerge, for Capone Beach had only reluctantly aligned himself with the Dragoness forces. Yet, the demise of CP agents within the Mafia indicated significant internal strife, presenting an opportunity for their eradication. Eliminating the Mafia also harbored substantial advantages. Firstly, it would rid the West Sea of this criminal blight, thus fostering a secure and peaceful environment. Secondly, it would prevent the Mafia from becoming an intelligence network or a financial tool for the Eastern Wild Dragon, a resource-gathering entity. Since Dr. Vegapunk had been abducted by the Eastern Wild Dragon, Sengoku harbored grave concerns regarding the potential creation of horrific weapons under duress from the dragon. Thus, disrupting the dragon's funding and material sources was imperative to avert the development of perilous new armaments by Vegapunk. Therefore, the rationale behind dismantling the Mafia was indeed sound. Most critically, he needed to galvanize the Navy, yielding tangible results to silence the celestial dragons, who incessantly berated the Navy as inept and worthless. Additionally, Sengoku sought to prevent the proposal of using the demon-slaying order against the tyrant Bartholomew Kuma from circulating, to spare the Five Elders or the celestial dragons from knowledge of it. If these world nobles were to learn of such a plan, they would undoubtedly implement it without hesitation, for to them, even allied nations were merely inconsequential insects. Have you noticed that the Eastern Wild Dragon has seized 2 users of Paramecia-type devil fruits, while his 2 subordinates also possess such powers? Admiral Tsuru placed on the table the photographs of the dissolved man, Bartolomeo, and the king of Drum Island, Wapple, alongside the wanted posters for Capone Beach and Kuma. According to backup materials from the Scientific Division's research projects, Dr. Vegapunk had already begun investigating the extraction and utilization of Paramecia-type devil fruit abilities. It was conceivable that, in the near future, the Eastern Wild Dragon would command a legion of artificial Zoan-type devil fruit users, as well as a cadre of synthetic Paramecia-type green blood users. The thought of the Eastern Wild Dragon, a user of the artificial Azure Dragon fruit, sent a shiver down Tsuru's spine. If Dr. Vegapunk were to mass-produce artificial devil fruits, it would undoubtedly lead to monumental upheaval in the world. How could they allow the foremost scientist to slip through their fingers? Curse it all, Donya Huanglong has made several calculated moves. Who, pray tell, is supplying him with information? The expression on Sengoku's face grew grave. The seemingly feeble Donya Huanglong was not to be underestimated. What is most alarming is the possibility of this individual collaborating with the underworld, a notorious pirate, or even the Revolutionary Army. Should that be the case, he would become a formidable headache for both the world government and the Marines. They would be unable to obstruct the flow of resources and funding to Donya Huanglong and Vegapunk. His ability to traverse from Egghead Island in the New World to the West Sea, then to the North Sea, and ultimately appear in the waters of Magnetic Drum Island in the Grand Line, suggests that those aiding him possess a vast intelligence network spanning the globe. Advisor, he has furrowed her brow completely, having escalated Donya Huanglong's threat level to that of an emperor, surpassing even the detestable Doflamingo. For Donya Huanglong is entirely unpredictable, unafraid to challenge the celestial dragons. Such a powerful and unrestrained madman is the most terrifying of foes. I shall direct CP0 agents to monitor intelligence from the underworld. We cannot permit Donya Huanglong to flourish, Sengoku stated, pressing his temples, exasperated by this monster birth from the Scientific Division of the world government. In the West Sea, on Nostra Island, the peculiar gunman Vito and the assassin Gotti directed their loyal subordinates to load the entirety of the Mafia's assets onto the flame tank battleship, the Castro. Lads, we set sail to follow the Godfather, Vito proclaimed, leading the charge onto the ship. Just days prior, he had received orders from Capone Beach to liquidate all Mafia assets, taking every berry and treasure aboard the Castro to venture into the Grand Line. "Aye," shouted the group of thugs in black suits, each armed and chanting in unison as they boarded the ship for departure. The Flame Tank Pirates were officially established and set sail. Although their captain Capone Beej was not present, Vito and Gotti executed his command from afar with utmost precision. Upon learning that Donya Huanglong had eliminated a celestial dragon, Capone Beej had resolved to abandon the Mafia-esque stronghold in the West Sea. There was no other choice. The new boss was ruthlessly bold, provoking the world government by slaying a noble. This left Beej no option but to send his subordinates out to sea, lest they face annihilation. After the Mafia had been at sea as pirates for a day, the Marine headquarters encirclement fleet finally arrived, but once again they returned empty-handed. In their fury, the Marines purged other gangs and pirate crews in the West Sea, granting it a taste of the East Seas treatment. In a brief moment, the law enforcement environment of the West Sea rivaled that of the East Sea, with numerous pirates captured or driven to plunge into the Grand Line, the graveyard of pirates. Above the Sky Island, unconcerned with the unfolding events of the ocean, East Wild Dragon was engaged in collaboration with Vegapunk and Bartholomew Kuma to devise a device capable of erasing memories. His intention was to expunge a portion of Enel's recollections, thereby tempering his haughty disposition. At the very least, he aspired to obliterate Enel's memories of arriving at Sky Island or the destruction of his homeland, Burka. This approach might provide a chance to subdue him. The combination of the abilities of the pawpaw fruit and advanced technology to erase memories was entirely feasible. Had it not been for East Wild Dragon's intervention, Kuma would have followed the original narrative and found himself subjected to memory erasure by Vegapunk, ultimately becoming a tool for the world government. Although the act of memory erasure is profoundly unethical, the self-proclaimed god displayed an utter disdain for life, suggesting that such an intervention might indeed be beneficial. Vegapunk had endured countless derogatory remarks from Enel, who frequently referred to him as an ant or a lowly being, and this cruel character had certainly provoked his ire. This individual exhibited a complete lack of civility and a brutal nature, viewing humanity merely as expendable insects, easily extinguished at will. Chapter 37. Subduing Enel let us first erase 6 or 7 years of memories. Donya Huanglong addressed Vegapunk and Bartholomew Kuma. This year, Enel has ruled over Skypiea for 4 years, and in the 2 years prior to his arrival, he obliterated his homeland, Burka. His vile nature must have grown even more cruel and inhumane following the destruction of Burka. It remains uncertain whether his previous character can be subdued. Very well. Vegapunk forcibly affixed a peculiar device, connected to numerous tubes, onto Enel's head. The Paramecia Nomi fruit can quantify conceptual memories, thereby facilitating the removal of specific time periods. Vegapunk, with admiration for Kuma's abilities, explained it can materialize phenomena that even science struggles to comprehend. As the special machine activated, coupled with Kuma's powers, a massive memory shaped like a paw was extracted from Enel's mind. The once irate Enel fell silent, though he continued to glare at them with fierce eyes. This memory mass would shatter and vanish forever if anyone were to gaze upon it, akin to the pain and ailments extracted by Kuma's healing abilities that require a bearer. I shall handle this. I wish to see what this fellow has been up to over the past 6 or 7 years. Donya Huanglong plunged his hand into the memory paw, and a torrent of recollections surged forth. He rapidly skimmed through Enel's significant life events, witnessing the destruction of Burka, the wanton devastation of nearby small sky islands, the subjugation of the 4 priests and their divine warriors, leading up to his ascension in the realm of the gods. Enel easily vanquished the deity gone fall of the land of gods, becoming the new god himself and claiming the land of Appiado, particularly fond of the apples that grew there. Subsequently, he suppressed the Scipians and the inhabitants of Angel Island, monopolizing Appiado and cherishing the apples as his prized possession. Here, he discovered the blueprints for the Arc Maxim, realizing the potential of crafting a ship from gold and lightning, and learned of the existence of the Endless Land. Thus, piloting the Arc Maxim to the Endless Land became his new aspiration. Not enough. Let's extract another year of memories. After reviewing Enel's significant events, Donya Huanglong deduced that Enel had unintentionally consumed the rumble fruit 2 years prior to the annihilation of Burka. He spent 1 to 2 years developing the fruit's powers to a level capable of obliterating Burka. Had he been captured right after developing the destructive technique, his combat prowess would not have diminished significantly. Excellent. Vegapunk and Kuma proceeded to extract another year of Enel's memories. As these memories faded, Enel's gaze shifted from disdain and anger to one of caution and apprehension. At that moment, Enel felt a twinge of panic. Why had he suddenly found himself here? Why had his divine powers vanished? Why did he feel utterly powerless? It is over. The formidable abilities I recently developed remain unutilized. Donya Huanglong swiftly perused Enelu's memories, and a flicker of confidence in subduing him ignited within his heart. If all else fails, I shall transform Enelu into a mere puppet, akin to the original bear, a being that adheres solely to commands. In such a scenario, he would still wield the powers of the devil fruit, albeit devoid of potential for growth and unable to manifest his utmost combat prowess. In the original tale, prior to the War of the Best, Bear had already been completely stripped of his memories. Yet on the battlefield of Marineford, he still unleashed the Pawpaw Cannon, effortlessly defeating the ancient giant, Ors, whose bounty was 550 million. Donya Huanglong ushered the visibly anxious Enelu into a concealed chamber. Your homeland, Baika, has been obliterated. You are now our captive. I present you with a chance to join us. Otherwise, you shall accompany Baika to the grave. As Donya Huanglong gazed at the flustered Enelu, an overwhelming aura erupted from him, his hands morphing into dragon claws, shimmering with electric brilliance, while flames of Lunaria ignited around him. This fearsome spectacle sent a trickle of cold sweat down Enelu's brow. You too can wield lightning? And you command fire as well? Enelu observed this terrifying man with trepidation, for he appeared 100-fold more powerful than the deity of Baika. The realization that this man could wield a fiery force even beyond his own capabilities was staggering. I know you can harness lightning and are immune to weaponry. I offer you a chance to battle me. Should you emerge victorious, I shall grant you freedom. Should you falter, you will become my subordinate. Donya Huanglong deftly unlocked the sea prison cuffs binding Enelu. As the surge of power returned, Enelu's confidence surged anew. He shot forth a lightning dragon towards Donya Huanglong, transforming into an embodiment of thunder. Without those peculiar cuffs, you cannot capture me. Enelu, now restored in strength and speed, brimmed with confidence. Even if he could not best this man, escape seemed effortless. You have but one opportunity. Donya Huanglong transformed into a half-dragon and boldly intercepted Enelu's lightning dragon, unleashing a terrifying conqueror-esque haki. The black-red lightning gradually forced the elemental Enelu to revert to his original form. This left Enelu in a state of sheer panic, utterly at a loss. He could not fathom why his elemental transformation had faltered. At that moment, Donya Huanglong charged forward, delivering a powerful punch to the stunned Enelu's abdomen, causing him to double over and collapse to the ground. Remember, even elemental forms fear haki. Ceasing the special conqueror-esque haki, Donya Huanglong ensnared Enelu with his armament haki. Let us see if you can still wield your lightning element, he stated coldly, while Enelu, having just recovered from the suppression of the conqueror-esque haki, found himself ensnared by the black armament haki, unable to escape. This revelation instilled a profound fear within him. It became evident that elemental transformations were not invincible. Not only can the black handcuffs seal his abilities, but even the man's dark red lightning, an imposing aura, can suppress his elemental form, while the ebony arm can grasp his very essence. Witnessing this terrifying man transform into a grotesque half-dragon, Enel once again felt the pangs of childhood fear. Do not kill me. I am willing to become your divine weapon. The destruction of Baika, my despised homeland, brings me no joy, and I cannot bear to accompany it to the grave. Under the overwhelming presence of Donya Huanglong, Enel's psychological defenses finally crumbled, and he knelt on one knee, submitting to this fearsome man. As for being a divine weapon, let that be. Henceforth, you shall be one of my subordinates, known as the Thunder God. Donya Huanglong ultimately subdued this arrogant individual, And one must admit, the combination of Vegapunk and Bartholomew Kuma is simply exquisite. Thunder God? What deity do you refer to? Enel never anticipated that this newfound god would bestow upon him a divine title, which felt utterly astonishing. Chapter 38. The return to Greenbit from now on. Refer to me as boss or captain. Donya Huanglong helped the fellow to his feet and offered him a crimson apple. This apple-loving individual had yet to encounter or savor the fruit in his current memories. Boss God? Captain God? Then I shall henceforth address you as Boss God and Captain God, Enelu earnestly proclaimed. This deity was formidable. Even his lightning-infused form had succumbed before him without resistance. And it was evident that he had yet to unleash his full potential, as he had not yet employed that fiery power. Thank you for your divine gift, Boss God, Enelu said as he accepted the apple, cautiously taking a bite that illuminated his senses. It was exceedingly sweet, boasting the crispy texture he adored. It was a delectable experience he had never encountered before. Delicious. Thank you, Boss God. He expressed his gratitude once more, devouring the apple with haste. His preference for the title Boss God over Captain God likely stemmed from a lack of understanding of the term boss, which seemed more elevated and mysterious. Recognizing that Enelu was not performing, Donya Huanglong introduced his new subordinate to the others. Vegapunk and Bear graciously reacquainted themselves with the reformed user of the Rumble fruit. Capone Beej in-law were similarly astonished that Donya Huanglong had successfully tamed this lofty deity. Nevertheless, the addition of a Rumble fruit user would undoubtedly bolster their crew's strength. During another brief meeting, Donya Huanglong shared Enelu's circumstances, advising them to refrain from mentioning his past. He intended to keep Enelu close, nurturing him into a formidable warrior, while limiting his interactions with the Sky Island inhabitants. Yet, this individual was prideful, often dismissing those he deemed weaker than himself. In Enelu's eyes, he was the one who bore the title of Thunder God, undoubtedly several tiers above those around him. He needed only to heed Boss God's commands. Observing Enelu as haughty demeanor, Law, Beej, and Lafitte chose to ignore him. However, Enelu soon gained another figure of respect, Bear, who taught him the art of Busashoka Haki. He even referred to Bear as Bear God, placing him alongside himself as a worthy counterpart, truly a right-hand man to Boss God. After several days of adjustment, Enelu had, albeit reluctantly, assimilated into this group. The time had come to unsettle Satan once more. Seeing Enelu, who had regained much of his combat prowess, Donya Huanglong decided it was time to set out again. This journey would not only involve retrieving a batch of little people from Greenbit, but also transporting the bloodline factor extractor back from Punk Hazard to prepare for the cultivation of artificial devil fruits. Beej, you're coming with me this time, Donya Huanglong remarked, not forgetting the invaluable cargo handler. This expedition indeed required his grand castle for transportation. Understood, Capone Beej replied, cigar in hand, shrugging his shoulders. He had come to accept his fate as a transport vessel, having already helped bear haul goods from the North Sea to Germa. Moreover, his flame tank pirates had deftly evaded the Navy's encirclement and safely entered the Grand Line. In just a short while, they would reach Gaia Island, which uplifted his spirits. Princess Man Shirley and the diminutive warriors of the Little People wished to accompany him on this journey, ideally persuading their entire kin to join them. Their first destination would be Greenbit, followed by Punk Hazard, as Bartholomew Kuma had only marked the locations of Dressrosa and Greenbit. This was Enel's first departure from Skypiea, and his demeanor reflected a tinge of curiosity. Having lost his memories of dominating Skypiea, he had also forgotten his dream of infinite land, leaving him without a clear goal. East Wild Dragon had set him a modest objective, to master the art of Busashoka Haki, and then to proclaim the title of Thunder God across the seas. Enel was brimming with confidence, eager to showcase the might of the Thunder God to the ocean. Kuma, after launching the Group S ship, resumed his vigil, safeguarding his beloved Bonnie. Following East Wild Dragon's departure, Law descended to Gaia Island with his Heart Pirates, embarking on adventures in the surrounding waters. Lafitte continued to solidify the secret dominion over Gaia Island. On Skypiea, only Bartolomeo and Wiper remained as bodyguards, with a young Aisha diligently honing her skills. In the New World, on Greenbit Island, A giant paw print appeared on the ground as Capone Beej emerged from the pit. Subsequently, East Wild Dragon and the others followed suit, with the excited Princess Man Shirley and the Little People warriors racing back to Dong Tata Kingdom to persuade Gancho, hoping to relocate more of their kin to the peaceful skies of Skypiea. In Skypiea, they would no longer need to hide, but could live openly among the larger humans. Boss, shall we seize a piece from Don Quixote da Flamingo? I've heard this warlord of the sea is exceedingly wealthy. Capone Beej, cigar clenched between his teeth, exhibited a gleam of excitement in his eyes. Overthrowing a warlord of the sea and toppling an emperor was the dream of every ambitious pirate. Once the Little People made their decision, they would create a ruckus in Dressrosa. The underground port surely harbored many treasures. East Wild Dragon chuckled. As Doflamingo served as a broker in the underworld, numerous goods passed through his hands daily. Perhaps among them lay the rare materials needed by Vegapunk. Since they were already there, how could they not seize the opportunity? I adore the boss's audacity. Capone Beej grinned, asserting that this leader had the audacity to confront even the celestial dragons, leaving no task insurmountable. Robbing a warlord of the sea is merely child's play. Are we to cause destruction? Boss, I wish to test my ultimate technique. Enel was equally exhilarated, his eyes sparking with lightning. He had devised a formidable move capable of annihilating the Baika. Yet before he could employ it, the Baika had already been destroyed, and he himself had been captured by the boss. Then, you shall obliterate this land of kings, declaring your descent as the thunder god to the world. Donya Huanglong laughed heartily, expressing his desire to engage with Doflamingo, curious about the strength of this celestial dragon who wields the 3 types of hockey. His awakened string fruit abilities must be formidable indeed. Therefore, I shall not hold back. Eneru's fish-like eyes glimmered with excitement, eager to test the terrifying power of his most potent techniques. Meanwhile, atop the Holy Land, Doflamingo was equally exhilarated. He chuckled. Have I truly managed to bring him forth? Perched on his throne, he grinned as he held a transponder snail between 3 fingers. He had successfully escaped from the G5 fortress prison, having arranged a small vessel for his getaway. A deep, magnetic voice resonated from the other end of the transponder snail, calm and composed. I shall not forget your sacrifices. My family. Doflamingo replied with a smile, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he prepared to welcome the world's second greatest scientist, embarking on his venture to create artificial devil fruits. Do not mention it, Doflamingo. We are family. Chapter 39. The bustling underground port in the Kingdom of Gontata. Princess Mangshwali was endeavoring to persuade Ganxiao to relocate the entire tribe of Little People to the floating island. The primordial forest of Goddess Island, Appiato, could effortlessly accommodate the entire populace. Meanwhile, Leo and other valiant little warriors who had ventured out to sea were regaling their comrades with tales of their daring adventures, inciting envy among many little people, their eyes shimmering with longing. Mangshwali, what shall we do about the Liquor Royal family if we all leave? Are we to abandon Greenbit and compel the Liku royal family to forsake Dressrosa? Ganxiao pondered deeply. He recognized that relocating the Little People to the floating island would undoubtedly enhance their safety and quality of life. However, their allies, the Liquor Royal family, were currently under the oppressive thumb of the Don Quixote family. Princess Violet had been coerced into serving under Don Quixote da Flamingo, while King Liku was embroiled in battles within the Colosseum. Only Rebecca was left to fend for herself outside, accompanied merely by a single toy soldier. Had it not been for the Little People's occasional assistance, Rebecca's plight would have been even more dire. I propose that we send Princess Rebecca to the floating island as well, allowing her to train alongside the other warriors. Leo suggested to Ganxiao, having witnessed the formidable strength of Bartholomew Kuma. With Kuma's guidance, Rebecca would undoubtedly fare better than in the brutal arena of Dressrosa. Indeed, Lord Don Quixote has promised that within 2 years, the Don Quixote family will be overthrown, Princess Mangshwali added, recounting the enmity between Trafalgar Law and Doflamingo. I shall consult with the toy soldier for his opinion, Ganxiao contemplated, realizing that bringing Rebecca and the toy soldier to the floating island might not be such a bad idea. They could return with Law to confront their foes. With that, he prepared to seek out the toy soldier and Rebecca. They had a base near the flower fields of Dressrosa, a liaison point for the little people and Rebecca. Be swift, or Lord Don Quixote will depart Dressrosa for another island, urged Manxueli. She promptly issued orders for those wishing to journey to the floating island to pack their belongings and prepare for the move. Almost all the youth and children were eager to leave Greenbit for the floating sanctuary. Only a few elderly remained, reluctant to sever ties with their homeland, caught in a web of indecision. These elders awaited the final command from Ganxiao, knowing that if he decided to relocate, they too would have no choice but to follow. Upon learning that Ganxiao intended to visit Dressrosa for discussions, Dongye and his companions also ventured to Dressrosa, preparing to explore its underground port in search of treasures. Dressrosa Underground Port. Numerous toys were laboriously transporting various goods, with an abundance of weaponry among them. Hurry! We of the Kingdom of Sangu must make the Flower Country witness our might, shouted a general from the Western Sea Kingdom, as their nation had officially declared war against the Flower Country. In the pirate nation of the Flower Kingdom, formidable pirate factions such as the Treasure and 8 Treasures naval forces are nurtured, exhibiting immense power. Consequently, they are compelled to procure formidable weaponry from the 4 emperors. Kaido of the Beasts, through the underground intermediary emperor, Joker, to engage in relentless combat against the Flower Kingdom, be it firearms, ammunition, or toxic gas bombs. Their fervent acquisitions are aimed at vanquishing the Flower Kingdom. Brother, with such an abundance of goods, why not enlist the aid of our deep ocean current fleet under the Sea Transport King for transportation? We happen to have a fleet heading to the West Sea, and for your first business with us, I can extend a 10% discount. A middle-aged man adorned with a black horn captain's hat shouted to the general of the Kingdom of Sang, aware that the journey back to the West Sea from Dressrosa in the New World is fraught with peril. It is undoubtedly safer to utilize the storage transfer services of our concealment masters, interjected a tall, slender man wielding a long, 2.5-meter needle. They had just secured a substantial order from Don Quixote da Flamingo, tasked with transporting goods to a certain island, yet they were open to accepting additional orders for extra profit. Vegapunk, are you courting death? How dare you compete with our deep ocean current fleet? Umiyu's nostrils flared with white mist as his fierce, slit-like eyes glared at his old rival. Business is predicated on mutual consent. Do you intend to coerce the client? Vegapunk remained undaunted by the imposing figure before him, aware that both of their bosses are underground emperors of darkness, neither fearing the other. Furthermore, this is Joker's territory. He doubted Umiyu would dare to act violently in this underground port. Umiyu clenched his fists, suppressing his ire. Presently, Joker, the underground intermediary emperor, wields considerable influence, navigating the shadows with ease. Not only has he established connections with the world government and allied nations, but he has also facilitated channels for the 4 emperors. A portion of the businesses of the Sea Transport King and the Concealment Masters is derived from Joker, a shrewd individual who maintains amicable relations with various underground emperors, achieving a mutually beneficial scenario for all involved. Joker's connections are indeed extensive, managing to acquire so many slaves. A masked, golden-haired man descended, counting money with a hearty laugh, followed by masked individuals carrying money boxes, capturing the attention of many. Those lunatics from the Dragu family, kidnappers. Umiyu and Vegapunk narrowed their eyes, observing the group burdened with scythes of death. Their boss, the great hand mortician, Dragu Pyclo, dominates the assassination industry in the New World, engaging in a vast array of heinous activities including murder, kidnapping, human trafficking, and organ trade. In comparison, the deep ocean current fleet of Umit, the Sea Transport King, and the goods storage industry of Vegapunk, the Concealment Master, appear to be upstanding citizens. While they may occasionally indulge in underhanded dealings as businessmen, they generally adhere to a code of conduct. The audacious entourage of the Dragu family, brazenly laden with riches, boarded their Yellow Lion battleship, preparing to depart from the cargo hub managed by the intermediary known as Joker. At that very moment, with a thunderous crash, a bare-chested man with elongated ears materialized amidst the lightning on the ship's central mast. So many ants here. Enel grinned widely, his half closed, deadfish eyes gleaming with excitement as he surveyed the potential targets before him. Swish! A flash of steel cut through the air as a masked man clad in yellow overalls wielded a long-handled scythe, severing the audacious intruder who dared to board their vessel. Crackle! Truly such arrogance. Enel's upper body flew high into the air, yet he bore no trace of fear. Instead, his expression contorted into a furious glare directed at the masked assailant who had cleaved him in two. 60 million volts, Thunder Dragon. Enel's body, now divided, transformed into pure lightning, coalescing into a thunderous dragon as it surged toward the masked man still suspended in the air. A natural-born elemental user, Umiu and Kiberkon, the lieutenants of the underground Dark Emperors, widened their eyes in astonishment at the sight of this unfamiliar man. Chapter 40. The Thunderous Encounter with Kiberkon. The man clad in a yellow jumpsuit and mask was struck by a terrifying bolt of lightning, the searing pain and paralysis forcing a cry from his lips. Even his haki, a manifestation of his will, failed to fully shield him from the dread power of the lightning. Thunder metallurgy. I too possess a modicum of haki. Enel swiftly transformed the golden staff in his hands into a golden spear, imbued with a trace of haki, and thrust it forcefully into the paralyzed body of the masked man. A mere ordinary level of haki could not withstand the might of a top-tier Logia user, especially one wielding the elemental ferocity of lightning and magma, both capable of immense destructive force and penetration. Lord Netahu, the crew of the Yellow Lion ship, donned in masks, hastily abandoned their treasure chests and drew forth their deadly scythes, charging towards Enel, who hovered high above. Yaha! Perish, all of you! 30 million volts. Thunder Serpent. Enel extracted the golden spear from the masked man's body and, with a swift kick, sent him plummeting to the ground. He then spread his fingers wide, unleashing 5 bolts of lightning that coalesced into serpentine forms, ensnaring the ants that dared to leap towards him. This foe's strength rivaled that of a notorious pirate with a bounty of 500 million. Kiberkon, gripping a 2.5-meter-long spear, took a few steps back, shielding his subordinates with a grave expression. The thunderous man invoked memories of Ace, the new captain of the White-Beard Pirates. Both fire and lightning were formidable natural abilities, heralding their formidable nature. Could it be that he truly vanquished that Netahu? Umiu's vertical pupils fixated on the yellow jumpsuit man, now pierced by the lightning user and sent sprawling to the ground. Disbelief etched across his face. Following the upheaval in the underground port, members of the Don Quixote family surged forward, intent on subduing the instigators. The highest-ranking officer of the Spade Army, Pika, was the first to emerge from the rocky wall, his gaze laden with murderous intent as he beheld the lightning-wielding man wreaking havoc upon the Drago family. A Logia user of the Rumble fruit, he swiftly unsheathed a long sword, rapidly enveloping it with a dark hue of haki. Now, he could only hope that this lightning wielder was a naive newcomer to the seas, for then he might still stand a chance against a natural elemental user. Yaha! Remember this, ants. I am a thunder god, Enel. Etch my name into your memory. Enel, brandishing his golden spear, descended upon the mast of the Yellow Lion ship, bellowing defiantly at all present. The audacity of declaring himself a deity. Did he not fear the celestial dragon's wrath? Truly, he was a user of the Rumble fruit. All within the underground port were stunned by Enel's brazen proclamation. To dare disturb the domain of the Don Quixote family, such insolence deserved death. Pika, abandoning the rocky wall, leaped down from above, aiming his strike at Enel, the Rumble user. What an unbearable sound. Are you a woman? Too slow. Divine judgment. Enel, with a playful flick of his ear, voiced his disdain before unleashing a magnificent lightning bolt, 3 meters wide, upon the colossal figure of Pikachu. The immense surge of electricity engulfed the robust Pikachu entirely. Nevertheless, clad in the formidable armor of haki, Pikachu gritted his teeth, persisting in his assault against Enel. Impressive haki, Enel noted with a surge of murderous intent, recognizing that this adversary possessed a greater mastery of haki than himself. He refused to believe that haki could inherently counter the powers of a Logia-type user. He was determined to develop an even mightier ability capable of breaching Haki's defenses. With a crack of thunder, as Pikachu descended with great force, Enel transformed into lightning, vanishing from sight. When he reappeared, astonishingly, he was atop Pikachu's back. 100 million volts, lightning spear. Enel wielded a golden spear, his eyes glinting with ferocity as he plunged it into Pikachu's Haki-clad form. A torrent of lightning erupted forth, illuminating the entirety of the underground port. Pikachu, gritting his teeth in a frenzied defense, was still overwhelmed by the spear's might, resulting in a spout of blood. The speed of this Thunderfruit user was unparalleled, rivaling even that of Admiral Kazu. Pikachu found himself unable to keep pace with Enel's onslaught, forced into a position of passive resistance. It seems that Doflamingo's top lieutenant is no match for this Thunder God. Time to skedaddle. Kibikun chuckled heartily, no longer interested in the spectacle, and hurried to secure his cargo, fearing destruction at the hands of the Thunderfruit user. Kibikun, brandishing a 2.5-meter-long needle, dashed toward his goods. With a pop akin to a balloon bursting, several crates deflated like punctured balloons. His subordinates quickly stacked the deflated cargo and stuffed it into their briefcases. Kibikun, known as the Popper, was the cousin of the elusive Kibison, a superhuman with the power of the pop fruit, boasting a bounty of 233 million berries. His ability allowed him to burst anything as if it were a balloon. The larger the object, the more stamina it required, extending even to living beings. Notorious for his vile character, it was rumored that his quarters housed an array of rare animals, beautiful women, pirates, and even Navy personnel, all victims of his balloon-popping penchant. We should depart as well. Umiyu observed Kibikun hastily securing his cargo and deemed it prudent to abandon the potentially perilous underground port. Losing interest in the business with the Kingdom of West Sea, he pondered whether the madman, led by Dragoo, would create chaos in Joker's territory, and if the Gravekeeper, Dragoo Pikelu, would trouble Doflamingo. Moreover, this newly emerged Thunderfruit user, was he a lone wolf or affiliated with some faction? It seemed that the seas were poised to witness another formidable Logia-type user, akin to the troublesome Fire Fist Ace. As various factions sought to distance themselves from the port with their possessions, a colossal crimson dragon materialized in the air above the underground harbor. I believe I have just glimpsed an extraordinary ability. In a state of ethereal visibility, Donya Huanglong manifested, casting Capone Beach onto the deck of the Yellow Lion battleship, before charging directly towards the tall, slender man wielding a long needle. A dragon? Kaido of the Beasts? No, it is Donya Huanglong. What is happening? He dares to invade Joker's territory. Run. This fiend even has the audacity to slay celestial dragons. This is a monster with a bounty of 1 billion. The crowd in the underground port screamed in terror, scrambling in all directions, bewildered by how this behemoth could have discovered their hidden refuge. The officers of the Don Quixote family began to arrive one after another. The demolitions expert, Gladius, the swimmer, Senor Pink, and Lao Ji, among others. However, the highest-ranking officer, Diamante, remained stationed at the Colosseum and was slow to arrive, while Treble stayed behind to protect Sugar and also did not make an appearance. Donya Huanglong, exhilarated, surged toward the explosion enthusiast, finding this superhuman ability utterly fascinating. Umiyu, observing the lunatic who had dispatched celestial dragons charging towards Kibikun, couldn't help but laugh. That perverse individual was finally going to get his comeuppance. "Why are you chasing me?" Kibikun exclaimed, his face paling as he beheld the dragon barreling towards him. Chapter 41. The enraged Doflamingo within the lofty realm of the king. Doflamingo had just concluded a conversation with Virgo when he was abruptly confronted by Monet, the Snow Woman, who rushed into his office in a state of distress. "It is dire, young master. The underground port is under attack," Monet exclaimed anxiously. The assailants appear to be a user of the natural type Rumble fruit, and Donya Arlong is also present. Monet's report darkened Doflamingo's expression. The veins on his forehead throbbed with intensity. "Where is Violetta?" he growled, filled with murderous intent, before hastily making his way to the underground port. Just days prior, He had contemplated sending some funds to the ruthless Arlong, who had dispatched celestial dragons, yet now the threat loomed at his doorstep. What could possibly compel that man to assault his territory? Was it for plunder or vengeance? As Doflamingo raced towards the underground port, he was determined to ascertain the true strength of this formidable bounty of 1 billion. Monet, alert the Navy that our allied nation, Dressrosa, is under siege by Donya Arlong. We require the dispatch of an admiral at once. He commanded, urging the beleaguered Monet to keep up as he accelerated, vanishing from her sight. At the underground port, Capone Beach, with a cigar clamped between his teeth, grinned as he tossed the treasure chest from the yellow-lined battleship into his castle-like body, seizing anything of value without hesitation. Boom! A rapid laser blast from Donya Arlong sent Kiberkun hurtling through the air. Damn it, let me break free. Kiberkun struggled to maintain his stance, unleashing the full extent of his stab fruit abilities as he thrust his long needles towards the mighty dragon, intent on piercing the beast. With sufficient hockey, no devil fruit power could withstand his assault. Donya Arlong, undaunted, swiped a claw at the would-be assailant, eager to capture this intriguing Paramecia user. Clang! The needle, infused with the power of the stab fruit, struck against the dragon's claw as if it had collided with steel, emitting a sharp sound before shattering. Kiberkun's eyes widened, terror etched upon his face. With a resounding snap, the dragon's claw seized Kiberkun's form, its terrifying strength causing his bones to crack under pressure. The excruciating pain forced blood from his mouth and nose, and his eyes rolled back in agony. Within mere seconds, this bounty of 233 million berries was rendered unconscious, his limp body dangling from the dragon's grasp. Ensure he is secured, Donya Arlong commanded as he tossed Kiberkun to Capone Beach, then continued his advance towards Pika, who was reeling from Enel's assault. This Paramecia user of the stone fruit also piqued his interest, with intentions of capturing him to serve as a laborer. Fortunately, he had brought along several divine weapons and a set of sea prism stone handcuffs. Captain Becky swiftly commanded the winged, long-eared warriors of the castle to emerge with sea prism stone handcuffs, apprehending the unconscious man and returning him to the castle's dungeon. As the formidable Gibberkun collapsed, several of his underlings were suddenly crushed by a deluge of restored cargo, meeting their demise in a most unjust manner. Observing the East Wild Dragon charging toward him, Pika braced himself against Enel's lightning, scrambling and rolling onto the rocky ground, where he quickly melded into the earth, vanishing without a trace. Boom! Enraged, Enel bombarded the ground where Pika had disappeared, turning it into a pockmarked landscape. He got away. The East Wild Dragon, transformed into a half-dragon, alighted on the ground, expressing his displeasure. Yet his gaze shifted toward the emerging cadres of the Don Quixote family. Feeling the predatory gaze of the East Wild Dragon, Senior Pick, like Pika before him, found waves beneath his feet and hastily merged into the ground, disappearing. Gladiolus, Lao Ji, and Mahabais, drenched in cold sweat, regarded the East Wild Dragon with trepidation. This was a terrifying figure who had slain a celestial dragon, with a bounty of 1 billion. Seizing the moment while the Don Quixote family members hesitated, Captain Becky grinned and unabashedly began to transport various weapons and goods. With a crackle, Enel, having vented his frustration at being unable to locate Pika, transformed into lightning and appeared beside the East Wild Dragon. Boss, leave these guys to me. Enel, filled with murderous intent, glared at the Don Quixote family cadres. Go ahead. The East Wild Dragon replied nonchalantly, then turned his attention to Baby 5, the maid, pondering the potential significance of her weapon fruit abilities for Vegapunk's research. 200 million volts. Thunder God. Enel swiftly swung his golden staff, striking the 4 thunder drums on his back, unleashing a torrent of electrifying energy. A colossal lightning giant materialized, rendering the faces of the Don Quixote family cadres pale with fear. How formidable! Where did the East Wild Dragon find such a powerful wielder of the Thunder Fruit? The Thunder God, embodied by Enel, descended upon the Don Quixote family members with a thunderous punch, causing the air to resonate with booming sounds and crackling electricity. Buffalo and Baby 5 screamed in terror, fleeing in panic tears streaming down their faces. This lightning figure was utterly terrifying. Such a level of electricity was insurmountable. The East Wild Dragon charged directly toward Buffalo and Baby 5, who were attempting to escape. "Don't chase me," Baby 5 cried in sheer fright, her tears and mucus flowing freely. Super Strike Whip. A sharp, armed hockey-infused whip lashed out toward the East Wild Dragon, accompanied by a potent wave of Conqueror's Haki. Heh. East Wild Dragon, what do you mean by attacking us without warning? Don Quixote da Flamingo, clad in a flamboyant pink flamingo feather coat, approached menacingly. However, Higashino Erasure did not regard Doflamingo's assault with any seriousness. The Lunaria flames enveloping him blazed fiercely as he grasped the whip with one hand and seized Baby 5 with the other. What significance could this have? It was nothing but a robbery, Higashino Erasure uttered coldly, holding the whip that emitted sparks with each movement. Subsequently, a more formidable Conqueror's Haki erupted from him, overpowering Doflamingo's own. "Master, save me." Baby 5 cried out in terror from Higashino Arashi's embrace. Her arms transformed into blades, striking against the dragon's limb. Yet she could barely breach his defenses, merely producing a few sparks. "I require your silence, your companionship, your service, and your care for my entire life," Higashino Erasure said to the flustered maid. Indeed, upon hearing his words, Baby 5 quickly quieted, her gaze lifted towards him, filled with yearning. This man needed her. Moreover, he desired her to care for him throughout his life. Was this a proposal? Baby 5's cheeks flushed with a sudden warmth. Why would he choose this moment for such a declaration? Nevertheless, the sensation was undeniably blissful. Meanwhile, Doflamingo's expression had darkened significantly. This Baby 5, whom he had nurtured for over a decade, proved to be utterly unreliable, her character flaws too pronounced. Upon witnessing Enel transformed into a colossal thunder god, his eyes widened in astonishment. Who was this unexpected being? Why did they follow Higashino Erasure, the experimental subject relentlessly pursued by the world government? Chapter 42. The initial clash with Doflamingo, the fierce clash of Conqueror S. Haki continued, as more and more individuals in the underground port collapsed, eyes rolling back in unconsciousness. Is it wise for just the three of you to challenge us? The ground beneath Doflamingo began to transform into a flurry of white threads, thick and sharp spikes emerging, entwined with his formidable black Haki. Yet, he refrained from immediate action, still seeking the presence of the tyrant Bartholomew Kuma. The power of the pawpaw fruit wielder was not to be underestimated. Donya Arlong, Bartholomew Kuma, and a thunder fruit user. These three posed a significant threat to the safety of the Don Quixote family. If possible, he wished to avoid antagonizing Donya Arlong, a man with whom he had no grievances, grudges, or interests entangled. He could even collaborate with Tizzolo, who had stolen his gold fruit. So why not with the madman seeking revenge against the world government? Moreover, engaging in battle with Donya Arlong in the underground port would inflict considerable losses on the Don Quixote family. Awaken your string fruit powers. Let me gauge the strength of this warlord of the sea. Donya Arlong sent the infatuated Baby 5 to Capone Beach's side, then gazed at Doflamingo with fierce determination. Flames of Lunaria blazed from his body, lightning crackled upon his fierce dragon horns, and the purple patterns on his dragon scales writhed, exuding an aura reminiscent of the wild. Doflamingo regarded Donya Arlong with a serious expression, recalling his brutal experiences at the hands of Kaido of the Beasts. This strongest experimental subject bore a striking resemblance to Kaido. The artificial dragon form, the demonic lineage, various genetic factors. Indeed, this experiment number 88 was akin to a replica of Kaido. Hith. I acknowledge your conqueror's Haki and strength. Consider the spoils you acquire here today as a gift from me. Perhaps we could become business partners. Whatever you desire in the future, we can assist you in obtaining. At that moment, Doflamingo regarded Donya Arlong on equal footing, much like Tizzolo, the Golden Emperor. The strength of this experiment number 88 truly warranted a bounty of 1 billion. It was not an exaggeration. The title of strongest experimental subject was indeed well-deserved. Ha. Let us first engage in a trial to test our strengths. Seeing Doflamingo waver, Doña Arlong smirked internally. Realizing that this was the reason Doflamingo was better suited as a businessman rather than a Yonko. He lacked the unwavering will and fearless conviction possessed by Monkey D. Luffy. Perhaps Doflamingo's conqueror's haki had long been stunted, having been educated by Kaido, leaving no room for growth. Then let me witness just how formidable you are. You who dares to slay celestial dragons, white line of the wild waves. Doflamingo, a man of high pride, took offense at Doña Arlong's blatant disrespect and felt compelled to teach this newcomer a lesson. Only through combat could they truly gauge each other's resolve, which would undoubtedly influence their future collaborations or confrontations. On the ground, white waves surged rapidly eastward, resembling a tsunami, as enormous armed lines pierced relentlessly towards the audacious half-dragon. Night Kai, the Fire Dragon Emperor, the East Wilderness Dragon, charged swiftly at Don Quixote Doflamingo, its Lunafire flames surging dramatically, coalescing into a purple-red dragon's head that blazed with sparks and lightning, hurtling towards the lines and spears. Boom! Doflamingo's armed line spears were shattered by the flaming dragon head of East Wilderness Dragon. This scene rendered Doflamingo's face ashen. How could this experiment number 88 possess such strength? Line White Shield. Doflamingo swung his arms vigorously, causing massive columns of lines to erupt from the ground, forcefully blocking East Wilderness Dragon's furious assault, while he himself swiftly ascended into the sky atop the lines. Witnessing his awakened line shield being obliterated once more by the flames of the Dragon Emperor, Doflamingo's brows furrowed deeply, the veins on his forehead bulging. How could a newcomer be so formidable? 1,000 arrows piercing heart, feather strike line. Doflamingo's fingers spread wide as he swung his arms with all his might, causing thousands of entwined armed line spears shaped like flamingo wings to ascend rapidly from the ground, completely encircling East Wilderness Dragon, aiming to pierce it with a barrage of arrows. Forcing him into such a predicament, East Wilderness Dragon, this experiment and newcomer, could already hold his head high with pride. Thunder Fire Dragon Breakthrough. The half-dragon transformed East Wilderness Dragon, adorned with shimmering purple-red scales, charged fearlessly at Doflamingo's dense armed line spears. Clang, clang, clang. The continuous metallic clashes resonated in a cacophony as waves of energy violently expanded outward. Amidst this terrifying shockwave, numerous goods and henchmen were sent flying. Even Capone Beach sought refuge behind cover. Is this the terror of a battle at the level of the 7 warlords of the sea? One can only imagine the horrifying scene when the legendary 4 emperors clash. As this round of shockwaves gradually subsided, Doflamingo's chest heaved rapidly, his breath slightly labored. He had been relentlessly unleashing his awakened abilities to annihilate East Wilderness Dragon. If he could subdue this fellow, he might gain an additional bargaining chip in negotiations with the world government. Who? The armed haki of the seasoned 7 warlords of the sea is indeed formidable. Emerging from the smoke, East Wilderness Dragon bore wounds that writhed in the Lunafire, his dragon scales having been successfully breached by Doflamingo's high-intensity armed haki. Yet he was not defeated. Hith. Your defensive capabilities truly astonish me. As if I glimpsed the shadow of the strongest being across land, sea, and air, Kaido of the beasts. Doflamingo's Kinbunchiko haki sensed the aura of East Wilderness Dragon, discovering that this creature's presence and strength remained overwhelmingly potent. What manner of monstrous constitution is this? I know you possess one final trump card. Do reveal it. Higashia Arakuma erupted into laughter. Having battled with the tyrant Bartholomew Kuma on numerous occasions, he had gained a fair understanding of the prowess exhibited by the formidable warlords of the sea. Why engage in conflict? We are not adversaries. Rather, we should be excellent allies. Don Quixote Doflamingo chuckled, reluctant to reveal his trump cards, sensing that he would not be able to vanquish the monstrosity that was Higashia Arakuma today. Furthermore, he was dismayed to find that none of his subordinates could subdue the Lightning Man. The mere thought of the tyrant Kuma potentially entering the fray compelled him to put an end to this confrontation. Otherwise, should genuine animosity ignite, The Don Quixote family would only end up in a mutual demise with the Arakuma crew. He had no desire for such an outcome. He intended to leverage Higashiya Arakuma against the celestial dragons while remaining an observer in the background. The Navy was en route as well. Observing Higashiya Arakuma's desire to continue the fight, Doflamingo promptly introduced the threat of the Navy. Should Higashiya Arakuma remain unyielding, he would have to consider the possibility of permanently eliminating this individual. Chapter 43: Ceasefire and Cooperation. Upon hearing that the Navy was approaching, Donya Huanglong regained a semblance of composure. His intention today was merely to extract the little people and seize a few spoils, without any desire to engage in a full-scale battle with Don Quixote Doflamingo. Otherwise, he would have brought along the tyrant Bartholomew Kuma and Trafalgar Law. Presently, he required time to escort the little people away. Prolonging the conflict would yield little benefit. Uncertain of who from the Navy had arrived posed a significant risk. May I take that maid with me? Also, send me a few devil fruits. Donya Huanglong suppressed his ferocious aura. Although entangling with Doflamingo was not his priority, it did not preclude him from acquiring greater advantages. I can sell you a few devil fruits, but that maid is my family. Doflamingo's lips curled into a grin upon hearing this madman's willingness to cooperate. He was confident that clients who had collaborated with him would inevitably become part of his network, continuously bringing him profit. After all, the Don Quixote family's service level was renowned, with various enterprises, both legitimate and illicit, spanning the globe. Sell? I said give. Furthermore, I intend to take her with me today. Let's see if you dare to stop me. Donya Huanglong unleashed his conqueror's haki once more, presenting himself as a reckless figure unafraid of death. He was a man who had slain celestial dragons. This image must be known to the world. You. Doflamingo narrowed his eyes dangerously at this deranged god slayer. Then I shall ensure baby 5 serves you well. As for the devil fruits, I will generously offer you 2. Considering it a gesture of friendship, Doflamingo quickly altered his demeanor upon sensing Donya Huanglong's madness, treating it as a sponsorship. Thank you for your generous gift. Donya Huanglong laughed heartily, satisfied. If this flamingo were to learn that law was now under his command, and that he intended to take the little people, one could only wonder if this underground Emperor of Darkness would turn hostile. Friend, should you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to reach out. However, our next encounter will be strictly business. Doflamingo suppressed his frustration and laughed maniacally at this madman who had slain celestial dragons. Then I shall not hold back. We are not short on funds. Donya Huanglong chuckled and signaled for Enel and Capone Beach to prepare for departure. Baby 5 cheerfully rushed over and clung to Donya Huanglong's arm, displaying a bashful demeanor akin to a shy bride. Seeing her fiancé and the young master not at odds improved her mood slightly. Her guilt lessened, especially as the Don Quixote family had nurtured her for many years. Welcome to reach out to us. Doflamingo tossed a transponder snail to Donya Huanglong, marking the commencement of their preliminary cooperation. Perhaps in the future, he could utilize Donya Huanglong to undertake ventures he himself would hesitate to pursue, such as confronting certain Navy and world government bases. Doflamingo, please provide me with the contact information of other underground emperors, especially the likes of Morgans and the Golden Emperor Tezelo. Before departing, Higashiya Arakuma suddenly addressed the Emperor of the Underground Syndicate, his tone imbued with an air of self-assurance. Very well, Doflamingo replied, his smile a mere facade of civility, before summoning his secretary, Monet, to provide Higashiya with the private contact numbers of various underground sovereigns. He also promptly retrieved 2 ordinary Zoan-type devil fruits from the family treasury. By the way, I have some promising news. I possess precise intelligence regarding pure gold. After securing his belongings, Higashiya transformed into a divine dragon, soaring away from the underground port with Enel, Becky, and Baby 5. However, before his departure, he unleashed an enticing smoke screen, soothing Doflamingo and significantly lowering his threshold of tolerance. In the future, should Higashiya engage in even bolder exploits, the eternally youthful celestial dragon would likely endure any misfortunes with gritted teeth. Pure gold? Doflamingo's gaze fixed intently on the receding dragon, his eyes glinting with greed and longing. Could this experimental subject, number 88, truly possess accurate information about pure gold? Was he merely deceiving himself or seeking to extract further benefits? Nonetheless, it sparked a flicker of desire and hope within him. As the king of Dressrosa, a warlord of the sea, and an emperor of the underground, his power had nearly reached its zenith, and wealth was no longer a concern. Apart from augmenting his strength and toppling the celestial dragons, immortality constituted another dream he ardently pursued. Are we truly sending Baby Five away like this? The hefty buffalo gazed pitifully at Doflamingo. Having grown up alongside Baby Five as her family and partner, he struggled to accept her departure. Baby Five is nothing but an ungrateful wretch. How many troubles has the young master resolved for her? She has attempted to assassinate him on multiple occasions and now dares to openly betray him. I will not permit her return to the Don Quixote family, the explosive gladiolus remarked coldly. Despite their awareness of Baby Five's character flaws, her audacity to raise a blade against Doflamingo had long irked them. Very well, let us consider it an opportunity for Baby Five to find a new master. I hope she can take good care of Higashia Erasure, Doflamingo said with a faint smile. Given Baby Five's temperament, she might even present a modicum of trouble for Higashia. Furthermore, knowing her character defects, they could exploit Baby Five to gather intelligence on Higashia and uncover the location of the Erasure core. And what are the losses incurred by the Dragos family and Kiberkun? The sharp-voiced Pika remarked, his expression darkening. These individuals have been attacked on their territory, and the Don Quixote family bore some responsibility. Let us compensate them for their minor losses and directly inform them of the facts. Allowing them to confront that lunatic Higashia Erasure themselves, Doflamingo scoffed, reveling in the prospect of Higashia stirring up trouble with other underground emperors. Should the notorious Donya Huanglong, a madman audacious enough to eliminate even the formidable celestial dragons, succeed in vanquishing an underground dark emperor, the illustrious Don Quixote family would undoubtedly seize a substantial opportunity. He has long coveted the domains of other dark emperors. If this dragon crossing the river can indeed reshape the landscape of the underworld, he too shall partake in the spoils. Doflamingo instructed his subordinates to swiftly assess the damages at the underground port, restore order, and resume their business operations. Meanwhile, upon departing from the underground port, Donya Huanglong returned to the kingdom of Dongtada in Greenbit, only to encounter several unexpected figures. Donya Lantoa, I implore you to take all members of the Liku family with you, Princess Mancheri beseeched as she leapt onto Donya Huanglong's shoulder. After a thorough discussion and analysis of mutual benefits, Ganju and Cyrus expressed their willingness to temporarily depart from Dressrosa. Moreover, upon learning of this scheme, Violetta, utilizing her Dingiki fruit ability, witnessed Donya Huanglong wreaking havoc at the underground port. Seizing the opportunity while Diamante was preoccupied at the Colosseum, she leveraged her position within the Don Quixote family to successfully extract the hidden Liku king from the fighters, uniting him with the little people and Rebecca. Chapter 44. The darkness of the celestial dragons Violet and Rebecca anxiously observed Don Quixote Doflamingo, their willingness to embark on a perilous escape from Dressrosa stemming from their trust in the little people. They had long been under the watchful eye of the Don Quixote family, rendering any attempt to flee nearly impossible. Moreover, they had no intention of abandoning their homeland. Their hearts were set on overthrowing the Don Quixote family to restore peace to Dressrosa. However, upon hearing that Donya Arlong could confront Doflamingo within 2 years, they were persuaded to temporarily leave Dressrosa in pursuit of strength, with plans to return and reclaim their home. Very well, but that glare fruit user must assist us, Donya Arlong remarked casually, showing little interest in the matters of the Liku family. While their intentions were noble, they lacked the means to govern effectively. Handing Dressrosa over to them might lead to a regression from its current prosperity back to the poverty of years past. Whether it is better to endure a flourishing darkness or a peaceful poverty, only the people of Dressrosa can determine. Thank you, Lord Arlong. Violet expressed her gratitude, relieved to escape Doflamingo's grasp, as they glimpsed a new hope. May your glare fruit ability aid us. Arlong replied nonchalantly before instructing Mansheri and Gansho to swiftly relocate the little people into Capone Beach's castle. They were preparing to leave Greenbit. At that moment, Donya Arlong was unaware of the identity of the naval fleet that Doflamingo had mentioned. If it were a vice admiral, he harbored no fears, but the arrival of an admiral would pose a significant threat. Under the urging of Donya Arlong and Princess Mansheri, the little people hurried into the castle. Meanwhile, the idol Enel unexpectedly detonated the massive iron bridge connecting Greenbit and Dressrosa, announcing his presence to the world. This terrifying, thunderous catastrophe sent the residents of Dressrosa into a state of panic. Doflamingo, perplexed by Arlong's intentions, was this an intimidation tactic? Soon received word that Violet had fled with the Liku king and that Rebecca had vanished as well, causing his expression to darken. Is Arlong intending to abduct the Liku royal family and the little people? Doflamingo seethed. That wretched Violet dares to betray us. It seems they have not abandoned their desire to reclaim the throne. Standing atop the royal hill, Doflamingo surveyed the collapsed bridge, realizing that the Don Quixote family's forces could no longer search Greenbit. Donya Arlong, what do you truly seek? Doflamingo grumbled, vexed that this madman had taken advantage of him only to irritate him further, seemingly using the Liku royal family as a warning. He despised such inscrutable individuals, finding them as troublesome as the beast pirates Kaido. At this moment, the naval fleet stationed at G5 was swiftly making its way to Dressrosa. Admiral Akainu from the Navy headquarters had also directly traversed the Red Line to reach Dressrosa. Sengoku the Buddha was somewhat troubled. Why had the Eastern Wild Dragon arrived in the New World once more? What were his intentions in invading Dressrosa? Was it to confront Don Quixote Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, to enhance his reputation, or was it to plunder Doflamingo's vast treasures for Dr. Vegapunk's research? In any case, the Eastern Wild Dragon stirred the seas into turmoil like a stirring stick in a cesspool. According to intelligence from the Don Quixote family, it seemed that a natural-type user of the Rumble Rumble fruit had emerged under the Eastern Wild Dragon's command. Commander Sengoku frowned deeply as he read the message requesting naval support from Dressrosa, the lines on his face deepening further. A Rumble Rumble fruit user? Sengoku pressed his temples, exclaiming that one tyrant, Bartholomew Kuma, was already a significant headache. And now the threat posed by the Eastern Wild Dragon forces escalated with the addition of a top-tier natural ability user. It appeared that the Butcher, Netahu of the Drago family, had been swiftly eliminated by this Rumble Rumble fruit user. Commander Sengoku solemnly remarked that the combat prowess exhibited by this newcomer was exceedingly formidable. This growing dilemma left him with an unsettling feeling. He sensed that the Eastern Wild Dragon would soon establish a formidable force comparable to the Revolutionary Army. Sengoku lamented that a mere experimental subject had managed to exert such immense pressure on them. Their naval efforts to suppress the West Seas Black Hand Gang had even failed. It seemed the Navy had achieved little in recent days, utterly incapable of countering the Eastern Wild Dragon. We must urgently locate the Eastern Wild Dragon's stronghold. Otherwise, once Vegapunk stabilizes the situation, their influence will swell uncontrollably. Commander Sengoku said gravely, noting that each time the Eastern Wild Dragon appeared, he seemed to be seizing items, the purpose of which was unmistakable. He was aiding Dr. Vegapunk in establishing his laboratory and conducting research. If necessary, Akainu's suggestion, Sengoku hesitated to voice, pondering the possibility of using the sovereign Kingdom of Sorbet to threaten Bartholomew Kuma as a means to deal with the Eastern Wild Dragon. Acknowledging the method was indeed despicable and cruel. It was he who, under the orders of the 5 elders, had issued the extermination order against O'Hara. After ascending to the rank of Fleet Admiral, he had also cleaned up many messes for the Celestial Dragons. After all, the Celestial Dragon's triannual indigenous extermination competition had exposed him to countless horrors. However, the Kingdom of Sorbet was a member state, while those countries initiating the indigenous extermination contests were non-member islands. According to the World Government's laws, the people of non-member states were deemed unworthy of human rights. Sengoku, do not allow our remaining sense of justice to be tarnished. Commander Sengoku gazed earnestly at Sengoku, asserting that ensuring the safety of all member state citizens was the Navy's bottom line. If even the shred of justice were to be sullied, what right would they have to call themselves a force of righteousness? In truth, she and Sengoku yearned to transform the predatory practices of the celestial dragons, to cease regarding the citizens of non-member nations as mere insects. However, their efforts are in vain, utterly impotent against the entrenched habits of the world's aristocracy. It is for this reason that Garp has consistently declined the promotion to admiral, refusing to safeguard the celestial dragons, the upper echelons of the Navy. Having witnessed the pervasive darkness, can only prioritize the preservation of their own positions, subsequently offering protection to the citizens of member nations, ensuring the safety of the majority. I apologize. Alas, my admiration for that old fellow Garp grows ever stronger. Sengoku sighed, lamenting the belief in the Navy's dominion over the world, which feels increasingly futile. As long as the celestial dragons persist in their existence, the Navy is destined to wield a blade stained with darkness. The memories of last year's indigenous extermination competition remain vivid. Which wretched island will be selected for the next contest 2 years hence? The malevolence of the celestial dragons knows no bounds. Chapter 45. Thor Island. Within the internal castle of Capone Beach, the diminutive folk and the Licorice clan have already entered. The eastern wild dragon, transformed into a colossal beast, soars towards Punk Hazard, carrying Enel and Capone Beach. Inside the castle, Violet gazes at the woman known as Baby 5, astonished that this cadre of the Don Quixote family has betrayed Don Quixote da Flamingo and pledged allegiance to the eastern wild dragon. Do not look at me that way. You too have betrayed the young master, Baby 5 retorts, feeling the disdainful glares from Violet and Rebecca. She insists that she followed her fiancé's lead, with Doflamingo himself having given his consent. I was merely compelled to join the Don Quixote family. Violet replies coldly. In the past, her loyalty had preserved the life of the Licorice King. Though the Licorice clan bore an unforgivable stigma, at the very least, Rebecca would no longer be pursued by the Don Quixote family, thus gaining a chance to live. I'm no longer a cadre of the Don Quixote family. I shall henceforth be the private maid of Lord Dragon, serving him as a wife would, Baby 5 declares, eager to distance herself from past grievances. She envisions a future of happiness alongside the Eastern Wild Dragon, her cheeks flushing at the thought of a grand wedding. Violet observes the infatuated woman before her and refrains from further hostility. After so many years in Dressrosa, she understands Baby 5's character flaws, which had led to many unfortunate incidents, including Doflamingo eliminating those who harbored ill intentions towards her. Baby 5, bold enough to confront Doflamingo, was indeed a rarity within the Don Quixote family. Above, in the vast sky, Capone Beach feels a thrill of honor as he rides atop the dragon's back. He secures his hat, his cigar glowing brightly in the fierce winds as he gazes at the receding ocean, excitement coursing through him. This is far more exhilarating than being in the embrace of the bear's paw. This azure sea is even more magnificent than the White Sea. Enel, surveying the boundless ocean, suddenly feels that his previous experiences in Baika were woefully shallow. Meanwhile, the Eastern Wild Dragon, clutching the permanent pointer provided by Vegapunk, steers towards Punk Hazard, the island shrouded in toxic fumes, still abandoned by the world government. I wonder if that rascal Caesar has managed to escape, the Eastern Wild Dragon muses, recalling the wicked scientist who had once nearly brought about his demise, despite Caesar having provided him with deadly toxins and the means to escape. Revenge is a dish best served cold. However, before settling the score with Caesar, he contemplates how to extract every ounce of compensation from him. For the natural gas fruit ability he possesses is an invaluable gift among devil fruits. However, the research conducted by the Vegapunk has yet to yield any advancements in the technology of artificial natural systems. Even the techniques for the reclamation of devil fruits remain in their nascent theoretical stages. Never mind, I shall devise a way to torment him later, thought Donya Huanglong as he continued his flight. Shortly thereafter, they passed by an island engulfed in tumultuous lightning, a sight that filled both Donya Huanglong and Enel with astonishment. It was Thor Island, one of the initial 3 islands of the New World. Capone Beach exclaimed in shock. For for the name alone suggested that this island was abundant in relentless, raging thunderstorms. This island was also the most perilous among the trio, marked by the most unstable magnetic field on the New World's Triad record pointer. After departing Fishman Island, the pointer recorded 3 islands: Thor Island, Byriskard Island, and Mistralia Island. Thor Island? How fitting, sharing a name with my own title. Enel's eyes sparkled with longing. He felt as if this island existed solely for him, a place where he could grow stronger. Let's ascend and explore. Donya Huanglong, too, sensed a stirring of lightning power within him, likely to further entice Enel, the user of the rumble fruit. As the colossal dragon descended upon the shores of Thor Island, several bolts of lightning struck them shortly thereafter, causing Capone Beach to hesitate at the prospect of venturing into the island's electrifying depths. Beach, release Kiberkun and wait here. Enel, craft some lightning rods for Beach using gold. Donya Huanglong, now reverting to his human form, crackled with electricity as he spoke, having just endured several bolts of lightning alongside Enel, feeling a curious thrill. Yet, it was undeniably beneficial. They sensed that this place was conducive to their training. Captain Huanglong, my brother is the underground Dark Emperor, the concealment master, Kyberson, who possesses considerable strength on the seas. If you release me, I assure you we shall offer you a satisfactory reward. The moment Kiberkun emerged, he promptly addressed Donya Huanglong with utmost respect. Were it anyone else daring to confront him, he would certainly have resorted to threats invoking Kyberson's name. However, in the presence of this unparalleled figure capable of vanquishing celestial dragons, he dared not utter a word of menace, fearing for his very life. Behave, and perhaps you shall be released in due time, Donya Huanglong replied, dragging Kiberkun into Thor Island as Enel followed closely behind, transforming into lightning itself, eagerly absorbing the electrical energy to replenish his 4 thunderdromes. Lord Huanglong, I will be obedient, truly obedient. Please do not take me to be struck by lightning. Kiberkun cried out in terror, only to be struck by a bolt of lightning. Enveloped in dark smoke and writhing in agony, bound by low-purity sea prism stone handcuffs, he lacked the strength to wield armament hockey, forced to endure the lightning with his physical body. Remember, be obedient, refrain from unnecessary actions or words, otherwise you shall be left on Thor Island. As another bolt of lightning struck Kiberkun, Donya Huanglong smiled faintly, intending first to intimidate this individual. Once they arrived at Punk Hazard, it would be far more convenient to transport the enormous experimental apparatus. Yes, I shall unquestionably comply with any command from you, my lord. Kiberkun, paralyzed and charred, had no choice but to acquiesce to Donya Huanglong's demands in order to survive. Excellent. Donya Huanglong cast Kiberkun back into the golden thunderstorm array of Capone Beach, and then, accompanied by Enelu, set out to explore the island of Raijin, while also honing his own mastery of lightning. Meanwhile, a flamingo pirate ship departing from Dressrosa successfully retrieved Caesar Clown, who had escaped from a New World Navy prison in a certain maritime region. After a series of threats and negotiations from Don Quixote da Flamingo, Caesar, the nefarious scientist, formally entered into an alliance with Da Flamingo, submitting to this underground Dark Emperor. Since Da Flamingo sought artificial devil fruits, Caesar resolved to regard Punk Hazard, replete with comprehensive experimental equipment, as his target base. Thus, Da Flamingo dispatched Monet, the Snow Woman, along with a portion of his subordinates, instructing them to accompany Caesar covertly to Punk Hazard, with the primary task of clearing the toxic gases first. Chapter 46. Caesar's return to Punk Hazard on Thundergod Island. Transformed into a colossal dragon, the eastern wild dragon soars amidst the thunderclouds, continuously tempering itself with lightning, honing its electric abilities. Thunder Dragon Great Torch. The eastern wild dragon emulates Kaido's Fire Dragon Great Torch, enveloping its massive form in crackling arcs of lightning, thus manifesting a supercharged thunder dragon. The terrifying might of this creature left Kiberkun and Capone Beach in a state of awe, swallowing hard. The inhabitants within the fortress were rendered speechless by the sight of the thunder dragon birthed from the eastern wild dragon. With such formidable power, why should one fear Don Quixote Doflamingo. The solution was straightforward. Engage directly. 200 million volts. Thunder God. Enel, 2, transformed into a towering giant of lightning, standing 30 to 40 meters tall. Yet before the Eastern Wild Dragon's 1,000-meter-long Thunder Dragon, he appeared as insignificant as an ant. The boss was truly terrifying. Enel gazed at the Thunder Dragon, which bore a stronger resemblance to a god than he did, igniting a deep longing within him. He frantically absorbed the lightning from Thunder God Island, recklessly pushing the limits of his own body. 500 million volts, Thunder Emperor. Enel's lightning giant swelled dramatically, reaching a height of 100 meters. Although still dwarfed by the Thunder Dragon, this display was enough to instill fear in Beej and the others, making them tremble. What an astonishing wielder of the rumble fruit. Vegapunk mused that this newcomer, Enel, was on par with the new second-in-command of the White Beer Pirates, surely worth a bounty of 500 million berries. The emergence of such a formidable force within the Eastern Wild Dragon's ranks was indeed alarming. With the tyrant Bartholomew Kuma and the Thunder God Enel as his right and left arms, the Eastern Wild Dragon could easily overpower any of the 7 warlords of the sea, should another powerful lieutenant join them. It would not merely resemble the Beast Pirates, but rather embody the essence of an Emperor of the Sea. Ha ha ha. Vegapunk, why not ally with our boss? It would be wise to bring along your brother. Kibison Capone Beej grinned, realizing that aligning with the god Slayer Eastern Wild Dragon left him with no other recourse but to follow this madman as he ascended to the position of an emperor. The new emperor, Shanks, had only recently claimed his title, providing ample opportunity for them to usurp his position. Vegapunk, however, was disinterested in engaging with Capone Beej. Their underground dark forces operated in shades of gray, straddling the line between light and shadow, engaging in dealings with the world government, allied nations, the navy, pirates, and bandits alike. The era of great pirates is ever-changing. The once mighty rocks, the 3 legendary pirates, the Pirate King, and the 4 emperors have all seen their reigns succeed one another. Yet, their underground empire, sustained by several families for centuries, remains steadfast. Families such as the Dark Gold Clan, the Dew Clan, who dominate the financial sector with numerous banks and underground moneylenders, the Maritime Clan, the Umi Clan, who control the deep-sea transport industry with routes across the seas and the Grand Line, and the Poison Clan, the Drago Clan, who govern the assassination realm, encompassing human trafficking, organ trade, and kidnapping. The Kabaku Clan, of venerable power, stands just beneath the 3 major families, wielding control over the realms of commerce and warehousing. As for the Queen of Joy Street, Stussy, the Emperor of underground intermediaries, Joker, and the sensational Morgan, these are burgeoning underground sovereigns, still in the process of expanding their dominions and exclusive territories, awaiting the fruition of their monopolistic ambitions. Meanwhile, Donya Huanglong and Enelu, engrossed in their cultivation, lost all track of time, completely immersed in the pursuit of strength. Capone Beej and his companions could only endure the slow passage of nearly 10 days in anticipation. On another front, Caesar Clown, accompanied by the Snow Woman Monet and the crew of the Don Quixote family, clandestinely returned to Punk Hazard. Caesar, who boasts of being the 2nd-best scientist in the world, possesses a modicum of skill. He has partially mastered the technology of integrating the abilities of Zoan-type devil fruits into physical objects. With the backing of the Don Quixote family, he acquired a Zoan-type salamander fruit, which he combined with concentrated toxic gas to create a purple, venomous slime. He directed this slime to voraciously consume the toxic miasma of Punk Hazard, prioritizing the purification of the noxious fumes within the laboratory. Upon his long-awaited return to this research facility, he was astonished to discover several experimental prisoners who had not succumbed to the poison. However, most of these individuals were paralyzed from the waist down due to inhaling the toxic air. Through a stroke of luck reminiscent of buggies, Caesar managed to convince these survivors to regard him as their savior, leading them to pledge their unwavering allegiance to him. Seizing this opportunity, Caesar equipped the paralyzed prisoners with remote control balloons to assist their mobility, thereby securing Punk Hazard. Under the urging of Don Quixote Doflamingo and the supervision of Monet, Caesar swiftly commenced his research on artificial devil fruits, utilizing the fully equipped laboratory to produce sad animal lineage factors. On Rygene Island, the user of the stare fruit, Violet, along with Capone Beach, successfully intercepted a passing news bird at the island's edge, acquiring the latest newspapers. One particular bounty notice caught their attention: a staggering reward of 300 million berries for a new face, Caesar Clown, the former second-in-command scientist of the World Government Scientific Division, an expert in the development of mass destruction weaponry, and a practitioner of the gas fruit, deemed exceedingly dangerous. As Donya Huanglong took a moment's respite and glanced at Caesar's bounty, he chuckled. He had previously been unaware of the prison in which Caesar was confined, yet now this individual had audaciously emerged to meet his demise. "Let us depart for Punk Hazard," Huanglong exclaimed, calling to Enelu as he prepared to leave Rygene Island. While he was uncertain of Caesar's current location, he was convinced that this individual would inevitably head to Punk Hazard. The likelihood of encountering Doflamingo or members of the Don Quixote family added an enticing thrill to their journey. Doflamingo harbored ambitions of engaging in commerce with Don Quixote, a prospect deemed utterly improbable. With a resounding roar, Don Quixote ascended into the heavens alongside Enel and Capone Beach, hastening towards Punk Hazard with great velocity. Meanwhile, Caesar, situated in Punk Hazard, eagerly organized his personal laboratory, envisioning this expansive research facility as his own dominion. With Doflamingo providing external protection and a cadre of new subordinates at his beck and call, he aspired to become the foremost scientist of Punk Hazard. As the venomous slime grew increasingly formidable, the toxic gas enveloping Punk Hazard diminished, and in due course, it would purify the island's atmosphere entirely, transforming into a perilous gas monstrosity. "Virum vroom. Beach, I shall undoubtedly surpass you," Caesar declared as he activated the machinery, commencing the production of artificial devil fruit materials. The success of experiment number 88 illuminated a path for mass creation of formidable subordinates. He resolved that he could not fall short of the prowess exhibited by Queen the Plague and Vinsmoke Judge. He too must command a formidable army. Chapter 47. Two nature types with her verdant hair and spectacles. The Snow Woman, Monet, has taken on the role of Caesar's secretary, overseeing and urging him to fulfill the tasks assigned by Doflamingo. The mere technology of merging the abilities of animal-type devil fruits with objects has opened her eyes to new possibilities. However, observing the somewhat dim-witted venom slime, this technique appears less than practical. A devil fruit worth millions, yielding a weapon of limited intelligence, seems somewhat of a loss. After all, a reasonably gifted human, upon consuming a devil fruit, would exhibit far superior combat capabilities compared to a devil fruit weapon. Of course, should the artificial devil fruit prove successful, they would no longer lack for such fruits and could utilize them freely. Caesar excels in the research of large-scale chemical weapons. Yet, under the influence of Vegapunk, he has also acquired some knowledge of artificial devil fruit technology, which undeniably has its flaws. For now, however, the priority is to prepare the raw materials and extract the bloodline factors from animals. These S.A.D. animal bloodline factors will later be used to cultivate devil fruits. It remains uncertain how many months it will take for the first artificial devil fruit to mature. If there were a plethora of animal-type devil fruit users, perhaps he could create more refined artificial devil fruits, akin to the strength of the artificial Azure Dragon fruit from experiment number 88. Aware of the destructive power of the gas bombs that obliterated Punk Hazard, Caesar intends to reignite his research on chemical weapons alongside the production of artificial devil fruits, dubbing it the Death Realm Project. Above the sea, Donya Huanglong gazes at the increasingly near Punk Hazard, his mind flooded with unpleasant memories, a flicker of brutality flashing in his eyes. "Boss, stay calm." Capone Beach, sensing the menacing aura, shouted in alarm, fearing he might faint and plunge into the ocean. Donya Huanglong reigned in his presence, accelerating towards Punk Hazard. "I hope you're already there." Meanwhile, Caesar, who was directing the subordinates of the Don Quixote family, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. What was happening? Looking around in search of the source of his unease, his gaze landed on Monet. Doflamingo certainly has grand ambitions, sending a nature-type snow fruit user. Beauty called Doflamingo and urged him to capture some animal-type users. Caesar instructed his stunning secretary. Yet, in the next moment, he sensed a terrifying aura that instilled fear within him, unsettling his mind. At that moment, hovering above Punk Hazard, Donya Huanglong watched in excitement as the toxic gas dissipated from the island. Caesar, you scoundrel, you have indeed returned. He swiftly descended, the purple patterns on his body writhing, absorbing the surrounding toxins to create a safe air environment. However, Capone Beach, the cautious mafia boss, donned the gas mask prepared by Vegapunk. There were numerous humans on the island, their numbers exceeding 100. Enel's heart network electromagnetic waves swiftly enveloped the island, sensing the life forms present. Let us go. Eliminate them. Without hesitation, Don Quixote Doflamingo charged in, while Enel transformed into lightning and pursued him, leaving Capone Beach and those within the fortress temporarily on the shore. Along the way, they encountered members of the Don Quixote family and struck them down with lightning, granting them no opportunity to signal for help. At this moment, Punk Hazard had yet to establish a comprehensive surveillance system, rendering Caesar and Monet incapable of fleeing in advance. As the anguished cries of the prisoner patrols and Don Quixote family members echoed around the laboratory, Caesar and Monet finally realized the enemy's incursion. Upon Don Quixote Doflamingo bursting through the laboratory doors, Caesar's face turned ashen. It's him. How can it be him? Why is it the number 88 experiment? Caesar shouted in panic, promptly transforming into gas and fleeing in terror. Monet, upon witnessing the emergence of Don Quixote Doflamingo, was momentarily stunned. They had reunited so swiftly after leaving Dressrosa. Caesar, you cannot escape. Don Quixote Doflamingo grinned, unleashing a tyrannical burst of Conqueror's Haki. The black-red lightning surged forth, compelling Caesar, who had transformed into an elemental form, out into the open. A laser swiftly pierced through Caesar's thigh, blood splattering. Do not kill me. Doflamingo, you're not dead yet. You even acquire the toxic and invisibility factors. You should be grateful to me. Caesar cried out in agony, tears and snot streaming down his face, gripped by overwhelming fear from Doflamingo's murderous intent. Furthermore, the armed haki of these individuals surpassed even that of Don Quixote Doflamingo, capable of forcibly drawing him out of his elemental state. Just as Monet was about to speak, a bolt of lightning materialized before her, and the cold, lifeless gaze akin to that of a dead fish startled her into retreating several paces. While a Logia type can evade physical attacks, it is not immune to elemental assaults such as lightning. Indeed, I must thank you for blowing up Punk Hazard. Otherwise, I would have never had the chance to escape. However, that does not diminish my desire to eliminate you, especially since you took my life once. Don Quixote Doflamingo advanced step by step towards Caesar, looking down upon him with a sinister smile. Once, it was Caesar who towered over Don Quixote Doflamingo, treating him like a mere lab rat. But now, the roles had reversed, with Caesar kneeling before Don Quixote Doflamingo like an ant, begging for mercy. Do not kill me. I can implant the spark red and electric blue genetic factors into you. You're the most perfect experimental subject. You will surely succeed again. I can transform you into the strongest being, surpassing Kaido of the 100 Beasts. Caesar shouted frantically, hoping to survive at the hands of Don Quixote Doflamingo. Moreover, I have established a collaboration with Don Quixote Doflamingo. If you kill me, you will have offended him. Caesar, like a drowning duck, desperately sought to seize any fleeting opportunity for survival. Doflamingo, I recently seized his territory, and he cannot save you. Lord Aoharu, with a sinister grin, delivered a powerful blow to Caesar's abdomen, rendering him mute, his body contorting like a cooked shrimp, blood erupting from his mouth and nose. Aoharu, I implore you, in consideration of my young master, spare Caesar's life. We are willing to pay a fortune for the devil fruit to buy back his life, Monet exclaimed, suppressing her fear as she witnessed Caesar nearly beaten to death. This scientist was a crucial target assigned to her by Doflamingo, and she was determined to do everything in her power to safeguard Caesar's existence. Doflamingo's favor? You are now my trophy. You and Caesar, both wielders of natural abilities. What does he have to offer in exchange? Aoharu observed the lithe, green-haired beauty with a mocking smile. My apologies, Doflamingo, but I must seize yet another of your female subordinates. Chapter 48, Elemental Demon Fruit Weapons and Biological Research at Punk Hazard Laboratory. Under the terrifying pressure exerted by the Eastern Wild Dragon, the explosive being, Kibikun, obediently activated his poke-poke fruit ability, puncturing various experimental apparatuses and reducing them to shriveled balloon-like forms. He then neatly folded and stored them within the internal fortress of Capone Beach. Initially, according to the established plan, Vegapunk and his scientists had compiled various lists and abandoned certain large equipment that was cumbersome to transport. However, with Kibikun's explosive capabilities, the Eastern Wild Dragon intended to carry away everything that could be moved. Meanwhile, Caesar, battered and bruised with broken legs, was shackled with sea-stone handcuffs and discarded like a rag nearby. After releasing his frustration, the Eastern Wild Dragon chose not to eliminate this individual immediately, recognizing the potential value of his natural gas fruit for research or recovery. If he were to dispose of him now, it would squander the opportunity for the natural ability to randomly reincarnate in the world. The Snow Woman, Monet, a user of the snow fruit, was also captured by the Eastern Wild Dragon and imprisoned after being shackled with sea-stone handcuffs. Enel was dispatched by the Eastern Wild Dragon to hunt down all surviving prisoners and members of the Don Quixote family on the island. Meanwhile, the Eastern Wild Dragon was occupied with managing a purple slime creature formed from condensed toxic gas, under the threat of death. Caesar had relinquished basic command of this venomous demon fruit creature to the Eastern Wild Dragon. Observing the venomous slime creature, the Eastern Wild Dragon unabashedly plunged his dragon claw into its concentrated toxic body as the purple poisonous patterns on its surface writhed vigorously, voraciously absorbing the creature's venom. This, indeed, saved me a considerable amount of time. The venomous slime creature had been absorbing the purple toxic mist on Punk Hazard Island for 7 to 8 days, gathering most of the island's toxic gas, condensing it into venom, and transforming into a massive slime salamander. Now, the Eastern Wild Dragon seized the fruits of its labor, augmenting his own poisonous abilities. Under the Eastern Wild Dragon's absorption, the venomous salamander gradually shrank from dozens of meters in length to just a few meters, taking on the semblance of slime pet. Such demon fruit weapons are far easier to train than the artificial dragon created by Vegapunk, similar to Mr. Four Sausage Dog Cannon and Spandam's Elephant Sword, Funk-freed. These demon fruit weapons, once created, were traded among various parties. Consequently, these demon fruit weapons would obey the commands of their new masters. Now, with the Eastern Wild Dragon as the new master of the venomous salamander, it complied without resistance to his every whim, dutifully following any command issued. Of course, with its simple instinctual consciousness, this demon fruit weapon could only comprehend basic commands. The emergence of such demon fruit weapons, alongside the conscious resistance of artificial demon fruit users, indeed attests to the existence of a certain biological will within the animal-type demon fruits. Moreover, the will of the mythical beast-type animal fruits is even stronger. Legend has it that the sun god, Nika Fruit, would evade the search of the world government. This is rather absurd. Donya Huanglong amusingly led the venomous salamander as they meandered across the island, continuing to absorb the toxic fumes enveloping the land. However, in the end, Donya Huanglong chose not to completely cleanse this island of poisonous gas, lest it fall under the control of the world government or become a battleground for Akainu and Akiji. Henceforth, Punk Hazard, the Island of Poison, and Thunder God Island, the Realm of Lightning, would become territories under Donya Huanglong as dominion. Observing the salamander, capable of splitting its body to form numerous small toxic gas slimes, he felt a profound satisfaction. Its liquid composition granted it immunity against physical attacks, and its potent venom could easily incapacitate ordinary foes. Moreover, the smaller slimes, when ignited, could explode, thereby amplifying their lethality. This creature was truly comparable to the formidable homies of Charlotte Linlin. Come, slime, Donya Huanglong commanded. and the cluster of small slimes began to coalesce into a larger, venomous salamander, which then trotted after its new master like a loyal hound. The emergence of this toxic creature diminished Donya Huanglong's murderous intent toward Caesar. He pondered whether this fellow could continue to produce elemental demon fruit weapon beings, such as thunderclouds, flames, swamps, and snowflakes. If so, he might even create lower-tier versions of Zeus's thunderclouds or Prometheus's solar flames, achieving capabilities akin to those of the soul fruit. Indeed, the synergy between technology and the powers of the devil fruits warranted further exploration. Upon returning to the laboratory, he found Vegapunk exhausted and sprawled out, having inadvertently destroyed nearly an entire set of experimental apparatus throughout the day, far exceeding his previous workload. With the diligent efforts of the little people, the laboratory had been nearly emptied, and even scattered research materials had been tidied up. "Boss, we can depart now," Capone Beej reported to Donya Huanglong, glancing at the fatigued Vegapunk with a smile. With the explosive capabilities of this individual, everything had become significantly more convenient. They had also captured 2 users of natural type abilities. If they could be subdued, along with Enel, the wielder of the Rumble fruit, they would possess 3 natural type users. Mancelli, tend to that dying dog. Don't let him perish. Donya Huanglong, in pursuit of his plan for the elemental demon fruit weapon beings, had decided to spare Caesar's life, hoping he would generate greater value. In the future, should he find Caesar displeasing, he could always administer a sound beating to ensure he didn't simply expire. Good. Princess Mancelli sprinkled a healing dandelion over the severely injured Caesar, aiding the recovery of his broken leg and significantly diminishing the bruises on his face. "I hope you can produce a few demon fruit weapon beings akin to the slimes. Otherwise, if you prove to be of no use to me, I shall ensure you receive a thorough reprimand." Donya Huanglong grinned at Caesar, his voice laced with a chilling intent that sent shivers through Caesar, who nodded vigorously, tears streaming down his face in a desperate agreement. As an individual returned to the fortress within the body of Carpentier Becky, Don Quixote Doflamingo's mood remained relatively cheerful as he orchestrated the procurement of substantial supplies intended for Punk Hazard, aiming to expedite Caesar's production of artificial devil fruits. However, the recent report from his subordinates who explored Greenbit Island cast a shadow over his countenance. Initially, he had intended to capture some of the little folk to cultivate the artificial devil fruits, yet he was taken aback to discover that, following Enel's destruction of the bridge to Greenbit Island, the entire population of little folk had vanished without a trace. It seemed that the actions of the rogue, Enel, were excessively ruthless. Consequently, he was left with no choice but to enlist ordinary humans for the cultivation of the devil fruits, which would undoubtedly diminish efficiency. When he attempted to contact Monet and Punk Hazard to inquire about the progress, the unanswered call from the snail only deepened the gloom on Doflamingo's face. Chapter 49. A bountiful return. Realizing that the situation was amiss, Doflamingo, without uttering a word, personally led his subordinates in a furious assault on Punk Hazard. The following day, upon his arrival on the desolate island and entering the empty research facility, the tempestuous conqueror's hockey raged uncontrollably across the land. "Who is it? Who could it possibly be?" Doflamingo bellowed in fury, having only just rescued Caesar, only to discover that both Caesar and Monet had been captured and the research facility had been completely vacated. Who possessed such capability and swiftness? Initially, he had anticipated that the artificial devil fruits would bolster the Don Quixote family's strength and facilitate an expansion of business with Kaido of the Beasts. Yet now, at the very outset, he faced utter ruin. Moreover, he had lost Monet and his salamander fruit. "Young master," the corpses left behind seemed to have been struck down by lightning. "Young master, there are some small footprints. They could belong to the little people. There are no signs of relocation equipment being transported to the port. They may have fled." Upon hearing these various clues, Doflamingo's mind immediately turned to that scoundrel, Don Quixote Arlong. The little people, Enel the Thunder God, the Soaring Dragon. Not only had Don Quixote Arlong assaulted his underground port and extorted him, but now he had also severed a significant business venture. It appeared that Don Quixote Arlong had set his sights on the artificial devil fruits. The little people, adept at cultivation, and the experimental apparatus of Hazard, Don Quixote Arlong. I shall surely eliminate you. Doflamingo no longer entertained thoughts of collaborating with Don Quixote Arlong. His sole desire now was to eradicate this experimental subject number 88 and reclaim Caesar and the little people. That day, at the underground port, Don Quixote Arlong had captured Kyber Kuin and relocated the materials. That fellow must have exerted considerable effort. Gladius continued his analysis, remarking that the research facility had been vacated far too thoroughly, making the reasons behind it quite apparent. Let us return to confer with Kyber's son and Dracopyca regarding how to confront Don Quixote Arlong. With a grim expression, Doflamingo departed from Hazard, uncertain whether Don Quixote Arlong had indeed returned to relocate the experimental apparatus or fortuitously encountered Caesar and Monet. However, the fact that Don Quixote Arlong had captured Monet, fully aware that she was one of his subordinates, left little room for negotiation. Don Quixote Arlong was now directly assaulting the Don Quixote family. Kyber Kuin, the brother of the hider Kyber's son, had been taken by Don Quixote Arlong, while Netahu, a subordinate of the Great Hand Undertaker Dracopyca, had been eliminated by him. Doflamingo resolved to unite these two underground sovereigns to confront the audacious Don Quixote Arlong. Initially, he had intended to incite conflict between Don Quixote Arlong and these two underground emperors. But unexpectedly, he found himself at a significant loss. Thus, he would mobilize the forces of the underground world, alongside the might of the world government, to eliminate this experimental subject that obstructed his financial pursuits. Furious, Doflamingo returned to Dressrosa, commencing the formulation of a strategy against Don Quixote Arlong, even instructing Virgo to report the incident of Don Quixote Arlong clearing Hazard to the higher-ups. Let the world government and the Navy intensify their blockade against the Eastern Wild Dragon. Days later, the Eastern Wild Dragon and his companions returned safely to Sky Island. The little people joyfully relocated to the primordial forest of the Divine Island, Appiato, establishing their second homeland. The 4 members of the Liku tribe were assigned to Gonfol for the management of Sky Island, while Violet joined the Wild Dragon Corps, tasked with overseeing the safety and intelligence gathering of the island. Soldiers Cyrus and Rebecca enlisted in the training team of the Great Bear, with Cyrus serving as a swordsmanship instructor and Rebecca training alongside Bonnie and Aisha to enhance their strength. The experimental equipment from Hazard was restored under the capabilities of Kiberkun and swiftly set up on Sky Island. Vegapunk and the scientists expressed great satisfaction with the familiar experimental apparatus. You even brought Caesar back. Vegapunk remarked with a hint of disdain at the familiar figure shackled by sea stone. You actually escaped from the clutches of the world government. Caesar was equally astonished, never expecting Vegapunk to elude the grasp of the world government. This fellow has caused quite a stir. Rest assured, I will ensure he receives proper reparations. The Eastern Wild Dragon, accompanied by his new pet, a toxic gas slime, revealed the plan for the elemental demon fruit weapon to Vegapunk. Well then, you can leave those weapon-type experiments to him. I shall focus on researching new energy sources for the giant robots. Vegapunk sighed, wishing to avoid further encounters with Caesar, who deserved imprisonment and impelled down. I will surely surpass you. Caesar retorted angrily at Vegapunk's demeanor, only to be met with a massive fist crashing into his abdomen moments later. Enough with the nonsense. Just listen and do your job well. The Eastern Wild Dragon glared coldly at the foolish, ungrateful wretch. Yes, I will obey and produce whatever you need, Caesar mumbled, deflated and no longer daring to boast or make threats. Subsequently, he donned low-purity sea stone handcuffs, which suppressed his natural gas abilities without sapping his strength, thereby preventing any attempt at escape. Kiberkun and Monet were taken aback. Now that the Eastern Wild Dragon's territory was Sky Island, how could they ever hope to return home? Kiberkun was filled with despair, fearing he might never see his family again. The Eastern Wild Dragon had no intentions of letting him go, extracting his blood and applying the low-purity sea stone cuffs. It seemed he would be bound to serve the Eastern Wild Dragon indefinitely. Baby 5 took residence in the Eastern Wild Dragon's temple, becoming his personal maid. The Snow Woman Monet was confined in the laboratory, enduring a fate similar to that of the dissolving man, Buck, temporarily serving as a subject for natural research. This woman was a staunch loyalist to Don Quixote da Flamingo, making her difficult to subdue. Moreover, she was Sugar's sister, further ensuring her loyalty to Da Flamingo within the Don Quixote family. When necessary, Doña Huanglong would treat Ainalu in the same manner, allowing Vegapunk and Bartholomew Kuma to erase her memories, depending on her remaining value. He entrusted these two devil fruits to you, seemingly the Zoan-type frog fruit and goat fruit. Doña Huanglong handed over the ordinary Zoan devil fruits obtained from Don Quixote da Flamingo to Vegapunk and his team of scientists for research purposes. These relatively weaker devil fruits held little significance for Doña Huanglong. With the initiation of projects such as pacifists, Seraphim, artificial devil fruits, and devil fruit weaponized beings, Doña Huanglong brimmed with ambition for the future. Once these scientific forces matured, overpowering the four emperors and ascending to the Holy Land would no longer be a mere dream. Before embarking on the next phase of his plans, Doña Huanglong diligently trained to ensure his strength surpassed that of Bartholomew Kuma. Only then would he be worthy to contend with the four emperors and the Gorosei. Chapter 50. A conversation with the Golden Emperor in the shadowy underbelly of the New World. A whisper spreads through the Dark World. Da Flamingo, Kibaru, and Draga Piccolo are conspiring to confront the formidable Doña Huanglong. This news sends ripples of astonishment throughout the underground community. However, the King of Usury, Dufeld, and the Maritime King, Umit, merely wish to observe the unfolding drama, reluctant to involve themselves in such perilous affairs. They are pragmatic businessmen who prefer to cultivate prosperity rather than provoke a madman like Doña Huanglong, who dares to challenge even the celestial dragons, especially a group capable of summoning the powers of the machi-machi fruit to appear before one in an instant. Amidst the vibrant lights of a bustling neon street, within an opulent private chamber, a woman with golden hair adorned with a lady's hat ignites a cigarette, exhaling a delicate ring of smoke. Is the doctor truly working under such a madman? Stussy, the queen of Pleasure Street, muses softly, her tone laced with a hint of resigned amusement. This multifaceted spy, who also serves as an agent of CP0, is now tasked with safeguarding Vegapunk while fulfilling the world government's directive to confront Doña Huanglong. Recently, the five elders have requested her assistance in facilitating a collaborative effort among the underworld against Doña Huanglong, aiming to sever his access to various rare resources within their realm and indirectly impede Vegapunk's research progress, seeking to find a delicate balance. With a faint smile gracing her luscious lips, Stussy contemplates the task at hand, undoubtedly prioritizing Vegapunk's interests in her dealings with the five elders. May the doctor soon escape the clutches of the world government. I hope to see you again soon. Discarding the bounty poster of Doña Huanglong, this clone yearns to witness the strongest experimental subject for herself. Aboard the Gurin Tesalo, within a secluded chamber, a man swirls a glass of red wine, crossing his legs with an air of nonchalance, a phone bug in one hand and a white anti-eavesdropping phone bug beside him. I wish to find you. Yet here you are, presenting yourself at my door. Golden Emperor Tesalo grins with intrigue, harboring admiration for the one who has vanquished a celestial dragon. However, he is unwilling to abandon the Gurin Tesalo to confront the world government and the celestial dragons, understanding the futility of such a venture. He revels in his elevated status of wealth and power. Nonetheless, he is amenable to financing Doña Huanglong's troubles with the celestial dragons. Tesalo, let us be forthright. I am aware of your secrets in the matter concerning Stella. Your fate is entwined with mine in overthrowing the celestial dragons. The voice of Doña Huanglong resonates through the phone bug, instantly silencing Tesalo. A murderous intent flickers across Tesalo's face. He is taken aback that Doña Huanglong has unearthed the depths of his innermost secrets. Rest assured, I am not foolish enough to expose your secrets. Perhaps we can engage in a clandestine alliance. You shall provide us with funding and resources for our endeavors, and when we possess sufficient strength, you may then decide whether to seek revenge against the celestial dragons personally. Doña Huanglong spoke softly, yet his words completely ensnared Tesalo. This former celestial dragon slave had no alternatives. Should the celestial dragons discover Tesalo's true identity as their former servant, they would undoubtedly strip him of everything he possessed. They would not be as lenient as they were now, granting him the title of a king among allied nations and a modicum of respect, all for the sake of monetary gain. How do you know? Taizolo retorted coldly, recalling the time he had even eliminated his own subordinate who had helped him remove the slave mark from his back. Logically, no one should have been privy to this information. If he could, he would relish the opportunity to eliminate Dongya Huanglong, this knowledgeable individual. I can glimpse a fragment of the past. You possess no secrets before me, Taizolo. Cease your futile thoughts. Dongya Huanglong chuckled lightly. Through his recent confrontations with the Xiong, he was aware that his strength was on par with awakened abilities like those of Don Quixote, Doflamingo, and Taizolo. He had sufficient power to engage Taizolo in direct conversation, which led to this dialogue. Speak. How much do you desire? Taizolo suppressed his irritation and replied coldly. He suddenly wished that Doflamingo's alliance could eliminate Dongya Huanglong, thus removing one more threat. I am not in want of money. I possess ample gold. As I mentioned, I require your assistance in gathering various rare materials and capturing different ability users. If necessary, I also need you to aid me in dealing with certain individuals. Dongya Huanglong responded with a smile, knowing that Taizolo was not short on funds and often executed bountied criminals aboard the Giran Taizolo for amusement. It would be a waste to simply execute some of these ability users. It would be far more beneficial to send them to Vegapunk as test subjects. For zone-type ability users, he could extract their lineage factors to create perfect artificial zone-type devil fruits. For Paramecia-type ability users, he could extract their lineage factors to produce Seraphim-like Paramecia-type green blood. As for Logia-type users, there are not many in these waters. Very well, in the future, do not disturb me, nor threaten me. Taizolo spoke with a frigid tone. He had initially held some admiration for this individual who had slain celestial dragons. But now that Dongya Huanglong was aware of his secret as a former slave and was coercing him into collaboration, it ignited a murderous intent within Taizolo. However, with the world government unable to locate Dongya Huanglong, he had no choice but to cooperate with him. Rest assured, I consider you my ally. Perhaps in the future, you will be grateful for the opportunity and courage I provide you to eliminate the celestial dragons. Dongya Huanglong grinned at the once noble outlaw who had forgotten his original intentions. He aimed to rekindle Taizolo's shame from his time as a slave, along with the hatred stemming from Stella's death. Even though Taizolo had now become the wealthiest man in the world, enjoying rights akin to those of the celestial dragons, the memories of his past and his vendettas would not dissipate. Most importantly, Dongya Huanglong had set his sights on Taizolo's Paramecia type, golden fruit ability, and the Paramecia type, luck fruit ability. He needed to devise a method to acquire these abilities, for their Seraphim army could not afford to be deprived of such powers. Recently, Doflamingo has allied with other shadowy emperors of the underworld to confront you. Exercise caution when you come to retrieve your belongings, Taizolo coldly remarked. He must not reveal his collaboration with Don Quixote, Doflamingo, for that would be tantamount to exposing his own status as a celestial dragon slave. After all, the actions of Don Quixote Doflamingo against the celestial dragons are exceedingly heinous, and the world government is currently scouring the globe for him. Understand that I will soon take care of Doflamingo, and, at that time, you too shall partake in the spoils, seizing a portion of his territory and business. Don Quixote Doflamingo will inevitably fall into my grasp. For now, let him continue to flounder for a few more days. This individual is likely to forge alliances with the world government and marine admirals to counter me. Therefore, it will be prudent to avoid the commotion in Dressrosa for the time being. In a few months, when the fervor subsides, I shall launch a surprise attack on Dressrosa, making Doflamingo realize that he has indeed provoked a madman. Chapter 51. The meeting of the Dragon Brigade and the Revolutionary Army months later, on the Grand Line. At Sunken Island, with a thunderous roar, a half-dragon man was forcefully slammed into the ground, creating towering waves of earth that surged outward in concentric circles, accompanied by a billowing cloud of dust that enveloped the entire island. Emerging from the massive crater, Dongya Huanglong spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Is this the power of Conqueror S. Hockey? Indeed, it is formidable. Despite the fractured scales of his hardened dragon form, his spirits soared higher, for he yearned to master this terrifying strength. Your physique is astonishing, a veritable monster. Manchi D, dragon, adorned in a green cloak, observed with astonishment. He was aware of Donya Huanglong's prowess as the strongest experimental subject, yet he had not anticipated such overwhelming strength capable of withstanding a conqueror's blow. Enough hesitation, press on. I pay my dues. The half-dragon man, ablaze with Lunaria flames, charged once more towards Dragon, the leader of the revolutionary army. The two were soon engulfed in a dazzling flurry of high-speed combat, their fervor igniting the air around them. Enel watched with a mix of trepidation and exhilaration, his gaze shifting towards Karaz, the commander of the northern army of the revolutionary army. This man, a formidable user of the Logia-type Ash fruit, possessed immense strength. Enel was eager to defeat this seasoned powerhouse to prove his own mettle. Under the influence of Bartholomew Kuma, he had intentionally fostered cooperation between the Dragon Brigade and the revolutionary army. Moreover, Donya Huanglong's fervent desire to learn Conqueror's hockey made their meeting an inevitable occurrence. The vast quantities of gold in Donya Huanglong's possession piqued Dragon's interest, who was in desperate need of funds. He offered to teach Huanglong Conqueror's hockey at an exorbitant rate of 100 million berries per day, to which Donya Huanglong readily agreed, without a moment's hesitation. The impoverished revolutionary army was left astounded. We must strike at the wealthy. Today we must take down this great tycoon, Donya Huanglong. Meanwhile, Capone Beej represented the Dragon Brigade in discussions with the Eastern Army commander of the Revolutionary Army, Bello Betty, regarding further cooperation. The vast reserves of gold, along with some Vegapunk technology and empty weapons, require the Revolutionary Army to part with their own assets to continue negotiations. Commander Betty, we have no interest in the items your Revolutionary Army offers. We seek to exchange for devil fruits or rare materials. Capone Beej, a short and portly figure, bit into his cigar with the demeanor of a shrewd merchant, disdainfully surveying the Revolutionary Army's inventory. However, the Fishman Karate and Fishman Jiu-Jitsu from Fishman Island, along with the 99 vitality dishes from the Kingdom of the Transgender, possessed some worth. Humph, we barely have enough of those for ourselves. If this is the case, our negotiations will be exceedingly difficult. Bello Betty, puffing on a lady's cigarette, replied with a swagger, her attire revealing a striking decolletage, embodying the essence of a brazen woman. The commander of the Southern Army of the Revolutionary Army, Lindbergh, is indeed an inventor, and the materials they have collected are mostly for their own use. If the Dragon Brigade finds the Revolutionary Army's offerings unsatisfactory, Bello Betty might have to persuade the leader Dorag to extract a bit more funding from the Eastern Wild Dragon. With sufficient funds, they could procure additional weapons and supplies independently. For the time being, they only require the Fishman Karate and Jiu-Jitsu, along with those vitality menus. That Lindbergh-style freeze gun is also quite appealing. With ample resources at his disposal, Capone Beej holds the bargaining power, ultimately selecting the items instructed by the Eastern Wild Dragon, as well as those he personally fancies. Now, within the Dragon Brigade, he, the godfather of the West Sea Mafia, has assumed the role of a steward, ensuring the smooth operation of the group. Big Bear, we won't be fighting, will we? Whispered the commander of the Western Army, Maury, to Bartholomew Bear, his delicate tone contrasting starkly with his colossal physique. He observed the members of the Dragon Brigade, each one shrouded in gloom, mockery, and the palpable ferocity of the long-eared men. The expressions of Trafalgar Law, Lafitte, and Enel seemed to suggest an impending clash with the Revolutionary Army, which left him feeling somewhat apprehensive. Rest assured, it will only be a friendly spar, replied Bear, donning his frameless glasses, his demeanor gentle and serene, radiating warmth and contentment, while a jubilant pink-haired girl sat excitedly upon his shoulder. After months of treatment, thanks to the efforts of Vegapunk, Shirley, and Law, Bonnie had finally undergone a stem cell transplant. Although not entirely healed, she could now move freely under the sunlight. This visit for a friendly exchange with the Revolutionary Army marked Bonnie's first encounter with the grandeur of the world. Her inaugural adventure was aboard a magnificent golden ship, departing from the beautiful Sky Island, a memory she would cherish forever. The golden ship, the Ark Maxim, was completed just days ago under the direction of the inventor Wolf, who had worked tirelessly. This voyage also served as the maiden journey of this golden vessel, imbued with great significance. Big Bear, will you return to the Revolutionary Army? Asked Sabo and Clahador, the eager youths gazing at the gentle giant, yearning for their mentor's presence. I shall not return. We are members of the Dragon Brigade. Residing in a beautiful land, Bonnie interjected before Bear could respond, her enthusiasm for life on the Sky Island, and for Vegapunk and Shirley, evident. In the past, Bear was often preoccupied with the Revolutionary Army, frequently departing from the church in Sorbet Kingdom, returning each time battered and weary, which left Bonnie with a hint of resentment. However, ever since joining the Eastern Wild Dragon, Bear had remained by Bonnie's side, and the Dragon Brigade had even cured her illness. Thus, Bonnie requested to join the Dragon Brigade, becoming its youngest member. She now feels a profound sense of belonging to the Dragon Brigade and the Sky Island, resolutely determined to prevent Bear from returning to the Revolutionary Army. Bonnie spoke wisely. It is likely that I will not return. However, I shall facilitate a collaboration between Captain Arlong and Dorag, ensuring that we will have opportunities to act together in the future. Deshiong murmured softly, acknowledging his promise to Dongya Arlong. Arlong not only healed Bonnie, but also claimed to have avenged Jinny by eliminating a celestial dragon, profoundly impacting his heart. During the 2 years that Jinny was captured by the celestial dragons, Dorag not only harbored his own trepidations regarding them, but also urged Deshiong to remain calm, thus diminishing Deshiong's courage to rescue Jinny. Indeed, Dongya Arlong is more reckless than Dorag, yet he is genuinely brave. He was the first to declare war against the celestial dragons and even slayed one of them. This shattered the absolute fear that Deshiong and the world harbored towards the celestial dragons. Although following Dongya Arlong may bring greater peril, it will undoubtedly be devoid of oppression. Life and death are trivial. If one is dissatisfied, one should fight. Deshiong, Bonnie, and Luo, among others, found the slogan of the Arlong crew to be immensely powerful, resolute, and fierce. Chapter 52. Sparring and profiting. Upon hearing the words of Bartholomew Kuma, Sabo, Clara, and Morley felt a profound sense of loss. Kuma's character was not only gentle, but also imbued with a strong sense of responsibility. His devil fruit abilities allowed for both healing and rapid movement, making him an exceedingly formidable presence. The absence of Kuma felt akin to the Revolutionary Army losing a vital limb. Hey, our Dragon Brigade is no less renowned than your Revolutionary Army. Our esteemed leader has even taken down a celestial dragon, with a bounty of 1 billion berries to his name, shouted Bonnie, standing proudly atop Kuma's shoulder, hands on her hips, exuding an air of triumph. Presently, her father's bounty stood at 296 million berries. Yet she felt immense pride in her formidable brother from the Dragon Brigade. She yearned for a bounty of her own, one that would surely exceed 100 million berries. Recently, she had been diligently training, and in her adult form, she found herself capable of holding her own against Lafitte. Her current ambition was to defeat Capone Beach, the formidable captain of the West Blue Mafia. If she could surpass this hardened criminal, it would signify her superiority over the majority of pirates in the West Blue, marking her as a true supernova. Having heard Kuma speak highly of Sabo, Bonnie included the young man in her list of targets, determined to eventually surpass this boy who often received her father's praise. As the battle between Don Quixote and Dragon intensified, Enel could no longer contain his desire to confront Crow. Hey, Longbeak Crow, care for a duel? Enel called out, feeling the immense pressure emanating from the North Army's commander, recognizing him as a formidable opponent. Likely on par with Kuma. 50 million berries a day. Just as the Revolutionary Army anticipated Crow's refusal, he unexpectedly responded, allowing a swirl of ash to transform into a flock of black crows, each seemingly enveloped in a hardened, armament-like darkness, as if challenging Enel. The crowd was taken aback, realizing that Crow, much like Dragon, was also intent on earning some of these wealthy individuals' money. I have no idea how much 50 million berries amounts to, but here is a piece of gold for you, Enel said darkly, employing his lightning metallurgy to hurl a mass of nearly 10 pounds of gold toward the Revolutionary Army. Wow, this is likely worth several tens of millions of berries, chuckled Lindbergh, the South Army commander, as he eagerly retrieved the gold. He hadn't expected Crow, with his aloof demeanor, to engage in such clever tactics to provoke and profit. Seeing the Revolutionary Army gather the gold, Enel wasted no time in transforming into lightning, launching an attack on Crow. The two natural-type users erupted into a fierce battle, although it still paled in comparison to the clash between Don Quixote and Dragon. Sabaody, witnessing the potential for profit, suddenly had a bright idea. It seemed somewhat unwise not to target the wealthy today. She quickly scanned the Dragon Brigade, searching for any individuals ripe for exploitation. However, the cunning Law, the sly Lafitte, and the seasoned Beej proved to be no easy marks. Engaging in paid sparring was certainly not something they would entertain. After all, it is straightforward to engage in combat without adhering to the so-called rules like the foolish Enel. However, it wasn't long before Sabaody broke into laughter. Mori, when you spar with Kuma, it's a hefty 50 million berries each time. Kuma, surely you wouldn't want the Revolutionary Army to remain impoverished, would you? And Sabo, you ought to spar with Bonnie and offer her some guidance. Kuma, just look at Bonnie's eager eyes. You wouldn't want to deny her, would you? Sabo will only charge 5 million berries. Sabaody, the commander of the Eastern Army, clearly knew how to exploit vulnerabilities. She would not relent until she extracted some funds from this group of wealthy individuals. The Revolutionary Army was desperately strapped for cash, and any opportunity to gain a little was worth seizing. Capone Beej shot a dark glare at Sabaody, the cunning merchant, who charges for fight. Captain Arlong could perhaps learn a thing or two about conqueror's hockey, and paying a fee for that wouldn't be out of the question. But how could the others even dare to do so? They could simply engage in battle. Kuma merely stared in silence at Sabaody, realizing she was indeed a familiar face who could turn against him. It was with his nod that Betty was able to take over Ginny's position as commander of the Eastern Army. Yet, upon witnessing Bonnie's eager expression and Betty's pitiful pretense, he found himself compelled to contribute his private savings to the Revolutionary Army. After all, he had no expenses on Sky Island. Seeing Kuma nod, Bonnie and Betty both burst into smiles, while Beej and the members of the Arlong pirates wore expressions devoid of emotion. Young Bonnie excitedly dashed toward Sabo, eager to give him a good thrashing, while Kuma could only spar lightly with Mori to demonstrate their respective combat prowess. Bonnie, even though you are a girl, I will not hold back. Sabo laughed, pounding his fists, genuinely fond of Kuma's daughter, but knowing he would take the battle seriously. Next to Sabo, Clara, recalling the times Sabo had swollen her head, leaped up and delivered a firm smack to Sabo's head. Be gentler with the girls, especially our own. You must not be too violent with Bonnie. Clara transformed into a fierce protector, scolding Sabo with an intense glare. She found Sabo's bluntness exasperating. Did he truly wish to beat up the precious daughter of Master Kuma? I understand now. Sabo grimaced, clutching his swollen head in pain. I certainly don't need you to remind me. In the next moment, Bonnie shouted loudly, transforming into an adult woman, her arms morphing into colossal fists. And, with a single punch, she sent Sabo flying. Clara's mouth fell agape at Bonnie's sudden transformation, her eyes brimming with disbelief. Heh, I am quite powerful, Bonnie exclaimed triumphantly, her aspirations set on becoming a figure worthy of a bounty in the hundreds of millions. Since Bonnie is so strong, I want you to hold back. Sabo, rising from the pit, regarded Bonnie with seriousness, his right hand morphing into 3 dragon claws as he swiftly advanced towards her. The two individuals immediately engaged in a fierce clash, while the bear, who was leisurely paddling with Mori, closely monitored their confrontation to avert any unforeseen incidents. Hee, Captain Becky, shall we have a match? I propose a wager of 100 million berries, suggested Sabaody with a grin. However, this time she did not mention the customary fee for unilateral spar, but rather a bet where the stronger contender would claim the winnings. How tedious! Captain Becky unequivocally declined, deeming such a contest devoid of significance. Yet, in the next moment, Trafalgar Law emerged, wielding his katana, eager to challenge the commander of the Eastern Army and test his own prowess. Should he emerge victorious, he would pocket 100 million berries, even in defeat. He was well off enough to afford it. Indeed, the Owlong crew was extravagantly affluent. Suit yourself. Captain Becky shrugged, puffing on a cigar. He acknowledged that Law's capabilities surpassed his own by a margin, and the peculiar powers of the No Me could indeed provide him with a chance of victory. Well, young handsome, do take care, bellowed Betty declared, hoisting her crimson banner and grinning, seemingly confident in her impending triumph over the youthful Trafalgar Law. Chapter 53. The invitation from Dorag, the members of the Arlong Pirates and the Revolutionary Army engaged in a friendly spar, showcasing their formidable strengths to one another. Although the Revolutionary Army, having developed over the course of a decade or two, possessed greater prowess, the rapid growth of the Arlong Pirates was indeed impressive. In merely 6 months, an abundance of formidable warriors had joined their ranks. The trio of East Wild Arlong Bear and Enel alone could contend with any of the 7 warlords of the sea, and it was likely that even the legendary Mihawk would struggle against their combined assault, let alone the other warlords. Your Conqueror's Haki possesses a unique ability. Dorag, enveloped in dark red lightning, imparted knowledge to East Wild Arlong regarding the application of the Conqueror's Haki. He was aware of certain rare mutations within observation Haki. Such occurrences were exceedingly rare, even more so than Conqueror's Haki itself. To his astonishment, East Wild Arlong's Conqueror's Haki proved to be a variant akin to a specialized observation Haki. He had never encountered such phenomena among the likes of Whitebeard or Kaido, suggesting that Shanks' Conqueror's Haki might also be a form of this extraordinary variant, exceptionally potent. Yet, it remains insufficient. It appears that my current Conqueror's Haki has yet to reach the level of Conqueror's Binding, although I have grasped the theoretical aspects. Despite enduring numerous blows, the quantity and quality of Arlong's Conqueror's Haki had not undergone a transformative process, thus he was unable to comprehend the intricacies of Conqueror's Binding just yet. It seems I must vanquish a few notorious pirates and celestial dragons to elevate my spirit. Your rate of growth is already remarkable. Do you aspire to reach the pinnacle of the world within just a few years? Dorag remarked with a hint of exasperation. Which of the 4 emperors did not endure over a decade of battles to ascend the path of the strongest, including Dorag himself? Is such a feat impossible? East Wild Arlong declared with unyielding ambition, his aura swelling. Some individuals are inherently destined to defy the rules. If traversing worlds is feasible, what else is beyond the realm of possibility? Nevertheless, I advise you to develop with discretion, avoiding a path that could lead to destruction alongside Bear and Vegapunk. Dorag sought to caution East Wild Arlong, suggesting that after seizing Vegapunk and eliminating the celestial dragons, he should cultivate his strength quietly, refraining from excessive ostentation. Expand gradually, recruit fewer individuals, and meticulously assess each member to prevent the world government from seizing the opportunity to dismantle your base. You needn't concern yourself with that. East Wild Arlong replied with a smile. With the presence of the Little People, the Sky Island tribe, and the Angel tribe, he required no ordinary combatants. The world government's attempts to infiltrate him with spies would be virtually impossible. Furthermore, every individual he sought to recruit would undergo his careful selection, with Bear and Vegapunk acting as a memory-erasing duo to ensure no mishaps occurred. The Kingdom of Flowers in the West Sea and the Kingdom of Sang are on the brink of full-scale war. Are you interested in getting involved? The 8 Treasure Navy's 8-punch is impressive, and Sang is known for its renowned swords. It is said that the 8 Treasure Navy also possesses a treasure hidden within the glaciers. As Dolag relentlessly struck down the Eastern Wild Dragon, he expressed his disdain for the 8 Treasure Navy, a band of marauders akin to pirates. Nonetheless, both the Flower Kingdom and the Sand Kingdom were pirate nations, yet they remained legitimate members of the world government, akin to the 7 warlords of the sea, possessing the sanctioned right to plunder other non-member countries and islands. Dolag harbored profound dissatisfaction with the system that deemed a nation a member state merely by paying a hefty tribute. The pirate nation of the Sand Kingdom could even request naval assistance to combat other notorious pirates, a notion that he found utterly repulsive. The world government, however, rarely intervened in conflicts between member states, opting instead for mere mediation. Weaker member nations, in their desperation to accumulate the necessary tribute, resorted to incessant plundering of other islands or the relentless exploitation of their own citizens. An example of this was the Vodka Kingdom, the homeland of the beast Kaido, which had long engaged in warfare and pillaging for the sake of tribute. As for the existence of devil fruit users, the eastern wild dragon held little interest. He had numerous targets to capture or subdue and lacked the inclination to concern himself with the wars of those nations. Even the legendary treasure of the green pepper was insufficient to pique his interest, unless he found himself nearly depleted of the gold from Shandora. He would not consider seizing the glacial treasure of the 8 treasure navy. It appeared that the Grand General of the Sand Kingdom was a mythical Zoan user, having bested even the green pepper. Furthermore, the Sand Kingdom seemed to have acquired formidable weaponry from an unknown source, placing the Flower Kingdom at a slight disadvantage. Dolag continued, aware that a mythical Zoan user could potentially attract the Eastern Wild Dragon. Currently, Vegapunk's experiments required various powerful abilities. Dolag saw an opportunity to ally with the Dragon Brigade and intervene in the conflict between the Flower and Sand Kingdoms, fostering the Revolutionary Army and inciting the oppressed populace to rise against these two pirate nations. In addition to the weaponry from the Sand Kingdom and the glacial treasure of the Flower Kingdom, Dolag aspired to intertwine the emergence of the Dragon Brigade with the Revolutionary Army, ensuring the world government recognized their alliance. With the Eastern Wild Dragon having vanquished the Celestial Dragons, his notoriety among the common folk was considerable. If Dolag could successfully bind the Eastern Wild Dragon to the Revolutionary Army, it would provide substantial assistance to their cause. In essence, the risks would be borne by the Eastern Wild Dragon, drawing the ire of the world government, while the Revolutionary Army would benefit from his notoriety and seize the territories and resources he deemed unnecessary. Very well, let us allow some time, Dolag mused, intrigued by the prospect of capturing this mythical Zoan Grand General. If he could obtain his bloodline factor, Vegapunk could potentially create an artificial mythical Zoan devil fruit, akin to the artificial Azure Dragon. I shall notify you then. Dolag chuckled softly, resuming his assault on the Eastern Wild Dragon. With the presence of the Dragon Brigade, the pressure from the world government was significantly alleviated. The Revolutionary Army no longer needed to hide as they once did. Most CP0 and CP units were preoccupied with the hunt for the Eastern Wild Dragon, the slayer of the Celestial Dragons, with the intent to master and surpass you. I shall conquer this conqueror's haki, the battered and bruised Donya Huanglong declared, his face bearing the marks of Dolag's relentless assault. Fortunately, his extraordinary physique and remarkable recovery abilities allowed him to withstand Dolag's overwhelming grip. Mastering this formidable technique is no simple feat. Perhaps you should dedicate a few more years to your training. Dolag, ever pragmatic, accepted a hefty sum of 100 million berries for a day's instruction, vowing to impart his wisdom to this young man, ensuring he comprehends the depths of haki through rigorous discipline. The more one endures punishment, the greater the benefit to all 3 forms of haki. Even if the immediate understanding of the conqueror's haki proves elusive, it nonetheless serves to hone both the armament and observation haki. A mentor who fails to achieve results after 2 years is nothing but a mediocre teacher. And if you believe a few years will suffice, it seems you are merely another lackluster instructor. While enduring blows, Donya Huanglong grinned, resolute in his ambition to fully master the conqueror's grip within 2 years and emerge as the most formidable force against the Navy admirals and the 4 emperors. Chapter 54. The pirate plunder game. In a certain expanse of the Grand Line, a golden ship glided gracefully through the skies. On the deck, a trio of young girls, Bonnie, Aisha, and Mancheri, were frolicking about, their laughter ringing in the air. Meanwhile, Dragon, Enel, and Law bore bandages wrapped around their bodies, as they had not fully received Mancheri's healing. The pain they felt served as a stark reminder of the considerable gap that remained between them and the Revolutionary Army. Dragon, having been ruthlessly beaten by Dracul Mihawk, naturally bore the marks of his injuries. Enel, too, had sustained wounds from Crow's haki, yet his speed, granted by the Rumble fruit, ultimately prevented his defeat at Crow's hands. Knowing full well that his martial prowess and haki fell short compared to Crow's, one might question why he chose to engage in close combat. Was he seeking trouble? Beej regarded Enel, the fool who had lost his money, with a hint of disdain. To pit your weaknesses against your enemy's strengths is to squander the advantages bestowed by the rumble fruit. What do you know? You short and stout fool? I am honing my deficiencies, Enel retorted, electricity crackling around him as he cast a scornful glance at Beej, whom he deemed cowardly for avoiding confrontation. May you truly cultivate both your martial skills and hockey, Dragon remarked, arms crossed, sensing a hint of recklessness in Enel's approach, which had allowed Crow to gain a significant upper hand. Enel had indeed forfeited the advantage of his rumble fruit by choosing to engage in close quarters with Crow. Whether it stemmed from arrogance or a deliberate strategy to refine his abilities remained a mystery. Regardless, Enel was correct in asserting that only through addressing his shortcomings could he aspire to greater strength. I will undoubtedly surpass that Crow, Enel declared with unwavering confidence, convinced that by enhancing his hockey and martial arts, combined with the advantages of the rumble fruit, he could overpower Crow, the commander of the Revolutionary Army's Northern Division. Becky is quite formidable, Trafalgar Law interjected coolly, his expression darkening as he felt the weight of the gazes upon him. Indeed, he had suffered defeat at the hands of that Eastern Division commander, having been utterly exhausted in the process. Do not belittle yourself, Law. You are still young. Bartolomeo Kuma consoled gently. Despite Becky being a woman, she was the most bountifully rewarded among the four commanders. Her Paramecia type inspire fruit granted her and those within her vicinity enhancements to strength, speed, and willpower. Coupled with her impressive mastery of dual hockey, it was only natural for her to outlast Law. Furthermore, Law's ope fruit required him to establish a room before executing any techniques, which severely drained his stamina, rendering prolonged combat a challenge. You require more rigorous physical training. Dragon did not reproach Law for his exhaustion. Rather, he aimed to illuminate the path towards greater strength that lay ahead. I understand, Law replied, maintaining his aloof demeanor, yet a fervent fire ignited within him. If he could not even defeat Becky, how could he hope to confront Don Quixote Doflamingo, the wielder of 3 types of hockey? Regarding the skirmish between Bonnie and Sabo, it was merely a friendly exchange, lacking any genuine hostility, and soon ceased with the intervention of Bartholomew Kuma. At the tender age of 8 or 9, Bonnie was no match for the fully matured Sabo. Captain, where are we headed next? Are we off to seek the celestial dragons? Lafayette inquired with a mix of anticipation and fervor, aware that the next target of the Arlong pirates was to launch an offensive against the nations of Flour and Sand alongside the Revolutionary Army. However, they would have to wait until the main forces of the Revolutionary Army had entered the West Blue before they could rendezvous there. The Arlong pirates were under no obligation to transport troops for the Revolutionary Army. Lafayette, a former security officer of the West Blue, was eager to witness chaos in the region, hoping to seize the opportunity to eliminate the kings of the affiliated nations who had banished him. Capture them, Arlong casually commanded, as he sought to acquire a sufficient number of Paramecia-type devil fruit users to empower his Seraphic brigade. Which individual has caught the boss's eye? Beej inquired curiously, pulling out the latest bounty posters to examine the pirates active in the Grand Line. A few who have squandered their abilities, Arlong remarked, scrutinizing the Grand Line navigation map acquired from Vegapunk's laboratory to devise a capture route. Their appearances would likely attract the attention of the world government and the Navy headquarters, so it was imperative to execute the mission swiftly. Furthermore, he had grand aspirations for the final phase of the capture. Thus, the order of operations was crucial. Within the Revolutionary Army, the Arlong pirates had also received several permanent pointers, enhancing their navigational convenience. Once they had marked the uncharted islands that Kuma had not noted, they could travel wherever they wished. Wow, today marks my first expedition, and I shall make a name for myself, little Bonnie exclaimed joyfully, transforming into her adult form to prepare her appearance and attire for her inaugural debut. This brought a sense of helplessness to Kuma, yet he refrained from dissuading Bonnie from her desire to earn a bounty. As long as she grew up healthy and happy, that was what mattered most. In the Grand Line, on Long Ring Island, a fierce Davy-back fight was underway among pirates, a brutal contest where crew members and even captains' pirate flags and ships could be wagered and won. It was a ruthless competition that risked companionship and dignity. Legend has it that this game originated from the pirate paradise, Honeycomb Island. It was said that the likes of Whitebeard Edward Newgate, Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, and Captain John, along with previous captains of the Nine Snake Pirates, were compelled to join the Rock Pirates through such Davy back fight games. Whether this was true or not remains uncertain. Observing the fervent competition below on the island, Bartholomew Kuma aboard the Ark Maxim softly mused. The mention of the Rocks Pirates reminded him of the God Valley incident over 30 years ago. Had it not been for the emergence of the Rocks Pirates, he, Ivankov, and Jinbei would have long perished at the hands of the Five Elders. During the fierce contest of indigenous expulsion, Bear witnessed the fleeting confrontation between the formidable Charlotte Linlin and the notorious Rocks. He observed that not a single member of the Rocks Pirates, despite their strength, came to aid their captain, who was besieged by Garp and Roger. Bear even heard Whitebeard Newgate vociferously denouncing Rocks as a fool, disavowing any allegiance to him. The notorious pirates, such as the Golden Lion Shiki and Captain John, were preoccupied with plundering the wealth of the celestial dragons and the devil fruits. It was a chaotic melee, each fighting for their own interests, devoid of any semblance of cooperation. It was precisely in this tumult that Bear seized the opportunity to escape with Ivankov and Ginny, rescuing 500 slaves and indigenous people, transporting them to other islands. Such rumors abound? The dragon stroked his chin thoughtfully. Indeed, during their early seafaring days, both Whitebeard Newgate and Charlotte Linlin seemed to have their own pirate crews. The circumstances of their eventual affiliation with the Rocks Pirates remain shrouded in mystery. Chapter 55. The Slow Fruit. Foxy indeed, Charlotte Linlin and Kaido have remarked that Rocks is untrustworthy, and Whitebeard has aptly denounced Rocks as a fool, refusing to acknowledge him as a captain. It appears that the formidable Rocks Pirates, despite their impressive roster, are merely a collection of disjointed individuals. No wonder that following Rocks' defeat in the Battle of God Valley, the entire Rocks Pirates crumbled in an instant, yet only a few of the officers perished. This game, known as Davy Back Fight, colloquially referred to as the Battle for Crew Members, is designed to seize the finest crew from other pirate factions. The vanquished must immediately vow lifelong allegiance to the victor. Furthermore, should the stakes involve a flag or a captain, once the pirate flag is taken, it can never be raised again. Those who violate the rules of this game will be regarded as a disgrace among pirates and may even face execution at the hands of the victor. Given Rock's overwhelming strength, it was entirely plausible that he could have forcefully subjugated prominent pirates such as Whitebeard, Big Mom, Shiki the Golden Lion, Captain John, Silver Axe, and Wang Ji, bringing them under his command. The identity of Rock's initial officers remains uncertain. It could very well be Wang Ji, the notorious pirate who inherited Hive Island. In the Battle of God Valley, it is conceivable that these formidable officers of the Rocks Pirates harbored hopes for Rock's downfall, as it would allow them to escape the crew without breaching their oaths, regaining their freedom. Pirates must adhere to a code of ethics. Eastwild Arlong suddenly recalled the words of Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin, who set sail from a young age with her long loaf and established her own crew. She would undoubtedly be reluctant to join another pirate faction. It is likely that she was coerced into the Rocks Pirates by some means, perhaps having lost in this game or being directly subdued by Rocks himself. Capture that slow fruit user, and we shall proceed to the next destination. Arlong gestured nonchalantly, lacking the desire to engage personally, allowing his subordinates to showcase their prowess. This marked the first collective appearance of the Arlong crew, and it was also the inaugural display of the Arlong Crimson Flag upon the Ark pennants, proclaiming its existence to the world. That bounty of 24 million is mine. As the Ark pennants descended rapidly, amidst the astonished gazes of the pirates on the island, the grown-up Bonnie leaped from the golden ship, charging directly at Silver Fox Foxy, her face alight with excitement and exhilaration. Enel stood upon the deck railing, disdainfully observing the pirates below. With a flick of his right hand, he unleashed a bolt of lightning upon the densest cluster of individuals. In an instant, dozens if not hundreds of pirates collapsed. The entire island erupted into chaos, with pirates fleeing in terror. Law, Becky, and Lafitte also rushed down to quell the unrest and provide cover for the headstrong Bonnie. Their pirate ship could fly, Silver Fox Foxy and all the other pirates were left in a state of shock, their expressions a mixture of fear, curiosity, and greed, all directed toward the golden vessel. Could it be the legendary Golden Lion Shiki? A group of elderly pirates trembled in fear, exclaiming, "What other flying pirate ships exist? Save for the formidable fleet of the great pirate, Don Quixote da Flamingo? Step aside. Do not obstruct my path to vanquish that bounty hunter." The fierce and determined Bonnie charged at Foxy, transforming those she touched into toddlers or frail old men, causing them to collapse one by one. The air was soon filled with the cries of children and the pained groans of the elderly. What manner of devil fruit power is this? How is this even possible? Both the afflicted and unaffected pirates were thrown into disarray, their eyes wide with terror as they gazed upon the pink-haired beauty. "Who are you?" "Slow light wave." Upon seeing Bonnie approach, the silver-haired Foxy shouted, hastily activating his power to defend himself against the threatening woman. "The pink light circle? I shall evade it." As Bonnie sprinted forward, she suddenly reverted to her original size, nimbly dodging Foxy's slow light wave and charging at him once more. Nine-tailed assault. Noticing Bonnie had transformed into a child, Foxy unleashed a flurry of punches in a frenzied attempt to strike her down, utterly convinced he could defeat a mere girl. "Take this." As Bonnie drew closer, she morphed back in her adult form, her fists growing immensely large, and with a single blow, she struck Foxy's barrage of punches. Bang! Foxy was sent flying, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater. "Wow, I just sent a pirate with a bounty of 24 million flying. I too can become a powerful, wanted criminal," Bonnie exclaimed in excitement. But in the next moment, slow beams of light shot toward her. Do not let your guard down until your enemy is completely subdued. A colossal figure appeared before Bonnie, gently lifting her while uttering soothing words, then casually swatting away a paw bubble. This pink bubble astonishingly deflected Foxy's slow light beams, striking him instead. This spectacle drew admiration from the onlookers, as it was indeed a testament to the so-called bug nature of the Machi fruit's abilities. Deflecting Zoro's sword energy and Usopp's fiery stars was one thing. But now even the slow light wave, a devil fruit power, could be repelled. It seemed even Perona's negative spirits could be easily brushed aside. What could possibly resist this remarkable power? Foxy, the user of this ability, found himself ensnared by his own slow light wave and entered a state of immobilization. I've come to realize that this slow ability may not be as invincible as it seems. The onlooker noted that the slow light wave not only moved at a sluggish pace, but could also be reflected by mirrors. Furthermore, it could be repelled by the Machi fruit. An excessive use of haki could potentially negate its effects. Of course, it might also be true that Foxy was simply inept, having failed to unlock the true potential of the slow fruit. If the speed and potency of the slow light wave were to be enhanced, making it impossible for those with observation haki and armament haki to defend against it, then it would truly embody its formidable temporal attributes. "Bear, release me." Bonnie swiftly broke free from Bartholomew Kuma's grasp and charged towards the incapacitated Foxy, delivering a series of blows. As the 30 seconds of the slow light wave elapsed, the effects of Foxy's recent assault erupted, leaving him bruised and battered. Sprawled on the ground, Bonnie triumphantly placed her foot upon Foxy's body, casting a proud gaze at the multitude of pirates. "This fellow is the one I defeated. My bounty must surpass his," she declared, addressing a group of trembling pirates, oblivious to Kuma's actions. "Take that guy and let us go," Dragon commanded, disregarding the fleeing pirates. Upon hearing Dragon's orders, Kuma approached, hoisting Bonnie onto his shoulder, then lifting Foxy, before vanishing from sight, returning to the Arc Maxim. Law Becky and Lafitte also showed little interest in the pirate minions and made their way back to the ship. As the golden vessel departed, the fearful gazes of the many pirates on Long Ring Island remained etched in their memories, the emblem of the red blood flag of Dragon indelibly imprinted in their minds. Chapter 56, Donachino and the Heat-Hot Fruit, the Grand Line Winter Island, Jolly Roger Island. "Captain, is that fellow truly that formidable? Can he defeat a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million? Bonnie, brimming with fighting spirit after her victory over the 24 million berry bounty silver fox Foxy, was eager to conquer other formidable foes to validate her prowess. "You are not his match at present, Law. Becky, you should give it a try," said Dragon, addressing the group. "Don Achino possesses the superhuman heat-hot fruit, allowing him to manipulate his body temperature from 1 degree to 10,000. This ability is exceptionally powerful for the pirates of the Grand Line. Even the billion-berry bountied pirates, who retreated from the New World to the Grand Line, succumbed to his searing heat. Law and Becky, having left the North and West Seas a year or two earlier, pondered whether they could contend with this heat-hot fruit wielder, who had navigated the Grand Line for many years. Understood. The expressions of Law and Becky grew serious as they noticed the ground beneath Don Achino transform into magma, an alarming display of temperature. To maintain a foothold in the latter stages of the Grand Line, the Achino family indeed possesses considerable strength. As the golden ship descended, the Achino clan members became tense, anxiously observing the sudden aerial vessel. Don Achino has 3 sons, 2 daughters, and a son-in-law, each endowed with commendable combat capabilities, which have earned the Achino hunter family a notable reputation in these waters. Every year, numerous pirate crews fall victim to their prowess, with pirate flags becoming part of their collection. "Then I shall take on those fellows," Bonnie exclaimed, eyeing the radiating warmth of Don Achino, swallowing hard, and then glancing at the other members of the Achino family. They appeared formidable as well, likely capable of contending with pirates boasting bounties between 30 to 50 million, making them suitable opponents for her. Raffit also prepared to confront the offspring of the Achino family. "I wish I could strike them down with a bolt of lightning," Enel remarked coldly from his perch on the ship's railing, lamenting his lack of suitable opponents. However, this demeanor aligned with the stature he and his boss, God, and Bear God, should possess. Such adversaries were hardly worthy of the 3 gods of the dragon crew to engage. The notorious slayer of celestial dragons, the billion-berry bounty East Wild Dragon, the tyrant bear, and the rumored thunder god Enel from the underworld. The head of the Achino bounty hunter family, Don Achino, wore an expression of grave concern. These 3 ruthless individuals were merely spectating, leaving the newcomers to handle matters. This was a clear affront to him, the seething Achino. Yet, he appeared to possess the confidence to face them. "Rilu, Alubalu, you 2 depart first," Don Achino instructed his daughters, preparing to confront the dragon crew alongside his 3 sons and son-in-law, granting the daughters a chance to escape. "Father," Rilu and Alubalu exclaimed anxiously, unwilling to leave their family in such perilous circumstances. Room cut. However, the resolute and taciturn Law offered no respite for them to indulge in sentimentality. He immediately launched an assault. A horizontal slash sent shivers down Don Achino's spine, compelling him to evade swiftly as he activated the highest temperature within him, aiming to melt Law's demonic blade. Ghost cry. Castle explosion. Capone Becky unleashed a barrage from his submachine gun, while a cadre of reliable mafia underlings, summoned from within the castle, unleashed a relentless hail of gunfire upon Don Achino. The cacophony of artillery transformed Achino's position into a ravaged ruin. Meanwhile, Bonnie sent Achino's son-in-law, Salugo, hurtling through the air with a single punch, and then eagerly engaged with the 3rd son, Don Hokuru. Lafitte faced off against the magnetic twin brothers, Don Cambachino and Don Brandy, with remarkable skill. Enel observed the magnetic attraction between the 2 and noted the potential for electromagnetic prowess. If Kid can harness his magnetic fruit to develop a formidable electromagnetic cannon, there's no reason my thunder fruit cannot achieve the same. Electromagnetism? Enel pondered, as this concept brushed against the fringes of his knowledge. He had never encountered such terminology in Burka. Yet, considering the possibility of mastering diverse powers, he resolved to seek knowledge from the absent-minded elder upon returning to Sky Island. If Arlong could wield control over lightning, fire, and venom, then he too would strive to master the art of electromagnetism. Indeed, diligent study will enhance your strength, Arlong remarked with a subtle smile, before redirecting his attention to Lafitte's ongoing battle. Lafitte, to this point, had yet to reveal his full beast form. deftly manipulating the twin brothers with nothing but the speed of his white wings and an aristocratic sword. He concealed his powers well, revealing nothing of his devil fruit ability. Soon, Bonnie dispatched her adversaries, leaving Achino's son-in-law and the third son incapacitated, showcasing strength far beyond that expected of an ordinary 8 or 9-year-old. Lafitte, too, mercilessly toyed with the twin brothers, his strikes non-lethal yet gory, splattering blood as if in a cat-and-mouse game. Suddenly, a surge of magma erupted, forcing both Law and Becky to retreat. The furious Don Achino unleashed his most potent attack. "Leave my territory at once," he bellowed, standing defiantly upon the molten surface, his rage elevating his body temperature, unleashing waves of scorching heat as torrents of magma surged towards the two. This caused beads of perspiration to form on both Luo and Becky's foreheads as they continued to retreat. The temperature was indeed formidable, instilling a sense of trepidation in them. Useless. Before Luo could devise a strategy to confront Akinu, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking Akinu, who stood amidst the magma. Crash. Inaru transformed into lightning, vanishing from the railing, and instantaneously reappeared above Akinu, whose skin was charred from the impact. 100 million volts. Grand electrocution. Inaru unleashed a tremendous discharge at close range, utterly incapacitating Akinu. Zap! Inaru's golden spear pierced through Akinu's shoulder, hoisting him from the magma and flinging him before Luo and Becky. Then, amidst the displeased gazes of the two, Inaru let out a derisive chuckle and once more transformed into lightning, reappearing on the deck of the Ark Maxim. He regarded the two on the island with an air of haughty superiority. This exemplified the chasm that lay between the divine and the mortal. Inaru squinted his fish-like eyes, a smirk gracing his lips, inciting Luo to the brink of drawing his sword and teleporting over to cleave him in two. Chapter 57. The Indigenous Extermination Contest in the Sky. The Ark Phronesis sword, now carrying two captives endowed with superhuman abilities. Aulon was confident that his Seraphim team would harness the formidable powers of the Mera Mera no Mi and the Noro Noro no Mi to their fullest potential. While Don Achino possessed commendable prowess, Foxy's talent was woefully lacking, rendering the utilization of his devil fruit a true waste. Aulon believed that the capabilities of the Noro Noro no Mi could still be further developed. Gazing at the map, Aulon directed his course toward his next objective, which was also the most significant target of this expedition. Bartholomew, have you managed to ascertain the island where the Celestial Dragons held last year's Indigenous Extermination Contest? Aulon inquired casually, unaware if it would evoke painful memories for Bartholomew regarding the cataclysmic events of God Valley. The triennial hunting contest of the Celestial Dragons was generally overseen by the World Government, the Holy Knights, and the CP organizations. Aside from the Fleet Admiral and the Marine Admirals, very few naval officers were privy to the location of the target island. The World Government excelled at maintaining secrecy, ensuring that such matters did not circulate across the seas. Bartholomew replied softly, "Years ago, Dracul Myhawk shared some insights regarding the Indigenous Extermination Contest. Even Marine hero, Iron Fist Garp, was unaware of this heinous competition when he was dispatched to God Valley. He had merely received orders to confront the Rocks Pirates and the Roger Pirates to safeguard the Celestial Dragons. The brutality of the Celestial Dragons' killing contest repulsed Garp, leading him to harbor an intense disdain for them, which prompted him to repeatedly decline promotions to Admiral, refusing to become a mere lapdog to the Celestial Dragons. Myhawk, having gleaned some information from Garp, along with his own disillusionment with the darkness he encountered within the Navy, had solidified his resolve to depart from it. However, we can investigate the unaligned islands that have vanished in search of clues, Bartholomew continued. Every 3 years, the Celestial Dragons select a resource-rich, unaligned island as their target. Islands bearing names that include God or Saint are prioritized for extermination. Following the completion of the Indigenous Extermination Contest, the island becomes a private estate for the Celestial Dragons, a veritable garden of indulgence, or, once their interest wanes, it is left in desolation. They even obliterate all information regarding the island from world maps, rendering it non-existent in the eyes of humanity. had it not been for the intelligence disseminated by the expert, Ginny, concerning the vast treasures and devil fruits present in God Valley. The formidable Rocks pirates and Roger pirates would not have been drawn there. I seek to uncover the next target for extermination, Along declared with a hint of mania in his expression. The forthcoming indigenous extermination contest is set to occur in the very year that Monkey D. Luffy set sail. Who could have anticipated that? Just a month or two prior to Luffy's departure, a merciless and sanguinary extermination would transpire on some unaligned island in the world. Moreover, the year that Fire Fist Ace embarked on his journey also witnessed a bloody extermination, yet no one in the world was aware of it. Over the span of 8 centuries, countless islands of non-member nations have been eradicated or seized by the Celestial Dragons. The island of Rusukai, where Luffy trained for 2 years, once harbored a kingdom, as did the Bird Kingdom where Chopper honed his skills, which was once home to the Trino Kingdom, leaving behind a plethora of libraries and medical texts, all now in utter ruin. Even the island of Kurigana, occupied by Dracul Mihawk, was once the site of the Sizkiel Kingdom, which has inexplicably vanished, leaving only crumbling remnants and abandoned fortresses, with its indigenous people completely disappeared. It remains a mystery whether these nations or their original inhabitants perished in the Great War 800 years ago or succumbed to subsequent conflicts or natural disasters. No one knows. You still wish to confront the Celestial Dragons? Bartholomew Kuma gazed in astonishment at Don Quixote Dorag, the captain seemingly fervent in taking on the Celestial Dragons, whom even the Revolutionary Army and the 4 emperors avoid like the plague. In a place brimming with Celestial Dragons, shouldn't he, one, create a commotion? With a grin, Dorag pondered why he should shy away from actions even rocks dared to undertake. He aimed to be even more audacious. The Holy Land of Mariehua, the stronghold of the Celestial Dragons, under the watchful eyes of Im and the Gorosei, and protected by Uranus, is undeniably perilous. However, when a multitude of Celestial Dragons emerges for their indigenous cleansing contest, Dorag would seize the opportunity for a grand upheaval. It is worth noting that when Roger and Garp united against Rocks, they inadvertently aided the Celestial Dragons. The conflict among the formidable foes, Rocks D, Zebek, Gold, Roger, and Monkey D, Garp, might have amused the Gorosei and Im, observing the fragmented D family, embroiled in mutual hostility and slaughter akin to a troop of monkeys in their eyes. This is indeed difficult to ascertain. Kuma remained silent for a long moment, finally stating somberly that information regarding the Celestial Dragons is highly classified, and even the Revolutionary Army, having developed over a decade or two, struggles to uncover it. One wonders if the CP0 agents will know the precise names and locations of the islands in question. Dorag squinted, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes as he recalled the double agent under Vegapunk, the clone Stussy. Not only is she the queen of Pleasure Street, the underground Dark Emperor, but she also serves as a CP0 agent under the world government. If Stussy can discern the next island to be eliminated, then Dorag could plan meticulously. While CP0 might have a chance of knowing, the Knights of God would certainly be privy to the information beforehand. Kuma could only candidly remark, observing Dorag's demeanor, that it truly seemed he desired to orchestrate an event even more explosive than the God Valley incident. Meanwhile, Capone Beach, eavesdropping nearby, felt the cigar in his mouth tremble slightly. My goodness, this boss not only intends to strike at the Celestial Dragons, but aims to eliminate a significant number of them in one fell swoop. This is no mere poke at a hornet's nest. It is akin to striking at the very heart of the world's nobility. The aftermath will surely be relentless. The seas will boil, and chaos will engulf the entire world. Neither Luo nor Lafitte anticipated that the wild dragon would exhibit such audacity, and their expressions were remarkably varied. Only Enel, brimming with restlessness and crackling with electricity, appeared somewhat exhilarated, having heard that the Celestial Dragons refer to themselves as gods. He was eager to witness the true strength of these so-called deities. With over a year remaining, we shall take our time to investigate. Donya's wild dragon flashed a grin, revealing a carefree smile. Dragon, it is not that I refrain from low-key development. Rather, one must embrace madness to thrive. The more reckless one becomes, the more fearless, and thus, the conqueror's haki intensifies and becomes increasingly formidable. Amidst the joyful laughter of Bonnie and Shiryu, the Ark Maxim approached a bustling island, with pirate ships, merchant vessels, and warships navigating towards the 7 entrances of this isle. This is a world-renowned shipbuilding sanctuary, where the legendary Pluton was forged. Chapter 58. Invasion of Water City. The Grand Line, Water City. High above, the group, led by the Wild Dragon, gazed upon this city of water, resembling a pyramid with a fountain. Encircling the island, 7 waterways served as entrances, each designated for distinct service areas. Ascending waterways were equipped with intricate hydraulic lifts, allowing vessels to navigate through various levels. Their objective: the proprietor of the Central Street Bar in Water City, CP9 Agent Bruno; the leader of the Frankie family, Iron Man Frankie, CP9 Agent Rob Lucci; a Zoan Fruit user renowned as a once-in-800-years genius, and CP9 Agent Kaku. Water City was also home to the infamous Gold Exchange and the Grand Bank. The Wild Dragon assigned tasks. He would personally seek out Frankie and Bruno, while Bartholomew Kuma and Enel would capture Lucci, the Zoan Fruit user. This individual possessed formidable talent, with genetic traits capable of serving as a clone for the Seraphim. As for Law and Becky, they will be tasked with robbing the bank and the Gold Exchange. As a renowned shipbuilding island of the Grand Line, countless pirate crews chose to construct their vessels here. And from where did these pirates acquire their riches? They exchanged the gold treasures they plundered at the underground Gold Exchange and banks for cash berries. Even the legitimate exchanges and banks under the world government would readily accept these ill-gotten gains from the pirates. The Straw Hat crew themselves had converted the gold obtained from Skypea into berries here, purchasing Adam wood to craft their ship, the Thousand Sunny. The Gold Exchange was notorious for its unscrupulous practices, particularly targeting novice pirates desperate for cash and unaware of market values, thereby driving down the gold purchase price to the bare minimum. Had it not been for Nami, the savvy treasure seeker, the berries they received would have likely suffered a significant devaluation. Furthermore, outside the exchange and banks, numerous bounty hunters, gang members, and pirates lurked, ready to engage in treachery. Frankie's subordinates were also known for partaking in such robbery endeavors. "This robbery task suits me well," declared Capone Becky, the mafia boss, as he adjusted his striped black suit while savoring a cigar. Finally, a relatively straightforward mission, quite rare indeed. He pondered how to swiftly elevate his notoriety, yearning for a bounty notice and an increase in his reward. Bonnie eagerly exclaimed, "I must secure my own bounty notice during this operation." It was infuriating that her recent triumph over Silver Fox Foxy on Long Ring Island had yet to spread. By robbing banks and battling the Navy alongside me, I will surely make a name for myself. Becky tempted Bonnie, recognizing that with this little princess by his side, it was akin to having the tyrant Kuma as a bodyguard. Should they encounter formidable Navy forces or pirates, it was unlikely that the Wild Dragon and Enel would rush to their rescue immediately. "All right, let's go after the Navy," Bonnie shouted enthusiastically, while the Wild Dragon had already vanished from sight, making his way toward the Central Street Bar of Water City. Once the elusive user of the Superman-type merman fruit is captured, everything else will fall into place. At Shipyard Number 1, the foreman Lucci murmured to himself, as the electromagnetic waves of his mind expanded, continually searching for this legendary prodigy of espionage. Today, he was set on confronting this rare genius of 800 years. With a crack of thunder, Enel transformed into lightning and vanished from the Ark Maxim. Others, too, displayed their unique abilities, departing from the golden ship. Trafalgar Law opened a vast room space, teleporting away, while Lafitte, with a smile, unfurled his white wings and soared down. "Send him off, Kuma," called out Becky as he saw Bonnie settle on Kuma's shoulder, preparing to leave. With the Ark Maxim hovering so high, was this not a blatant affront, given that Capone Beach was unable to fly? How unfair. Once Dr. Vegapunk completed the memory metal combat suit for him, too, will be able to fly like the members of the Vinsmoke family, utilizing technological prowess. The thought of donning his own battlesuit filled him with excitement. What color would best suit his exclusive combat attire? Should he design a set of strikingly cool transformation moves? Kuma smiled slightly, effortlessly swatting Capone Becky onto Water 7, following closely behind with Bonnie in tow. In the heart of Water 7, at Bruno's bar, Bruno, sporting a pair of black horns, diligently polished a glass, exuding earnestness. Their CP9 team had received orders from the world government to infiltrate Water 7 and gather intelligence on the Pluton blueprints. Captain Lucci and Kaku had risen to become one of the 5 foremen at the Carrera Company, while Khalifa had become the secretary to the Iceberg. Yet, they had uncovered nothing in 4 or 5 years of labor. How many 5-year spans does one encounter in life? It was uncertain when this tranquil and comfortable idle existence would come to an end. Suddenly, a strange current of air manifested, prompting Bruno to look up, but he saw nothing ahead. Bang! Bruno's eyes bulged, and he bent over as the glass slipped from his hand, a sharp pain coursing through his abdomen. He had been struck by an unknown attack. Desperately, he activated the merman fruit's powers, attempting to escape. What a waste of such a devil fruit ability. Polishing glasses here instead of monitoring Iceberg in his office daily. In the midst of invisibility, the Dragon of the East emerged, one massive hand seizing Bruno's head, while the other, infused with the power of hockey, delivered a fierce punch, causing blood to spray from his mouth and nose, his eyes rolling back. Bruno's right hand, having opened a spatial door, finally went limp. One captured. The Dragon of the East efficiently subdued this adept escape artist, then brazenly exited Bruno's bar, dragging him along. Inside the bar and outside, patrons and pirates alike gazed in terror at the sudden appearance of the formidable pirate, Donya Haolong, with a bounty of 1 billion, the most notorious fiend who dared to slay the celestial dragons. Flee! Amidst the clamor, Donya Haolong seized Bruno and ascended into the heavens, transforming into a colossal dragon. In that moment, the citizens of Water 7 beheld the emergence of this crimson divine dragon, plunging them into panic. Members of the Haolong crew, witnessing their captain unabashedly revealing his true dragon form, began to carry out their missions with reckless abandon. A colossal pillar of lightning descended from the sky, striking directly at Rob Lucci, who was diligently crafting a ship with his hammer. Yahahaha! I have heard you are the most formidable killing machine in the history of CP9. Let me witness your prowess. Enel cackled maniacally, then transformed into lightning and vanished, charging toward Rob Lucci. The shipwrights of the Carrera Company, upon hearing Enel's proclamation, were left dumbfounded. Lucci was a CP agent? The long-nosed CP9 agent Kaku's expression shifted drastically. They had been exposed. Chapter 59. The design of the underworld king with a fierce roar, a leopard half-beast emerged from the thunder pit, enveloped in a haze of smoke. Its eyes filled with sharp intensity and fury. Yet, in the blink of an eye, a golden staff descended upon its head. 6 dials, paper drawing. Sensing imminent danger, Rob Lucci's fur bristled as he heightened his instincts. Like a delicate sheet of paper, he evaded the powerful strike of the golden staff by moving with the flow of its momentum. Too slow. Thunder metallurgy. Enel anticipated Lucci's dodge, transforming the golden staff into a spear that sliced into Lucci's shoulder. Iron block. With no means of escape, Lucci had no choice but to brace himself against the blow. Meanwhile, Kaku unsheathed his long sword, aiming to strike at Enel in an attempt to divert his attention and force him to defend. With a sickening crunch, Enel's golden spear carved a ghastly wound into Lucci's shoulder, while Kaku's sword cleaved Enel in 2. Ants, lacking hockey, cannot harm me. Enel coldly regarded Kaku, as the severed halves of his body transformed into lightning, appearing above Kaku's head. 30 million volts. Thunderbird. A dazzling golden-white Thunderbird surged through Kaku's body, rendering the CP9 elite unconscious. The long sword in Kaku's hand crackled with electricity, heating to a searing red, even burning the flesh of his hand. Kaku. Storm leg, leopard tail. Rob Lucci swung his tail in a furious arc, unleashing a spiral flying slash directed at Enel, who had vanished in a flash with a crackling sound. Lucci's spiral attack cleaved a pirate ship in 2, leaving the shipwrights and foremen of the Carrera Company in stunned disbelief at Lucci's formidable strength. In the depths of Lucci's furious gaze, Enel, with his lifeless fish-like eyes, suddenly appeared above him, the two locking eyes in a tense standoff. A so-called genius cannot compare to a god. 30 million volts, great Vritra thunder. Enel extended his right hand towards Lucci's forehead, unleashing a deafening surge of explosive lightning that coursed through Lucci's body. The half-leopard form of Lucci convulsed and screamed amidst the crackling electricity, smoke billowing as he fell to one knee, rolling his eyes back. His body trembled violently, yet his indomitable will kept him from collapsing entirely. The boss was right. You possess the potential of a true warrior. Enel gazed at the still-standing Rob Lucci with admiration. Meanwhile, Kaku, who had yet to consume the giraffe fruit, succumbed to Enel's Thunderbird and lay motionless on the ground, unable to rise. But now, it is time for you to fall. 60 million volts, Thunder Dragon, with a flourish of his golden spear. Enel unleashed a terrifying bolt of lightning in the form of a dragon, striking Lucci down for good. On one knee, Lucci finally succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing back into his human form. How utterly mundane. Eneru approached, effortlessly lifting the Zoan-type user Lucci and departing without a glance at Kaku, the ordinary CP agent. The foreman Barry, Pipley, and Thurston for the Carrera Company were utterly terrified, lacking the courage to intercept Eneru as he carried Lucci away. Were Lucci and Kaku truly CP agents of the world government? Trembling, Barry lit another cigar, having discarded the previous one in fear, and glanced at the fainted long-nosed Kaku. Quickly report to President Iceberg. Pipley dashed toward Iceberg's office. Not only was Iceberg the president of Carrera Company, but he was also the mayor of Water 7. Such matters could only be entrusted to him for resolution. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Scarlet Dragon, transformed from the Arlong, soared with Bruno toward the lowest point of Water 7, the Frankie House of Disassembly. Within the Disassembly House, the Frankie family, dismantling a derelict pirate ship, stared in terror at the approaching dragon. Boss Frankie, that dragon seems to be heading our way, cried Kiwi and Maz, the Block sisters, as Frankie's subordinates, Zambai and Egg, abandoned their tools, rushing behind Frankie with fearful expressions. It's probably just passing by. Frankie, clad only in his underwear, feigned calmness, swallowing hard and asserting that he had encountered the Pirate King Roger himself. So how could he fear a mere dragon? Boss, it really seems to be coming closer. Boss, perhaps we should flee. The sight of the dragon heading directly toward them sent the group into a panic. What are we waiting for? Run. With a heavy secret weighing upon him, Frankie turned and dashed into the chaotic disassembly house, his subordinates scrambling to keep up with their unreliable leader. A terrifying wave of conqueror's hockey descended upon them, causing Kiwi and Maz to be the first to drop, followed by Zambai and Egg, who collapsed one after another. Kiwi, Maz, Zambai, Egg. Frankie turned back to see his fallen comrades and shouted in a mix of anger and concern. Ever loyal, Frankie could never abandon his crew. He immediately retraced his steps, determined to rescue them all. Suddenly, a violent bolt of lightning struck the cyborg Frankie, delivering a crushing blow that caused his mechanical parts to emit a cacophony of damage. Leave the incomprehensible matters to us. East Seas Arlong, now in human form, descended before Frankie and his companions, coldly stating that the design of the Pluto, the ancient battleship, was inscribed in archaic texts that Frankie could not decipher. Merely understanding some design patterns was already a stroke of luck. The Thousand Sunny likely possessed only the faintest traces of the design blueprint for the Pluto warship. Vegapunk is well-versed in ancient scripts, and even if he currently hesitates to forge instruments of death, the Arlong must first retrieve the design of the Underworld King. Upon hearing Arlong's words, Frankie instantly realized that this man sought to seize his Underworld King blueprint. Yet, did this man truly know where he had concealed the design? Should he immediately extract it from within himself and incinerate it? In the fleeting seconds of Frankie's indecision, Arlong had already approached him and rendered him unconscious with a swift kick. It would be a waste to keep it with you, Arlong remarked, crouching down to forcibly pry open Frankie's cybernetic abdomen, rummaging through its contents. As a stack of aged, yellowed papers emerged in Arlong's grasp, he chuckled softly, flipping through a few pages before tucking them away. He then hoisted Bruno and transformed into a colossal dragon, departing to reunite with his subordinates. Meanwhile, on the bustling streets of Water 7, Capone Beach led a cadre of mafia members assaulting the Water City Bank, a stronghold of the world government. The formidable defenders stationed there, along with the naval forces from the Water 7 Marine Branch, were sent flying with a mere swat from Bartholomew Kuma, their fates uncertain. Bonnie, brimming with excitement, felled a naval commander, transforming the sailors into children and elderly folk, thereby carving out a notorious reputation for herself. Chapter 60, Bonnie S. Burning Flag at the Marine Headquarters of Marineford. A series of urgent calls from Water 7 flooded the communications department. A messenger hurriedly dashed towards the marshal's office on the top floor, bearing the latest news. Report. Marshal, the notorious Donima Arakusa has led his band of ruffians to invade Water 7. Mayor Iceberg is requesting naval support. The messenger recounted the alarming situation swiftly, a hint of concern etched on his face. Since Iceberg consolidated the 7 most formidable shipbuilding companies of Water 7 and ascended to the mayoral office, establishing a partnership with the world government, he has become the government's favored shipbuilder. Many naval vessels and warships belonging to both the world government and the Marine headquarters were constructed by the Carrera Company. Should calamity befall Water 7, it would undoubtedly have repercussions for the world government and the Navy. It is precisely due to Iceberg's significance that even the CP agents under the world government dared not act openly against him to extract information regarding the Pluton blueprints. Instead, they resorted to planting spies around him for clandestine investigations. Summon all naval commanders near the waters of Water 7 to provide assistance immediately. The expression of Fleet Admiral Sengoku darkened. It had only been a few months since Donima Arakusa had lain low, and now he was stirring trouble again. Also dispatch Kizaru. After a brief moment of contemplation, Sengoku made his decision. Currently, Akainu was stationed in the New World due to the developments in Dressrosa, aiming to reassure the allied nations in that region. Kizaru, owing to his unparalleled speed, typically remained at Marine headquarters, overseeing the frequent visits of celestial dragons to Sabaody Archipelago. Meanwhile, Akiji was patrolling the Grand Line, strategically deterring various pirates while searching for the whereabouts of Donima Arakusa's stronghold. Recently, Akiji had been idly roaming near the maritime route from the Queen of Springs City to Ini's Lobby, not far from Water 7. It was hoped he would arrive in time. Memea Foss Saint, a member of the Knights of God, had personally led 3 CP-0 teams down from the Holy Land, requesting Kizaru's company to encircle Donima Arakusa. At that moment, Admiral Tsuru hurried into the marshal's office, clutching a den mushi. She had just received an urgent communication from the celestial dragons in the Holy Land. It appeared that the world government had received intelligence from the CP agents even quicker than the report concerning Iceberg's situation. Let Kizaru accompany them on their mission. Sengoku stated gravely. The members of the Knights of God seldom descended from the Holy Land for such matters, indicating that Donima Arakusa's slaying of St. Charlos had indeed incited the wrath of the celestial dragons. The Knights of God wielded the ultimate authority to judge and execute the celestial dragons, representing the true elite among them, superior to the ordinary celestial dragons. Their executions of transgressing celestial dragons were as uncomplicated as those of mere mortals. The authority held by the leader of the Knights of God, Fegolin Gallant Saint, was nearly on par with that of the Gorosei. It is widely recognized that the celestial dragons are tyrannical and unfeeling, indulging in hedonism, their capabilities seemingly akin to that of swine. Yet, among the 19 families of the celestial dragons, there are indeed formidable figures aplenty. The formidable quintet, known as the 5 Elders, each a master of their own mystical beasts, possess strength rivaling that of the Marine Admirals, and they could even contend with the 4 Emperors. The overall might of the Knights of God is such that even the Revolutionary Army holds it in great apprehension. Should the entire Knights of God mobilize, the Revolutionary Army would likely be compelled to engage fully, plunging into a comprehensive war. The world government has maintained its dominion for 8 centuries, not through the inept celestial dragons, but rather through these elite celestial dragons. The triannual indigenous extermination contest held by the celestial dragons served not only as a source of thrill and amusement, but also as a crucial activity for the elite within their ranks to preserve their vigor and formidable prowess. Among the celestial dragons, while many are ineffectual, a significant number are elites, and overall, they are not markedly different from other races, possessing both strengths and weaknesses. Observing the formidable nature of the outcast, celestial dragons underscores the potency of their bloodline. The four emperors, such as Shanks with his red hair and Don Quixote da Flamingo of the Seven Warlords, both wield the three types of haki, belonging to the upper echelons of the maritime elite. The descendants of the 20 kings possess immense potential for development and the innate qualification to awaken the conqueror's haki, contingent upon environmental conditioning. In Water City, the East Sea Dragon has reunited with his crew. Bruno, a user of the Dordor fruit, has been shackled with seastone handcuffs and imprisoned within the specially designed dungeon of Capone Beach Castle, alongside Rob Lucci, who was grievously injured and captured by Enel. Shortly thereafter, Trafalgar Law and Lafitte returned from the exchange office, burdened with large quantities of gold treasure. With the assistance of Bartholomew Kuma, Capone Bede's mafia subordinates successfully infiltrated the world government's Grand Bank of Water City, commencing a frenzied extraction of vast sums of cash. Captain, if I burn the world government's flag like you did, I shall achieve fame. The adult form of Bonnie, exuberant, tore down the world government's flag from the pinnacle of the Grand Bank and excitedly rushed to claim credit before the East Sea Dragon. Meanwhile, Kuma's lips twitched slightly. This daughter was certainly not an easy one to manage. If you wish to do it, then burn it. Tomorrow's rising star of the seas shall be you. The East Sea Dragon remarked with a light laugh, dismissing Kuma's stern demeanor. Without spontaneity, how could Bonnie evolve into the second Nika? Kuma, you Bacchania tribe member. Still can't let go, can you? I will burn it. Where are the reporters? Are there any reporters? Bonnie grinned widely, her laughter growing louder with the East Sea Dragon's backing, as she scanned the surroundings for journalists who could capture her glorious moment. Amidst the bemused expressions of Kuma, Law, and Beej, Bonnie climbed to a high point and ignited the sacred flag of the world government. This spectacle left the citizens of Water City and the pirates utterly astonished. Madness. The members of the East Sea Dragon crew are all lunatics. Lafitte trembled slightly as he observed Bonnie, his fingers twitching involuntarily, his gaze filled with longing, as if he too yearned to partake in such exhilarating audacity. This act was tantamount to declaring war against the world government, a boldness few would dare to exhibit. Woo! How exhilarating! I hope to see my bounty notice tomorrow, and may the reward be in the hundreds of millions. Bonnie leapt exuberantly from the rooftop, just as Big Bear reached out in an attempt to embrace her. However, she instead jumped into the arms of the fierce dragon, laughing joyfully. This action caused Big Bear's outstretched hands to slowly clench into fists. Becky, sensing the melancholic aura emanating from Big Bear, quickly took several steps back, fearing that this affectionate father might succumb to darkness. The sound of hurried, heavy military boots pounding the ground approached rapidly. A naval admiral, draped in a cloak of justice, led a contingent of around 200 sailors charging forth with relentless determination. Fire, commanded Admiral Dalmatia, the first to arrive at Water 7, launching an assault on the Dragon Squad without a hint of fear or hesitation. Dalmatia, renowned as the iron-blooded admiral of the Navy headquarters, possessed the powers of the animal-type dog fruit, specifically the Barley Town form. The devilish Sheriff Lafitte gazed at the brutal admiral and, without delay, unfurled his white wings, soaring into the air to evade the gunfire while simultaneously assessing the number of reinforcements among the approaching Navy. Chapter 61. The Navy Strikes. The Bear's Impact. With an air of melancholy, the Great Bear unleashed a colossal, translucent paw, sending a barrage of bullets and shells soaring away, some even detonating amidst the ranks of the Marines. The thunderous explosion of the air cannon hurled numerous sailors into the sky, their terrified cries and wails echoing through the chaos. Room, slaughterhouse. Trafalgar Law swiftly conjured his surgical space, seizing the moment to slice through the airborne Marines, cleaving them in twain their severed limbs cascading to the ground. This horrifying spectacle sent the spectators of Water 7, both citizens and pirates, fleeing in terror, desperate to escape the carnage. Let us go, let us go. Capone Beige commanded his mafia subordinates, who hastily made off after securing the last of the cash, vanishing through the gates of Beige Fortress. Vice Admiral, indeed a formidable opponent. Donya Arlong released Bonnie and cast his gaze upon the dark-clawed, spotted dog hybrid before him. Just as he prepared to act, a brilliant bolt of lightning struck down towards Vice Admiral Dalmecia. Enel had transformed into lightning, charging toward the animal-type Navy Vice Admiral. Enel, a formidable master of martial arts and hockey, posed a significant threat. Arlong cautioned against underestimating this arrogant brute, for the iron-willed Vice Admiral radiated an aura of fearlessness and lethal intent. A moment's carelessness could cost Enel dearly. Engaging in close combat with an elite Vice Admiral proficient in the six styles and dual-color hockey presented a considerable risk for the inexperienced Enel. With the power of the Rumble fruit at his disposal, Vice Admiral Dalmecia's expression grew grim as he swiftly evaded Enel's lightning strike, his darkened arms spreading ominously across his body. Armament hockey activated. This state provided enhanced defense against Enel's electrical onslaught. Yet dispersing his hockey would diminish the strength of his fists and increase energy consumption. After all, the supply of one's hockey is finite and requires time to replenish. However, as an animal-type user, Dalmecia could recover more swiftly than those with natural or superhuman abilities, making him well-suited for protracted battles. He summoned his dual-color hockey to its zenith, bracing himself against Enel's relentless assault. So swift, observing Enel's rapid movements, Dalmecia found himself on the defensive, forcefully blocking the barrage of lightning dragons and birds with his armament hockey. Yet, within his fierce gaze, he sought an opportunity to strike down Enel. The Rumble fruit's capabilities proved to be among the finest of natural powers, its terrifying speed and ferocity pressing Dalmecia with immense strain. Nonetheless, this opponent's martial skills and strength were lacking, foolishly engaging him in close quarters, a potential opening for victory. One opportunity, as Enel reappeared behind him, brandishing his golden spear. Dalmecia's eyes narrowed in determination. Six Styles Extension Technique, Armed Spotted Claw. The five-finger reinforcement of Dalmecia concentrated most of the armed color hockey and reached out to grasp Enel. With a sharp sound, Enel's golden spear was cleaved in two by the black claws of hockey, and a powerful swipe left a bloody claw mark on Enel's chest. However, Enel's observation hockey and lightning speed were formidable. He narrowly transformed into lightning elements to evade Dalmecia's lethal strike. Is he practicing early elementalization? Dalmecia thought bitterly, having endured so much punishment only to find a rare opportunity for a counterattack, which was effortlessly neutralized. You actually made me bleed. Enel glared at the crimson mark on his chest, his expression darkening. The constantly battered Marine Vice Admiral had indeed allowed him to lower his guard somewhat. Otherwise, with the strength of his HeartNet observation hockey, he would have certainly evaded Dalmecia's predictions, executing a preemptive elementalization to perfectly dodge the blow. Yet now, having sustained injury, it only underscored his carelessness and lack of strength. Just as Enel was about to unleash his fury, a voice from above interrupted. "Captain, it seems an extraordinary foe has arrived. I suggest we strategically retreat." Lafitte called out to the Dragon of Ruin, noticing the rapidly approaching ice path on the sea. "Understood. Enel, showcase your abilities to the world." The dragon commanded, instructing Kuma to escort Bonnie and Becky back to the Arc Maxim. The dragon leapt upon a rooftop to discern the nature of the new arrivals. Upon spotting Akiji, he turned and ordered Kuma, "Understood." Kuma nodded gently, picking up Bonnie, who was still toying with the Marines, while Capone Becky obediently followed alongside. With Kuma leading the two away, the dragon felt no concern. Lafitte and Enel possessed significant self-preservation capabilities, so there was no need to worry about them. Law swiftly dealt with the remaining Marines. The scattered body parts of the Navy would undoubtedly spread the fearsome reputation of this deadly surgeon. Numerous warships are landing. Lafitte continued to alert, having observed several groups of Marines storming Water 7, encircling them in waves. The dragon also recognized some familiar figures, including several colonels active in the latter stages of the Grand Line's paradise. Colonel Tina, user of the Bars fruit; Colonel Shuan, user of the Rust fruit; Colonel Berrygood, user of the Bean fruit; Colonel Shalinker, user of the Wheel fruit; and Colonel T-Bone. It was astonishing how quickly the Navy had summoned so many officers, along with an Admiral Akiji, to reinforce their ranks. It seemed the Navy headquarters truly regarded him with utmost seriousness. Perhaps even more Marine vice admirals and rear admirals would soon arrive to encircle them, and the swiftest Kizaru might come to lend support. Not to mention the ever-present CP agents. 200 million volts, Thunder God. Under the command of the formidable Arlong, Enel struck the 4 thunder drums with great force, unleashing a torrent of lightning and transforming into a colossal thunder giant, charging towards Vice Admiral Dalmatia. The sight of this terrifying thunder giant left Tina and the other colonels of the headquarters utterly astonished. The legendary thunder god Enel, who had once ravaged Dressrosa, was indeed as powerful as the tales foretold. This exceeded their wildest imaginations. Should the Arlong pirates manage to escape this time, the bounty on the thunder god Enel would undoubtedly be substantial. Although they were all Paramecia-type devil fruit users, none possessed particularly coveted abilities. Arlong cast a scrutinizing glance at the approaching colonels, his eyes narrowing slightly. The first batch of Seraphim he was cultivating was limited in number, and each Paramecia ability had to be meticulously selected. He could not afford to squander the remarkable talents of the Seraphim. However, if the opportunity arose to capture these ability users, Arlong would not hesitate, considering it a means of bolstering his strategic reserves. The somewhat pseudo-nature type Doubt of Fruit and the rust-inducing Rust Fruit, though peculiar, held their merits. Yet, the presence of the swift Admiral Kazan behind these individuals compelled Arlong to refrain from taking action. Chapter 62. Departure from Judicial Island. Boom. Before the arrival of the formidable naval forces, Admiral Darmesia was hurled through the air by Enel, transformed into the God of Thunder, crashing into a building and toppling several structures, raising a cloud of dust. When this elite admiral of the Navy finally emerged, he was enveloped in smoke, his body trembling violently, and the hockey that had once surrounded him faltered, revealing charred skin. Darmesia could scarcely believe that he had been defeated by an obscure individual. Upon witnessing Admiral Kazan leading a throng of naval officers rushing towards him, Trafalgar Law swiftly made his exit, teleporting back to the polar arc in a series of rapid flashes. Lafitte also ascended quickly, distancing himself from the range of the Admiral's attacks. 100 million volts. Spear of the Thunder God. Enel wasted no time, launching a lethal assault on Darmesia with a bolt of lightning aimed at the naval admiral. Ice armor. Kazan raced forward, unleashing a chilling aura that transformed into a spherical ice shield, intending to intercept the terrifying strike meant for Darmesia. Not so fast. The Dragon of the East, Arlong, scoffed, unleashing a combination of laser beams and fiery breath that followed closely behind Enel's spear of the Thunder God. The trio of attacks shattered Kazan's icy shield and struck Darmesia directly. Faced with the imminent threat of death, Darmesia desperately suppressed the last vestiges of his hockey, transforming into his full beast form in an attempt to block the fatal blow. Yet, he was still pierced through the chest by the intensely penetrating laser beam. Ice capsule. Kazan, filled with murderous intent, glared at Arlong and Enel. Nevertheless, he prioritized preserving Darmesia's life, freezing the Admiral's wound and encasing him entirely in ice. Icebird. Ice spikes. Kazan continued his relentless assault against the two nefarious foes, becoming a blur as he charged towards Arlong. You are not Kizaru. Arlong laughed, transforming into a dragon and soaring into the sky, unleashing a terrifying wave of Conqueror's hockey that slightly impeded Kazan's rapid advance, causing his movements to become somewhat sluggish. Kazan, you cannot catch us. Arlong boomed with laughter, releasing a noxious purple mist towards Kazan and the naval officers trailing behind him. Ice Age. In response, Kazan unleashed a surge of frigid air, freezing the toxic mist entirely. Thunderstorm. Meanwhile, Enel dissipated his thunderous form, converting vast amounts of lightning into indiscriminate strikes against all naval personnel within range, as well as the onlooking pirates and bounty hunters. Let us go, Enel. Our objective is not this island. Arlong chuckled as he departed Water 7, returning to the skies aboard the Polar Ark, setting off in a specific direction. With the majority of naval officers drawn to Water 7, the island's defensive capabilities had become significantly weakened. Enel gazed at the fleeing navy, driven away by the tumult of thunder, and laughed heartily as he transformed into lightning, vanishing from sight and reappearing on the Ark Maxim. Donya Arlong, Admiral Kuzan, watching the distant airship ascend into the heavens, wore a grave expression. Was this vessel a technological marvel devised by Dr. Vegapunk? Or had Donya Arlong conspired with the notorious Shiki, the Golden Lion? Doctor, hastened to attend to Rear Admiral Dalmatia. Kazan, seeing the airship depart, could only helplessly call out to the ship's medical officer, urging them to assist the gravely injured Dalmatia. Although he had temporarily preserved Dalmatia's life by encasing him in ice, urgent medical intervention was imperative. The so-called Thunder God Enel indeed possessed formidable powers, compelling a Navy Vice Admiral to such extremes. It seems the Arlong pirates are becoming increasingly formidable. Tina, Shun, and the other captains from headquarters were left scorched and injured, their skin darkened by electricity. The abilities of this Thunder Fruit user posed a significant threat to ordinary Navy personnel. Even the seasoned captains could scarcely withstand it. Admiral Kazan, the Navy headquarters has instructed us to delay Donya Arlong, but now. Several Navy officers exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with bitterness. Given the speed of the Arlong pirates' retreat, what could they possibly use to impede them? The adversary not only possessed various abilities to fly, but also commanded airships, rendering their naval advantages utterly ineffective. I shall report this to them. Kuzan paused momentarily, reflecting on the fact that the Arlong pirates were as troublesome as Shiki's aerial fleet. In truth, he could not hinder them. He had only just arrived on the island, and they had already fled. He lacked the swiftness to match them, nor could he soar through the skies. What recourse did he have? However, what did Donya Arlong's final words imply? Was their objective not this island? Did it mean their assault plan was not yet concluded? This thought instilled a measure of unease within him. What other islands did the Arlong pirates intend to target? It was crucial to note that many islands along this maritime railway line were thriving economic hubs under the auspices of the world government. Should Donya Arlong plunder and ravage them, the losses would be catastrophic. Meanwhile, the Ark Maxim was steadfastly approaching the legendary Judicial Island, poised to deliver another blow to the world government. On another front, the Knights of God, led by Momo, first sent aboard their golden vessel, along with Admiral Kazur's fleet, departed from Navy headquarters, rapidly advancing towards Water 7, traversing the edge of the Sabaody Archipelago and the treacherous Devil's Triangle. One party raced across the ocean surface, while the others soared through the skies. Yet, they did not intersect, each progressing toward their respective targets, for the sea is vast. Although Judicial Island, Navy headquarters, and Impel Down formed a triangle not far apart, the voyage still required nearly 2 hours. In contrast, the journey from Navy headquarters to the Sabaody Archipelago was considerably shorter, taking mere minutes, less than an hour's travel. Prepare the cloud-making apparatus on the Ark Maxim. I shall strike Judicial Island. The fervent exclamations of Nosuke Higashia echoed as he proclaimed his intent to obliterate Judicial Island, Impel Down, the Navy headquarters, and the holy land of Mariewa. One by one, unperturbed by whether these military institutions existed for the sake of justice and the common folk, or to uphold the dominion of the celestial dragons. Nosuke regarded them solely as instruments wielded by the world government, thus rendering them his adversaries. If necessary, he would dismantle and reconstruct the very fabric of the world. Dragon, I shall demonstrate how to forge a formidable reputation. A singular, monumental event would yield more renown than a decade of the Revolutionary Army's quiet development. Henceforth, the Nosuke faction would emerge as the foremost force opposing the world government and the celestial dragons, enticing more powerful allies to join their cause. It would be prudent for the Revolutionary Army to remain in the rear, focusing on logistics. Boss, I must certainly attempt that technique this time. Inaru, too, was invigorated, activating the thundercloud to unleash the devastating strike capable of annihilating islands. Indeed, let the world government comprehend that we possess the power to obliterate islands as well. Renosuke grinned menacingly, for if him could effortlessly erase an island from existence, he too would impart to the world government the sensation of devastation. In the future, islands under the aegis of the world government would face annihilation akin to that wrought by Uranus, including the Navy headquarters of Marineford and the Holy Land of Mariewa. Let us see who truly threatens whom. Chapter 63. The Elephant Sword and the Giant on Judicial Island, the stronghold of the world government. The judges were, as always, presiding over the trials of numerous pirates and criminals from the Navy headquarters. The condemned, burdened with grievous sins, were dispatched to the underwater prison, impelled down, while those with lesser charges were either sent back to various prisons or directly sent to Bridge Island to kill a wolf, to partake in the construction of the grand bridge connecting the myriad islands. This bridge nation, having been under construction for nearly 7 centuries, has successfully linked all the islands within a small expanse of sea through its extensive network of bridges. The laborers here are comprised entirely of criminals, slaves, or citizens from non-member countries. Each year, countless criminals and slaves perish in this land of bridges. It is also a focal point for the Revolutionary Army's infiltration, as it harbors innumerable oppressed civilians and slaves, ideal candidates for their cause. Meanwhile, within the enforcement agencies of Judicial Island, Spandam, the head of CP9, was seething with anger. His dispatched CP9 agents had been thwarted, failing to procure any information regarding the Pluton blueprints, and even the highly anticipated Rob Lucci had been defeated and captured by another. Useless. All of you are utterly worthless. Spandam raged at Khalifa on the other end of the transponder snail, frustrated by the absence of good news for years, only to receive this disheartening report. He slammed down the transponder snail in fury, seizing his elephant sword, funk freed, and began to slash wildly in a fit of rage. 800 years of the strongest genius. Bah, useless. Spandam continued to swing the sword, hacking at his desk in a torrent of curses, only quieting once he had reduced the desk to splinters. Irritated, he flung open the window of his office to inhale some fresh air, but the weather was dreadful. Dark clouds loomed ominously low, casting a shadow over the land. Suddenly, a flash of lightning followed by a thunderous roar startled him, exacerbating his already foul mood. What wretched weather! Strike me if you dare! Spandam yelled at the sky, venting his dissatisfaction. Yet, in the next moment, he spotted an airship emerging beneath the clouds, causing his eyes to widen in disbelief. The most terrifying sight was a bolt of lightning hurtling towards him. "Aunt, are you calling me?" A figure emerged amidst the blinding lightning, its cold, deadpan gaze fixated on Spandam. Gulp! Spandam swallowed hard, terror gripping him as he beheld the lightning-wielding figure. "Why you? Who are you? Do you not know this is Judicial Island under the world government?" Spandam raised his elephant sword, attempting to project an air of authority despite the tremors racking his hand. With his other hand, he hastily reached into his pocket to activate the emergency alert transponder snail for Judicial Island. What are the giants at the front gate and the guilty tribunal of the main island doing while the enemy has breached the judicial tower on the back island? Are they all mere gluttons? How dare these insignificant ants draw their swords against the deity? They deserve to perish. Enel felt deeply offended and unleashed a bolt of lightning toward Spandam, unfazed by any notion of a world government. He harbored no trepidation towards the terror and might of the world government. Spandam cried out in agony as he was struck, his sword transforming rapidly, autonomously launching an assault against Enel. Is that a devil fruit weapon akin to a slime? Enel casually deflected the elongated blade and, intrigued, proceeded to shatter Spandam's arm, forcibly seizing the sword for himself. Quite fascinating. Ignoring the smoking, incapacitated Spandam, Enel flashed back to the Arc Maxim, eager to find someone who would appreciate this devil fruit weapon. Meanwhile, at the main gate of Judicial Island, a voice bellowed, "Hey Giants, I intend to blow up Judicial Island. You two fools who have been deceived should return to Elbaf at once." The blue ogre, Don Quixote, and the red ogre, Broggy, evaded capture by the Navy. You need not serve as their watchdogs. As Enel's thunder welcome and the dragon's own lightning storm brewed, the dragon appeared before the grand entrance of Judicial Island, attempting to persuade the somewhat Na'vi giants. Casey and Oimo, crew members of the giant pirate crew, had been tricked into guarding the gate for nearly 50 years by a false message from the Navy. How remarkable their intellect was. Just like the two captains of the giant pirate crew who had dueled in Little Garden for over a century. What? Captain Don Quixote and Captain Broggy have not been captured and impelled down? Casey and Oimo, wielding massive wooden clubs, exclaimed in a somewhat foolish panic. Previously, the world government assured them that if they guarded the gate for a century, they would release their two captains. You two dimwits, Don Quixote and Broggy, are in Little Garden. You must leave this place immediately to find them. The dragon briefly explained the situation of Don Quixote and Broggy to the giants, igniting their excitement and solidifying their friendship with him. I shall visit Little Garden soon. You can await my arrival there, for I will not deceive you, the dragon continued, intending to meet the two eccentric giant captains, hoping to leverage the camaraderie of the four giants to enter Elbaf and muster a giant army. Additionally, Little Garden harbors a multitude of ancient creatures, the very source of the genetic factors for artificial zoan-type devil fruits. These diverse dinosaurs are significantly stronger than ordinary animals, warranting collection. This is to prevent future artificial zoan armies from resembling the flawed members of the Beast Pirates in the original tale. Ancient artificial devil fruits should prove to be stronger and more visually appealing. Under the dragon's persuasive words, Casey and Oimo opened the main gate and departed Judicial Island with commendable compliance. As the gate swung open, the station forces on Judicial Island became aware of the dragon's presence. Due to the unique ocean currents that connect Judicial Island to the Navy headquarters and impel down, a significant military presence is stationed here, comprising both permanent troops and officials from the world government, totaling nearly 10,000. The elite guard unit, the Lawhound Squad, charged forward on their giant police dogs towards the gates of the forward island, which had just been swung open. Alarmingly, it was one of the most notorious criminals. Erasure Higashino, quick, request support from the Admiral, the captain of the Lawhound Squad, upon glimpsing the figure of Higashino outside the gates, cried out in terror. This fiend, who had slain a celestial dragon, audaciously dared to invade Judicial Island, a blatant provocation against the world government. Amid the dual vigilance of the gates and the judicial authority of Spandam, the entire Judicial Island reverberated with piercing alarm bells. This island, which had never been breached since its inception, was now confronted with its first wave of lawless invaders. Chapter 64. Assault on Judicial Island. The flags of the world government were astonishingly large. On board the Ark Maxim, Bonnie gazed with gleaming eyes at the immense banners atop the Judicial Tower and the courthouse. Such colossal flags would surely ignite with exhilarating flames. This boss possessed remarkable audacity. Capone Beach had grown numb to the unfolding chaos, eliminating celestial dragons, assaulting Judicial Island, and preparing for the next incursion into Impel Down, and the Navy headquarters no longer surprised him. It turned out that the tyrant known as the Dragon had lingered in Water 7 to draw the naval commander from the latter part of the Grand Line Paradise to that very location, only to subsequently launch an ambush on Judicial Island. Trafalgar Law stroked his chin in contemplation and remarked that the Dragoness decision to allow Enel and Rear Admiral Dalmesia to engage in their battle without immediately joining forces to eliminate the Rear Admiral must have been part of this very strategy. I suspect that the Rear Admirals, perhaps even Admirals of the Navy, are en route to Water 7, which would prevent them from swiftly aiding Judicial Island through the peculiar sea currents of Mariewa. Lafitte adjusted his black top hat, revealing an expression of deep admiration for the dragon. Like Bonnie, he was equally captivated by the enormous flags of the world government fluttering in the breeze. To destroy the flags here on Judicial Island would be far more provocative than obliterating the world government's banner above the Grand Bank in Water 7. This was utterly insane. Bartholomew Kuma vigilantly surveyed the surrounding seas, At the slightest hint of danger, he would promptly retreat with his crew. This was the direct jurisdiction of the world government, with exclusive sea currents leading directly to the Navy headquarters and impelled down. If encircled by the formidable forces of the world government and Navy, even an airship might find escape impossible. Although Judicial Island was proclaimed as a court of justice, in reality, it merely executed the will of the world government. Anyone brought to Judicial Island, whether guilty or innocent, would invariably be deemed a criminal. In its 800-year history, there had never been a verdict of acquittal. Lafitte chuckled mockingly. Having once served as a security officer in the West Blue, he was well aware of the island's grim rules. It was said that many of the courtrooms here remained eerily empty, with most prisoners merely passing through before being ushered towards the infamous gate of justice, from which there was no return. Only exceptional individuals like the Fishman Tom, who had spent 14 years constructing the sea train, could face capture and trial anew, only to be executed for the crime of aiding the pirate king in shipbuilding. This epitomized the world government's unwavering brand of absolute justice. With a thunderous roar, the tyrannical conqueror's hockey of Don Quixote da Flamingo erupted, heralding the commencement of the battle for Judicial Island. Meanwhile, at the Judicial Tower, CP-9 agents discovered their commander, Spandam, gravely injured and sprawled on the ground. The elite agents guarding the Judicial Tower, Wolfman Gabra, Lion S. Roar, and the Soundless Owl, rushed to rescue their inept superior before hastening to the courthouse to protect the Chief Justice of Judicial Island. If you do not relish murder, then I shall take matters into my own hands. Lafitte chuckled mischievously, then spread his white wings and descended, flying to the side of the awakened dragon, ready to unleash a wave of destruction together. I will confront those seemingly formidable CP-9 agents, Trafalgar Law declared as he spotted Gabra and his companions, preparing to teleport into the fray. Take me with you, Capone Bede shouted, eager to join the fray and make a name for himself, knowing full well that they were irrevocably tied to the awakened dragon crew and could not escape the ship. Dad, let's go, Bonnie exclaimed excitedly, intent on burning the world government flag atop the Judicial Tower and the courthouse. All right, Princess Violet, I leave the vigilance on the ship to you. Bartholomew Kuma consented to Bonnie's enthusiasm and gently addressed Violet, who possessed the power of the stare fruit. Rest assured, I shall keep a close watch on the Navy strongmen, Violet assured, holding a transponder snail, with the little Princess Manshiri perched on her shoulder. Bonnie is so impressive. Manshiri and Isa gazed enviously at the audacious Bonnie, who was yet unwilling to face the multitude of Navy forces. Law and Kuma descended directly into the courthouse on the central island, confronting the CP agents. Meanwhile, on the front island, the awakened dragon strode boldly inside, leaving a trail of fallen marine dogs in his wake. The few elite who managed to withstand the onslaught, bolstered by their strong will, were swiftly subdued by Lafitte's deft touch. The captain's conqueror's hockey is growing ever stronger, Lafitte remarked with a grin, as a ferocious glint began to emerge in his eyes, systematically eliminating those Marines struggling against the overwhelming hockey. 800 years without being breached? What a farce! The awakened dragon laughed upon realizing that there were no formidable opponents on the front island. It turned out that CP-9 truly was the strongest defense of Judicial Island. The thought that this formidable lineup could be breached by Monkey D, Luffy and his crew was utterly absurd. Not a single user of hockey in sight. What is the meaning of this? The world had been cowed by the world government and the Navy, failing to recognize that Judicial Island was merely a fade of strength hiding its inherent weakness. Lafitte was equally astonished by the fragility of Judicial Island's defenses, akin to being made of paper. Nevertheless, the true strength of the world government's institutions, Judicial Island, the Navy headquarters, and impelled down, lay in their exclusive support from the sea currents. Were it not for the captain's clever ruse, drawing the Navy's attention to Water 7 and the swift maneuverability of their golden ship, they would not have so easily infiltrated Judicial Island. Lafitte continued his analysis, noting that for any other pirate crew, achieving such simplicity as the awakened dragons would indeed be a formidable challenge, except for the flying fleet of the Golden Lion Shiki. It was unlikely that many pirate ships could navigate the waters surrounding Judicial Island with such impunity. Yet, such considerations were of little consequence. Today, Judicial Island was destined for obliteration. The awakened dragon gazed up at the brewing colossal thunderstorm and lightning tempest in the sky, his eyes growing ever colder. As the two of them entered the tribunal on Judicial Island, a multitude of burly guards, brandishing chains and bearing the mark of guilty upon their left arms, charged forth, incessantly proclaiming guilty. These are the infamous guilty jury guards, notorious for ensuring that no prisoner could ever escape the confines of Judicial Island. Every individual who entered this place bore the weight of guilt. In a fit of rage, I declare you all guilty. Huang Long, disturbed by the cacophony, felt his spirits plummet. His right eye shimmered with a golden light, reminiscent of a celestial being, as a terrifying beam of laser light erupted forth. Wherever the blinding beam traversed, all the guilty jury guards were cleaved in half. In an instant, blood erupted and dismembered limbs flew through the air, as terrified cries echoed throughout Judicial Island. Lafitte's eyes widened, his pupils trembling violently. The scene was utterly chaotic, intoxicatingly exhilarating. He laughed, a laugh tinged with madness. What a splendid and efficient harvest of lives. Huang Long, indifferent to the carnage, roared in fury and transformed into a colossal dragon, soaring towards the judicial tower. Along the way, he glimpsed his comrades engaged in combat with CP9 within the tribunal. However, he did not linger. Directly traversing the chasm of cascading waterfalls that lay between the tribunal and the judicial tower, arriving at his destination. Chapter 65. Spandam self-rescue at this moment. In the Marine headquarters at Marineford, Fleet Admiral Sengoku was astonished to receive news of the East Wild Dragon's invasion of Judicial Island. The fact that East Wild Dragon had not only managed to escape safely from Water 7, but had also swiftly advanced towards Judicial Island left him in shock. Let us go, Tsuru. We must head to Judicial Island together. Sengoku promptly summoned all the vice admirals at Marine headquarters to provide assistance to Judicial Island. With Akiji and Kizuru unable to arrive in time, their only chance to support Judicial Island was through the exclusive sea currents connecting Marine headquarters and Judicial Island. East Wild Dragon is at Judicial Island? Tsuru was equally taken aback, alarmed by the speed and target of East Wild Dragon's assault. There's no time to waste. Let us move. Sengoku personally led the charge, gathering 6 vice admirals, including Tsuru, to form a naval fleet comprising over 20 warships, hastily setting sail. The scale of this fleet was even more formidable than that of the Demon Slaughtering Order. In the waters between the Devil's Triangle and Water 7, a colossal golden warship raced alongside a fleet of admiral-level naval vessels. What? East Wild Dragon is at Judicial Island. Meimea Foss Saint, shouldering a golden dragon-carved sniper rifle, furiously crushed a Den Mushi, while Kizuru, beside him, fell into a contemplative silence. This East Wild Dragon was indeed a formidable adversary. Akiji is useless. It's all his fault for failing to stop even a single test subject. What are we waiting for? Change course. Full speed ahead to Judicial Island. Meimea Foss Saint cursed, causing the massive golden crown atop his head to tremble. Upon receiving the command from this divine knight, Kizuru quickly gestured for his fleet of admirals to pivot swiftly towards Judicial Island. Meanwhile, Akiji Kuzan, stationed in Water 7, realized the gravity of the situation upon learning that East Wild Dragon had appeared at Judicial Island. It dawned on him that the other target mentioned by East Wild Dragon was indeed Judicial Island. This is bad. The hearts of Colonel Shuen, Colonel Belagood, Colonel Shalinker, and Colonel T-Bone sank. Their jurisdiction encompassed the maritime route between Water 7 and Judicial Island. Particularly, Colonels Shuen and Shalinker bore certain responsibilities for the protection of Judicial Island. An urgent command from Fleet Admiral Sengoku had redirected them to Water 7 for support, leaving their own jurisdiction vulnerable. If something truly goes awry at Judicial Island, I wonder if we will face punishment. Let us go. We shall take the sea train directly to support Judicial Island. Akiji Kazan, rubbing his temples in resignation, issued the order, acknowledging that this Wild Dragon Brigade was just as vexatious as the airborne fleet, unable to capture or keep pace with them. Yes, Colonels Shuin and Shalinker could only follow Akiji's lead, continuing along this erratic path of support. They were left in uncertainty about whether the Wild Dragon Brigade would still be present at Judicial Island upon their arrival. Inside the Judicial Tower, East Wild Dragon unexpectedly encountered the gravely injured and unconscious Spandam. Was this the handiwork of Enel? They gazed at the wretched figure, marred by electric wounds, and could not help but smirk. What value did such detritus hold in this world? Enel, that incompetent buffoon, was incapable even of killing a mere mortal. At this moment, after tossing the back into the Arc Maxim, he fervently summoned his annihilating thunder. Yet, Spandam, much like the pig-like celestial dragon Charlos, possessed an unnaturally resilient life. No matter how fiercely he was struck, he seemed unyielding, akin to a cockroach. However, in the hands of they would not get a second chance to rise again. A flame ignited in this palm, ready to be hurled at Spandam. No, please spare me. I can lead you to the supply room of the Judicial Tower. What are devil fruits? Under the oppressive aura of the Spandam, the seemingly immortal cockroach suddenly regained his wits and cried out in desperation. Oh, what might this be? If you satisfy me, I may grant you your life, the replied, his flame diminishing as he regarded the CP9 officer with a mocking gaze. Do not kill me. My father, Spandane, is still the commander of CP5. He possesses devil fruits as well, and he will surely ransom me back. Please do not end my life. Spandam shouted in terror, hastily dragging his battered body towards the supply room, driven by the need to prove his worth. For he sensed the raw intent to kill emanating from the. He had even divulged his father's leverage, fully aware that once he acquired the devil fruits in his possession, he would undoubtedly eliminate him to silence any witnesses. Killing you, the treasures would remain mine, Spandam mused, reflecting on his own past deeds. The weak have no right to negotiate. Only through greater benefits can one ensure their survival. Upon hearing Spandam's pleas, the hesitated momentarily. His formerly mocking gaze was intended to extinguish Spandam's life upon the presentation of the devil fruits. Unexpectedly, this somewhat inept CP9 officer had the audacity to entice him with another type of devil fruit. Truly, those who ascend to leadership without martial prowess possess not only substantial connections, but also a keen sense of timing. What sort of devil fruits does your father possess? He inquired, withholding his immediate agreement, his lethal intent causing Spandam to divulge all he knew about his father's treasures. Ancient types. I know he has an ancient devil fruit in his collection. Spandam trembled in fear, shakily producing 2 devil fruits that he had stashed away in the Judicial Tower. These fruits were originally intended as rewards for CP9 upon the completion of the Pluton blueprint. Excellent. You have gained a temporary reprieve. I shall release you shortly. The grinned, taking hold of the treasure chest containing the 2 devil fruits. For the sake of that so-called ancient devil fruit, he decided to spare this scoundrel. However, before granting him freedom, he would ensure that law extracted his heart. Spandam's fate would remain firmly in the hands of the. Perhaps, he could even serve as a cowardly mole within the world government. Thank you, my lord. Upon realizing he had preserved his life, Spandam collapsed onto the ground, utterly spent, his white bandages thoroughly soaked. Meanwhile, on the Judicial Tower, Arlong gazed at the colossal Gate of Justice, adorned with the imposing Blue Cross emblem of the world government, which instilled an overwhelming sense of oppression. Behind this gate of justice lay the exclusive sea currents leading to the Navy headquarters and impel down. The naval fleet should be swiftly approaching Judicial Island for support. Within the island's courthouse, the werewolf Gabra was effortlessly subdued by Bartholomew Kuma, while the lion, seeking refuge, was cleaved into several pieces by Trafalgar Law. The confrontation between the Soundless Owl and Capone Beach was fiercely intense, culminating in the Soundless Owl, who was as tight-lipped as his comrade, Weritamu, being successfully ambushed by Bonnie, reverting to a mere 3-year-old child in defeat. The Chief Justice of Judicial Island, Lafitte, seized this 3-headed Chief Justice with a savage expression, overwhelmed with excitement. This creature's ranks surpassed that of the kings of the allied nations. The thrill of ending his life would surely be exhilarating. Yet, This three-headed Chief Justice was merely a bizarre amalgamation of three judges sharing a single robe. These three cantankerous old men had adjudicated countless guilty and innocent individuals. In their eyes, the distinction between right and wrong was inconsequential, for they embodied the absolute justice of the world government. If they declared you guilty, then you were indeed guilty. Chapter 66. Bonnie's Aspirations. The bounty of the Great Bear must not diminish Papa Bear. Hurry and help me remove those two grand banners. As the agents and guards of Justice Island fell one by one, Bonnie shouted excitedly at the Great Bear, her arms outstretched, one finger pointing at the world government flag atop the courthouse, the other directed towards the one on the Justice Tower. Very well. The Great Bear replied with a smile, uttering a word before vanishing in an instant. In the next moment, he appeared atop the courthouse, tearing down the world government flag, and swiftly reappeared at the summit of the Justice Tower, pulling down the other banner as well. Once I burn these two flags, my bounty will surely surpass that of Becky and Law, perhaps even rivaling Papa Bear's. Bonnie exclaimed with glee as she grasped the two world government flags. Spotting the fallen guards, she resolved to find a more public venue to ignite the flames, believing it would amplify her notoriety once more. No, you cannot do this. You despicable criminals. The three-headed chief judge was sent flying by Lafitte, his luxurious black robe torn as he was cast aside with three elderly gentlemen. Eliminating you three will certainly carry significant charges, but what a thrill it is. Lafitte's expression grew increasingly savage and pale, his pupils turning crimson, while white feathers appeared on his visage. What exactly is this fellow's ability? Capone Becky reignited his cigar, exhaling a plume of white smoke as he observed the increasingly deranged Lafitte, furrowing his brow slightly. It seemed Lafitte was resolute in his determination to follow the Arlong to the bitter end, showing no intention of leaving himself an escape route. How audacious to slaughter a chief judge under the world government's banner. These three individuals held political stature and power within the world government comparable to that of a vice admiral, if not less than an admiral. After all, Justice Island, Marine Headquarters, and Impel Down are three of the most significant institutions under the world government. However, these judges were civil servants with little combat prowess, reliant on the CP organization and the Navy for protection. Capone Becky had to concede that he was indeed not as ruthless or as resolute as Lafitte, who had completely bound himself to the Arlong's grand vessel, leaving no room for retreat. I surmise it must be a mythical Zoan Trafalgar Law approached, bearing the cursed blade, Inma, and chose to disregard the shattered lion's den, knowing those CP agents devoid of devil fruit abilities would serve as sacrifices for Justice Island. Crackling, a flash of lightning surged. Hey, once it's done, head back to the Arc Maxim. Soon, I shall obliterate this island. Inaru descended from the sky, his demeanor radiating arrogance as he gazed at the others, excitement gleaming in the depths of his eyes. The colossal black thunderball in the sky was nearing completion. Once it fell, it would annihilate the island in an instant, a strike so formidable that even he could not prevent it. What a terrifying ability. Capone Becky observed the immense thunderball, his pupils constricting in disbelief and shock, feeling the lethal threat of the impending storm. The strength of a single individual can reach such extraordinary heights that it rivals the legendary ancient weapons of yore. A true monstrosity. Trafalgar Law gazed with trepidation at Enel, this so-called deity, who, in certain respects, indeed warranted the title of God of Thunder. How awe-inspiring! How formidable! Bonnie observed the tumultuous spectacle in the sky. As clouds roiled and thunder crackled, her eyes brimming with envy and longing. The abilities granted by her age fruit could never unleash such catastrophic attacks. Papa Bear, I feel that NLS bounty might surpass yours. When will you showcase your prowess? I do not wish for your bounty to be inferior to that arrogant fellow's. Bonnie suddenly addressed Bartholomew Kuma, whom she regarded as the mightiest warrior, no less formidable than the captain of the Don Quixote pirates. She was resolute in her desire to see Enel's haughty demeanor eclipsed by her father's legacy. Very well, I promise you, my bounty shall never be less than Enel's. Kuma remained silent for a few moments before conceding to fulfill Bonnie's modest wish. His bounty would forever remain higher than Enel's. Wonderful. I have faith in you, Papa Bear, Bonnie exclaimed joyfully, driven by her disdain for Enel and his potential to surpass her father's notoriety. Upon overhearing the exchange between Bonnie and Kuma, Enel merely scoffed. Yet he internally resolved to make surpassing Kuma one of his minor objectives. He would relish the opportunity to vex Bonnie, that little imp. Meanwhile, Kuma began to contemplate what audacious act he could undertake to ensure his bounty remained consistently above NLS. Perhaps something more outrageous than the destruction of this island. Should he, like the Don Quixote, eliminate a celestial dragon, set fire to a world government flag, launch an assault on Mariewa? He glanced at the 2 world government flags in Bonnie's possession. Indeed, he could ignite one of those flags, thus declaring war on the celestial dragons and the world government. Such an act would undoubtedly provoke a significant increase in his bounty. In short order, Kuma vanished from the scene, swiftly seizing all the world government flags from the island's main gate, preparing to indulge in a fiery spectacle. Meanwhile, after neutralizing the guards and agents of the island's tribunal, the werewolf Gabra was shackled and imprisoned in Becky's special dungeon, reuniting with Rob Lucci and Bruno. Enel and Law soon disregarded the colossal bridge that connected the 2 islands, soaring over the waterfall abyss and landing atop the judicial tower of the rear island. As the tempest of lightning continued to brew, the eastern wild dragon, upon witnessing Law's arrival, commanded him to sever Spandam's heart. Spandam, upon feeling his heart extracted, was engulfed in an abyss of terror. Was he destined to perish? Despite surviving the loss of his heart, fear consumed him. Would he be eternally subjugated by this vile man? Leave your snail number and be gone. Remember to prepare your ancient breed devil fruit. If we reach out to you and you're unprepared, your life will be forfeit. Under the terrified gaze of Spandam, the formidable dragon spoke calmly, denying him any chance to employ deceit. Just as Spandam had left his snail phone number, he was abruptly sent sprawling into the harbor at the front gate by Bartholomew Kuma, granting him a fleeting opportunity for escape. What a pathetic individual. Bonnie regarded the vanishing CP9 commander with disdain, believing such a person deserved to be eliminated outright. Suddenly, the snail phone began to ring. Mr. Kuma, you must promptly inform Captain Dragon that the Navy fleet is approaching at high speed, seemingly led by Admiral Sengoku himself, and their vessels are astonishingly swift. The anxious voice of Violet echoed through the snail, her urgency fueled by the fear that delayed news could result in the Dragon crew being cornered. I understand. Please remain vigilant for additional Navy reinforcements in other areas, Kuma replied softly, relaying the information to Dragon. Shall we surprise Sengoku? Dragon mused, his expression revealing a mocking smile as he gazed at the unyielding door of justice. Chapter 67. Thunderstorm and lightning, generally speaking. This immense gate of justice requires merely a narrow opening to dispatch criminals, to impel down or the Navy headquarters, seldom being fully opened. Should the switch on this side remain unactivated, the fleet from the Navy headquarters, upon reaching the opposite end of the gate of justice, would find entry to Judicial Island impossible. They would have to navigate around the iron barriers encircling the island to access the front island's main entrance. Return to the ship. Eneru, prepare yourself. Aolong chuckled coldly, having no intention of obstructing the Navy fleet from passing through the gate of justice. His thunderstorm was designed to obliterate the judicial tower of the rear island and the incoming Navy fleet, while Eneru's lightning arrival aimed to devastate the courthouse on the main island, including the main gate and port of the front island. Understood. Eneru grinned, transforming into lightning and vanishing, continuing his mission of annihilating the island with lightning arrival and guiding it to descend from the heavens. Bonnie, let us depart. Bartholomew Kuma whisked Bonnie and Capone beach away, while Luffy teleported away himself. Meanwhile, Lafitte had somehow procured a photography snail, capturing the pivotal moment of his takedown of the Chief Justice. Some of the Judicial Island guards, awakened by the overwhelming presence of Conqueror's Haki, witnessed the Chief Justice's demise and the downfall of CP agents, prompting a frenzied rush towards the front island's escape. However, they were mercilessly struck down by Eneru's playful lightning, with only a scant few managing to reach the port of the front island. Within the second pillar of the bridge of hesitation, Aolong discovered the switch to open the gate of justice, welcoming the fleet from the Navy headquarters with open arms. Gazing up at the ominously flickering, dark purple clouds filled with lightning, a glimmer of madness sparkled in his eyes. Even if the Navy admiral arrived, he would not hold back. The thick thunderclouds, summoned by the Archmaxim, were predominantly charged by Inaru's lightning arrival, with a smaller portion augmented by Aolong, alongside flame clouds and toxic mists, coalescing into a unique purplish-red lightning strike as he unleashed his thunderstorm. On the exclusive high-speed sea current leading to Judicial Island, over 20 warships surged forward rapidly. Buddha Sengoku, that thundercloud poses a threat. As they neared Judicial Island, Admiral Tsuru detected the bizarre two-toned thundercloud, half purplish-red and half pitch-black, both pulsating with terrifying lightning. Y senza significandanje. A faint golden glow radiated from Sengoku as a golden mark began to materialize on his forehead, continuously sending him warning signals. Report, Admiral Sengoku. The gate of justice at Judicial Island is now fully open. From the heights of the towering mast, a lookout shouted through binoculars to the admiral on the deck. Given their current speed, they would soon breach the gate of justice. Slow down. All units, divide into 4 formations, constituting 4 demon-slaying fleet squadrons. The front formation will lead the charge through the gate of justice. Upon encountering the enemy, fire at will. The left and right formations, along with the main formation, prepare to unleash cannon fire. Buddha Sengoku swiftly organized the fleet formations, pressing onward towards the gate of justice, regardless of the perils that lay within. They were determined to charge forward. After all, Judicial Island belongs to the world government, not a playground for the wild East Wild Dragon. With their vast military forces mobilized and numerous warships in formation, what reason is there to fear? Let us first dispatch an aerial scout with flight capabilities to assess the situation. Strategist Crane spoke cautiously, her gaze fixed on the ominous thunderclouds, sensing an unsettling danger that seemed more perilous than the lightning techniques of Kaido of the Beasts and Charlotte Linlin. Very well, let's send out an aerial reconnaissance team. Sengoku contemplated Crane's suggestion and decided to act upon it. To his surprise, he would personally lead the team to support Judicial Island, all while grappling with the potential ambush posed by the experimental being, the Wild Dragon, which was indeed a blow to morale. Nevertheless, he held little faith that the Wild Dragon and his cohorts could pose any real threat to them. This maritime expanse belonged to the Navy. Soon, 2 winged naval scouts took off swiftly from one of the warships, heading towards the gates of justice. However, as they approached, they were struck by several bolts of purple lightning from the sky, smoking as they plummeted straight into the sea. This is bad. Rescue them. Prepare to fire. Advance at full speed towards Judicial Island. Sengoku commanded loudly, realizing that Judicial Island had indeed been breached by the East Wild Dragon, who had the audacity to remain there instead of fleeing. This was an outright affront to the Navy. Sengoku opted for a more aggressive approach, readying himself for battle. He was determined to witness the true strength of this formidable experimental being transformed into a dragon. On Judicial Tower, the East Wild Dragon observed as 5 or 6 warships surged through the gates of justice, quickly deducing that this was the Navy's vanguard fleet. Thunder and lightning flickered in the sky, yet the Wild Dragon refrained from attacking these vessels, biding his time for the subsequent naval fleet. Report. Report. No enemies detected. All personnel land. Retrieve the Chief Justice. With no adversaries in sight, the Admiral of the Vanguard Fleet reported and then hastily stormed towards the Judicial Tower in search of the Wild Dragon's crew. Beneath the oppressive thunderclouds, they conducted a swift search of the Judicial Tower but found no foes, the situation growing increasingly bizarre. They could only proceed to lower the drawbridge and charge towards the island's courthouse. As this batch of Navy personnel entered the courthouse, Enel in the sky revealed a maniacal grin. Report. This is bad. Marshal, the Chief Justice. All of the Chief Justice's attendants are dead. The Admiral of the Vanguard Fleet reported furiously to the flagship via a snail phone. Unable to believe the audacity of the Wild Dragon's crew in slaughtering the important officials of Judicial Island. Despicable. Sengoku roared in fury aboard the flagship. following the assassination of another key figure after the celestial dragon Charlemagne. All personnel land on Judicial Island. The remaining 3 fleets, under Sengoku's orders, swiftly entered the gates of justice, preparing to disembark at the Judicial Tower on the back island. Meanwhile, strategist Crane kept a vigilant eye on the purplish-red thunderclouds above, her observation Haki scanning frantically. Since entering the gates of justice, her unease had only intensified. Sengoku, he is there, at the pinnacle of Judicial Island. Advisory suddenly perceived a faint silhouette amidst the flickering violet lightning, sending shivers down his spine as he beheld the mocking smile of Dongya Huanglong. In an instant, Dongya Huanglong materialized from invisibility, transforming into a colossal dragon that surged into the crimson storm clouds. Instantly, the violet-hued thunderclouds appeared to boil, teeming with electric fury, erupting into a cacophony of thunder and lightning. Wayno, behold the grand gift I have prepared for you. The long-anticipated lightning storm, brewing for over an hour, finally unleashed itself, accompanied by blades of wind and toxic gas, as thousands of lightning bolts cascaded down upon the naval forces at the Gate of Justice. In that moment, the island was engulfed in a blinding radiance. High above the court on the island, Enel spread his arms wide, his maniacal laughter echoing as a massive black thunderball, resembling a small island, descended slowly. Thunder's Embrace. Chapter 68. The destruction of Judicial Island. This sudden and terrifying natural disaster plunged the entire Navy into absolute dread. Even Admiral Tsuru and Sengoku the Buddha widened their eyes in disbelief as they beheld the apocalyptic storm. The great Buddha's swastika shockwave. Sengoku's eyes were bloodshot, and with a surge of conqueror's haki, he transformed into a colossal golden Buddha nearly 100 meters tall. A massive swastika energy wave spun rapidly, resembling a high-speed windmill, deflecting countless bolts of purple lightning. However, Sengoku's hasty counter was no match for the formidable attack that had been brewing for over an hour by the Eastern Wild Dragon. Outside the range of Sengoku's swastika shockwave, the Navy and their ships were mercilessly struck by endless lightning, shredded by wind blades, and submerged in toxic gas, resulting in near-total annihilation. The Judicial Tower of the rear island was utterly obliterated, vanishing from existence. The court of the main island also disappeared under Enel's devastating thunderstorm, creating a massive maelstrom, with even the front island being largely erased. Continuous lightning crackled through the sea, sending numerous fish and sea creatures soaring into the air. The naval forces stationed on the island were engulfed in blinding flashes of lightning and cries of despair, disappearing along with the main court. Eastern Wild Dragon. Sengoku the Buddha spat blood, his furious gaze fixed upon the colossal dragon in the sky, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent, as if he wished to devour the Eastern Wild Dragon whole. The purplish-red thunderclouds, having unleashed their storm, began to deplete, first reverting to dark clouds, then gray, and finally dissipating into the vast sky. On the other side, the thick black clouds slowly faded after releasing their thunder, and the sky began to clear. Rays of sunlight pierced through, illuminating the ruin of Judicial Island, a scene reminiscent of hell on Earth. He is still alive. Admiral Sengoku. Eastern Wild Dragon observed Sengoku enduring amidst the storm, realizing that this attack would not claim the life of the Navy Admiral, who possessed the abilities of a mythical beast. It seemed that the power of this attack required enhancement and further refinement. You shall face a dire fate, Tsuru exclaimed angrily, surveying the devastation around them. Confronting the Eastern Wild Dragon, this demon had irrevocably positioned himself against the world, leaving no room for reconciliation. Is that so? The Wild Dragon replied expressionlessly, his gaze still locked on his Sengoku, intrigued by the blood of this mythical beast user. He contemplated whether to engage first and see some of that blood. Meanwhile, the individuals aboard the Ark Prophesy were utterly stunned, unable to fathom the sheer scale of destruction. It had truly erased an entire island. In the distant horizon, a golden battleship and a naval fleet witnessed this terrifying obliteration, falling into a silent shock. Admiral Kazuru, it appears Sengoku's fleet has arrived at Judicial Island. Please proceed to provide assistance immediately. A trembling naval officer reported to Kizu, already fearing that the fleet's admiral might have perished in this cataclysmic strike. The yellow ape squinted as he gazed into the distance. Such an attack should not be sufficient to eliminate Sengoku, yet the other Navy personnel would undoubtedly suffer greatly. Fossa Saint, I shall take my leave first, he decided after a moment's contemplation, intending to ascertain the situation and ensure that Sengoku would not be in peril. Remember to hold back Donya Arlong. Do not let him escape as Akiji did. Fossa Saint cautioned, his expression somewhat grave. The previous strike had indeed startled him, and he was incapable of unleashing such a terrifying calamity himself. I shall do my utmost, Yellow Ape replied with a somewhat rueful expression before vanishing in a flash of light. On board the Ark Maxim, Violet, who had just regained her sight amidst the dazzling lightning, soon spotted the approaching golden battleship and Navy fleet. Upon seeing Admiral Yellow Ape aboard, she promptly reported to Bartholomew Kuma. The sight of Yellow Ape disappearing in a flash prompted Violet to exclaim in surprise. Kuma immediately commanded the Ark Maxim to set sail and evacuate from Eni's lobby. He teleported off the ship, hastening to inform Inner and Arlong. Under Kuma's warning, Inner, who had been admiring his grand creation, reluctantly returned to the Ark Maxim. However, he still harbored a desire to test his mettle against the legendary Navy admiral. Yet, upon hearing that Yellow Ape was stronger than both Arlong and Kuma, he resolved to bide his time until he grew stronger. Having received Kuma's notification, Arlong, who had intended to collect some of Sengoku's blood, had to abandon the idea. After all, Sengoku possessed formidable combat prowess. Should Yellow Ape and Sengoku successfully join forces, Arlong would find himself in grave trouble, especially with Akiji's support looming in the background. Thus, Arlong could not afford to be delayed by them. With today's objectives achieved, he believed there would be ample opportunities in the future to confront these adversaries. Inform the five elders to be wary of Mariehua. Perhaps next time, I shall pay them a visit. Arlong, hovering in the air, laughed heartily at Sengoku, then swiftly took flight, evading their murderous gazes. Upon Arlong's return to the Ark Maxim, Kuma equipped the vessel with a travel bear paw, hastily retreating from the area, fearful of being pursued by the Navy admiral, which would endanger Bonnie and the others. Is it truly necessary to flee at such speed? I believe we can handle them. Inner, still reveling in the immense destructive power of his lightning, felt a surge of confidence, believing that together with Arlong and Kuma, they could confront any foe. We are the strongest alliance. There will be opportunities ahead. I hold great expectations for you. I hope you can grow strong enough to face Yellow Ape alone. Arlong chuckled, acknowledging that their recent encounter with Sengoku had merely been a result of a carefully crafted strategy to injure him. Should it come to a one-on-one duel, Arlong, who had only practiced hockey for half a year, would likely not stand a chance against the mythical Zoan Buddha. However, given another year, he was confident he could defeat the aging Navy admiral. Give me some time. I will certainly be able to confront a Navy admiral. Enel spoke arrogantly, while Lou and Becky closed their eyes and rolled them in disbelief, unable to fathom that this individual could evolve to such an extent. Are you underestimating me, the mighty god? Enel immediately sensed their disdain and, filled with indignation, crackling lightning surged around him. Calm your emotions. A true master should not be easily provoked. In the future, let your achievements speak for themselves, Akiji remarked coolly, recognizing that Enel's temperament was somewhat irritable and in need of refinement. After a moment of silence, Enel cast a deadpan gaze upon these individuals, who were weaker than himself. Captain, I desire to journey to Sabaody Archipelago and declare war upon the celestial dragons. Kuma held several flags of the world government in his hands, while Bonnie brandished two enormous banners, her eyes brimming with longing and excitement. Burning flags in the vibrant Sabaody Archipelago to declare war would undoubtedly be far more exhilarating. Who knows, we might even encounter the celestial dragons, presenting an opportunity for skyrocketing fame. Your travel, Kuma, is not directed towards the Sabaody Archipelago, is it? Chapter 69. Arrival at the Sabaody Archipelago as the yellow monkey reached the skies above Judicial Island, witnessing the mere remnants of the island's ruins. Even this esteemed admiral of the Navy was struck with astonishment. Was this the result of the assault unleashed by the Eastern Wilderness Dragon? It had completely obliterated an island. Had the experimental subject, number 88, grown to such a formidable extent? Swiftly transforming into light, he hurried towards the naval fleet stationed at the rear island. However, the scene before him was even more harrowing than that of the front and main islands. While the front and main islands had been obliterated in their entirety, rendering them devoid of anything to behold, the rear island was littered with a plethora of wrecked warships and the bodies of Marines. He spotted several vessels safeguarded by the Buddha, the warlord of the sea, and swallowed hard, his expression darkening as he descended. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Admiral Tsuru, emerging from his light form, the yellow monkey materialized on the deck of the flagship, gazing at the slightly injured Buddha, Sengoku, momentarily at a loss for words. This rescue mission had been devastatingly brutal. Not only had they failed to assist Judicial Island, but they had also suffered grievous losses among their naval forces. The burden of this responsibility weighed heavily on the shoulders of Sengoku, Kizuru, and Akiji, a triad of leaders grappling with an unfathomable calamity. The magnitude of these losses was unparalleled in the annals of naval history. From the moment the Eastern Wilderness Dragon escaped Punk Hazard, Kizuru had recognized the peril posed by this experimental subject. Yet, he had not anticipated that the Eastern Wilderness Dragon would prove to be even more troublesome than Kaido of the Beasts. The devastation and ramifications wrought had far surpassed the formidable combination of the Yonko's artificial Azure Dragon form and the Machi fruit abilities, which were already difficult to contend with. Now, the Dragon Brigade had acquired aerial vessels and users of the Thunder Fruit, evolving into a nascent Yonko-level force, which in certain respects was even more formidable than the Yonko themselves. He sensed that if the Eastern Wilderness Dragon were afforded further time to develop, then not only would the likes of Don Quixote da Flamingo be easily vanquished, but any naval branch, save for the Navy headquarters, would be incapable of withstanding the onslaught of the Eastern Wilderness Dragon. To save lives, Buddha Sengoku gazed upon the ravaged battlefield, suppressing his fury and murderous intent towards the Eastern Wilderness Dragon, gritting his teeth as he murmured. Shortly thereafter, the golden warship of Saint Mamiya Fours arrived at the waters near Judicial Island. As he beheld the vanished Judicial Island, a heavy expression surfaced amidst his previously arrogant demeanor. This contemptible experimental subject had exceeded my wildest imagination. Clenching his fists, Fours remarked with displeasure, lamenting the emergence of yet another ant whose power had surpassed their control. When Akiji led numerous naval officers aboard the sea train to Judicial Island, Tina, Shuen, and T-Bone, these colonels were utterly stunned. Had the Eastern Wilderness Dragon unleashed such an island-destroying assault upon Water 7, they would all surely meet their doom. After the initial shock, they all plunged into rescue efforts. Unbeknownst to them, a nascent fear of the Dragon Brigade began to take root within their hearts. A malevolent force capable of unleashing island-level destruction anywhere in the world. As those admirals and vice-admirals made their way to Judicial Island, the Dragon Brigade had already made their appearance at the Sabaody Archipelago. This bustling island, in close proximity to the Navy headquarters in Mary Geos, is a scene of unprecedented turmoil. Commander, it appears that the defensive capabilities of the Navy headquarters have significantly weakened. Perhaps we should eliminate the Chief Justice of Judicial Island, Lafitte, who has grown increasingly deranged. He now audaciously contemplates an attack on Marineford. This individual certainly lives up to his reputation as the most formidable diplomatic pirate, boldly seeking to claim the title of Warlord of the Sea for Blackbeard Teach. Currently, with the absence of notable figures such as Sengoku the Buddha, Kizuru, and Akiji from the Navy headquarters, and Akainu stationed in the New World while Garp seems to be on vacation in the East Blue, the defensive strength of the Navy headquarters indeed appears considerably diminished. Nonetheless, it is possible that elite forces like Momonosuke, Horn, and the formidable Black Horse Tianzhong remain stationed there. Individuals like Sengoku the Buddha and Kizaru can return to the Navy headquarters with remarkable speed. Therefore, launching an assault on the Navy headquarters presents a considerable challenge and peril. However, a mere provocative display of fire dragon breath at the headquarters might still be feasible. Enel, 2. Feels an urge to witness the legendary Navy headquarters, the strongest military institution in the world. Meanwhile, Capone Beach, overhearing the reckless discussions of these madmen, breaks into a cold sweat. These individuals are truly relentless, unwilling to cease their provocations against the world government and the Navy headquarters. If the Sky Island is discovered, even if they hide 10,000 meters in the air, the world government and the Navy will undoubtedly pursue them relentlessly, sparing no mercy for the Dragon crew. Even Beach, the Mafia godfather, considers their actions excessively reckless and brazen. In comparison, he feels like a benevolent figure in the West Blue, a champion of peace in the world. Sabaody Archipelago, Tree Island number 1, Human Auction House. Boom! A tremendous explosion shattered the tranquility of the Sabaody Archipelago in an instant. A golden flying ship appeared above the Human Auction House, unleashing a relentless barrage of lightning. Run for your lives. Who is it? Who dares to attack Doflamingo's territory? Protect the Celestial Dragon. Quickly, call for Marine Admiral. In an instant, the entire Tree Island number 1 descended into chaos, with countless wealthy individuals and nobles fleeing in a frenzy. A few moments prior, Evil laugh. Kuma, did you see that? Did you see it? Look at that enormous golden lion-headed battleship. That is the exclusive vessel of the Celestial Dragons. We are fortunate to encounter the Celestial Dragons again. This presents a perfect opportunity for you to avenge Jinny and declare war on the Celestial Dragons. Donya Arlong, upon sighting the familiar massive golden battleship at the port of Sabaody Archipelago, erupted with excitement. He transformed into a colossal dragon, soaring above the Sabaody Archipelago in search of the Celestial Dragons. He captured several residents and pirates who had knelt before the Celestial Dragons, learning of the direction in which they had departed. Ultimately, they cornered a fortunate Celestial Dragon within the Human Auction House. It seems we are truly about to slay a Celestial Dragon, Carp and Becky observed as Enelu relentlessly bombarded the Human Auction House below, dispatching several guards with lethal precision. His fingers clutching the cigar, trembling slightly. The chaos of the day had left him at a loss for words. It was utterly insane. In the next moment, a colossal transparent bear paw crashed through an entire wall of the auction house, revealing the pandemonium within. Among the throng, numerous agents clad in black suits and knights adorned in full armor gathered around a celestial dragon adorned with a transparent air shield. How audacious! You insignificant ants dare to show disrespect to the descendants of the gods. The celestial dragon bellowed furiously at the likes of Huanglong and Daxiong, nearly losing his composure at the sight of the recently collapsed wall. He was a member of the illustrious Jagarsha family, a descendant of the venerable Gorosei Satan. How could he possibly be intimidated by these mortals? These detestable insects must face their demise. Chapter 70. The Tyrant's Declaration of War at the Naval Branch stationed on Tree Island 60 to 69, as well as the world government's institutions. Chaos erupted upon receiving the news of the Eastern Wild Dragon's assault on the Sabaody Archipelago. Oh no! Saint Sabin has yet to depart from the Sabaody Archipelago. A world government official exclaimed in panic. In truth, after the Eastern Wild Dragon attacked Judicial Island, Mary Geos had already issued a warning, urging the Celestial Dragons to return swiftly to the Holy Land. However, Jagarsha Sabin was currently engrossed in the human auction, where rare races were being sold as slaves and experimental subjects for the Holy Land. Thus, he could not return in time. Little did they anticipate that the Wild Dragon would indeed come to the Sabaody Archipelago. Admirals Kizaru and Akiji had already been dispatched to Judicial Island to apprehend the Eastern Wild Dragon, and by the time they arrived, it would be too late. Hurry! Follow me to rescue His Highness Sabin. The Naval Branch and world government officials mobilized their entire force to rescue the Celestial Dragon. In a bar on Tree Islands 40 to 49, the black-haired Shaki and the white-haired Rayleigh gazed up at the crimson giant dragon soaring through the sky, a beast akin to Kaido of the beasts. Did this creature intend to slay another celestial dragon? Shaki and Rayleigh could not help but admire the audacity of the Eastern Wild Dragon, who had recently eliminated a celestial dragon and now audaciously hunted them in the Sabaody Archipelago, an unparalleled act upon the sea. With both Akiji and Kizaru seemingly absent in Water 7, and a Kainu station in the New World. There were no admirals available to assist the celestial dragons unless Sengoku personally intervened in Sabaody. Shaki exhaled a puff of smoke, feeling as though the Navy had fallen into the wild dragon's trap, luring them away from Sabaody, allowing the wild dragon to wreak havoc without restraint. Since news from Judicial Island had not yet spread, Shaki remained unaware of the dire situation there. Otherwise, she and Rayleigh would undoubtedly be even more astonished. It seemed that tranquility had evaded the Sabaody Archipelago as well. It would be prudent to close up shop early. The Dark King Rayleigh exchanged a few words with Shaki, then chuckled lightly and made his way to Tree Island 1 to observe the unfolding spectacle. Boom! Another colossal shockwave from a massive bear paw sent a throng of CP agents and celestial dragon guards flying. Wherever the tyrant bear tread, chaos ensued as he advanced towards the celestial dragon. With the voice of the eastern wild dragon echoing, the bear gradually suppressed his fear of the celestial dragon. Get lost. We, the Jagarsha family, are among the elite celestial dragons. My ancestor is one of the 5 elders who govern the world government. Jagarsha Sabin glared furiously at the approaching giant, envisioning transforming this daunting figure into his own slave, subjecting him to daily torment. Huh, who is Satan to you? Upon hearing that this celestial dragon belonged to the Jagarsha family, the eastern wild dragon swiftly descended from the sky, instantly reverting to his human form. Seizing the celestial dragon and demanding loudly, "Who are you? How dare you utter the name of my ancestor so brazenly? You seek death." With a thunderous crash, Huang Long shattered the air shield of the celestial dragon, distorting his visage. "Big Bear, my apologies, but I intend to slay this wretch myself." Huang Long's malevolent laughter echoed, his right eye unleashing a laser that severed one of Sabi Saint's arms. Excellent. Initially, Big Bear had been rallying himself to personally vanquish a celestial dragon, but upon hearing Huang Long's intent, he found himself exhaling in relief. A twinge of disappointment washed over him. He could not escape the haunting shadows of his past as a slave in Mariehua before the age of 9. There, he lost both his mother and father, the latter gunned down before his very eyes by a celestial dragon. He still recalled the warmth of his father's blood splattering across his face. "Father Bear, stop dawdling. Look over there, reporters. So many reporters. Truly, this is the most bustling of Chambord." Bonnie rushed to Big Bear's side, placing the flag of the world government into his hands. "Come on, Father Bear, let us burn the flag." Grasping Big Bear's hand, Bonnie dashed toward the journalists hiding in various corners, snapping photographs. "All right," Big Bear responded succinctly. If he could not yet muster the courage to slay a celestial dragon directly, he would commence with a declaration of war. Listen closely, world. Judicial Island has been obliterated by our Huang Long Brigade. This is the flag of the world government from Judicial Island. Today I, the daughter of the tyrant Bartholomew Bonnie, formally declare war on the world government and the celestial dragons. With fervor, Bonnie ignited the world government flag, renouncing the surname jewel bestowed upon her by Big Bear. This name was a ruse, a facade born from her affliction with jadeite scale disease, a condition that caused her facial disfigurement, which Big Bear had falsely attributed to jewelry. Now, Bonnie would officially adopt Big Bear's surname, publicly affirming their father-daughter bond. A delightful surprise for him. Big Bear was genuinely moved by Bonnie's declaration. The daughter of Ginny was now bearing his name, and tears welled in his eyes. "Father Bear, don't just stand there. Join me," Bonnie exclaimed, having noticed the glimmer of tears in his eyes. She was endlessly grateful for all that Big Bear had done to heal her. Even if he were not her biological father, he would forever be the only father she acknowledged. "I, Bartholomew Big Bear, hereby declare war on the celestial dragons. Satan, I shall kill you." After igniting the world government flag, Big Bear unleashed a bear paw shockwave, obliterating the human auction house on Tree Island number 1, venting his pent-up fury. He had learned from Huang Long that it was Satan who had conducted experiments on Ginny, leading to her affliction and its inheritance by Bonnie. The tragedies of his life were inextricably linked to the celestial dragon, Saint Jacarcius Satan of the Gorasii. The exposure of his and his father's Bacchania lineage, which led to their capture in Mariehua, was also orchestrated by this same Gorasii. As this father-daughter duo made their momentous declaration, reporters snapped frantically, realizing they were witnessing yet another pair of lunatics akin to East Wild Huang Long Judicial Island has been obliterated. Rayleigh's pupils constricted, for this news was even more astonishing than the declaration of war against the celestial dragons by those two individuals. Could it be that Donya Arlong caused chaos in Water 7 before proceeding to annihilate Judicial Island, only to arrive at Sabaody? Such madness is unparalleled. Is it possible that their next destination could be the Navy headquarters at Marineford or the Holy Land of Mariewa? It seems likely. The latest reports indicate that the waters surrounding Judicial Island have been struck by a bizarre earthquake and a colossal tsunami. Suddenly, Shaki reappeared beside Rayleigh, having closed her bar to witness the unfolding spectacle. Tomorrow's headlines will surely send shockwaves throughout the world. Rayleigh shook his head, a wry smile on his lips, remarking that this Arlong crew is far more ferocious than the Yonko pirate crews and the Revolutionary Army, turning the Grand Line upside down in a single day. Look, that experimental subject is truly about to eliminate the celestial dragons. Shaki suddenly produced a camera snail, aiming it at Donya Arlong. As such a moment of witnessing the demise of the celestial dragons is a rarity for her. Chapter 71. The Slaying of the Celestial Dragon Before the Multitude of Pirates. Underworld forces, reporters, citizens, and the Navy in the Sabaody Archipelago, the once mighty celestial dragon was seized by Donya Huanglong, beaten mercilessly as if it were a mere dog. Huanglong had discovered two extraordinary transponder snails, imbued with opulence, on St. Jigalsia Sabi. He erupted into a frantic, manic laughter as he dialed the two snails. One connected to the Holy Land, Mariewa, while the other rang through to Admiral Buddha Sengoku. Save me, Father, save me. Quickly. Summon our ancestors to rescue me. Hurry, you useless navy. As both lines connected, Sabi, in a frenzy of desperation, screamed, his eyes filled with terror at the sight of Huanglong, blood gushing from his severed arm. My son Sabi, what has happened? Where are you? Came the frantic voice of his father. Hello, is this Sabi? This is Sengoku, what is going on? Both transponder snails relayed the anxious inquiries, igniting a flicker of hope within Sabi. Before he could utter a word, Huanglong struck him with a resounding slap, knocking out a mouthful of teeth, leaving his face swollen and battered. So you're the father of this Sabi? Very well. Relay a message to Satan. This is merely interest, Huanglong concluded, crushing the transponder snail, silencing the celestial dragon's protests. Hurry, Sengoku. Come with Kizaru and Akiji from Ini's lobby to Sabaody. Today, I shall take you on a cruise along the Grand Line. Ha ha ha. Huanglong laughed heartily, disregarding Sengoku's furious curses as he obliterated the second transponder snail. Donya Huanglong hoisted the celestial dragon aloft and ascended the massive red tree of the first tree island. Let the oppressed people rise against the celestial dragons. They use divine authority and hollow titles to compel your submission, but I demand you to stand tall. The lofty celestial dragons shall ultimately be cast into the annals of history, with one hand raised high with Sabi and the other grasping a purple lightning bolt. Huanglong roared towards the world, an endless surge of black-red lightning crackling around him. Before the astonished gaze of all, Huanglong unleashed the lightning upon the celestial dragon Sabi. The blood of this so-called descendant of gods splattered down upon the great red tree. This scene left even the pirate king Rayleigh astounded. He clenched his fists in a tremor, as if witnessing a man more captivating than Roger himself. The lady cigarette that had perched silently on Shaki's lips fell to the ground as she grasped Rayleigh's hand tightly, both of them fixated on that formidable figure. In that moment, all of Sabaody fell into a profound silence, interrupted only by the incessant clicking of cameras. The celestial dragons are not gods. They are mere mortals who can be slain. Bonnie, too, cried out passionately, tears of exhilaration welling in her eyes as she gazed up at Huanglong, imprinting his figure into her memory. Is this the will and conviction of a captain? Both Bartholomew Kuma and Roronoa Zoro were utterly captivated by the astonishing declaration made by the fearsome dragon. Enel Lafitte and Beiji also found themselves enraptured by the formidable charisma of the fearsome dragon, their emotions surging with exhilaration. The spark of battle had ignited, destined to spread like wildfire. The fearsome dragon cast aside the corpse of Sabi, saint from the heights above, commanding his subordinates to return to the Argo and prepare for departure. Upon regaining his composure, Kuma swiftly dispatched the escaping slaves from the human auction house, determined to save as many as he could, shouldering the benevolence of the fearsome dragon's crew. As a fiery breath obliterated the golden lion battleship of the celestial dragons, the fearsome dragon's crew departed from the Sabaody Archipelago amidst billowing smoke. In their wake, the entire Sabaody Archipelago erupted with fervor. Another celestial dragon had fallen, and two audacious individuals brazenly burned the flag of the world government, declaring war against the celestial dragons. Most terrifying were the final words of the fearsome dragon, which resonated deeply with countless oppressed civilians and slaves. Numerous journalists hastily transmitted the news back, striving to publish papers before the world government could suppress the information. A storm was brewing in Sabaody. Rayleigh remained in shock, unable to regain his composure. The conqueror's haki of the fearsome dragon was even more extraordinary than that of Roger, as rare as the ability to hear the voices of all things. It seemed that business would soon become increasingly difficult for this madman. Shaki lit a cigarette, remarking on the situation. Sensing that the assault by East Sea's fearsome dragon was far from over, did they truly dare to approach the Navy headquarters? Meanwhile, under the watchful gaze of Violet and her staring fruit abilities, they learned of the general circumstances surrounding Judicial Island, as well as the approximate locations of the Admiral and Fleet Admiral. The fearsome dragon indeed heeded the counsel of Lafitte and Enel, planning to pass by the Navy headquarters. Even if they could not conquer it, they aimed to instill fear, making it clear that the Navy headquarters was also a target of the fearsome dragon's crew. It would be wise for the Navy to keep 1 or 2 admirals at home, rather than allowing them to roam freely. In less than 20 minutes, the swiftly flying Argo reached the skies above Marineford. However, the Navy headquarters soon dispatched capable individuals who spotted the golden flying ship, and amidst the urgent alarms of the Navy headquarters, countless cannonballs were launched into the sky. The Marines, upon receiving the intelligence of the attack, disregarded the situation in Sabaody and sent Kizaru racing back to their stronghold in a blaze of fury. Nevertheless, the fearsome dragon and his crew merely unleashed a single attack, destroying the Navy's flag atop the Marine Tower and damaging some structures before making their swift exit. The fearsome dragon had spotted formidable Navy figures, including the Chief Instructor Zephyr, the Chief of the Navy Criminal Investigation Bureau, Black Horse Tens, and others, while Kizaru charged back recklessly from behind. Lafitte captured the scene of the attack on the Navy headquarters, sending it to the renowned Morgans of the Big News, along with images of his prior defeat of the Chief Justice of Judicial Island. Tomorrow's news was bound to be even more sensational. His bounty might very well surpass that of Capone Beej, the infamous Mafia Don. As for Beji, the frequently astonished captain of the transport fleet, it would be prudent for him to remain behind scenes. After poking the hornet's nest known as Marineford, the art proverbs swiftly departed from this maritime region, soaring towards the Sky Island. However, in less than an hour of rapid flight, they unexpectedly found themselves entering a realm of darkness. Is it not enough that the news is already sensational? It seems that this warlord of the sea is destined to make headlines. With a grin, the Dragon of the Wasteland realized that Moonlight Moria was not part of his original plan, but since fate had brought them together, he might as well deal with him. The Shadow Fruit, the Ghost Fruit, and the Transparent Fruit, all 3 abilities of the Paramecia type, were treasures he intended to bring back for further research. Moonlight Moria, often dubbed the disgrace of the warlords, could likely be subdued by Bartholomew Kumar alone, let alone with the formidable presence of the Dragon and Enel. Perhaps Law, Beji, and Lafitte could join forces to vanquish this bloated onion-headed figure. Chapter 72. The arrival at the terrifying 3-masted ship, the Ark proverb sailed swiftly through the treacherous waters of the Devil's Triangle, as Enel unleashed his electromagnetic wave mine network in search of that fearsome 3-masted island vessel. Likewise, the formidable Dragon and the imposing Kuma continuously expelled their observation haki in quest of it. Dragon even transformed into a colossal dragon, soaring above the arc proverb in pursuit. Man Shirley, can you guess what my bound will be tomorrow? The rejuvenated 9-year-old Bonnie exclaimed triumphantly to the diminutive Man Shirley. Tomorrow, her notorious name, Bartholomew Bonnie, would echo throughout the world. Surely, in accordance with Bonnie's aspirations, she would secure a bounty in the hundreds of millions. Princess Man Shirley, witnessing Bonnie's elation, felt her own spirits lift. Most importantly, she had heard that Dragon had prioritized dealing with Doflamingo. She firmly believed that soon she would join Violet and Rebecca in reclaiming Dressrosa. Actually, my ambitions extend far beyond a mere 100 million bounty. Bonnie wiped her nose and declared with spirited confidence that both Kuma and Enel would become her targets. However, surpassing these two formidable individuals posed a significant challenge. Yet, she now felt assured that she could outpace Lafitte and Capone Beach in terms of bounty, particularly the somewhat timid Mafia Don Beach. At that moment, a group of children, shackled with sea-stone handcuffs, lined up on the deck. They were the tools Bonnie employed to practice her fruit abilities. These captives had not only been transformed into children by Bonnie's SS fruit powers, but their hearts had also been extracted by Law's surgical fruit abilities. Their lives were entirely under the dominion of the Dragon Gang. I truly wish to surrender. I am willing to join you, pleaded Foxy, the Silver Fox, using the voice of a 3-year-old child. Meanwhile, Rob Lucci and Gabra, two children, observed the Dragon Gang members with serious expressions, their faces betraying little emotion, indicative of their solid professional training. As for Don Achino, the chubby child with the heat fruit ability, he continued to chew on a cigar, arms crossed, exuding an aura of resignation yet defiance. Joining our Dragon Gang comes with standards. If you are too weak or too timid, you are unfit for our foremost resistance against the celestial dragons, Bonnie remarked, chuckling at Foxy before delivering a playful whack on Achino's head, causing the cigar to fall to the ground. Achino clutched his head, tears welling in his eyes, resembling a 3-year-old on the verge of tears, pouting in dismay. In our Dragon Gang, a slight deficiency in strength is permissible, yet one must never cower before the celestial dragons or the world government. Otherwise, you shall be deemed unfit. Bonnie continued, adopting an adult tone as she lectured Foxy. Yet, she felt joy that he was willing to join the Dragon Gang, unlike those 3 insufferably arrogant little brats. Achino, Lucci, and Gabra. On the other side, Lafitte sheathed his noble sword and wielded the elongated sword of the devil fruit, the elephant's sword, reclaimed from Enel, beginning the process of taming this formidable weapon. This sword would enhance his ranged attacks slightly. Upon returning to the Sky Island, I too desire to have Dr. Vegapunk forge a long sword from a devil fruit. Capone Beach gazed at the giraffe fruit displayed in the cabinet, remarking that a sword crafted from this fruit would undoubtedly extend even further than the elephant's sword. I hope Dr. Vegapunk has already completed the transformation battle suit. Trafalgar Law mused, as each one of them from the North Sea yearned to possess the Germa 66 transformation battle suit, anticipating a dazzling and stylish metamorphosis. Under the promotional efforts of serialized comics and theatrical performances in the North Sea, both the Navy and pirates, even the common folk, aspired to acquire a transformation battle suit. This is a unique romance of the North Sea men, amidst the relentless searching by the dragon pirates, coupled with the allure of the terrifying 3-masted ship luring pirate crews into the Devil's Triangle. They finally located the imposing and eerie island ship within the shadowy maritime expanse after 3 hours. Crack! Enel launched the first assault, a lightning bolt striking directly at the Gothic fortress of the terrifying 3-masted ship. This sudden onslaught roused the slumbering Gecko Moria, the warlord of the sea, famed for his one-on-one clash with Kaido of the Beasts, stormed out of his quarters in a fit of rage. What is happening? Who is it? Who dares? Moria bellowed, his face contorted with irritation, while his subordinates, the 3 weirdos, looked equally bewildered. However, as they rushed out of the Gothic castle and into the open air, the sight of the golden flying ship in the sky spread an ominous aura. Yaha! I shall see just how formidable this warlord of the sea truly is. Leveraging his speed, Enel was the first to strike again, transforming into lightning and charging towards Moria. What manner of being is this? A user of the thunder fruit? The irritation faded from Moria's face, replaced with seriousness as he swiftly conjured a black doppelganger to confront the lightning flash. In an instant, thunder roared and electric serpents crackled, shattering the ground around them. In a mere exchange, Moria's black shadow clone was engulfed by the lightning. This spectacle sent a wave of dread across the faces of Moria's subordinates. Ho-horo! Ho-horo! How terrifying! I shall command the animal zombies and the frightful zombies. Sensing the ferocity of the enemy, the ghostly Perona swiftly slipped away, her spirit merging with the castle wall. It was wiser to leave this lightning-wielding adversary to Master Moria. Moreover, individuals were descending from the airborne vessel onto the island, providing her an opportunity to confront the minions across the way. I too shall deal with those foes. The transparent Absalom, feeling intimidated by the ferocious lightning man, swallowed hard, realizing that ambushing might not be prudent. It was better to remain invisible and confront others. He swiftly became invisible and made his way to the castle, bringing forth the zombie soldiers numbered 400 to 799 and the zombie generals numbered 800 to 899. His intention was to assemble an army of 500 zombies to execute a strategy of overwhelming force, aiming to annihilate the invading enemies. Meanwhile, Perona commanded 400 zombies, comprising the animal zombies numbered 0 to 199 and the terrifying zombies numbered 200 to 399. Hiss, I'm merely a doctor. The ingenious Surgeon Hagaback, a master in the art of zombie modification, discreetly retreated back into the Gothic castle, as such matters of battle were not his concern. He possessed no fighting prowess himself. The Great Bear descended with Bonnie and Becky onto the terrifying three-masted ship, while Law and Lafitte also made their way down. They soon beheld a throng of menacing zombies surging towards them. Bear Paw Shockwave, the Great Bear, upon witnessing the grotesque zombies, sought to spare the 9-year-old Bonnie from fright. Conjuring a light yet potent super-compressed air cannon with both hands, directing it towards the horde of zombies. Little did he notice the excitement etched upon Bonnie's face. Fear was the last thing on her mind. Boom! The first 300 to 400 animal and terrifying zombies were obliterated, countless dark silhouettes soaring forth, rushing towards the moonlit Moria. Chapter 73. The overwhelmed zombie army. Witnessing this horrific scene, the ethereal Miss Perona was utterly petrified, her eyes bulging with shock and her jaw nearly grazing the ground. The 4 whimsical negative spirits she had summoned instinctively cowered behind her, displaying expressions of palpable fear. Perona never anticipated that the zombie army under her command would be obliterated in a single stroke. How could the minions on the opposing side be so fearsome, surpassing even that lightning-wielding adversary? Absalom, who had commanded 500 zombie soldiers and generals, also widened his eyes in disbelief. With Perona's 400 animal zombies and terrifying undead obliterated in an instant, how long could his own soldiers and generals endure? The foes aboard the terrifying three-masted ship appeared overwhelmingly powerful. Why did you strike so swiftly, Kuma? However, she was relieved to see that a considerable number remained behind. Bonnie initially feared that the Great Bear had annihilated all her zombie toys, but upon spotting more in the rear, her excitement surged anew. She relished the challenge of confronting such peculiar entities. Zombies? A fascinating ability. Trafalgar Law surveyed the various degrees of decay among the zombies, his expression remaining impassive, as he was a surgeon notorious for his proclivity for dismemberment. Repugnant creatures. Capone Beach produced a pristine white handkerchief to mask his nose for this somewhat fastidious underworld dawn. The stench of the rotting zombies was unbearable. A human may kill once, but a zombie can kill anew. Lafitte grinned, his pallid, theatrical visage twisting into a sinister smile, as the sword in his hand began to elongate, readying for a grand slaughter. I believe I have seen them before. Kuma directed his gaze toward the emerging zombie generals, suddenly recognizing a few that bore a resemblance to the infamous pirates he had encountered in God Valley, such as Silver Axe and Captain John. Ah, that warrior wielded a black blade? Trafalgar Law, shouldering the cursed blade, instantly spotted Frost Moon Ryoma, who had unsheathed the black sword Akiushio, poised for battle. Perhaps the quality of that black blade surpassed even his cursed sword. By the heavens, I sense formidable strength among those zombies. Bonnie, having recognized the powerful zombie generals Ryoma, John, and Silver Axe, could hardly contain her eagerness to engage with such formidable undead. The zombies in front appeared to be notorious pirates with bounties on their heads. Lafitte also identified some of the zombie generals, indicating that Gecko Moria had amassed quite a collection of formidable corpses over the years. Upon shattering the zombies, do their shadows not return to their master? Kuma observed the 300 or 400 zombies he had destroyed, noting that their shadows flew toward Gecko Moria, remaining under the influence of the shadow fruit. It seemed the only way to release those shadows was to incapacitate Moria, compelling them to flee back to their original master. With that thought, Kuma began to concentrate his energy for another air cannon, aiming to obliterate these zombies entirely. Great Bear, leave those formidable zombies for us to battle, Bonnie shouted urgently, asserting that the zombie soldiers could be easily dispatched, but the zombie generals would require a more playful approach. All right. Bear unleashed a powerful wave of impact towards the zombie soldiers, numbered 400 to 799. With another tremendous explosion, the transparent figure, Absalom, swiftly commanded his legion of zombies to scatter and engage in free combat, while he, like Perona, chose to conceal himself for the time being. Woohoo! Let's get this started. Bonnie charged at the armored zombie general wielding a massive axe, while Luo had his sights set on the black sword of the zombie warrior, quickly seizing the opportunity to claim it for himself. Then I shall deal with that, Captain John, Lafayette proclaimed, brandishing his elephant sword as he advanced. The cutlass and flintlock in Captain John's possession appeared to be renowned weapons from the New World, which he intended to acquire for his collection. Brother Bear, I wouldn't mind if you blew those zombies to bits, Capone Becky remarked helplessly, dispatching his mafia underlings to commence a barrage of gunfire upon the advancing zombie generals. Fear not, I shall handle the remaining zombies, Bear replied with a slight grin, rushing forth to escort Bonnie and ensure her enjoyment in the battle. At that moment, a crimson dragon descended from the sky, its claws clutching a humanoid skeleton. We will help you reclaim your shadow. In return, you shall serve me for 5 years. The dragon transformed into a human form upon landing on the terrifying 3-masted ship, setting the skeleton aside. Very well. I appreciate your assistance, Brooke. The user of the Yomi Yomi no Mi said as he doffed his top hat and bowed respectfully. He had lingered in the Devil's Triangle for 4 to 5 decades, unable to escape. For years prior, his ghost ship had encountered the fearsome 3-masted vessel that dominated the Devil's Triangle, where his shadow was seized by Gecko Moria. This rendered his escape all the more improbable, for without his shadow, exposure to sunlight would lead to his demise. Throughout these years, he had sought ways to reclaim his shadow, yet he was unable to defeat even the samurai zombies under Moria's command. If this young man, capable of transforming into a dragon, could assist him in retrieving his shadow and lead him out of the Devil's Triangle, he would willingly follow him for 5 years. After all, he was uncertain how many more years he had left to live. Merely 5 years. A mere fraction of the time he had been trapped in the Devil's Triangle. Welcome aboard, Brooke. The dragon chuckled softly, genuinely intrigued by Brooke's unique abilities. Perhaps Brooke's secret was intertwined with the mysteries of the underworld. When East Wild Dragon ultimately ascended to dominance over this world, he might become enamored with the secrets of immortality, akin to emperors like Qin Shi Huang, or delve into theological studies in his later years, much like Einstein and Newton. However, East Wild Dragon preferred a different nomenclature, the exploration of higher realms, venturing beyond this planet to the stars and the underworld. Thank you, Captain. Brooke spoke with great courtesy, revealing that he had spent decades alone, nearly driven to madness by solitude, often engaging in solitary conversations. Thus, he was exceedingly eager to communicate with more humans to alleviate the loneliness that had enveloped him over the years. Thunder rumbled ominously aboard the formidable 3-masted ship, flashes of lightning illuminating the sky, accompanied by the sounds of frequent explosions. It seemed our companions were indeed formidable. In Brooke's hollow eye sockets, a flicker of hope to reclaim his shadow glimmered. Let us proceed and observe how these fellows are faring, he suggested. The dragon of the wastes chuckled lightly before striding forward. To him, confronting the warlord Gecko Moria under the moonlight felt akin to playful sparring, devoid of significant peril. He placed his trust in Bartholomew Kuma, the caretaker, and Enel, the thunderous pioneer. The battle before the Gothic castle raged fiercely. Enel and Gecko Moria were embroiled in a heated thunder and shadow war. Moria absorbed the shattered zombie shadows created by Kuma, summoning them into the colossal form of his ultimate technique, shadow gathering. Meanwhile, Enel transformed into his frenzied thunder god form, engaging in a fierce contest between a seasoned powerhouse and a rising talent. However, after years without experiencing a grand battle, Gecko Moria struggled to control even 600 or 700 shadows, and the situation appeared grim as he cried out in agony from the electric onslaught. Chapter 74. The terrifying pirate crew of the three-masted ship falls. How could this happen? How could this be? Moonlight Moria was left in a state of disbelief as he was mercilessly struck down by the lightning man he had never encountered before. He could hardly fathom that a dignified warlord of the sea could be so thoroughly defeated by an unknown individual. Had the pirates of the ocean grown so formidable? Yaha, I acknowledge your abilities, but your haki is far too feeble. You are no match for me. Enel laughed arrogantly. He was indeed impressed by Moria's technique. The Shadow Master clone, which disregarded any damage, as well as the swift evasion of the Shadow Warrior that could teleport. It was almost comparable to his lightning speed. Furthermore, Enel found inspiration in Moria's shadow clones, contemplating the development of his own lightning clones. He recalled hearing Boss God mention that Admiral Kizuru could create numerous light clones. This spurred Enel's enthusiasm to swiftly cultivate his own lightning duplicates. At the periphery of the battlefield, Brooke exclaimed, "Captain, our comrades are incredibly powerful." He was astounded to witness a member of the Dragon crew overpowering Moonlight Moria. It seemed he had allied himself with an extraordinary force. However, he was more focused on the duel between Ryuma and Law's swordsman, as the shadow infused within Ryuma was, in fact, Brooke's own shadow. If you prove too weak, you will be out of place among us. Strive to grow stronger, he noted. Did you see that girl? She is merely 9 years old. She may even surpass you in strength. The dragon pointed towards Bonnie, who was engaged in battle with the zombie silver axe, asserting that her potential rivaled that of the celestial dragon, Don Quixote Doflamingo. 9 years old, yet she appears so alluring. Brooke remarked in disbelief, gazing intently at Bonnie in her adult form. She possesses the powers of the Suk no Mi. Do not provoke her, for she is formidable. And her father is even more so. The dragon replied with a faint smile. He then spotted Perona hiding in the back, suspecting that the transparent man, Absalom, might be nearby. This individual had managed to rescue Moonlight Moria during the Marineford War, despite being surrounded by Doflamingo and numerous pacifists, indicating that his mastery of the transparent fruit was quite commendable. It was unclear how he had evaded the observation of Doflamingo and the powerful Marines. Could it be that following the battle aboard the terrifying three-masted ship, he had developed his transparent fruit to the point of masking sound and scent, even becoming immune to the observation haki? Did Rain Shiryu's choice of the transparent fruit suggest a superior path for development, while Absalom was merely inexperienced? Keep an eye on things here, the dragon instructed Brooke before vanishing, leaving Brooke in stunned silence. Entering a state of transparency, the dragon rushed towards Perona's location. Moments later, he declared, I have found your true form. In a state of transparency, the phantom dragon softly uttered a phrase to Perona's ethereal form, causing her to be momentarily paralyzed with fear, her complexion paling as she glanced around in a panic. Only after confirming the absence of any onlookers did she exhale in relief, patting her small chest. However, the haunting echo of that phrase suddenly pierced her thoughts, and a wave of terror compelled her to hasten back to her corporeal self, for she feared that her fragile body might be discovered by others. After all, her physical form was delicate and susceptible to pain. The phantom dragon merely chuckled lightly and followed the self-guided Perona until they reached the location of her physical body. Once Perona's astral essence returned to her corporeal form, She sprang from her bed to ascertain whether any foes had infiltrated her sanctuary. Yet in the next instant, the door to her princess chamber was violently kicked open, startling her into summoning 4 passive spirits and numerous ghostly explosives. A terrifying aura surged forth, rendering the pink-haired girl momentarily unconscious, her eyes rolling back as the surrounding specters and bombs dissipated. At 22 years of age, how could she still appear so unrefined? The phantom dragon, having exited his transparent state, nonchalantly hoisted the legally recognized girl over his shoulder and ambled out. After spending 2 years on Claygar Island, she had grown remarkably voluptuous and strikingly beautiful, rivaling Robin's extraordinary transformation. Both were fair-skinned and stunningly lovely, deserving of cultivation. As he strolled out of the Gothic castle, the dragon's ears perked at the faint sound of footsteps. A smirk crept across his lips, for Absalom, a user of the transparent fruit, had developed his abilities to a lesser degree than the dragon, a product of genetic modification. It was uncertain whether the transparent genetic factors in the hands of scientists like Vegapunk, Judge, and Queen originated from Absalom or from a predecessor of the transparent fruit. Nevertheless, the current user of the transparent fruit was destined to fall at the hands of the dragon. Unfazed, he continued onward, while Absalom, intent on rescuing Perona, stealthily trailed him, preparing to strike at close range. Yet, an unsettling familiarity nagged at him. Had he seen this man in a newspaper or on a wanted poster? He seemed rather notorious. As Absalom drew closer, poised to attack, the dragon suddenly turned, flashing a grin that sent chills down Absalom's spine. A surge of conqueror's haki erupted, shaking Absalom's very soul, followed by a searing laser that pierced through his thigh. No mercy was afforded to the man. The dragon chuckled coldly as he seized Absalom by the leg, dragging him along. Before long, the dragon returned to his original position. Brooke, noticing the dragon's brief absence, had captured 2-3 weirdos, showcasing truly remarkable strength and efficiency. Meanwhile, Moonlight Moria, witnessing the capture of his subordinates, was overcome with rage. He could endure punishment, but he would never allow harm to befall his crew. In a situation where he struggled to control 600 or 700 shadows, Moria audaciously attempted to absorb nearly 1,000. His presence swelling as he grew close to 100 meters tall. With a single punch, he shattered the earth beneath him, unleashing a force akin to an earthquake, powerful and formidable. Only his other hand covered his mouth, stifling the relentless emergence of shadows, a testament to his desperate struggle. If the Great Bear were to unleash a paw shockwave upon Moonlight Moria now, it would likely expel Moria's very essence. There was no need for the Abyssal Dragon or the Bear to intervene. Enel's colossal thunder god had already struck Moria in the abdomen, having absorbed thousands of shadows. Moonlight Moria, despite delivering a punch that shook the earth, was met with a direct blow to the stomach, causing him to expel a chaotic storm of black shadows. Enel, finish him off. I must return, the Abyssal Dragon called out to Enel. Upon receiving the command, Enel swiftly transformed into the more potent Thunder Emperor form developed on Thunder God Island. With a single strike, he reverted the already chaotic Moonlight Moria back to his original state. Countless shadows flew back from Moria's mouth, and the pirates hiding on the terrifying 3-masted ship joyfully witnessed the return of their own shadows. Meanwhile, Law successfully defeated Dragon Horse, seizing the Black Blade Chioshui and restoring Brooke's shadow back to him. Other battles concluded in succession. Bonnie triumphed over the zombie Silver Axe, and Lafitte snatched the renowned sword and gun from Captain John. Chapter 75. Foxy seeks to join under the moonlight. Moria was shackled with iron handcuffs, marking the official end of the battle aboard the fearsome 3-masted ship. Following the defeat of a former warlord of the sea by the Fire Fist Ace a few months prior, another veteran warlord had fallen. Ahaha, Captain, the world government has yet to find a replacement for the vacancy among the warlords, and now, with one less, I can only imagine their ire. Lafitte remarked with a grin, the renowned flintlock pistol, Greed, holstered at his waist. The sword, Death's Embrace, now rested alongside his noble blade on the collection wall aboard the Arc Maxim. Law found a black blade, Chioshui, cumbersome and unwieldy, ultimately choosing to continue wielding the demon blade, Kahai placing Xiao Shui on the collection wall instead. Even Bonnie proudly displayed the battle axe of the infamous pirate silver axe upon the collection wall. Collecting spoils had become a delightful pastime and a source of pride for the Arlong crew. This will not be the last, Arlong observed, casting a glance at the defiant Moria before instructing Beiji to scour the treasures aboard the fearsome three-masted ship. As for the island ship, they deemed it unnecessary for the moment, opting to leave it in the Devil's Triangle. Should Arlong's Seraphim be granted the powers of the floating fruit from the Golden Lion Shiki in the future, they could reclaim the island ship then. Otherwise, if they were to sail it away now, the enmity of the world government and navy would likely lead to its swift destruction upon raising the Arlong flag. Boss, aside from Doflamingo, who do you wish to target next? Capone Beiji inquired curiously after commanding his mafia subordinates to plunder Gothic Castle. The crew of the Arlong pirates was well aware that they would soon confront Doflamingo, and Law had already sharpened his blades, diligently training to enhance his strength in preparation for the battle ahead. Currently, aside from Doflamingo and the two fallen warlords, there remained Mihawk, the greatest swordsman in the world, Hancock, the pirate empress, Jinbe, the fishman, and Crocodile, the sand crocodile. Jinbe was closely allied with the Whitebeard pirates and was a formidable warrior from Fishman Island, while Mihawk was a solitary figure, elusive and enigmatic, making engagement with either a challenging endeavor. Crucially, neither of them possessed devil fruit powers, rendering confrontation with them less advantageous. Thus, their sights were set on the two devil fruit users, Hancock and Crocodile, both of whom had relatively fixed territories, making them perfect targets. Given the current strength of the Arlong crew, they would have no issue dealing with any of the warlords. It seems Crocodile has quite a few devil fruit users under his command, Arlong mused lightly, to which Beiji immediately comprehended that aside from Doflamingo, Crocodile had become Arlong's next target. It is time to make contact with the pirate empress. Arlong smirked, believing that once the news of their double kill of the celestial dragon spread throughout the Sabaody Archipelago, Hancock would be unable to resist his charm. At that moment, he had the pirate empress under his control. However, to ensure that the pirate empress could follow the chaotic dragon without any reservations, he needed to resolve the issues posed by the world government and the navy threatening the Amazon Lily. It seemed that the plan to hunt down the Golden Lion Shiki must be prioritized as well. The powers of Shiki's float fruit were essential for the chaotic dragon to acquire. Among his first batch of seraphs, he needed to have one capable of using Shiki's ability, Greenblood. While members of the Mafia under Becky looted the castle, Bonnie and Bartholomew Kuma discovered those pirates who had regained their shadows. Among the thousands of pirates, the chaotic dragon subdued a group of pirate minions, commanding them to guard the fearsome three-masted ship, while some pirates eager to escape the island were released directly by Kuma. The chaotic dragon also seized a special piece of life paper from Charlotte Lola, the daughter of Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin. Initially intending to drive away this unattractive daughter of Big Mom, he was surprised when the assassin Godi, under Becky's command, found an affinity with her. After a marriage proposal from Lola, Godi eagerly accepted. To avoid further complications, the chaotic dragon and Becky decided to leave Godi and Lola on the fearsome three-masted ship as caretakers, allowing them to be together. With treasures and the captive Gecko Moria in tow, the Ark Proverbs departed under the wave of Godi and Lola. On the return journey aboard the Ark Proverbs, the deck became home to several new practice tools for Bonnie, who had transformed Gecko Moria, Absalom, and Perona into 3-year-old children. The chaotic dragon found Perona, with her pink hair styled in twin tails, to be exceedingly adorable in her diminutive form. He playfully pinched her cheeks and ruffled her hair, akin to playing with a kitten. "Help me, Lord Moria," the small Perona exclaimed, struggling desperately against the chaotic dragon's playful torment. Her tiny hands futilely resisted his whims, appearing both endearing and amusing. In the eyes of the powerful, the feeble resistance of the weak resembled a little hamster feebly brandishing its claws, lacking any intimidation and instead appearing quite charming. "Let her go. If you have a problem, come at me," came the childish voice of Gecko Moria, filled with indignation yet tinged with a hint of tears, eliciting laughter from those around. I am offering you a chance to join us. Otherwise, I might just have to come after you and let you experience the humiliation of being publicly humiliated." The chaotic dragon said with a sinister smile directed at the youthful Gecko Moria. His words rendered Moria silent, and the other members of the chaotic dragon's crew regarded him with strange expressions. For a moment, the deck fell into silence. Even the small Perona in the chaotic dragon's arms ceased her movements. The captives, Dun Archino, Rob Lucci, Gabra, Foxy, and Absalom, gaped at the chaotic dragon in disbelief. Was this a jest for a notorious criminal to utter? It is one thing to kill, but to be insulted is another. Why could one who so easily takes lives speak such cold, venomous words? What are you staring at? Do you believe I want to slice you all up? Or perhaps I shall transform you all into women? The mischievous Arlong remarked, entirely unfazed by the prevailing atmosphere, declaring himself the innovator of an unprecedented occurrence within the pirate world. The Captain's methods are distinct, envisioning what others cannot. Lafitte holds great admiration for him. It is Lafitte, the most formidable diplomat, who perceives the situation and swiftly alleviates the awkwardness surrounding Arlong. After all, it is merely a matter of playing Kunkin. Any variant will suffice. Observing this, the captives, including Moonlight Moria and Rob Lucci, instinctively clamped their legs together and fell into silence. Captain Arlong, I genuinely wish to join your ranks. I pledge unwavering loyalty. Please accept me. I implore you. Foxy, the cowardly scoundrel, was paralyzed with fear, sensing that should he be captured and returned, he might face even greater torment. Surrendering seemed preferable to him. If one cannot prevail, one must join. Is this not the very code of piracy? The Davy-back fight game he often played also adhered to this principle. Yet, why was Arlong's crew reluctant to accept him as a subordinate? Today, I am in a good mood. I shall grant you permission to join us. As he beheld the pleading Foxy and then glanced at the other silent figures, Arlong suddenly smiled, consenting to Foxy's inclusion. Chapter 76. The impact of the first wave of news early the following day. The eminent news outlet Morgan's World Economic News was the first to broadcast the monumental events from Water 7, Judicial Island, and the Sabaody Archipelago. The destruction of Judicial Island, the demise of the Chief Justice, the burning of the world government's flag, the declaration of war against the world government and the celestial dragons, the deaths of celestial dragons, and the assault on the Navy headquarters. These calamitous events were all crammed into an extended edition of the newspaper. The publication featured harrowing images. Lafayette mercilessly slaying the Chief Justice, the tyrant father and daughter defiantly setting the flag ablaze, the East Dragon piercing through the celestial dragons, and even a depiction of the vanishing Judicial Island. This news sent shockwaves throughout the world. The world government promptly contacted Morgans in an attempt to silence him with an abundance of berries, even resorting to threats to compel him to retract the stories. However, Morgans, undaunted, rejected all coercion and enticement, swiftly terminating the world government's call. He then orchestrated a multitude of newsbirds to hoist the headquarters into the air, executing a rapid relocation. Morgan's defiance incensed the Five Elders, who dispatched a CP-0 special agent team with the intent to eliminate this troublesome figure. Nevertheless, the news had already spread, and they were left with no choice but to accept the reality and suppress the ensuing impact. Currently, the threat posed by the Dragon crew had eclipsed that of the Revolutionary Army. The ideology of the East Dragon was more ferocious than that of Dragon himself, boldly seeking to overthrow the Celestial Dragon's dominion, an intolerable affront. Yet the abilities and strengths of East Dragon, Bear, and Enel rendered them a formidable challenge. They could only raise the bounty on these individuals and dispatch numerous spies to ascertain the whereabouts of the Dragon crew's stronghold as swiftly as possible. On the heights of Dressrosa, Don Quixote da Flamingo perused the news with rapidity. Even though another despised celestial dragon had met his end, he found no joy in the matter. East Dragon was his adversary, and the stronger the Dragon crew became, the more perilous the situation for the Don Quixote family. Anxiety gnawed at him as he grappled with the reality of Judicial Island's destruction and the audacity to provoke the Navy headquarters. Gripping the newspaper tightly. The veins on his hands and forehead bulged, and a cold sweat broke forth. He could scarcely believe that the dragon crew had grown so powerful. Their ascent was swifter than that of the famed Golden Emperor, Tezelo. It seemed that the decision to reject a business alliance with the dragon crew was a grave miscalculation. But was there still a way to remedy this? East Dragon was no Tezelo. Relinquishing a significant portion of interest in pursuit of cooperation was uncertain at best. Though the prospects appeared dim, Doflamingo resolved to attempt some form of negotiation. If collaboration proved impossible, he would have no choice but to engage in an all-out conflict, leveraging every connection at his disposal to confront the dragon crew. On Onigashima, Kaido of the 100 Beasts bellowed in outrage. This little brat caused such a commotion. Why wasn't T.I. informed? After finishing a drink, he shouted in fury, eager to partake in the destruction of Judicial Island and the provocation of the Navy headquarters. Perhaps it could ignite a world-class war of unprecedented scale. Dear Kaido, it appears that the experiment subject has slain 2 celestial dragons, seemingly surpassing even us. Enraged by this act, Ember Jin has developed an increasing fascination with the 88th experiment subject, eager to recruit him into the Beast Pirates and make him his ally. Truly, what madness! FOZZ, the former CP9 agent, cannot fathom such audacity in slaughtering the descendants of gods. Even after defecting from the world government, he remains in awe of the celestial dragons. Ha ha! The world government must be troubled indeed, laughed Plague Queen, deriving great pleasure from the misfortunes befalling others in the world government. Once pursued by them after escaping the Mad Team, he eventually found refuge in the Beast Pirates. In the New World aboard the Moby Dick, Ace. It seems that the notoriety of the East Wild Dragon has eclipsed your own. Even that so-called Thunder God is now mentioned alongside you as the strongest new natural type user of the past 2 years. The 4th Division Captain, Sachi, chuckled while draping an arm over Fire Fist Ace's shoulder. Previously, Ace had gained considerable fame by defeating a warlord of the sea. But now the fame of the East Wild Dragon appears even more formidable. Recent headlines are likely dominated by news of him. I'm eager to measure my strength against them. Ace gazed intently at the photograph in the newspaper, pondering the true extent of the powers wielded by the East Wild Dragon and Thunder God Enel. Since his victory over a warlord, he has grown somewhat overconfident, seeking to conquer even more renowned foes. Gulalala, should I encounter this East Wild Dragon in the future, I shall extend him a modicum of respect and avoid conflict with such a formidable individual, chuckled Whitebeard Newgate. He admires the ferocity of the East Wild Dragon, but has entirely abandoned the notion of taking such a fierce individual as a son, as it would spell disaster for the Whitebeard pirates, disrupting their peace. Now, in his old age, Whitebeard prefers a life of tranquility, devoid of the passion and ferocity that the East Wild Dragon embodies. Indeed, Father, the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates chorused, mistakenly believing that Whitebeard regarded the East Wild Dragon as a hero worthy of mention. In truth, Whitebeard is somewhat concerned that his sons may not be able to contend with the East Wild Dragon. Meanwhile, at the back of the crowd, Blackbeard Teach observed Enel, the user of the Rumble Rumble fruit, alongside Bartholomew Kuma, who possesses the Pawpaw fruit. Should he acquire the desired fruits in the future, he wishes to seize these devil fruit powers for his own crew. The world government would then be powerless against him. In the Calm Belt, on the island of Amazon Lily, as Boa Hancock perused the newspaper, she once again beheld the figure responsible for the demise of a celestial dragon. She meticulously cut out the image of the East Wild Dragon slaying Jagarcia Sabio and framed it, tenderly rubbing it against her chest. East Wild Dragon, I truly wish to make your acquaintance. Boa Hancock hurried back to her chamber, carefully caressing a stone statue that bore a striking resemblance to the East Wild Dragon, indicating the effort she had expended in its creation. Unsure of how to locate him, Boa Hancock murmured to herself. She was acutely aware that Donya Huanglong was currently being pursued by the world government and the Navy, making it exceedingly unlikely for him to expose himself. Not only was she unable to find Donya Huanglong, but even the omnipotent world government had failed to uncover his territory. The Big Mom Pirates, the Red Hair Pirates, and the other warlords of the sea, along with the underworld's dark forces, were all profoundly astonished by this monumental event. The Huanglong gang had fully entered their field of vision, and they dared not underestimate them in the slightest. On the third day, before the previous day's shocking news had even settled, Morgans released yet another report regarding the defeat of warlord Moonlight Moria. This revelation sent waves of panic through Doflamingo and the emperors of the underworld. Dongya Huanglong was indeed a formidable presence, and they could not help but wonder when he might descend upon them. Chapter 77. A new bounty in the Seraph with the sensational news of the defeat of Moonlight Moria gracing the front page. A new bounty list for the entire Arlong crew has emerged. The catastrophic events that led to the destruction of Judicial Island, the slaying of celestial dragons, and the declaration of war against the world government have had a profound impact, resulting in exorbitant bounties for these individuals. Experiment number 88, East Arlong, now bears a bounty of 2 billion berries. This bounty has doubled from the previous 1 billion berries, and he is now referred to as the God Slayer. Arlong 88 across the seas. This moniker has resonated deeply with the populace, leading many to affectionately call East Arlong simply Arlong 88. Even Bonnie and Baby 5 have taken to referring to him as Arlong 88. Seemingly unbothered by this title, Arlong allows them to continue. Tyrant Bartholomew Kuma has a bounty of 1,296,000,000 berries. This descendant of the Bacania tribe, who has declared war against the world government and celestial dragons, has seen his bounty rise by a staggering 1 billion, surpassing countless notorious pirates. Only those who have battled Kuma understand that, even at this elevated bounty, it may not truly reflect his formidable strength. With his Bacania heritage, Kuma remains a match for Arlong, and an additional 1 billion on his bounty would be inconsequential. God of Thunder, Enel, carries a bounty of 500 million berries. As this is his first bounty, the world government has deliberately suppressed the amount. This figure has infuriated Enel, who vows to make the world government and navy pay dearly in the future. It appears that the devastation of Judicial Island has yet to reveal the full extent of his terror. The Devil Sheriff, Lafitte, has a bounty of 342, 2 million berries. This ruthless sheriff in the West Sea has seen his bounty soar by 30 million due to his notorious act of eliminating the Grand Judge. However, his strength has not garnered the attention of the world government. The increase in his bounty is solely due to the severity of his actions. Death Surge at Trafalgar Law's bounty is 200 million berries. This amount is several times higher than his previous bounty in the North Sea, and it seems the world government has become aware of his surgical fruit abilities, resulting in a significant increase. The Tyrant's daughter, Bartholomew Bonnie, has a bounty of 140 million berries. This is her first bounty, attributed to her burning of the world government's flag and the declaration of war against the celestial dragons. Although this bounty is considerable for someone with few achievements, Bonnie remains unsatisfied, particularly because both Lafitte and Law's bounties surpass her own. This discontent weighs heavily on her. Gangster Capone Beach holds a bounty of 138 million berries. This represents a significant rise from his previous bounty as the Mafia Godfather in the West Sea. Yet it still falls slightly short of Bonnie's. This bounty frustrates Beach as he, a formidable Mafia leader, finds himself overshadowed by a mere 9-year-old girl. Enraged, he resolves to abandon his cautious approach in the future. After all, what is so difficult about burning a flag, declaring war, and eliminating high-profile figures? However, those who did not participate in the battle, such as Mank Shwayli, Leo, Violet, and Baby 5, remained absent from the news and wanted posters. The members of the Arlong pirates who have been placed under a bounty now boast sums exceeding 100 million, providing a vivid testament to the formidable power of the Arlong pirates. Currently, they are adopting an elite strategy, which has sparked the interest of several formidable individuals harboring grudges against the celestial dragons to consider joining this burgeoning faction. On the Sky Island, the members of the Arlong pirates are either holding their bounty notices or perusing the latest newspapers. Inaru has torn up his bounty notice and hastened to train his hockey. He is determined that on his next voyage, the ants of the Blue Sea will recognize that he is no weaker than the Bear God. He aspires to achieve a bounty comparable to that of the Bear God. Bonnie, feeling somewhat discontent despite her bounty of 140 million, which surpassed her expectations, furrows her brow. Why am I still unhappy? I nearly placed last, only surpassing that guy Becky by 2 million berries. Bonnie exclaimed, feeling disgruntled. She had already burned the world government's flag and declared war on the celestial dragons. How could she possibly fall short compared to Lafitte, who had defeated a grand judge? She regretted not being the one to eliminate that grand judge or even have seized the opportunity to take down that celestial dragon. Had she done so, her bounty would have exceeded those of Lafitte and Law. Oomph. Becky also tore up his shameful bounty notice, unable to bear being outdone by a 9-year-old girl. He too rushed off to train his hockey. Meanwhile, Bartholomew Kuma noted with satisfaction that his bounty was significantly higher than Inaru's, thereby fulfilling Bonnie's small wish. He simply needed to maintain this status moving forward. Law, however, remained indifferent to his bounty, as his primary goal was to eliminate Don Quixote da Flamingo and avenge Corazon. He hefted his cursed blade, Inma, and followed Becky to the training grounds. The one most pleased with the developments was undoubtedly Lafitte. He had received an unexpectedly high bounty that seemed to surpass his current capabilities. Yet, he showed no fear, his smile unwavering. He believed that his strength would soon align with this bounty, if not surpass it. Without such confidence and resolve, how could he follow the Arlong captain in turning the world upside down? In the laboratory of the Sky Island, Arlong surveyed the various incubation chambers housing the cherubim and pacifista embryos with an impassive expression. The initial batch of Kuma clones numbered only 20, while there were 7 cherubim. The Lunaria bloodline cells brought from Egghead Island had yielded only enough for 7 cherubim after reserving some for continued cultivation. When cherubim are cultivated from the Lunaria bloodline and a powerful lineage, their combat prowess can be significantly enhanced, especially if the superhuman green blood utilized aligns with that of the original powerful being. Of course, mismatched abilities can also yield considerable strength, as exemplified by the original story where Mihawk's cherubim utilized the / fruit's green blood, while Jinbe's cherubim harnessed the swim fruit's green blood. Among the 7 Seraphim, 1 has been infused with the bloodline factor of the Great Bear, while the remaining 6 are derived from the bloodline of the Eastern Wild Dragon. Although the bloodline factor of the Wild Dragon is not ideally suited for cloning pacifists, its fusion with the Lunaria bloodline proves to be remarkably effective for creating Seraphim. This particular Great Bear Seraph was designed to acquire the abilities of the second meatball fruit, while the other 6 Wild Dragon Seraphim are intended to be transformed into the 6 paths of the Wild Dragon, possessing the highest authority. The Wild Dragon can manipulate these Seraphim at will, thereby obtaining 6 formidable Seraphim endowed with superhuman abilities. Numerous superhuman powers await the selection of the Eastern Wild Dragon, including the abilities of the float fruit, the quake fruit, the weapon fruit, the ink fruit, the gold fruit, and the fusion fruit. Furthermore, Dr. Vegapunk is diligently working on cultivating a second batch of initial Lunaria bloodline cells, which may eventually allow for the utilization of bloodline factors from individuals such as Moonlight Moria, Rob Lucci, and even the Pirate Empress. Securing the bloodline factors of formidable figures like Dracula Mihawk, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, red-haired Shanks, Kaido of the Beasts, and Charlotte Linlin would be an exquisite enhancement. Naturally, the bloodline factors of the 3 admirals, Carp, Sengoku, and Dragon are also highly coveted by the Wild Dragon. Chapter 78, Tezulo's Decision Across the Vast Ocean. The exploits of the Arlong crew have been spreading virally, gaining widespread notoriety. The recent audacious actions of the Eastern Wild Dragon have been even more tumultuous than any previous upheaval caused by the Beast Kaido. The Judicial Island, untouched for 8 centuries, has been obliterated. The world nobles, the celestial dragons, have been systematically slaughtered. Even the Navy headquarters has been publicly humiliated, and the warlords of the sea have been effortlessly defeated. These remarkable victories and incidents have propelled the Arlong crew's reputation beyond that of the 4 Emperor's pirate crews. Moreover, the substantial bounties placed on Eastern Wild Dragon and the tyrant Bartholomew Kuma have alerted numerous formidable individuals to the fact that the Arlong crew's ascension to the level of the 4 Emperors is merely a matter of time. With an understanding of the Arlong crew's power and ferocity, both the Vinsmoke family of the North Blue and the Golden Emperor of the New World have prioritized the task of aiding Eastern Wild Dragon in gathering rare materials as their utmost mission. The ally known as Eastern Wild Dragon has become an invaluable partner whom they hold in the highest regard. Aboard the Gurin Tezelo, the Golden Emperor, Tezelo, exclaimed with manic delight, "This fellow is truly unhinged. I shall devote my full efforts to nurturing this ferocious dragon. The more celestial dragons you slay, the greater my joy." After indulging in several sips of red wine, he smashed a wine bottle in exuberance. "Tanaka, prepare all the devil fruit users locked away in the prison, and ready the supplies in the warehouse. Also, bring me 500 billion berries." Tezelo shouted at the wall. On the Gurin Tezelo, numerous gamblers who had lost everything, including captains of pirate crews possessing devil fruit abilities, had become his prisoners. Once they had gambled away all their possessions, their ships and treasures became Tezelo's, and the crew members were now his subjugated captives. Initially, these individuals were mere playthings for Tezelo's entertainment, as wealthy aristocrats reveled in the bloodshed of public executions. Now that Eastern Wild Dragon required resources and devil fruit users, Tezelo was resolved to deliver everything to him, transforming the Arlong into a scourge that would become a persistent headache for the world government and the celestial dragons. "Yes, boss." A middle-aged man with a large head suddenly emerged from the wall to respond. He was Tezelo's subordinate and steward, a Paramecia-type user of the pen fruit. "Stella, I have never forgotten that celestial dragon who caused your demise. I shall ensure he meets his end." After Mr. Tanaka departed, Tezelo slumped onto the leather sofa, slowly closing his eyes as his pupils quivered. He recalled the day Stella had been violently taken from him by that celestial dragon at the auction house on Sabaody Archipelago. In his attempt to rescue her, he had been overpowered by the celestial dragon's guards and captured, ending up as a slave in Mariewa. In Mariewa, he had witnessed Stella, battered and bruised by the celestial dragons, and within 2 years, she had perished at their hands. The mere thought of that celestial dragon's grotesque grin sent veins bulging on Tezelo's forehead. The death of his beloved, compounded by 7 years of enslavement, is a memory he shall never forget. "East, I eagerly anticipate your ascendance to a dominion that instills trepidation within the world government. At that juncture, I shall not hesitate to serve you." Tezelo, realizing he lacked the capacity to confront the celestial dragons, could only place his hopes upon another. As he glimpsed a flicker of hope in vanquishing that celestial dragon, after a prolonged reflection, Tezelo retrieved a dossier containing vital intelligence needed by. The blind gambler chuckled. The wielder of the teleportation fruit, the possessor of the power fruit, grasping the intelligence left during his phone call with. He exited the secret chamber and entrusted these matters to his fortunate secretary, Bakala. Following's elimination of 2 celestial dragons, the Golden Emperor Tezelo resolved to stake everything on this audacious man. Moreover, was no mere brazen brute. Unlike the reckless Kaido of the beasts, he possessed a semblance of intellect akin to that of Doflamingo, comparable even to Tezelo himself. Thus, Tezelo was willing to amplify his stakes, even going all in, unreservedly aiding. At the Navy headquarters in Marineford, the atmosphere within the Marshal's office was palpably tense. Even Akainu, Sakazuki, hastily returned from the New World to the naval headquarters, and the Iron Fist Garp, who was vacationing in the East Blue, was urgently summoned back. The structures that had been destroyed by his crew and the charred flags atop the naval headquarters had been swiftly restored. However, the provocation posed by his crew had left an indelible dissatisfaction within the hearts of many sailors. The destructive power exhibited by his crew far exceeded our expectations. Particularly, the devastating might of East and Enel had reached an island-destroying caliber. Admiral Tsuru gravely presented photographs taken at Judicial Island. The dense, purplish-red lightning and the black lightning sphere amidst the ominous clouds profoundly shocked the assembled Navy personnel. "Is that black lightning sphere a technique of the thunder god Enel?" Iron Fist Garp queried incredulously, questioning how such a terrifying island-destroying calamity could emanate from a newcomer with a mere bounty of 500 million. Indeed, the bounty on Enel was modestly set due to it being his first, Tsuru solemnly explained. Even if his physical prowess is slightly lacking, his island-destroying destructive capability warrants a bounty of at least 1 billion berries. he is undoubtedly more threatening than Drought-Jack. This implies that we now face 3 top-tier powers. Akainu Sakazuki coldly remarked, "The strengths of Kuma and Enel have surpassed the majority of elite vice-admirals. It is anticipated that, apart from the 3 admirals and formidable figures like Garp, even top vice-admirals such as Momonosuke and T-Pig are unlikely to contend with its crew. Henceforth, assaults against them should only be initiated under the command of an admiral. Other vice-admirals should refrain from engaging them lightly." Buddha Sengoku reluctantly issued this order, acknowledging that even his personal deployment to support Judicial Island resulted in significant losses, underscoring the strength of his crew. According to the analysis, the devastating techniques of Don Quixote, Doflamingo, and Enel require a considerable amount of time to charge, rather than being readily deployable at any moment. Otherwise, this world would indeed be ensnared in the threat posed by the Dragon Brigade. The 5 elders have officially announced that the Knights of God will take full charge of countering the Dragon Brigade, with the Navy and CP organizations tasked solely with supporting their efforts. The director of the Navy's Criminal Investigation Bureau, Admiral Kuroha Tenji, presented a document stamped with the seal of the world government. However, his countenance was grim, as he and Sengoku had recently visited Mariehua and, predictably, had endured a torrent of scorn from the 5 elders and the celestial dragons. Upon hearing this news, Kizuru secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The reckless provocateur, Don Quixote, Doflamingo, would no longer be their responsibility. He preferred the more subdued presence of the 4 emperors residing in the New World. Even Kaido, the beast, was far less tumultuous than Doflamingo. Chapter 79. The activation of the Knights of God. Red Dog initially contemplated reiterating his suggestion of utilizing the Salb Kingdom to confront the Bear Brigade. However, upon hearing that the Knights of God would personally engage the Dragon Brigade, he opted for silence. Composed of elite celestial dragons, the Knights of God were notoriously arrogant and haughty. Should he voice his opinion, he might be met with derision and humiliation. No one dared to criticize the Knights of God, nor would anyone presume to instruct them, not even the ordinary celestial dragons. Admiral Akiji remained taciturn, content to see the Knights of God take on the Dragon Brigade, as long as they refrained from involving the Navy, which needed to address other pirate threats rather than being perpetually distracted by the Dragon Brigade. Moreover, the Eastern Wild Dragon was a monstrous experiment concocted by the world government, and it was their responsibility to resolve it. In light of the Navy's dismal performance, all bonuses and holidays for the year were rescinded, and I, along with Akiji and Kizuru, faced a month-long salary deduction imposed by the world government. Ultimately, Fleet Admiral Sengoku coldly announced this edict. While he and Akiji accepted it without much concern, Kizuru's face, resembling a bitter melon, became further creased with additional lines of discontent. Nevertheless, he had no choice but to accept the punishment. He had not slacked off. The Dragon Brigade's rapid maneuvers had simply outpaced him, leaving him unable to catch up. As the meeting concluded, Sengoku ordered the Iron Fist Carp to remain stationed at Navy headquarters to prevent further assault from the Dragon Brigade. He even revoked all of Carp's holidays for the following year, infuriating Carp to the point of nearly striking Sengoku. His frequent absences to the East Blue were primarily to educate his grandson. Previously, Sengoku had scolded Carp for failing to properly guide Ace. Now, Carp was focusing his educational efforts on Luffy. Moreover, with Luffy approaching 17 next year, Sengoku's cancellation of his leave meant Carp would be unable to monitor his impetuous grandson, who incessantly aspired to become the Pirate King. This was intolerable. A protest was imperative. He must return to oversee Luffy and prevent him from embarking on a piratical adventure. Thus, the entanglement of the Iron Fist Carp and Sengoku resumed, a tumultuous relationship of love and conflict. At Mariehua, Emu was somewhat vexed. The 5 elders had failed to adequately supervise Dr. Vegapunk, the world's foremost scientist, resulting in the stalling of the pivotal project, Mother Flame, and jeopardizing the energy concerns of the national treasure, potentially delaying progress for countless years. Over the centuries, it was rare to find a top-tier scientist who had consumed the brain fruit, acquiring knowledge and wisdom that surpassed that of his peers by centuries. This had instilled hope in Emu for the successful research of Mother Flame. Yet, Such an unforeseen setback had occurred. In consequence, the five elders had been entering the Void King's Hall to prostrate themselves countless times in recent days. EMU's orders were the true catalyst for the full mobilization of the Knights of God. Otherwise, even if the celestial dragons, Charlemagne and Jagartha Saban, were to be slain by the fearsome East Wild Dragon, it would hardly warrant the mobilization of all our members. Satan, you have caused us considerable trouble. The leader of the Divine Knights, Fegelin Gallon, with his crescent moon hairstyle and a sword at his waist, stepped into the highest echelons of the five elders' power center. I never anticipated that such an insignificant experimental being could achieve this level of prowess. The somber expression of the scientific defense god, Jagartha Satan, revealed his inner turmoil. Neither the provocation from East Wild Dragon nor the demise of his junior, Jagartha Sabi, had significantly disturbed his composure. However, the loss of Vegapunk and the subsequent accountability demanded by Lord M was a source of considerable embarrassment before the other elders in Gallon. The destruction of Judicial Island has already impacted my responsibilities, and the CP9 agents investigating the Pluton blueprint have encountered complications. The justice god, Topman Volguli, remarked with a detached tone, his indifference towards the obliteration of Judicial Island belied by his deep concern over East Wild Dragon potentially acquiring the Pluton blueprint. With Vegapunk, the world's foremost scientist, now in the hands of East Wild Dragon, uncertainty and peril loom over us. Although the Wild Dragon crew has not overtly procured various equipment and materials from the surface or the underworld, it is plausible that they have established connections with the Revolutionary Army to obtain resources. The financial god, Zamberlong V. Nejiru, wielding the Supreme Blade, the first generation of Onakiri, spoke with an air of menace, his golden-framed glasses reflecting a chilling glint. East Wild Dragon has already captured numerous devil fruit users, and Vegapunk's artificial Zoan fruits and synthetic Paramecia-type green blood are likely already in production. The environmental god, Marcus Moss, wore a grave expression. The threat posed by East Wild Dragon has surpassed that of the four emperors, as they can mass-produce ability users and formidable warriors. This poses a greater danger and is far more challenging to manage than those reckless pirates. Should we take action against the homeland of Kuma, the Sorbet Kingdom, and Vegapunk's native Balakmoya Island? The agricultural god, Shepherd X. Peter, stated expressionlessly, noting that any affiliates of the Wild Dragon crew must be implicated if we are to confront them. Should we strike Balakmoya Island, we might irrevocably push Vegapunk into opposition against us. Satan furrowed his brow. Despite being a scientist himself, he acknowledged that his research capabilities pale in comparison to Vegapunk's. The Mother Flame research project ultimately relies on Vegapunk, the brain fruit user, for its fruition. Stop dawdling here. If you cannot locate East Wild Dragon's hiding place, I shall force them to reveal themselves. I have resolved to strike the Sorbet Kingdom, compelling Bartholomew Kuma to surface. I want that audacious Bacchania slave, who dares to declare war against the celestial dragons, to suffer a fate worse than death. Garland snorted dismissively and decisively declared that it was merely a mere affiliated nation, particularly one that was impoverished and had only surrendered half of its territory. He deemed its destruction inconsequential. He was eager to observe whether Bartholomew Kuma, the so-called savior, would emerge as a hero or merely a fool. The ability granted by the superhuman pawpaw fruit, originally intended as a prize for the celestial dragons, had been audaciously seized by this bacchanalian slave. Bartholomew Kuma must perish. Upon hearing Garland's resolution, the five elders expressed no dissent. Thus, the plan to take action against the Kingdom of Sorbet was officially sanctioned. With a flourish of his cloak, Garland exited the power center of the five elders and returned to convene the Knights of God, preparing to embark on an expedition to the Kingdom of Sorbet. He intended to initiate a preemptive cleansing of the indigenous populace, targeting Bartholomew Kuma and the Dragon Squad, while simultaneously transforming the Kingdom of Sorbet into a private island for the celestial dragons. Chapter 80. An ordinary day of training above the Great Sea Route, in the skies of the Sky Island, awakening under the attentive care of his devoted maid, Baby 5. The formidable East Wild Dragon found himself greeted by the sight of two majestic white, snow-capped peaks swaying before him. Rarely afforded such leisure, he had indulged in the company of this exceedingly clingy maid, seeking a balance between work and rest, thus harmonizing the yin and yang of his existence. Following her transformation into his woman, Baby Five's psychological need for validation began to ameliorate as her thoughts became wholly absorbed in the East Wild Dragon, no longer acquiescing to every request made by others. Though she would not verbally refuse some of Bonnie's eccentric demands, she also refrained from acting upon them. To her, the East Wild Dragon's wishes became the paramount standard. When he instructed her to disregard the commands of others, she adhered unwaveringly to that directive. The East Wild Dragon was immensely pleased with this evolution in Baby Five, leading him to fulfill her desires each night, accompanying her in slumber until dawn, ensuring that she awoke to find him as her first sight. Within the golden palace of Appiato on God's Island, the ghostly lady, Perona, having witnessed certain experiments in the laboratory over the past few days, was gripped by a fear of pain and, with no other recourse, strategically sought to join the East Wild Dragon's crew, much like Foxy. Moonlight Moria did not chastise this subordinate, akin to a daughter, and even considered persuading the translucent Absalom to surrender as well, thereby ensuring their safety from being eliminated or subjected to daily blood draws. The East Wild Dragon recognized that not every pirate would possess the unwavering resolve of the hard-headed Captain Kidd or Pirate King Luffy, as even CP agents could betray. Much like Phosphor, who had joined the Beast Pirates. Within the opulent palace, 4 lovely maidens attended him, including Rachi of the Sandia tribe and Cornus of the Angel tribe. There was also the Snow Woman, Monet, whose memories had been meticulously erased for over a decade, now nurtured anew like a child, alongside the recently joined pink-haired, twin-tailed girl, Perona. Unexpectedly, this ghost princess had a knack for dessert making, proving herself capable of supporting the green-haired swordsman, Zoro, alongside the formidable Dracul Mihawk. Floating gracefully above the golden throne, Perona delicately offered a pudding cake, frozen by Monet, into the East Wild Dragon's mouth. "Is it delicious? Is it sweet enough?" she inquired with an eager expression, as she was determined to win the favor of East Wild Dragon, hoping to subtly rescue Moria's loyal subordinate. Seeing that the East Wild Dragon had not hastily disposed of Moonlight Moria, Perona became even more earnest in her quest for his trust, devising ways to save Moria or waiting until he realized the truth and joined her in the East Wild Dragon's crew. "Excellent, keep it up," he replied, finishing the remaining pudding cake before departing from the Golden Throne and heading towards the training ground. At that moment, Bonnie and Aisha, the 2 young girls, were already engaged in their training. Upon noticing the East Wild Dragon's arrival, accompanied by 5 maidens, Bonnie couldn't help but pout, sleeping in late for 3 consecutive days. How utterly irresponsible, she muttered under her breath, for the East Wild Dragon was the cornerstone of both the Sky Island and his crew, and such neglect of training was simply unacceptable. Now, even a naval admiral and the 4 emperors cannot prevail. How then can one ascend to marry Geos and eradicate the celestial dragons? Within the training grounds, the fierce battle between Battle Peach Maru and Waipa, under Bartholomew Kuma's guidance, generates terrifying shockwaves that astonish Lafitte and Becky. This truthful Battle Peach Maru, along with the indigenous warrior Waipa, both exhibit extraordinary talent in cultivating hockey. Battle Peach Maru, endowed with remarkable gifts, was capable of grappling with wild bears at a young age and has even mastered the external application of hockey. Were it not for his slight character flaws, he would undoubtedly possess the potential akin to that of Jack the Drought. The dragon longs to procure a mythical Zoan devil fruit for this well-meaning fool, enhancing his combat prowess and making him the strongest bodyguard of Dr. Vegapunk. Waipa, the mightiest warrior of the Sky Islanders, previously uninformed about training or hockey, has now, under Kuma's diligent tutelage, reached the standards necessary to awaken his hockey. His innate talent for cultivation rivals even that of Trafalgar Law, perhaps surpassing Becky slightly. This individual harbors the potential to become a formidable officer, likely to achieve strength reminiscent of the Sky Island warriors from 4 centuries prior, capable of swiftly vanquishing colossal sea beasts. On the next voyage, perhaps battle demon Waipa can accompany us to witness the prowess of the blue sea's strongest. Such strength. The ghostly Perona grows increasingly astonished by the prowess of the dragon's crew. Each officer seems capable of defeating Absalom and their undead army with ease. Enel engages Law, who continuously shifts positions, activating his Nomi abilities to slash apart Enel's lightning clone, as contact with the clone would result in Law himself receiving an electric shock. This lightning clone appears even more troublesome than Kizaru's light clone. The dragon had not anticipated Enel's remarkable talent. After clashing with Moonlight Moria's shadow clone, he learned that Kizaru also mastered the light clone, and Enel swiftly developed his own lightning clone. Truly, he is a master of the rumble fruit. Becky and Lafitte, both from the West Sea, seem to approach their training with a lack of seriousness, merely engaging in concealed skirmishes. How can they push their limits and grow stronger this way? You two slackers. Allow me to join you. The dragon, surveying the area, charged into the training grounds and unleashed a powerful assault on these two lackadaisical fellows. Boss, be gentle, Capone Becky exclaimed, dropping his cigar in fright as he instantly transformed into his tank fortress form. It was still sent flying by the dragoness punch. The several-ton fortress soaring hundreds of meters and raising a cloud of dust. Captain, you know I rely on my intellect. Lafitte hastily flapped his wings, ascending into the sky, his feathers shimmering white as his speed doubled. With such a high bounty, how could one not elevate their strength? The dragon stomped the ground, creating a massive circular crater over 10 meters wide, propelling himself like a cannonball towards the speeding Lafitte. Bang! As white feathers descended from the heavens, with merely 2 strikes. The notorious bounty of 342,220,000 for the devilish sheriff plummeted to the ground, creating a colossal crater. Little Bonnie, what were you just murmuring about? Shall we test your new skills? The imposing dragon landed, leaving 2 profound footprints, then turned with a smile to gaze at the proud little girl. Gurgle, the dragon lord is the mightiest. I can train with Aisha just fine without you testing me. Bonnie swallowed hard and continued, you are perpetually busy. You ought to rest more. I suggest that Baby 5 and Monet assist you with a massage to help you relax. With a swift motion, she activated the ability of the age fruit, transforming herself into a 3-year-old girl. She was resolute in her belief that the dragon would not dare to bully her. This irresistibly adorable little lass. Good suggestion. You are quite clever. Dragon chuckled lightly, then approached the formidable bear, a member of the Bacchania tribe and a user of the meatball fruit ability. Only by engaging in battle with such a powerful adversary could he hope to achieve any semblance of progress. The overwhelming aura of Conqueror's haki surged forth. After obliterating Judicial Island and vanquishing the celestial dragons, how could he possibly refrain from diligently honing his Conqueror's haki? Chapter 81. Dealing with captives in the Sky Island prison. Moonlight Moria, the transparent man Absalom, the fiery man Achino, the leopard man Rob Lucci, the wolf man Gabra, the doorman Bruno, the puncturing man Kiberkun, the spring man Bellamy, and the dissolving man Buck. This collection of captives not only had their hearts extracted by Trafalgar Law, but were also to be utilized by Bonnie as tools to hone her abilities with the Sub Nomi. The most agonizing aspect was the blood drawn by the scientists led by Vegapunk for research purposes. The Zoan-type users had their blood extracted to procure lineage factors for the creation of perfect artificial Zoan-type devil fruits. The Paramecia-type users were similarly subjected to bloodletting to extract lineage factors for the production of artificial Paramecia-type green blood. Intended as a strategic reserve of Paramecia abilities for this batch or the next batch of Seraphim. Caesar Clown, besides crafting elemental devil fruit weapons and artificial Zoan fruits, endured daily beatings from the Dragon of Desolation and was often summoned as a sparring partner for the Logia-type users, suffering numerous bruises and contusions. Only the gluttonous man Wapple and the slow man Foxy enjoyed a relatively comfortable existence. Wapple now toils for 7 hours a day, consuming various materials to produce a range of alloys, including shape memory metals. Meanwhile, Foxy was temporarily requisitioned by Dr. Vegapunk to serve as an experimental assistant. Under the effects of the slow fruit, they could stack more experimental procedures together, thereby reducing the failure rate or achieving more astonishing results. The extraordinary abilities of these two individuals had also been entered into the strategic reserve of Paramecia-type green blood. Were it not for the fact that this green blood could only manifest its effects within the highly adaptive Lunarian bloodline of the Seraphim, Vegapunk would have considered employing his clones to utilize these potent Paramecia abilities. The first batch of 7 Seraphim had already been earmarked by the Dragon of Desolation, leaving Vegapunk to diligently cultivate the primordial cells of the Lunarian race, hoping to retain a few as experimental assistants in the next batch of Seraphim. If only a Lunarian could be found now, the pace of experimentation would undoubtedly accelerate. However, at present, the Lunarians in the vast ocean were nearly extinct, with not a shadow in sight, their whereabouts a mystery. You lot, I have already afforded you a chance. Now I must resort to my methods to ensure your obedience. After a fierce battle with the Bear King, the Dragon of Desolation re-entered the Sky Island prison, addressing the captives whose devil fruit abilities had already been documented. Their research value had dwindled significantly under Vegapunk's supervision, compelling him to seek alternative means to harness their latent powers rather than let them languish unused. The dragon's words were primarily directed towards Moonlight Moria, as the others were less amenable to altering their allegiances, particularly Kiberkun and Lucci, who were tied to their own factions. The dragon promptly summoned the puncturing man Kiberkun, the spring man Bellamy, and the dissolving man Buck to undergo memory erasure, transforming them into tools and combatants for his organization. Doctor, ensure that the first batch of memory metal combat suits includes an additional demon mask. I intend to forge a battalion of demon-faced warriors. The ominous figure of Huang Long addressed Vegapunk, stating that henceforth, those whose memories have been purged would only retain their code names, devoid of their pasts, and would be re-educated. Alas, I hope you will employ this memory-erasing technology solely against criminals, guiding them towards redemption. In truth, Vegapunk harbored reservations about this technology, for it could strip individuals of their will, potentially birthing a terrifying despot if mismanaged. These individuals were indeed bounty defenders, and he implored, Doctor, you must trust me. I too possess a heart that yearns for peace. Huang Long merely smiled faintly, dismissing Vegapunk's concerns, and proceeded with Bear to erase the memories of the 3 individuals, outfitting them in combat attire and donning them with demonic masks. Bear, I entrust these individuals to your training. This shall become our formidable squad of empowered fighters. Huang Long commanded, determined to transform those deemed irredeemable into his ghostly legion. Understood, Bear replied gently, his mind at ease with the task of erasing the memories of these pirates and CP agents. From now on, any explosions will be coordinated with Baiki, facilitating your acquisition of resources. Huang Long elaborated, noting that Bear would frequently escort Baiki to the North Sea or the New World to retrieve supplies from Gaji and Tezelo. The presence of a user of the bomb fruit would greatly ease this endeavor. Agreed, Bear nodded in affirmation. After concluding matters with the trio, Huang Long returned to the prison, prepared to liberate the Fiery Man, Achino, the Leopard Man, Rob Lucci, the Wolf Man, Gabra, and the Gatekeeper, Bruno. His intention was to instill fear in Moonlight Moria and Absalom, and this time he had brought along the young girl, Perona. Lord Moria, I don't wish for your demise. Please acquiesce to the captain's request, Perona urged, her eyes brimming with tears as she implored Moonlight Moria, while Absalom beside her gazed on with longing. He was oblivious to the fate that awaited those being taken away, filled with dread over the potential inhumane experiments that might befall them. The more he pondered, the more fear gripped him. Perona's insistence on not wanting them to die raised alarming questions. Was Huang Long truly intent on killing them? Are you certain you will strike against Kaido of the Beast within 3 years? Moonlight Moria, pierced by the words and expressions of his subordinates, found his defenses crumbling, and he could only shout at Huang Long in irritation. Indeed, would you care to join forces to confront him? Huang Long replied with a calm smile, recognizing Moria's vulnerability. As his character flaws and thirst for vengeance were glaringly evident, such a person, burdened by attachments, could be easily swayed. Remember your words. Unlock these cursed sea prism stone handcuffs. Moonlight Moria retorted, visibly displeased, yet compelled to suppress his pride and join forces with this newcomer for the sake of his subordinates and his vendetta against Kaido. Welcome aboard. Moonlight Moria. Huanglong grinned broadly, revealing his gleaming white teeth, and gestured for his soldiers to release the sea prism stone handcuffs binding Moonlight Moria and Absalom. When will you return my heart to me? Moonlight Moria felt the restoration of his power and continued his lament. In a few days, allow me to showcase my domain, so you may witness our strength and ascertain whether we possess the capability to confront the formidable Kaido of the Beast Pirates. The playful dragon chuckled, intent on impressing Gecko Moria, lest Moria mistakenly believe that Dragon's claims of confronting Kaido were mere bluster. Lord Moria, let me take you on a tour of Skypiea, exclaimed the cheerful pink-haired girl Perona. Their group was finally able to reunite, escaping the anguish of separation. That, Captain Dragon, I wish to join your ranks, cried Donachino, who had been anxiously awaiting his turn for experimentation. He could no longer endure the thought of death. As the leader of the Achino family, his submission would ensure his survival, and he longed to return to see his children once more. Chapter 82. The Crisis of the Salb Kingdom. Unlike that wretched buck, who was loathed by the Dragon of the Wild and received no mercy, nor like Kiberkun and Bellamy, fiercely loyal to their leader, willing to sacrifice themselves for Kyber and Doflamingo, nor comparable to the trio of agents, Lucci, Gabra, and Bruno, who were indoctrinated and molded by the world government from a tender age, resolutely refusing to submit. The Dragon of the Wild gazed at the utterly terrified Donachino, remaining silent for a long while. This only heightened Donachino's fear, compelling him to yearn for the dragoness acceptance. Otherwise, he would meet the same erasure as Buck. I swear I, Donachino, shall yield to the command of the Dragon of the Wild. The dragon's formidable gaze and aura rendered Donachino instantly submissive to this fearsome man, dispelling his arrogance. I shall grant you an opportunity. The dragon smiled gently, gesturing for Donachino to be released, allowing the rotund man to exhale deeply in relief. Meanwhile, Lucci, Gabra, and Bruno remained indifferent, disregarding the dragon's presence. Thus, the dragon ordered Kuma to take them away from memory alteration, integrating them into the ranks of the Phantom Face Army. With the addition of Moonlight Moria, Absalom, and Donachino, the Dragoness crew held a banquet to welcome the newcomers. Kuma was tasked to journey to the Flag Island seas to bring the Achino family aboard. During subsequent training sessions, Enel and his companions benefited from Moonlight Moria's presence as a sparring partner, while Kuma's contingent expanded to include 6 warriors clad in combat suits, donning ghostly masks. Upon witnessing the emergence of Vegapunk's memory metal combat suits, Becky and Law promptly commissioned their own, indulging in a touch of romanticism while gaining enhanced flight capabilities and formidable defense. Their satisfaction was palpable. After a few days of evaluation, Moonlight Moria and his companions reclaimed their hearts, and Donachino's children were brought to Sky Island, tying the whole family to their allegiance to the Dragon of the Wild. Days later, news from the South Sea reached them, causing worry to mar the faces of Kuma and Bonnie. Dragon of the Wild, I beg you, save the Salb Kingdom. Little Bonnie clung to the dragon, imploring him repeatedly, as the vile celestial dragons sought to use the Salb Kingdom as leverage against her father, which she found utterly detestable. Dragon calmly stated they will provide some assistance. Kuma, filled with anxiety, expressed his astonishment at the world government's cruelty in targeting the innocent citizens of the Salb Kingdom, feeling responsible for the plight of his homeland. He now questioned whether declaring war against the celestial dragons had been a misstep. Do not fret, Kuma. Do not blame yourself. The fault lies with the celestial dragons. The dragon spoke with composure, his gaze deep and unfaltering, his mind racing to devise a strategy to address this crisis. It is the Knights of God who have intervened. Their might is terrifying. Kuma's heart raced at the thought of facing the most formidable faction of the world government, leaving him uncertain of how to confront them. Even with the addition of Moonlight Moria and the Formidable Four, the entire dragon crew still pales in comparison to the Knights of God. The latter's might is such that they can subdue the entire revolutionary army, compelling even the likes of Dracul Mihawk to bide his time in cautious development. Steady yourself, Bear. The world government has made a grievous error by publicly revealing information about their operations against the Sorbet kingdom in their quest to locate you and us. Suddenly, Dragon let out a chilling laugh. For reasons unknown, his blood surged with exhilaration, as if he foresaw an impending world-class conflict. Captain, how do you intend to rescue the Sorbet kingdom? Bear inquired anxiously, trusting that Dragon would not be dissuaded like Mihawk. He was confident that Dragon possessed a strategy that could both save lives and retaliate against the celestial dragons. Have you forgotten the events of God Valley? Have you forgotten how Ginny lured the Rocks pirates and the Roger pirates to that fateful place? The dire straits faced by the Sorbet kingdom now mirror those of God Valley. Frankly, this nation is beyond salvation. However, we can strive to save as many as possible and inflict a heavy toll upon the world government and the celestial dragons. Dragon began to chuckle, a plan rapidly coalescing in his mind. Since the Knights of God have instigated this war, he would escalate it to unprecedented heights. However, this would inevitably lead to significant casualties among the civilians of the Sorbet kingdom. Bear hesitated. Bear, the people of the Sorbet kingdom are already under the blade of the celestial dragons. We must do our utmost to rescue more lives. You surely do not wish to live under the threat of the celestial dragons forever, do you? Dragon said gravely. Sacrificing a portion of the Sorbet kingdom as civilians is an unfortunate necessity, but Dragon is determined to cripple the Knights of God in retaliation against the world government. I shall heed your command. Bear understood that his strategic vision and command abilities paled in comparison to those of Mihawk and Dragon. He was best suited for executing orders and fighting valiantly. Rest well and prepare for the impending war. I shall handle the remaining arrangements, Dragon proclaimed with unwavering confidence, instilling a sense of reassurance in both Bear and Bonnie, who chose to trust in Dragon's capabilities. Subsequently, the Dragon crew convened a meeting to discuss their respective training and preparations for battle. Dragon returned to his quarters. Opening ao massive breeding tank revealing numero special den moesjes and exclusive den moesjes. Bloop bloop. Hello, Taizolo. It is imperative that this information reaches that individual. Ensure he is provided with every convenience. Or contact the King of the Sea to facilitate his swift entry into the South Sea. Hello, Morgans. Are you certain you do not wish to partake in this grand news? Please help disseminate this intelligence across the globe. Cost is of no concern. I am also prepared to offer other significant news to you. Excuse me, my dear. I kindly request that you leverage your position to ensure this message reaches Kaido of the 100 Beasts. Indeed, I can also provide him with a portion of artificial Zoan-type devil fruits. Furthermore, it would be prudent to notify the Big Mom pirates as well. Dracul. It appears we must temporarily postpone matters concerning the Kingdom of Flowers in the West Sea. Once we have addressed the affairs of the Solb Kingdom, I shall assist you in conquering these two pirate nations. Remember to bring along a sufficient number of operatives. Don Quixote da Flamingo. Have you not longed to mend our relationship and resume our collaboration? Utilize your connections to spread this information throughout the underground world and among the affiliated nations. You surely have a vested interest in dealing with the celestial dragons, do you not? The Ash Dragon intends to exploit everyone he can. Simply establishing contact will suffice, regardless of whether they are allies, adversaries, or neutrals. Even if he later contends with Doflamingo and Kaido, it does not hinder the Ash Dragon's current utilization of them to his advantage. As long as there are mutual interests at play, persuading them should be feasible, given that the world government has resorted to despicable tactics. Let it not be lamented if the Ash Dragon capitalizes on this opportunity to expose the misdeeds of the celestial dragons to the world. Taking action against the affiliated nations and eradicating the indigenous populace should yield a rather positive impact on the world government, would it not? Chapter 83. The ambiguous news and the rampaging sea having arranged all the details, Arlong made another trip to the laboratory in Vegapunk. Could that robot, powered by the force of lightning, be reactivated? If Wapol were to consume it, could he utilize its offensive weaponry? The electromagnetic cannon should be mounted onto the Arc progeny, allowing Enel to test its firepower. Arlong was prepared to lay bare all his resources. He did not mind if the war in the Kingdom of Sorbet turned as chaotic as that of God Valley. The following day, he and his crew set sail on the Ark Progeny towards the South Sea and remained in constant communication with Tizolo and Stussy, keeping a vigilant eye on the individuals he wished to see emerge. In a new world on Onigashima, upon learning that East Sea Arlong was orchestrating a war even grander than the destruction of Judicial Island, Kaido of the 100 Beasts was instantly exhilarated. This kid is impressive. He even sent someone to notify me. As he drank and roared with laughter, he prepared to embark for the South Sea immediately. Boss Kaido, he is undoubtedly manipulating you. The portly plague queen hastily advised, recognizing that Arlong was merely using Kaido as a pawn against the celestial dragons. Manipulating? He can rally the revolutionary army to confront the Knights of God and slay the celestial dragons, aiming to create a conflict reminiscent of God Valley. Why should I not join? I intend to transform this into a colossal war that will overturn the world. Ha ha ha. Moreover, he had artificial Zoan fruits for sale. This war was as good as secured. If he fails to meet my expectations this time, I shall ensure that our next encounter ends with his demise. Kaido erupted into a fit of laughter before transforming into a massive Azure Dragon, soaring into the skies. You stay behind to guard Onigashima. Yamato also transformed, pursuing Kaido, eager to witness the prowess of East Sea Arlong and to experience a conflict that could rival the God Valley incident. Most importantly, he yearned to confront the celestial dragons to avenge his deep-rooted grievances. Ah, you reckless fools! Observing Kaido and Yamato take flight, Plague Queen cursed under his breath, reluctantly ordering Onigashima into a state of preliminary alert to fend off any naval admirals. On an island in the early stages of the New World, a blind swordsman overheard rumors of the celestial dragon's plans to execute a campaign of extermination against the indigenous people of a South Sea allied nation. He encountered several noble souls determined to rescue those in peril. Providentially, a fleet navigating the deep ocean currents was also bound for the South Sea, prompting the blind swordsman to reflect before ultimately deciding to accompany these champions of justice on their journey. In a new world at Tadoland, news spread wildly through the underworld. The ancient weapon Pluton's blueprints had surfaced in the Kingdom of Sorbet. Additionally, rumors of a pure gold elixir that grants eternal life also emerged from Sorbet. Numerous underworld factions and pirate crews were now making their way to the South Sea. On Cake Island, the children of the Charlotte family were engaged in a fervent discussion, as rumors, both true and false, suddenly began to circulate rapidly in the shadowy underworld since yesterday. Notably, influential figures such as Joker, the Golden Emperor, the Queen of Happy Street, and the notorious Morgans were also disseminating these tidings. Ha ha ha, I must join in on the excitement, cackled Charlotte Lin, her laughter echoing with unrestrained madness. Both the Pluton battleship and pure gold were treasures she yearned for immensely. Even if there were only a 50% chance of truth, she was determined to send someone to investigate, or even take matters in her own hands. But mother, it seems there are celestial dragons in the Sorbet kingdom, Katakuri remarked with a serious expression. Sensing that this situation was far from simple, it felt exceedingly peculiar. So what if they are celestial dragons? Even that experimental brat dared to kill them. I am not afraid. Big Mom scoffed, recalling her encounter with numerous celestial dragons in God Valley years ago, where she had managed to seize the mythical Zoan fruit, the Azure Dragon, from the hands of the slave Ivankov, leaving Kaido indebted to her. More than 30 years ago, she had dared to steal from the celestial dragons, and she would do so again. In the Grand Line, Alabasta. Impossible. How could the design for Pluton appear in the Sorbet kingdom of the South Sea? Crocodile seethed, his teeth clenched in frustration, having guarded Alabasta for over a decade without discovering the whereabouts of the Pluton battleship. Now, his plan to usurp King Cobra's throne and acquire information about Pluton was nearly within reach, only to hear that the design had surfaced in the South Sea. Nico Robin observed her boss's fury with curiosity, pondering why this Pluton schematics had emerged so suddenly. Prepare the ship. I am heading to the South Sea, Crocodile declared, dismissing the veracity of the news, for he felt compelled to verify it. What if it were true? At Marine headquarters, Marineford. Madness. Utter madness. In the marshal's office, Sengoku slammed a hefty stack of reports onto his desk. How had the seas erupted into chaos so suddenly, as if an invisible hand were stirring the entire situation? Countless factions were converging upon the Sorbet kingdom in the South Sea, and it seemed the Knights of God had stirred the wrath of many. Vice Admiral Crane said gravely, her expression tense. She was uncertain about the authenticity of the Pluton design and the rumors of pure gold. But one thing was certain. Someone was targeting the Knights of God. Furthermore, the latest news indicated that the Eastern Wild Dragon had released information in the underworld, addressing the Golden Lion Shiki, claiming he would lure away the Marine admirals, allowing Shiki to strike Marine headquarters once more. The director of the Marine Criminal Investigation Bureau, Black Horse Tenzin, expressed his unease, noting that although this was likely a ruse from the Eastern Wild Dragon to prevent all three admirals from supporting the Knights of God, it cannot be dismissed that Shiki might indeed cause a ruckus. Who were the underground forces aiding the Eastern Wild Dragon? The warlord of Buddhas felt an overwhelming sense of unease, sensing that numerous factions were orchestrating events to draw various powers to the Kingdom of Sorbet in the South Sea. Even many kings of affiliated nations were aware of the Divine Knight Order's intention to annihilate the Kingdom of Sorbet, a revelation with immense ramifications. Akiji Kazan cast a cold glance at Akainu, suspecting that it was Akainu who had divulged the plan to the celestial dragons, resulting in the current chaotic situation spiraling out of control. Akainu Sakazuki remained silent, surprised that the thoughts of the Gorosei and the Divine Knight Order aligned so closely with his own. However, he had never suggested such a course of action to his superiors, and now he found himself bearing the blame under the scrutinizing gazes of numerous high-ranking Navy officers. It was imperative for the Marine headquarters to have an admiral stationed, yet reinforcements must also be sent to the South Sea. Otherwise, he feared that the Divine Knight Order would struggle to manage the escalating turmoil. The visage of Warlord Buddhas was marred with worry, as it appeared that even the world government and the Navy had lost control over the situation. This fellow, Donya Huanglong, was adept at manipulating human nature, the design of the Underworld King, pure gold, the eradication of native inhabitants in affiliated nations, a colossal war. Each element had the potential to attract countless frenzied pirates and war maniacs, rendering the entire world a mere plaything in his hands. Chapter 84. The Golden Lion Shiki South Sea, Kingdom of Sorbet. In a desolate town, a multitude of defenseless elderly, women, and children were casually gunned down amidst the light-hearted laughter of the members of the Knights of God. Each burst of blood from the gunfire brought delight to the world's aristocrats in search of thrill. A battalion of CP agents captured the remaining fortunate ones, turning them into hostages to threaten the formidable bear. From his elevated position, Fagalan Galansheng held a phone bug, his expression darkening as he received an urgent notification from the naval headquarters. He was taken aback by the unexpected capabilities of East Wilderness Arlong, who had managed to attract so many factions to the Kingdom of Sorbet. This realization only deepened his indignation, solidifying his resolve to eliminate both East Wilderness Arlong and Bartholomew Bear. The design of the Underworld King? Purigold. Galansheng furrowed his brow and summoned the former king of Sorbet, Bicoli, to inquire about the situation. No, absolutely not. I have never even heard of such a thing. The aged Bicoli exclaimed in terror. He had initially believed that the world government intended to assist in his restoration, which had brought him joy throughout the day. Ultimately, he discovered that not only had the former lawless territories to the south of the Kingdom of Sorbet been massacred, but even the affluent cities to the north suffered ruthless pillaging and destruction at the hands of the celestial dragons, transforming the entire Kingdom of Sorbet into a hellish nightmare. Fool! A flash of a blade severed Bicoli's head, a fountain of blood erupting into the sky as Galansheng slowly sheathed his beloved sword. He had confirmed that this was merely a ruse by East Wilderness Arlong and Bear. Nevertheless, the design of the Underworld King and pure gold were indeed among the most coveted treasures of the celestial dragons. The dissemination of such information by Arlong suggested that he might possess some leads. It appeared that before eliminating him, rigorous interrogation would be necessary. Galansheng. The Navy sent merely 2 admirals. This operation requires greater seriousness. exclaimed the member of the Knights of God, Mamai Fusen. He held little reverence for Galansheng, addressing him by name, for they were also elite celestial dragons perched atop the hierarchy. Galansheng was merely a notch above them, having seized the position of leader of the Knights of God. Fusen expressed dissent regarding the public eradication of the indigenous peoples of the allied nations, feeling that it was somewhat excessive to threaten a single Bacchania slave. Historically, their purges of indigenous populations targeted non-allied nations and were conducted under the veil of secrecy to prevent widespread uproar among the ignorant populace of the world, which would undermine the rule of the world government. Are you afraid, little one? This is a task from that esteemed individual. I cannot fail. Galansheng remarked with a light chuckle, noting that Fusen, despite donning an extravagant and resplendent crown, still stood 2 heads shorter than himself. Should this plan falter, the position of captain will be claimed by my Mamai family. Mamai Fusey Saint cast an irritable glance at Galan Saint. His height was a sensitive subject, yet Galan took delight in teasing and mocking him. Should anyone else dare to call him little friend, even if they were fellow members of the Divine Knights, he would not hesitate to engage in a brawl. As for those royal, noble, or common folk who dared to ridicule his stature, he would unflinchingly send them straight to hell. Rest assured, that old man with the white beard, along with his worthless sons, remained nestled in the latter part of the New World. At most, only 2 of the 4 Emperor's pirate crews would show up, and with 2 Marine admirals, that would suffice. Galan remarked nonchalantly, deliberately omitting the mention of the ungrateful Shanks, who repeatedly refused to return to the Holy Land. He was truly a stubborn fool. Moreover, neither the Big Mom pirates nor the Beast pirates could afford to deploy their entire forces, for this was the South Sea, a considerable distance from the New World. These 4 emperors would need to retain a significant portion of their strength to safeguard their territories against other formidable pirates or the Marines. Even if Kaido of the Beasts and Big Mom Charlotte Linland were to personally arrive, the Divine Knights and 2 Marine admirals would have the confidence to confront them. He was more concerned about the Revolutionary Army's troop movements, as they possessed a vast number of cadres and members throughout the 4 seas. Should the Revolutionary Army launch a full-scale assault, it would pose a greater threat than the 4 emperors of the New World. The objective of this mission was to capture East Wild Dragon and Kuma, and subsequently locate their lair to retrieve Vegapunk. The ultimate target of this operation was not the 4 emperors, nor the Revolutionary Army, nor even East Wild Dragon and Kuma, but rather Vegapunk, personally designated by Lord Emu. The research of this world's foremost scientist pertains to the ultimate energy source, the mother flame, and the boundless power of the national treasure. If the national treasure could be unleashed at will, the 4 emperors and the Revolutionary Army would be mere trifles to be effortlessly eradicated. We understand. Mamai Fusey Saint and the remaining members of the Divine Knights responded, acknowledging that this mission was far more perilous than their previous endeavors against the indigenous peoples, with the stakes being considerably higher. Failing to fulfill Lord Emu's command would result in punishment for them all. As the world government surrounded the Salb Kingdom, they forced Kuma and the Wild Dragon to appear. This threatening situation escalated under the instigation of numerous underground dark forces, with an incessant stream of intelligence emerging. Countless factions poured into the South Sea, plunging the entire region into chaos. Even the Golden Lion Shiki, who resided in a remote area of the Grand Line, was informed of the tumultuous circumstances at sea through dozens of captains under his command. Who would have thought that in this era of pirate play, such individuals would emerge? Golden Lion Shiki laughed heartily at the intelligence and the calls from East Wild Dragon, initially believing that the pirates of this age were merely attracted to Roger's mythical treasure. Treasure hunting. To hell with treasure hunting. What this world requires is plunder, domination, and war. Roger, you refused to share the information about ancient weapons with me back then. Then I shall seize it for myself now. The notorious Captain Shiki, known as the Golden Lion, was indeed captivated by the news of the design of the Pluto. In his earlier days, he harbored aspirations of collaborating with Roger to uncover ancient weaponry and jointly reign over the world. However, Roger not only refused to capitulate, but also fought valiantly during the battle at Eitwald, resulting in the inexplicable destruction of Shiki's aerial fleet by a fierce storm. In that fateful naval confrontation, a ship's rudder became embedded in Shiki's own head, an injury that not only threatened his life, but also occasionally disrupted his memories, significantly diminishing his formidable aura. Nevertheless, through the prowess granted by the Fua no Mi and his swordsmanship, he still commands respect across the seas, rendering the Navy unable to underestimate his presence. Lads, gather a batch of monstrous experimental specimens. We are heading to the South Sea for some excitement. Shiki bellowed with laughter, dismissing any thoughts of causing a stir at the Navy headquarters, as he was intent on making an appearance at the Kingdom of Sorbet. How could this seasoned veteran miss the opportunity to showcase himself at a conflict rivaling the God Valley incident? Undoubtedly, the most critical factor remained the news surrounding the design of Pluto. Chapter 85. The blind hero smile within a grand cathedral in the southern region of the Solb Kingdom. The current king, Burdog, and Queen Mother Connie have been imprisoned by the Knights of God, serving as crucial hostages to threaten Bartholomew Kuma. The villagers and fishermen residing near the cathedral have largely been captured, merely for their acquaintance with Kuma and Bonnie. Old man, surrender the contact information of the tyrant Kuma. Fossa Saint coldly declared, crushing King Burdog's leg beneath his boot, a hint of impatience crossing his face as they sought to swiftly resolve the issues surrounding the Arlong pirates. Recent intelligence indicated an alarming influx of pirates and rogues heading towards the Solb Kingdom, and it had been confirmed that Kaido of the Beasts and Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin, had vanished from their territories. This situation was spiraling out of control. I truly do not know. You cannot treat a king of a member nation this way. The aged King Burdog, his pallid visage drenched in cold sweat from excruciating pain, lamented the brutal actions of the celestial dragons, who were indeed demons from hell, merciless destroyers. Their audacity to target a member nation that had already submitted to them would undoubtedly tarnish the image of the other kings. The arrogant celestial dragons would eventually pay an unimaginable price for their transgressions today. Skull. With a cruel stomp, Fossa Saint shattered Burdog's other leg. Are you teaching me how to act? You are utterly useless. Just await your demise. He brutally kicked King Burdog aside, reveling in the torment of these lowly hostages. The rights of member nations, granted by the world government, could be revoked by the celestial dragons at any moment. They were the supreme aristocrats of the world, descendants of gods, wielding the highest authority. What the celestial dragons uttered was the law, and all their actions were deemed legal. To become a slave of the celestial dragons, to be an object of their amusement, was a cruel gift bestowed upon these commoners. Burdog, the diminutive Queen Mother Connie, in terror, rushed to King Burdog's side, desperately pressing against his shattered leg, her face streaked with tears. Why does this nation always suffer such calamities? The mere presence of King Bicoli has already brought endless misfortunes to the Solb Kingdom, and now these demonic celestial dragons have arrived. Does the Solb Kingdom have any future left? Commoners, if Bartholomew Kuma does not appear within 2 days, you shall all perish. Fossa Saint, hoisting a golden dragon-carved sniper rifle, departed the Solb Cathedral in dissatisfaction, heading towards the prosperous northern town to hunt the civilians of the kingdom. On this very day, the world government had officially revoked the Solb Kingdom's status as a member nation and communicated this to all allied countries, calming their apprehensions. Henceforth, the Solb Kingdom would be considered a non-member nation, a target for the celestial dragon's eradication. Although the announcement bore an air of perfunctory dismissal, what recourse did the other member nations have? Do they dare to oppose the world government and the celestial dragons? Some kings of affiliated nations even fervently advocate for the celestial dragons, proclaiming their wisdom and calling for the annihilation of the Kingdom of Solb, a nation plagued by the tyrant bear. The audacity of the tyrant bear to follow the eastern wilderness dragon and boldly declare war against the celestial dragons warrants the destruction of his homeland. The entire populace of Solb must atone for their transgressions. The actions of these kings from affiliated nations greatly please the celestial dragons. Such compliant nations will surely earn their favor and enjoy greater prosperity. On an island near the Kingdom of Solb, the champions of justice, who followed the deep-sea current fleet, have arrived in the South China Sea, making landfall on this port island. The blind hero Yi Xiao perceives the ulterior motives of these so-called champions of justice, sensing they harbor other ambitions. Is it for the blueprint of the underworld king and pure gold? With his formidable observation haki, Xiao has gleaned various rumors. However, he remains unaware that most of these individuals are actors prepared by the Golden Emperor Tezelo and the shipping king Amit to lure him to the South China Sea. Only a small faction comprises bounty hunters and treasure seekers in pursuit of the underworld king's blueprint and pure gold. I cannot bear the thought of such brutality against the indigenous people of Solb, Xiao muses, determined to assist any civilians he can and to prevent such atrocities from occurring. An increasing number of warships appear in the vicinity, affirming the veracity of the rumors. The Navy is indeed safeguarding the celestial dragons as they slaughter the citizens of the Kingdom of Solb. Within a tavern on the island, countless pirates and treasure hunters gather, either out of curiosity or in hopes of obtaining the underworld king's blueprint and pure gold. Many congregate on the nearby islands. Yet none dare to be the first to venture into the Kingdom of Solb. They await the arrival of the Eastern Wilderness Brigade or other notorious pirate crews. Should anyone be bold enough to strike first, these opportunists would descend like hyenas, seizing every treasure and secret the island holds. It has been rumored that a blueprint of the underworld king has surfaced within the royal palace of Solb, with daring souls risking their lives to capture images, which have since circulated wildly in the black market. The celestial dragons utilize the pretext of dealing with the tyrant bear to act against the affiliated kingdom of Solb, while their true objective lies in acquiring the blueprint of the underworld king. Some information brokers, who have long dwelled in the shadows of the underworld, engage in lofty discussions, displaying several images of the underworld king's blueprint for sale at high prices. Yet, the ancient script inscribed upon them remains indecipherable to all, though many pirates firmly believe these to be the legendary designs of ancient weaponry. These images not only bear the name of the underworld king Pluto, but also feature components of a warship structure within one photograph filled with ancient text. Under the influence of these individuals' proclamations, the celestial dragon's intent is revealed to be the acquisition of the underworld king's blueprint, leading to the annihilation of the Kingdom of Solb, an affiliated nation. Even Xiao struggles to discern the truth of these rumors. Yet he is increasingly convinced that the celestial dragons are indeed unleashing a massacre upon the Kingdom of Solb. In the midst of other populations, it has come to light that the island of the Solb Kingdom is engulfed in a thick plume of smoke, and even from a neighboring isle, one can hear the mournful cries emanating from within. The coastal waters of the Solb Kingdom have been encircled by the naval fleet, rendering other pirate ships and war vessels too fearful to approach, let alone land. Unable to bide his time any longer, Ikeo made his way to the shore, activating the powers of his gravity fruit to lift the very ground beneath him into the sky, propelling himself directly towards the Solb Kingdom. In the distant heavens, an airship raced forth, drawing ever closer to the Solb Kingdom. Bartholomew Kuma's anxiety was palpable. He repeatedly contemplated utilizing his pawpaw fruit abilities to return to the Solb Kingdom ahead of time, yet was dissuaded by Bonnie and the Dragon of the Wilderness, who wished to prevent any misfortune befalling him. The dragon remained unaware of the sheer terror that the entire Divine Knights brigade embodied. He deemed it prudent to await the arrival of various allies. The four emperors, the Revolutionary Army, numerous formidable pirate crews, and factions seeking the design of the Pluton and pure gold. The dragon intended to create a tumultuous situation to provide them with an opportunity to fish in troubled waters. Chapter 86. The Prelude to War. Captain. Someone is flying towards the Kingdom of Sorb. Violet, the user of the stare fruit, astonishingly observed an individual standing atop a mudstone block the size of several tables, soaring through the sky. From Violet's description, Arlong identified the blind swordsman heading towards the Kingdom of Sorb as the future Marine Admiral, Fujitora. This audacious individual, undeterred by peril, astonished Arlong with his unwavering sense of justice, daring to land alone in the dragon's confined kingdom. Captain, who is that person? Kuma inquired with a hint of excitement. Anyone who could capture Arlong's attention must possess formidable strength, and with such an ally, their chances against the Knights of God would significantly improve. Blind swordsman Fujitora, an uncle brimming with righteousness, a user of the gravity fruit, his power rivaling that of an admiral. Arlong furrowed his brow and mused, if Fujitora acts prematurely, might he not be besieged and captured by the Knights of God? Yet, this may not be entirely unfavorable. His stance against the celestial dragons would preclude any hopes of enlisting in the Marines through the grand recruitment. However, what if Fujitora sought to negotiate with the celestial dragons, willing to barter his freedom in exchange for the safety of the civilians? Such a scenario seemed plausible for someone like him. Damn it, what are we waiting for? I shall be the one to ignite the flames of war. Arlong's gaze sharpened as he made his decision. Dragon, Kaido of the Beasts, you lot need to hurry. Kuma, I will divert the attention of the Knights of God. You look for an opportunity to rescue those you know. Enel, activate the Arc Maxim S-Cloud generation system and unleash a few shots with the electromagnetic cannon at those fiends. Moria, send your zombies into the fray. Arlong assigned tasks to his comrades before transforming into a colossal crimson dragon, soaring towards the Kingdom of Sorbet. Today, he would brand Fujitora as an enemy of the celestial dragons, even entangling him with the Arlong pirates, leaving his mark upon him. Arlong would ensure that Fujitora never had the chance to join the Marines. Even if he could not recruit him, he would remain a solitary wanderer. Nonetheless, Arlong was determined to secure the lineage factor of the gravity fruit. As the immense crimson dragon emerged, pirates and scoundrels on the nearby islands of the Kingdom of Sorbet erupted with excitement. At last, someone was taking action. The flying blind swordsman, Fujitora, sensed something in the distance. What a fierce aura! To draw the attention of the Knights of God, Arlong transformed into his dragon god form. His massive form, stretching for kilometers, coupled with his overwhelming conqueror's haki, instantly drew the gaze of the members of the Knights of God, including many CP agents, towards the heavens. Thunder fire breath. Without uttering a word, a flame engulfed in spiraling arcs of lightning erupted forth, like a divine pillar piercing the heavens and crashing down upon the Knights of God below. At last, the time has come. The wretched experiment. Garen Shung gazed defiantly at the colossal dragon soaring through the sky, swiftly unsheathing his supreme blade with a look of displeasure etched upon his face. With a decisive step forward, he unleashed a monumental sword energy that cleaved through the heavens, hurtling towards the radiant column of thunder and flame. The ensuing explosion was terrifying, unleashing a series of fearsome shock waves that toppled the structures below. The entire ocean began to tremble, churning up tumultuous waves that caused numerous warships to rise and fall, adrift and unsteady. In just a few short months, such devastation had unfolded. You wretched experimental subject who dared to usurp the power of the divine dragon. Garen Shung's expression darkened as he glared at the dragon in the sky, his visage brimming with murderous intent and profound discontent. The Azure Dragon fruit, which belonged to Kaido of the Beasts, was originally intended as a prize for their competition. Had it not been for the commotion caused by the Rocks Pirates in the Valley of the Gods, this Azure Dragon fruit would have rightfully belonged to Garen Shung, the mightiest among them. As a noble celestial dragon, he was the one most deserving of transforming into the divine dragon, a descendant of the gods. The artificial Azure Dragon abilities possessed by Dongya Arlong were mere imitations, created through the bloodline factor of Kaido. Both Kaido and Dongya Arlong had desecrated the esteemed name of the mythical Zoan Azure Dragon. The thought of these inferior beings obtaining what was rightfully the domain of the celestial dragons only fueled Garen Shung's fury. As tendrils of black and crimson lightning crackled around him, a terror rivaling that of Shanks. Meanwhile, within the Arc Prophecy, the transparent figure of Absalom infiltrated Capone Beej's castle, activating his invisibility to render Beej himself transparent. Inside the fortress were the explosive ability user, Kiberkun, and the door user, Bruno, all members of the Ghostly Face Army. Under the influence of Bartholomew Kuma's pawpaw fruit, Kuma whisked Beej away aboard the golden ship, heading toward the vicinity of the cathedral in the Kingdom of Sorbet. Nearby, pirates, treasure hunters, rogues, and bounty hunters, upon witnessing the emergence of the Scarlet Dragon, launched a terrifying assault on the island, cackling maniacally as they boarded their vessels, commencing their first wave of attack against the naval fleet, with Dongya Arlong drawing attention. Their objective was to land on Sorb Kingdom and uncover the secrets of the design of the Underworld King and the pure gold. Securing even one of those treasures could elevate them to greatness, becoming true elites, coveted even by the world's aristocracy, the Celestial Dragons. With a swift motion, the Ark Prophecy, under Enel's command, unleashed a surprise assault on the Knights of God below using the newly developed electromagnetic cannon. A shell crackling with boundless electricity soared towards the ground, targeting the members of the Knights of God. Was this a technological weapon or a devil fruit ability? Fasa and his allies launched their attacks, firing the terrifying electromagnetic shell. In an instant, an explosive clash erupted, filled with domineering bullets, sword energies, devil fruit energy columns, and the electromagnetic cannon of Enel, causing brilliant white light to erupt and thunderous sounds to resonate, shaking the very earth once more. Hearing of the fierce battle that had commenced, the blind swordsman smiled and accelerated toward the innocent civilians below, intent on rescuing them from the chaos. Beneath the ominous clouds birthed by the Ark's divine proclamation, the sky began to darken, thick clouds converging, shrouding the atmosphere in an increasingly oppressive and heavy demeanor. Fear not. I shall rescue those in peril, while I keep these scoundrels at bay. With a determined grin, Ishao charged forth toward the civilians. Suddenly, from the heavens, a colossal dragon erupted with fervent exclamations. In that fleeting moment, Ishao hesitated, while the Knights of the Divine Order and the CP agents swiftly regarded this uninvited combatant as a subordinate of the Eastern Wilderness Dragon. "Eliminate him," commanded St. Gallen directly to the members of the Knights and the CP agents. Taken aback by the emergence of yet another formidable officer under the Eastern Wilderness Dragoness banner, this astonishing presence rivaled that of a naval admiral, surpassing the strength of individual members of the Knights. The rapid evolution of this dragon brigade necessitated its eradication today. Chapter 87. The battle with the Knights of God. Upon hearing the formidable Knights of God charging towards him, Ishao felt as though he had been ensnared by the words of the dragon, Arakawa. He was not acquainted with Donya Arakawa, nor was he a member of the Arakawa faction. "Ladies and gentlemen, I merely wish to rescue those in peril. I'm not Arakawa." Just as Ishao attempted to clarify his intentions, he was abruptly interrupted by a bullet infused with armed color hockey, striking with lethal precision. He swiftly drew his staff sword, enveloped it with armed color, and cleaved through the sharp projectile. "Blind fool, daring to come here alone to save others. It seems you are courting death." The St. Foss had no time for the trivial justifications of these lowly mortals. Anyone who dared to set foot on this besieged island was a criminal deserving of annihilation. Today, they must capture Donya Arakawa and uncover the whereabouts of Vegapunk. Indeed, the Celestial Dragons were tyrannical. Ishao had no choice but to engage in combat. He suddenly activated the powers of the gravity fruit, manipulating the gravitational forces to elevate countless fragments of ruins, creating a barrier before him. He also hastily lifted several injured civilians onto the floating stones, preparing to evacuate them. Is this the power of the gravity fruit? The members of the Knights of God recognized this ability, which rivaled the top-tier Paramecia powers akin to the bouncing fruit, and deemed it worthy of the Celestial Dragon's attention. He must be eliminated. The gravity fruit must be reborn. One masked member of the Knights of God immediately coveted this formidable Paramecia ability, willing to forsake his ability to swim for the sake of acquiring it. Another self-proclaimed good Samaritan intent on saving the common folk. Zambalong V. Cornerf, wielding a slender, razor-sharp sword, revealed a cruel smile as he charged towards the wailing civilians. He aimed to force the wielder of the gravity fruit to engage in combat, relishing the challenge presented by these righteous foes. Have you forgotten about me? 100 million volts. Divine thunder from the heavens. Enel, witnessing the members of the Knights of God neglecting him to assault the blind man, was instantly incensed. He raised his hand, conjuring a spear of lightning. Hey, this is my first time striking against the Celestial Dragons. Shadow Mage. Moonlight Moria conjured a shadow clone to intercept one of the Knights of God. You lot are insufficient. Foss and Cornerf exchanged sinister smiles as they led the other Knights of God in a full-scale assault against Ishao. Meanwhile, a member clad in a black jacket, With a thunderous roar, transformed into a skeletal, goat-headed demon. Armed with a pitch-black scythe, he swiftly swung it towards the spear of lightning in the sky, unleashing a colossal crescent wave that collided with a lightning spear. The impact of the crescent wave and the lightning spear resulted in a tremendous explosion. Ants, come down here. The malevolent, hollow eyes of the skeletal goat-headed demon glimmered with eerie green flames as he glared at Enel in the sky. His name is Topman Gouster Saint, a celestial dragon who has consumed the mythical Zoan-type devil fruit. In the past, he has clashed several times with the Revolutionary Army as Crow Karis, possessing strength comparable to that of the Northern Army's commander. Is that worthless Moonlight Moria still alive? He has even joined the Arlong crew. A striking woman with flowing black hair charged forward, her beauty rivaling that of Cherulia, yet her power far surpassed it by thousands of times. With an imposing kick, she effortlessly dispersed Moonlight Moria's shadow clone. She is one of the few elite female celestial dragons within the Knights of God, and one of Galen's Saint's most trusted members. How formidable! Moonlight Moria felt an immense pressure emanating from this woman. Such overwhelming dominance could not possibly be the result of training typical of those insipid celestial dragons. This is dire. Upon witnessing so many powerful celestial dragons and CP agents approaching, Yixiao's expression changed dramatically. He could hardly protect himself, let alone assist the civilians. At that moment, a terrifying gust of wind swept through as swarms of black crows surged toward the Knights of God and CP agents. Is this enough? Today, I shall proclaim that revolution is omnipresent. 8 extreme gales. Violent winds surged towards Foss Saint and Conifer Saint, accompanied by countless glimmering blades of solidified wind. Revolutionary Army. The members of the Knights of God became exceedingly serious, rapidly launching their attacks to disperse the crows and wind blades in the sky. What were those useless Navy forces doing? Foss Saint cursed, as the Revolutionary Army bypassed the numerous Navy forces guarding the outer seas and stormed onto the island. Ugly, goat-headed monsters, come for another battle. One by one, the black crows coalesced into the form of Crow Kuras, who glared intensely at the skeletal, goat-headed demon, Gouster Saint. This fiend had once slaughtered countless civilians before his eyes, and he yearned to exact revenge on this celestial dragon. Coal Dust Crow, why not reveal your mouth? Do you genuinely believe your natural abilities are formidable? Gouster Saint's bony sheep face cracked ominously as he gazed at the crow with a sinister smile. This nature-type coal ash fruit user had previously suffered a wound to his mouth in a past battle against him, before his overwhelming mythical Zoan powers. The nature type was hardly impressive. Each ability that caught the eye of the Knights of God and was consumed is of the utmost excellence. Oof. Caw-caw, Crow Karas snorted coldly, black crows swirling around him, as hundreds of them encircled the skeletal, goat-faced demon, Gouster Saint. Back and forth with this rubbish, worthless. Gouster Saint brandished his pitch-black scythe of death, charging into the surging flock of crows, aiming straight for the body of Crow Karas. At this moment, the ground began to undulate like waves, and a towering giant, standing over 10 meters tall, suddenly emerged from the depths, brandishing a trident. With a fierce thrust, he pierced the skeletal demon with a goat's visage, sending it crashing violently to the earth. Boom! Astonishingly, the skeletal demon spewed forth crimson blood, enveloping the ground in a cloud of dust. Karas, no need to thank me, exclaimed the commander of the Western Army, Mori, a user of the push-push fruit, as he cast a playful glance towards the crow, even winking with his plump, luscious lips. Mournful beings, for the sake of your families and homeland, seize your weapons and fight. Above the flock of crows, Bello Betty waved a massive red flag, rallying the citizens of Salb Kingdom below with her impassioned voice, spreading the influence of the inspiration fruit far and wide. Those still weeping, even the injured, rose one by one, their eyes ablaze with a fearless fury, as a formidable power surged within them. At this moment, even an ordinary girl possessed an extraordinary strength, rivaling that of a pirate with a bounty of 50 million berries. Chapter 88. The Thunder Dragon Tortversus. The Supreme Overlord for our homeland. For our children, we fight to the death. At this moment, The inspiring powers of Betty's abilities urged those timid civilians to seize their weapons, charging fearlessly toward the CP agents. In an instant, a brutal massacre erupted, with flames of fury igniting in the eyes of the residents as they unleashed their primal strength, wielding their weapons with no technique, only a fierce desire for vengeance. Some citizens, even when pierced through the heart by the CP agents' finger guns, lunged forward to gnaw at the ears and noses of these agents with their teeth. This tragic scene compelled Ikeo to grip his weapon tightly. Although the power unleashed by this devil fruit would lead to further sacrifices among the civilians, it also represented the raw, unfiltered emotion of revenge harbored within these residents. Witnessing so many civilians fighting valiantly to their deaths, Ikeo's own anger erupted, propelling him into the midst of the CP agents, where he ruthlessly dispatched those who mercilessly slaughtered the innocent. Even when confronted by a CP0 agent sent specifically to impede him, Ikeo crushed the foe into a bloody pulp with a single gravity strike. He understood that after today, his pursuit of justice would forever sever his ties with the world government and the Navy. Where are those damn Navy forces? The two powerful members of the God Knights, Foss Saint and Conifer Saint, were being thoroughly beaten by Drago alone, while the slightly injured Guster, Saint re-engaged in battle with the Raven, Karis. Mori also faced another member of the God Knights. In the skies above, Enel, witnessing his recent adversary being snatched away by the Raven, felt his fury escalate once more. The disdain shown to him, the Thunder God, by both Ikeo and now Karis was intolerable. You will pay for this. Thunder of 10,000. Enel unleashed the power of the storm clouds, releasing a relentless barrage of lightning strikes aimed at the members of the God Knights, forcing them to expend even more haki to withstand the terrifying electric onslaught. Meanwhile, the final move, Thunderclap, was gradually taking shape as his ultimate weapon. Having prepared these formidable attacks, Enel transformed into a bolt of lightning and dove down, seeking a member of the God Knights to confront. Another Logia user. Yet the Thunder Fruit is no less formidable than a mythical beast fruit. I shall slay you and allow the Thunder Fruit to be reborn. One member of the God Knights, adorned in noble attire, cast a covetous glance at Enel's Thunder Fruit abilities. Although they preferred the might of powerful mythical beast fruits for their ability to enhance physical prowess and grant various powers, they would not disdain the formidable powers of the Thunder Fruit, Gravity Fruit, or the Spring Fruit. The Revolutionary Army has brought such a multitude of leaders. Gallant Saint, observing Drago rallying nearly the entire Revolutionary Army, wore a grave expression. The Wild Dragon Corps, the Revolutionary Army, combined with a Vice Admiral-level Gravity Fruit user, was now capable of contending with the entire God Knights. A single misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. You dare to strip your own foundations for the sake of Donya Wild Dragon? Today, we shall seize everything in one fell swoop. Gallant Saint's expression was shrouded in gloom as he stepped lightly upon the moonlit path, racing towards the eastern Wild Dragon, soaring through the heavens. Today's primary objective remained this formidable foe. Once he subdued the dragon, he would then unleash his full might against the Revolutionary Army. That old man, after so many years without consuming a devil fruit, does he still yearn for the powers of the Azure Dragon? Today, I shall demonstrate the prowess of my artificial Azure Dragon fruit. 100,000 volts, Thunder Dragon Great Torch. The Wild Dragon, in a frenzy, siphoned the electric might of the storm clouds, executing his most formidable technique. Even the lightning sphere conjured by Enel was nearly drained by the Wild Dragon, requiring a complete rebuild from the ground up. This is astonishing. Gallant Saint was taken aback by the immense Thunder Dragon, whose ferocity was reminiscent of Kaido's fearsome Fire Dragon Great Torch. This power should rightfully belong to me. Gallant Saint bellowed in fury, his Conqueror's haki manifesting as a tangible force, coiling around his supreme sword as he struck towards the colossal Thunder Dragon. Such a potent Conqueror's haki. The Wild Dragon's pupils constricted, astonished by Gallant Saint's overwhelming presence. This old man is indeed the father of Shanks, a ruthless figure who has left scars upon Whitebeard's chest. It is known that Whitebeard had never sustained an injury upon his back. Those who have marked him are few: Rox, Roger, and Gallant Saint himself. Thus, upon seeing Shanks's familiar visage, Whitebeard's wounds would ache anew, reminding him of the youthful gallant saint, for the two bore an uncanny resemblance. Moreover, Shanks evoked memories of Roger, who had nurtured him. The scars left by gallant saint and Roger made Whitebeard harbor a certain disdain for the impudent Shanks. Additionally, it irked him that Shanks, younger than both Marco and Jozu, had risen to stand alongside him as one of the four emperors. As the Thunder Dragon great torch of the Wild Dragon collided with Gallant Saint's supreme haki, the entire Solb kingdom tremored. Whether it was the Marines battling pirates near the shore, treasure hunters, or the Revolutionary Army and Knights of God on the island, they were all shaken by this fierce clash. This individual has managed to develop such a terrifying technique, capable of contending with Gallant Saint's haki. Dragon was astounded. If the current Wild Dragon could confront the world's most elite warriors, once he fully mastered haki, would he not surpass even Kaido, potentially becoming as powerful as Roger and Rox, an unparalleled force? In the wake of the colossal explosion, Gallant Saint plummeted back to the earth, creating a giant crater several hundred meters wide. The Wild Dragon's thunderous form quickly receded, even his super divine dragon state succumbing to pressure, reverting to a standard 100-meter dragon form. Ugh! The Wild Dragon coughed up blood, yet he forcefully swallowed it back down. The black and red lightning left by Gallant Saint's haki crackled incessantly upon him, continuously wreaking havoc upon his draconic form. It seemed as though it would compel the Wild Dragon to abandon his dragon form entirely, losing his ability to fly and returning to combat on the ground. The binding pain is truly unbearable. The Wild Dragon gritted his teeth, resolutely enduring the impact, as the wounds on his body continued to inflict damage and heal simultaneously. This only intensified the Wild Dragon's yearning for the binding power. He realized that he was still a step away from the pinnacle of strength in this world. He must swiftly master the Conqueror's haki. Meanwhile, in the massive crater, Saint Gallen was enveloped in a haze of blue smoke, his gaze fixed intently on the colossal dragon soaring above. Remarkably, this creature had yet to revert from its dragon form and plummet to the ground. What manner of monstrosity had those Vegapunk individuals created? Saint Gallen expressed his displeasure, noting that the constitution of this East Wild Dragon was exponentially more terrifying than that of the renowned Kaido of the Beasts in his prime. It is worth mentioning that he had personally ventured to capture Kaido, who had consumed the Azure Dragon fruit, and had successfully ensnared him, intending to bring him back for research to either reclaim the Azure Dragon fruit form or replicate its extraordinary abilities. Chapter 89. The arrival of two emperors and two generals Dongya Huanglong swiftly returned to the Ark Prophecy, seeking to have Manchu Ali administer treatment to restore his full combat capability. Do not presume that soaring through the skies grants you immunity. After a brief pause, Garen Saint promptly unleashed two formidable sword energies towards the colossal dragon and the airborne vessel, as if to cleave the dense clouds above in two. This terrifying sword energy instilled profound fear among those aboard the Ark Prophecy, prompting Dongya Huanglong to rush forward in an attempt to push the Ark Prophecy to safety. This vessel is an invaluable ally in our endeavor to overthrow the world government. We cannot permit you to succeed. A gust of wind powerful enough to tear apart space erupted, shattering Garen Saint's sword energy, and a leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dracul, emerged amidst the tempest. To everyone's astonishment, he had evaded combat so swiftly and now hovered in the sky, moving with the speed of lightning. Your foresight, old green-robed rat, has indeed grown stronger. Garen Saint glared furiously at Dracul, then cast a reproachful glance at the inept Fourth Saint and Conifer Saint, who had failed to detain even a single adversary. At that moment, a barrage of molten fists ascended into the sky, relentlessly targeting the Ark Prophecy. It was Admiral Akainu making his entrance. The nearby Navy erupted in thunderous cheers as reinforcements from the Navy headquarters finally arrived. Suddenly, the entire coastal area began to freeze rapidly, prompting both the Navy and the pirates engaged in battle to cease hostilities. Yet in the next instant, the Navy cheered exuberantly, while the pirates and treasure hunters began to falter and flee in panic. Admiral Akiji had also arrived, Today's victory shall undoubtedly belong to justice. With the arrival of the two admirals, the tide of the battle shifted dramatically. The morale of the Navy soared, while the countenance of the Revolutionary Army turned pale. Contemplating retreat. By now, Bartholomew Kuma must have rescued his friends and acquaintances. Lacking further support, it would be prudent for them to withdraw promptly. Roar! The colossal dragon formed by Huanglong swiftly shielded the Ark prophecy, enduring several of Akainu's meteor volcano attacks. Damn it! That bastard Kaido from the beasts is slower than the Navy. Huanglong lifted the Ark prophecy and ascended to greater heights, distancing himself from the range of the meteor volcano's assault. He rapidly transformed back into human form upon reaching the deck, urging Manchu Ali to heal him while he consumed nutritional potions developed by Vegapunk to restore his strength. As Dracul hastily gathered his allies to flee, a massive torrent of fiery dragon breath engulfed the frozen sea, indiscriminately annihilating all Navy personnel and pirates alike. Gaha! Huanglong, you truly summoned such formidable beings. Let this war continue. Let's utterly overturn this sea. The resounding voice of Kaido, the beast, accompanied by a surge of conqueror's haki, drew near, brimming with excitement. The Navy on the icebound sea gasped in astonishment. Could today's conflict escalate into a world-class battle? Kaido, this matter does not concern you. Withdraw at once. Meteor Volcano. Admiral Sakazuki swiftly directed his ire towards the intruding Kaido of the beasts. For today their objective was solely to capture the Eastern Wild Dragon and Bartholomew Kuma. They had no desire to engage in conflict with the four emperors. Magma Hound, are your feeble fireballs meant to warm my drink? Begone! Kaido unleashed a barrage of slicing wind blades, reducing the molten fists to mere powder before propelling them back. Ha ha! Kaido, I didn't anticipate your presence, little rascal. At that moment, a ship resembling a lion's head sped towards them, the raucous laughter of the golden lion Shiki echoing in the air. Drop my treasures. On board. Shiki commanded Dr. Indigo to release all the experimental monsters onto the icy surface, intent on annihilating both the Marines and the pirates. Much like Kaido, he too engaged in indiscriminate assault, a testament to the fine traditions of the Rock's pirates. Fearsome creatures, rivaling the ranks of Navy colonels and rear admirals, emerged from the colossal cage, their bloodshot eyes ready to rend and devour any human in sight. I cannot allow your success. Ice Age. Admiral Kuzan immediately activated his powers, aiming to completely freeze the monsters that had yet to fully disperse. Cease disturbing my beasts. Thousand Cuts Valley. Countless golden blades of energy whistled down from the heavens, slicing through the space where Kuzan stood, shattering him into fragments and severing his ice column, buying precious moments for the monsters to spread. The legendary pirate, Golden Lion Shiki, had made his appearance once more. The Marines and pirates upon the ice were engulfed in terror, realizing that the great pirate who once clashed with Pirate King Roger had descended upon the South Sea. The rumors of the design of the Pluton and the pure gold seemed increasingly credible. Ha ha ha! Celestial dragons. Surrender the Pluton design. Shiki, momentarily flustered after dispatching Kazan, vocally proclaimed his intentions. MMM. Old thief Shiki, I never imagined you would dare to show your face. At that moment, a white cloud drifted across the sky, and the tyrannical voice of Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin, instilled even greater dread within the Marines present. Waves of terrifying conquerors' haki erupted at that instant. On the outskirts of the Sorbet Kingdom, Crocodile's expression darkened immensely upon witnessing the arrival of two emperors and a legendary pirate. If the rumors of the Pluton design were true, he knew he could not compete with such formidable foes. Damn it! The sand crocodile bit through his cigar, his eyes brimming with resentment. However, he did not retreat immediately. Instead, he transformed into a sandstorm, stealthily landing in the Sorbet Kingdom, intent on seizing the Pluton design. Meanwhile, near the cathedral in the Sorbet Kingdom, the tyrant Kuma was drenched in blood, having violently dispatched a CP-0 squad, eliminating numerous CP agents and granting Becky and others ample time to rescue more individuals into the castle. Some were even compacted for storage or shrunk by Bonnie, all to accommodate more residents. Ha! The captain truly spares no effort. The devilish sheriff, Lafitte, held a substantial stack of yellowed papers, among which were indeed a few authentic age copies of the design schematics for the Pluto. However, a greater portion consisted of inconsequential ancient textual illustrations. These were mere counterfeit creations of the Vegapunk. In this era, with so few individuals possessing knowledge of ancient scripts, let them remain in ignorance. As for Dr. Vegapunk, he incessantly professed his inability to construct the Pluto battleship, that dreadful weapon of annihilation. Yet he could not resist the temptation to peruse the entire design manuscript. Subsequently, he clandestinely exploited the Pluto's energy system to investigate new energy sources for robotics, even inadvertently incorporating some advanced designs into the new aerial warships of Sky Island. Distributing a few of these Pluto design schematics while surrendering the majority to the Celestial Dragons or CP agents, Lafitte scrutinized the numbers on each design sheet, pondering who might succeed in amassing the entire compendium of Pluto schematics. That individual would undoubtedly earn the infuriatingly ironic title of the most diligent fool. Chapter 90. The great battle begins. The arrival of the Golden Lion Shiki took Garing Saint completely by surprise, indicating that the trouble at hand was rather significant. While the appearances of Kaido, of the 100 Beasts, and Charlotte Linland were anticipated, prompting the deployment of 2 Marine admirals along with a cadre of elite Marine vice admirals for support, the return of the long-vanished Legless Lion to the South Sea was utterly unforeseen. It is essential to note that Sengoku the Buddha had taken precautions against a potential assault from Golden Lion Shiki, ensuring the protection of Marine Ford and the Sabaody Archipelago, while safeguarding the holy land of Mariewa by retaining formidable figures such as Garp and Kizu at Marine headquarters. Naturally, the Iron Fist Garp, belonging to the D lineage, was reluctant to assist the Celestial Dragons given the current heinous events involving the slaughter of the commoners of the Sorbet Kingdom. He wished to avoid reliving the tragic memories reminiscent of the God Valley incident, which is why he declined the promotion to Admiral, unwilling to be at the beck and call of the Celestial Dragons. Now, however, a significant misjudgment had occurred on the part of Sengoku and Admiral Tsuru, as the reappearance of the long-missing Golden Lion Shiki was indeed a reality. Yet, rather than responding to the calls of the East Wild Dragon or attacking Marine headquarters, he chose to join the fray at the Sorbet Kingdom. This turn of events immediately plunged the Knights of God into turmoil, as they faced a potential shortage of combat power. The clash of Conqueror's Hockey among Garing Saint, Kaido, and Charlotte Linlin rendered numerous Marines, pirates, and civilians unconscious. Meanwhile, Golden Lion Shiki's expression soured, for the ship's helm on his head prevented him from unleashing his conqueror's hockey freely. A violent outburst could prove fatal due to the helm embedded in his skull. Well. Shiki, after all these years, you seem rather diminished. Charlotte Linlin guffawed at the sight of the emaciated Golden Lion. In the past, during the Rocks Pirates era, both Whitebeard and Shiki had overshadowed her, possessing strength that eclipsed her own. Now, Whitebeard remained a formidable force, reigning as the foremost among the 4 emperors, while the Golden Lion, with his broken leg and impaired mind, had hidden away for nearly 2 decades. They had all presumed this old lion had met his demise. A mere old hog that can only spawn piglets. Speak another word, and Totland shall welcome yet another island. Shiki retorted coldly, although his strength had waned. He was not to be provoked by those who once fell beneath him. Nevertheless, after being mocked by Linlin, he yearned even more for the design of the Pluton. With the ancient weapon in his grasp, he would have no trouble dealing with admirals or emperors alike. Upon hearing Shiki's words, Linlin refrained from provoking this user of the float fruit, for she too sought the Pluton design, as well as the pure gold that promised immortality. Old hag, old lion, let us engage in a world-altering battle. What rocks could not accomplish, I shall achieve. Today, I will slay these celestial dragons. Kaido the Beast erupted into a maniacal laughter as he charged directly at the formidable Figureland Garling. He was thoroughly pleased with the battlefield crafted by the young East Wild Arlong. Following his leader was the calamity known as Ember, who rushed towards the ground's divine knights, an elite cadre of celestial dragons he had seldom encountered. The memory of his kin being mercilessly slaughtered by the celestial dragons, along with his years spent confined in a laboratory for experimentation, ignited a murderous intent in his eyes. A blaze engulfed him as this black-winged dragon lunged fiercely at the masked member of the Divine Knights. "Quick! Protect the celestial dragon, Your Highness!" A CP-0 agent shouted frantically, commanding Akainu and Akiji to come to the rescue. The chaotic situation rendered the CP agents somewhat apprehensive. Mama. The glint in Charlotte Linlin's small eyes sparkled with determination. She was acutely aware of her objective in the Sorbet Kingdom. She had no desire to engage with the Divine Knights or the Marine Admirals, but instead headed straight for the island in search of the Pluton blueprints. Years ago, in God Valley, she had pursued the Celestial Dragon's treasures, seizing the dragon fruit and nearly snatching the pawpaw fruit from Bartholomew Kuma. Had it not been for the sudden appearance of Saint Saturn, coupled with Kuma's swift actions, she might have claimed both of those supreme devil fruits. On the Arc Maxim, a surprising turn of events unfolded. Under the healing ministrations of Mancheri, the rejuvenated Arlong burst into laughter, astonished that he had indeed managed to blast out the Golden Lion. Shiki, Ember had also arrived. Arlong's eyes lit up at the sight of this Lunaria's primal bloodline, which he coveted far more than a mere smile. If given the chance, he would certainly extract some of Ember's flesh and blood. Observing Kaido's initiative to engage Garling, the leader of the Divine Knights, Arlong swiftly redirected his focus toward other targets. What manner of mythical beast was this skeletal goat-faced demon? Standing atop the Arc Maxim, Arlong gazed at the fierce battle between the Divine Knights and the Raven, Kuras, a glint of malice crossing his face. Prioritizing the hunt for those with mythical beast abilities was one of the core tenets of the Arlong crew. Meanwhile, Dracul Mihawk observed as Eastwild Arlong had indeed drawn 2 emperors and a legendary pirate, promptly commanding the Revolutionary Army to retract their lines and partition portions of the battlefield for these pirates to engage with the Divine Knights. Mihawk swiftly surveyed the battlefield, seeking his opponent, determined to minimize revolutionary casualties while still playing a pivotal role. "Kazan, I reckon you are still in a state of confusion." A knowing smile crept across Mihawk's face as he transformed into a whirlwind, dashing directly towards the Marine Admiral Akiji. He intended to personally intercept this lethargic figure, who had let justice wane, allowing Shiki and Linlin to clash with the Divine Knights on the island. The Revolutionary Army? The Golden Lion, Shiki. Upon spotting the revolutionary leader, Mihawk chose to confront the recently revived Akiji, promptly delegating this troublesome adversary to him while he commandeered the Lionhead Island ship into the Sorbet Kingdom. His objective is the design blueprint of the Pluto, and he has no time to entangle himself with the Marine Admirals. Initially, Akainu Sakazuki intended to devise a strategy to subdue the Eastern Wild Dragon. However, a CP-0 agent approached him, commanding him loudly to prioritize the protection and assistance of Saint Garling in defeating the Beast Kaido. The authoritative tone of this CP-0 agent irked Akainu greatly, causing magma and smoke to emanate from his body, while his icy gaze instilled fear in the agent, prompting him to take several steps back. Nevertheless, the soldier Akainu ultimately acquiesced to the order and swiftly charged towards the Beast Kaido, determined to join forces